Chapter 1. Transcendence. The Scion Vitalis. On the fringes of the northern galaxy lies a planet named Lugia, strategically insignificant and characterized by its harsh, desolate environment, teeming with desert beasts, rendering it of little value. Occasionally, affluent individuals acquire such planets to construct unique attractions or to house exotic pets requiring special climatic conditions, thus retaining a modicum of strategic importance. Upon thorough investigation, it was determined that the most formidable creature on this planet possesses a combat capability of merely 984, making it an ideal exile for newly born lower-tier warriors. The Saiyans, a notoriously belligerent and ruthless race within the cosmos, have become increasingly malevolent since their incorporation into the Kulder Empire. With technological assistance at their disposal, they wage relentless wars, slaughtering indigenous populations of planets, and subsequently selling these worlds at exorbitant prices to procure vital resources and advanced technologies. Infants classified as lower-tier warriors undergo a period of cultivation within incubators, where they are imparted with Saiyan knowledge, basic energy manipulation, and flight techniques. Once a suitable planet is identified, they are exiled thereon. Indeed, exile is the fate that awaits them. They must either accomplish their missions to earn a return or perish on the battlefield, only to have other warriors dispatched to continue the pillaging of the planet. This practice is undeniably cruel, showing no mercy towards their own offspring. However, the treatment of mid-tier and high-tier warriors is markedly different. Vitalis, a lower-tier warrior born with a combat capability of merely 42, found himself assigned to Lugia. The endless expanse of sand stretched before him, with rugged dunes devoid of vegetation, exuding an air of lifelessness. Perhaps it was due to the daylight that various beasts lay dormant within their territories, awaiting the arrival of prey and the onset of night. Suddenly, a fireball appeared on the distant horizon, trailing a comet-like tail as it descended with tremendous force upon the sandy sea, creating a vast crater with the sand at the bottom exhibiting signs of melting under the immense impact. At the center of the crater lay a small white sphere, unmistakably recognizable to any civilization that had entered the interstellar age as a standard single-person spacecraft of the Kulder Legion. Fast, efficient in flight, easy to launch and land, and boasting high endurance, this vessel is favored by the warriors of the Kulder Legion who engage in frontline combat, though the indigenous civilizations do not share in this enthusiasm. Such spherical spacecraft are utilized exclusively by those capable of independent combat within the Kulder Legion, the common foot soldiers, and higher-ranking officials typically board larger spacecraft, while only a select few special forces and Saiyans make extensive use of these small vessels. Thus, the sighting of this spacecraft heralds the countdown to the annihilation of that civilization. Let me see if there are any weaklings with a combat power of 5. A diminutive figure emerged from the vessel as the smoke dissipated, the hatch swinging open. With a spiky hairstyle reaching for the heavens, a wisp of bangs cascading naturally over his left brow, and the latest model of combat power detector affixed to his left eye, he donned the standard attire of the common soldier, yet exuded an undeniable aura of a protagonist. Vitalis was quite pleased with his appearance. Although he shared the same face as the protagonist's son Wukong, a fellow lower-tier warrior, he fared much better than others assigned to this visage. At the very least, he possessed a normal skin tone, unlike Dale's, who was rather dark, and he was also endowed with the Super Saiyan 2 hairstyle, allowing him to enjoy a touch of handsomeness ahead of his time. The coolness of Super Saiyan 2 Wukong had a certain icy allure, while Vitalis' black hair and eyes lent him a softer charm, without diminishing his attractiveness. He felt satisfied with his image. Beep, beep, beep. While the highest combat power is over 700. Truly unreliable, what a barbaric race. No wonder the Saiyan population struggles to grow. They are utterly irresponsible. They claim the strongest only boasts a power of over 900, without even considering real-time updates on detection data, sending children out into the fray like this. Only 100 kilometers away? I'm out of here. There's still half a month until the next full moon on this planet. I can't afford to tangle with this, thought Vitalis, as he lifted the spaceship with one hand and swiftly flew away. Wow. After sleeping for a year and a half, my combat power has reached 78. The highest on this planet is 734. This is quite the advantage for me, 780 versus 734. How could I possibly lose? Could it be that those individuals also considered the potential for local creatures to grow stronger over time, factoring in the duration of the Saiyan cub's maturation? Have I misjudged them? During his strategic retreat, he took a moment to assess his combat power, realizing he was significantly stronger than when he was first born. However, lower-tier warriors have no rights. Just 9 months after birth, I was tossed onto a spaceship for a year and a half of cosmic travel. arriving on this cursed planet to execute a slaughter mission. The disparity with my previous life is indeed vast. In his past life, Vitalis hailed from another world, where Saiyans, Frisia, and Kula were characters from a manga known as Dragon Ball. Due to late-night novel readings and gaming, he had neglected his rest point one morning. As he descended the stairs to go to work, he lost his footing and tumbled down, after which he lost all awareness. However, since he found himself in this world, it seemed he had already met his demise. Bringing his thoughts back, he flew for approximately 20 minutes until he encountered a chasm about 10 meters wide and 100 meters long. Estimating that he wouldn't find a better place to rest, Vitalis descended into the valley. I might as well find a cave to stay in for a while, relying on the spaceship's life support system for a time. Once my combat power is sufficient, I shall head to Earth. As for the mission, what a joke. I will visit Earth to grant myself an advantage. And when I return, I intend to become a king, let others handle the tasks. Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered a cave, home to a group of unknown creatures with single-digit combat power. Given that his own was in the double digits, Vitalis paid them no heed as he carried the spaceship inside. Based on the readings from his detector, he randomly selected a few spots and bestowed upon one a small energy egg, the power of which was equivalent to that of a standard grenade. The weak creatures with single-digit combat power stood no chance of survival. Sensing the threat to their lives, the detector indicated that those still alive quickly fled the scene. Indeed, possessing power is distinctly different from beginning to end. Vitalis had not laid eyes on the appearance of these creatures, yet they were effortlessly dealt with. Fortunately, the cavernous interior offered ample space and a sturdy structure, enduring several minor explosions without collapse. Venturing deeper, he set the spacecraft down and sat cross-legged beside it. With a fingertip, he inscribed upon the rocky ground the words, Earth Super Divine Water, Spirit Beans, Room of Spirit and Time, Dragon Balls, Namekian Dragon, Super Dragon Balls, and Yardrat, da-da. Earth truly deserves its status as the protagonist's lair. Not only have numerous significant events transpired here, but it is also home to such a wealth of treasures. Coupled with the Saiyan bloodline, rapid ascension is not merely a dream. It is now the year 732 of the new galactic calendar. Frisia has just taken command of the army, and in approximately 5 to 9 years, the Saiyans will face annihilation. I must rise before their destruction. It would be a tremendous loss to allow the Saiyans to perish. I must devise every possible means to save them, and ideally, eliminate Frisia and his son, bringing an end to it all. During the Z era, Goku's combat prowess was reportedly over 300. Boldly speculating, Master Roshi is likely around 100 now, and the Supreme Kai may possess 300, granting him a modicum of respect. The rest pose little threat. To be prudent, I shall train for a time until my combat power reaches approximately 400 before heading to Earth. To this end, Vitalis crafted a rigorous training regimen, rising each morning at 8, meditating for 2 hours, running for 2 hours starting at 10, nourishing himself aboard the spacecraft at noon before indulging in a brief nap, resuming at 2 with an hour of push-ups, an hour of squats, and an hour of sit-ups, followed by nutritional replenishment. Aboard the ship, meditating again at 9, and retiring to bed punctually at 8 in the evening. With this comprehensive training plan in place, Vitalis felt certain that he would soon be able to deliver a punch to Frisia and trample Cooler, reigning supreme over the Kaishin realm, compelling the Supreme Kai to kneel and present the time ring, leading the divine Super Saiyan Legion across various timelines, ultimately becoming the mightiest in all dimensions. Even the gods of destruction would be inclined to offer him a smoke and call him Sir. Chapter 2. Training, Full Moon, and the Great Battle with the Monster King. In the dead of night, Vitalis stood atop the highest dune for hundreds of miles, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at the earth illuminated by the moonlight. Merely a few hours had elapsed since his descent, and he had not adhered to his planned early sleep. The reason was simple: Vitalis was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to succumb to slumber. Upon his initial arrival in this realm, he had been confined within a cultivation chamber, sleeping incessantly for several months until hastily infused with basic knowledge by machines, only to be cast aboard the spacecraft and forced into a state of hibernation until awakened upon reaching Yardrat. Not long after devising his plan, he had dashed out of the cavern to soar through the skies, of course, releasing dozens of energy eggs of varying sizes. After all, this power had only existed in the realm of fantasy in his previous life, a nascent form of the overwhelming strength destined to obliterate worlds and extinguish suns. Merely contemplating it was exhilarating. How could sleep possibly come? Is this truly an age conducive to slumber? Once his stamina was depleted, he returned to the spacecraft to rest, but in the dead of night, the echoes of beastly roars drew him out once more. Unable to withstand the solitude, he ventured forth, utilizing his scanner to locate and confront all creatures with combat power below 50. Hidden beneath the earth, I discovered a singular energy orb. Those who roamed the surface utilized it to practice their destructive rays. This newly coined term essentially refers to energy beams unleashed from the fingertips. Even a passing dog, reminiscent of a husky, was caught and playfully slapped twice. Its familiar demeanor spared it from a grim fate. After a night of revelry, my stamina was once again depleted, compelling me to pause here for recuperation to avoid an untimely fall mid-flight. The following day, shortly after 1 in the afternoon, Vitalis finally roused from slumber. The previous night's exuberance had drained him, resulting in a regrettable oversleep. Indeed, moderation is essential for youth. Alas, I squandered yet another half-day of training. How lamentable. Even I find it disgraceful and a lesson to heed. Such negligence must not recur, Vitalis vowed silently, promising to remain diligent henceforth. He commenced his training. After 30 minutes, Vitalis lay sprawled upon the sandy ground like a dog. Initially, all was well. He grew increasingly exhilarated, sprinting at a pace surpassing that of the 100-meter sprinters of his former life for over 10 minutes without fatigue, becoming lost in the thrill of a full-throttle dash. Clearly, it was not long before he exhausted himself completely. 5 minutes later, he began to recuperate. So this is the sensation of reaching one's limit. The Saiyan physique is indeed formidable. In my past life, I would have been incapacitated, my legs aching for days. He mused. The feeling after pushing oneself to the brink is quite invigorating. My original plan is now void while the training subjects will remain unchanged. The time structure is discarded. Each exercise must be pushed to the utmost, continuing until I can no longer move. Only then can I truly unearth the Saiyan potential. With resolve, Vitalis rose and commenced squats. For the ensuing days, he alternated between running, squats, and sit-ups, persisting until utterly fatigued. He maintained meditation training both before sleep and upon waking. Though termed meditation, it often devolved into daydreaming. Initially, his thoughts would race uncontrollably, veering into fantasies of universal domination or recounting the beauties from the Dragon Ball series. After several days, he managed to quiet his mind enough to simulate battles with creatures he had encountered, contemplating strategies and deadly techniques. Though he could not achieve the level of mental combat seen in the Z fighters or the meditative prowess of Piccolo, it was certainly an improvement over frivolous thoughts. Yet, he found himself occasionally yearning for his phone and computer, and missing his beloved from the anime world. Could hardly recall how many days had passed. At times, the temptation to slack off arose, but thoughts of Frieza and his progeny kept him awake. Though Frieza may allow King Vegeta to gather the Saiyans without responding, one could not dismiss the possibility of Frieza sending others to collect heads. It was unwise to assume that being a low-tier warrior would spare him. After all, not a single Saiyan named Vitalis appeared in the original narrative. He could not entrust his life to the whims of the storyline. Thanks to Frieza, I have been able to endure this prolonged solitude. Without companionship or a phone, the days have been quite arduous. I am grateful for the impetus provided by King Frieza. I shall repay him with a few punches in due course. After a period of rigorous training, my foundational physical abilities have improved, and my physique has been slightly fortified. Consequently, the energy within me has also increased, resulting in a battle power of 95, a testament to my diligent efforts during this time. During this interval, Vitalis contemplated honing his combat skills, but regrettably, he had never studied martial arts or combat techniques in his previous life. Although he had learned military exercises during basic training, those lessons were short-lived. In this life, the machine only instilled in me rudimentary energy manipulation and flight techniques, lacking any true combat skills. After all, the fighting techniques of the Saiyans are forged through the crucible of battle. Moreover, to confront the strongest being on this planet, one ultimately must rely on the Great Ape transformation. Lower-class warriors cannot achieve the Great Ape form, while retaining their reason. Victory is dictated by instinct. So, it is prudent to entrust oneself to it. What Vitalis must ensure is the foundation of his combat strength, maintaining a state of power suppression. The primal instincts derived from his bloodline, when unleashed in a mindless Saiyan, are truly fearsome. Tonight is the night of the full moon. In his past life, Vitalis found the Saiyans to be incredibly cool, while watching Dragon Ball. The Super Saiyan form was particularly dazzling. From its design to its portrayal, the Saiyan race is undeniably impressive. The only critique lies in the transformation into a massive ape. In his previous life, he had vehemently rejected this notion. He had envisioned that if he ever became a Saiyan, he would only ever transform into a Super Saiyan, never into a great ape. Yet now, having truly become a Saiyan, he finds himself eagerly anticipating the imminent transformation. Who could resist the allure of power? The thought of becoming a ferocious great ape is thrilling. With several hours remaining until dusk, Vitalis cautiously ascended towards the planet's mightiest warrior. In the midst of a desolate expanse, an oasis abruptly emerged, surrounded by sparse trees and clusters of resilient grass growing tenaciously. The closer he approached the center, the denser the foliage became, with unknown plants resembling shrubs, creating an ambience reminiscent of a lush forest rather than a desert. At the heart of this oasis lay a vast lake, where it was estimated that even in his great ape form, Vitalis could swim with ease. According to the readings from a scanner, the monster lurked within the depths of the lake. After noting the location, Vitalis flew back to his spaceship with all his might. He lifted the vessel and chose a random direction to soar. After scanning the vicinity for several dozen kilometers, he found no entities with a power level exceeding 20. He then located a suitable spot to dock the spaceship and place the scanner inside. This precaution was to safeguard the scanner from destruction during combat. Securing it within the ship was the safest option to breach the vessel. One would need a battle power of at least 1,000. Having made the necessary preparations, he returned to the oasis, finding a pleasant spot to recline and await the arrival of nightfall. Indeed, the oasis is quite comfortable, with trees providing shade, the air remaining humid, and a faint fragrance wafting through whether from the grass or the trees. He could not tell as dusk approached. The sun's final defiance was on the verge of vanishing, while the moon revealed half of its silhouette on the opposite horizon. Vitalis, with his back turned to the moon, soared into the sky, gazing at the expanse of clouds above, lost in contemplation. Alas, my combat prowess is insufficient otherwise. A single roar would disperse these clouds into nothingness. Nevertheless, I shall wait a few more hours to observe the wind direction and speed. Patience is essential, for this is my inaugural battle, and I cannot afford even the slightest mistake. Vitalis expressed his exasperation, lamenting the capriciousness of the weather. Thankfully, it was not a storm cloud, or he would have been in despair. Just as his excitement peaked, he encountered this mass of clouds. It was around 11 o'clock at midnight when, with only the slightest remnants of clouds lingering at the horizon, Vitalis finally took action. Indeed, he could have acted as soon as the clouds revealed a significant portion of the sky, but he refrained. It was not out of fear, rather, he understood that combat was no trifling matter, a life-and-death struggle that demanded utmost caution. Ascending above the lake, he casually conjured an orb of energy and hurled it into the water. The battle begins. Vitalis swiftly cast his gaze toward the moon. Chapter 3. The Water Monster? Without a hint of doubt, after hurling the energy orb into the lake, Vitalis chose not to observe whether the creature would emerge, instead focusing on the moon. Only a small ripple was stirred. The monster remained undisturbed. As expected. Perhaps it was perpetually bathed in moonlight. The instant he beheld the moon, a reaction stirred within him. First, a thunderous heartbeat resonated. Thump, 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 accompanied by invisible energy radiating outward, distorting the air. Visible ripples began to pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. His pupils constricted, gradually morphing into those of a beast. The bones of his face contorted, and with a low growl from Vitalis, sharp fangs emerged, drool trickling from the corners of his mouth. The previously frail and diminutive form swelled rapidly, the specially designed combat suit expanding in tandem. In the blink of an eye, Vitalis completed the transformation from human to giant ape, his colossal physique emanating a terrifying presence. It was unfathomable that just moments ago, he had been but a mere child. This is the unique transformation of the Saiyans, known as the Oozuru form, which is triggered by the light emitted from the moon. Saiyans possessing a tail can undergo this transformation, resulting in a battle power that is tenfold their normal state. Thus, if the normal battle power of Vitalis is 95, then in his Oozuru form, Vitalis boasts an astonishing battle power of 950. This is no ordinary gorilla. It is a Saiyan great ape. The colossal creature gazed at the lake for a moment before turning its gaze back to the moon, emitting a battle roar of indeterminate meaning while relentlessly pounding its chest. After all, the current Vitalis had lost all semblance of reason and could no longer speak. After a brief interval, the great ape lowered its head, opened its mouth wide, and a faint glow illuminated its form. After gathering energy for approximately 5 seconds, it unleashed a wave of power into the lake. A massive energy burst swept across the water's surface in a fan-like shape, making contact in the blink of an eye, causing a substantial volume of water to evaporate instantly. The resulting waves, propelled by the residual force, surged toward the shore, revealing the lakebed beneath, where a monstrous silhouette lay concealed. Resembling a dinosaur, The creature boasted sturdy legs, diminutive forelimbs, a tail dragging along the ground, and spiraled horns encircling its head. It was unmistakably formidable, especially with its cold, elongated eyes that exuded an air of intimidation. The beast roared furiously at Vitalis. Its back was a dark expanse, devoid of any intact scales, and the scent of roasted meat wafted through the air. Upon noticing that the intruder, who had dared to slumber in its territory, was still alive and challenging it with roars, the great ape's fury ignited. After pounding its chest a few more times, the great ape let out a deafening roar and charged at the beast. The titanic creature descended from the sky, giving the monster no time to react before it forcefully pressed the beast's head into the muddy lake bed. The tremendous impact sent the scant remaining water into the air, creating a miniature rainfall. Thud, thud, thud. Seemingly unsatisfied, the great ape lifted its right foot and stomped several times upon the beast's head. Afterward, it planted its foot on the creature's back and resumed its chest thumping, unleashing another unintelligible battle cry, as if to proclaim the fate that awaited those who dared trespass and linger in its domain. Suddenly, the exhilarated great ape was taken aback. In its moment of triumph, it was unexpectedly attacked by the defeated creature beneath its feet. The creature's tail weakly flailed, intermittently striking the foot that rested upon its back. With a furious roar, the enraged giant ape exerted more force on the creature's back, causing its body to sink deeper into the mire, ceasing its relentless pounding of its chest. The giant ape seized the creature's tail and yanked it with all its might. Purple blood splattered, and astonishingly, the creature's tail was forcibly torn away. Perhaps overwhelmed by excruciating pain or humiliated, the creature succumbed to madness, pushing the giant ape aside and rising to its feet, its bloodshot eyes fixated on the giant ape. The giant ape, taken aback by the unexpected resilience of its adversary, staggered slightly. In the next moment, the giant ape, regaining its composure, erupted in fury and hurled the severed tail aside. It instantly positioned itself before the creature, delivering a powerful kick to its abdomen. The creature, momentarily airborne from the strike, had barely begun to descend when the giant ape followed up with a swift punch to its head, propelling it rapidly into the sky. A severed horn spiraled down towards the lake's depths. The giant ape opened its mouth wide, gathering energy once more. This time, the radiant light that flashed was not a diffuse energy wave, but a highly concentrated energy sphere. The sphere surged forward, catching up to the creature in an instant. With a thunderous explosion, a fierce gust of wind erupted, sweeping away countless grains of sand from afar, hinting at the onset of a dust storm. As the smoke cleared, no trace of the creature remained. Not a single remnant was visible. Perhaps, with diligent searching, one might uncover a fragment. Elated by the defeat of the unwelcome intruder in its territory, the giant ape appeared exuberant, thumping its chest and emitting a series of unintelligible roars. After surveying its domain and trampling numerous trees, the giant ape seemed to confirm the absence of other invaders, settling by the lake to contemplate the moon in deep thought. The following morning, Vitalis was awakened by the brilliant sunlight. Upon surveying his surroundings, he felt utterly bewildered. The nearly desiccated lake revealed the distinct impressions of unknown creatures etched into its bed. Ascending into the sky, he surveyed the area, noting the numerous fallen trees, chaotic tracks of the colossal beasts, and a large severed tail amidst the forest. It was not difficult to deduce that the previous night's battle had been ferocious, with the two titanic creatures clashing at the lake's bottom, draining it dry and propelling water onto the land. Fortunately, I emerged victorious. Thanks to my prudence and training before the encounter, I had bolstered my combat power to 950, significantly outpacing the unknown creature's power of 734. Otherwise, that severed tail might well have belonged to me. Gazing at the tail on the ground and feeling the tail coiled around his waist, Vitalis was filled with a profound sense of luck. Yet, he mused, it truly felt invigorating. After a restful slumber, he felt brimming with strength, capable of vanquishing a bull. Indeed, he was enveloped in comfort. Vitalis only remembered the fleeting moment when he last gazed at the moon. Afterward, it was as if I had succumbed to slumber, devoid of any recollection. Upon awakening, both my mind and body were at their zenith. Had it not been for the surrounding environment and the knowledge of the Saiyan transformation, I might have believed I had merely enjoyed a splendid nap. Retrieving the spaceship remote from the armor's compartment, I pressed a single button to summon the vessel, which would autonomously locate the remote and arrive effortlessly. Truly, it was a testament to the ingenuity of the Kurd Legion. Oh no. I suppose now it is referred to as the Frisia Legion? Moreover, My battle attire remained unscathed despite the transformation and the fierce combat I had endured. Even the remote nestled within the compartment was in pristine condition. Within 2 minutes, the spaceship descended nearby, prompting me to hastily extract the scanner to assess the surrounding environment. Although it appeared that I had emerged victorious, the sight of a severed tail, without any other remains, instilled a profound unease within me. What if there were survivors? Even a severely injured foe could easily overpower me in my non-giant ape state. Thus, despite feeling 90% assured, I could not rest easy until I had verified the situation completely. Fortunately, the scanner detected no combatants with power levels exceeding 300. The highest combat strength on this planet was 734, with several others ranging between 100 and 300. Vitalis' mission was to eradicate all beings with a power level above 20. After all, planets with a basic ecological environment are of greater value, provided no life forms pose a threat to client safety. However, Vitalis had no intention of fulfilling the mission. This journey was a challenge against the mightiest. The itch for combat was one reason. After all, possessing such formidable power without seeking an opponent felt unsettling. Additionally, the full moon's presence presented an opportunity to experiment with the giant ape form. Chapter 4, Power Surpassing 100. Preparing to journey to Earth, Vitalis replenished some nutrients aboard the spaceship. Though the temptation to roast and consume the unknown beast's tail was strong, I forcibly suppressed my appetite. Since crossing over, I had not partaken in a single meal, let alone consumed meat. The peculiar alien creatures were best avoided. Wild fauna was inadvisable, and extraterrestrial wildlife even more so. Despite the Saiyans' robust physique, which could withstand minor toxins and gastrointestinal distress, the potential for lingering health issues was a concern. An untimely demise would be unfortunate, leaving behind a legacy of unfulfilled aspirations, and what would become of my progeny if I did not survive? Thus, while traversing the unknown, one must be vigilant regarding sustenance. Fortunately, the spaceship's reserves of nutrients were ample. In a state of dormancy, they would suffice for over 3 years. Having consumed half during the journey, it seemed adequate for the round trip ahead. During this period, I have been engaged in intense training, which has taken a considerable toll on my body. I estimate that enduring for 6 months would be commendable. However, Vitalis has no intention of returning, so I am not overly concerned about this expenditure. Living off nutritional substances is quite satisfactory. Primarily, there is no need for excretion, and even the sweat generated from training is devoid of any extraneous impurities. These nutrients are meticulously tailored to meet the physiological requirements of the Saiyan race, devoid of any superfluous or unnecessary elements, ensuring perfect absorption to sustain bodily functions. The sole drawback lies in the inability to satisfy one's culinary cravings. The flavors of food remain unfelt, and the experience of indulgence is absent. One must accept that with gains come losses. The prospect of relishing Earth's cuisine upon arrival on that planet is indeed enticing. The delicacies from the world of Dragon Ball are renowned for captivating both deities of destruction and angels alike. As Vitalis injected the nutrients, he took a moment to assess his combat strength. To his astonishment, it had reached an impressive 102 points. After a year and a half of dormancy, although his power had gradually increased with age, the enhancement was not substantial. His combat prowess had risen from 78 to 95 over a mere fortnight of rigorous training, a gain of 17 points, significantly less than the leap from 42 to 78. The disparity between the time frames is evident. Moreover, following last night's inaugural genuine battle, his strength surged by another 7 points. It appears the reputation of the combat-oriented Saiyans is well-deserved. Battle indeed serves as the most effective path to enhancement. Last night's fierce conflict must have been exhilarating, yet regrettably, my foundational power is lacking, compelling me to rely on my transformation to stand a chance. Had I engaged in combat in my normal state, it would undoubtedly have greatly benefited my fighting skills and mastery of strength. Alas, I have lost a formidable opponent. I shall remember you, nameless beast, and express my gratitude for your contributions. Perhaps it is time to rely on my standard combat abilities, as transformation requires specific conditions and is rather inconvenient. However, I must first acquire further combat techniques, having recently traversed into this world. To engage in a life-and-death struggle would be sheer folly. For now, I can only face weaker foes, those with significant disparities in power. Fighting an opponent of comparable strength would likely lead to my demise. This is also why Vitalis understands that the Saiyans' transformation into a great ape results in a loss of reason, driven solely by primal instincts. It is this very reason that emboldens him to confront the beast, were he to act alone, unless he could achieve a swift victory. He would find himself laughing at the absurdity of trading his own severe injuries for the demise of his opponent. Thus, it is fortunate that lower-tier warriors cannot retain their rationality. This is also the reason why Vitalis possesses the confidence to conquer the universe. After all, when faced with aberrations, he shows no mercy. Yet, in the presence of sentient beings, he may falter, unable to strike. In a world where the strong prevail, few exhibit compassion towards their foes, for tenderness can sow the seeds of future calamity. Thus, when the need arises, he relies on his primal instincts to determine the fate of life and death. At most, he may feel a twinge of guilt afterwards, for during his transformation into a more primal state, he fights without restraint. With a combat power exceeding 100 and ascending to over 1,000 in his primal form, he becomes a natural disaster upon any planet, capable of obliterating surface civilizations in mere moments and inflicting irreparable wounds upon the planet, leading it into decline. With only a tenuous grasp on self-preservation, thoughts of Earth arise. Fortunately, within the Frisia Force's internal star charts, Earth is marked. Perhaps the reconnaissance team was too lazy to assign a new name, opting instead to retain the local appellation. Considering that in the original saga, both aliens and celestial beings referred to it as Earth, he decided to search for it, and was pleasantly surprised to find it. The solar system, with its celestial bodies such as Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, retains its original nomenclature. Indeed, it is Earth, showcasing the laziness of these scouts. According to the planetary notes, Earth's civilization is exceedingly primitive, with a maximum combat power of merely 348, and its remote location, while possessing a pleasant environment, is suspected to be patrolled by the Galactic Police, rendering it unworthy of conquest. The small planet is fortunate, although discovered. Its geographical position and the presence of Galactic Police have led the Frisia Force to disregard it, thus ensuring its safety. It is not feasible to directly travel to Earth aboard the spaceship, nor can the probe be taken there. Furthermore, the ship's stock of nutrients is insufficient to sustain him until he reaches Earth. A solution must be devised. A day later, having contemplated his next steps, Vitalis boarded the spaceship. He did not shatter the probe. Instead, he discarded it into the depths of a lake to allow it to fend for itself. Prior to this, Vitalis had hesitated for quite some time, for the probe's functions had seemed invaluable before the loss of atmospheric perception, and it looked quite stylish. A Saiyan must don battle armor, and the probe to embody the complete essence of a Saiyan. Without it, one lacks a soul. Alas, the drawbacks were considerable. Aside from its eavesdropping capabilities, it likely possessed a tracking function, making it a liability to wear. Thus he had to part with it painfully. Damn Frisia. One day I will make you pay for my probe. I cannot let this grievance go unaddressed. I will remember this debt. Vitalis clenched his teeth, vowing in his heart that he would make Frisia regret his actions. The spherical spacecraft ascended rapidly, tearing through the sky with a white tail as it surged into the cosmos. Casting a glance at the starry expanse of the universe, he donned the respirator hanging inside the cabin and, under the influence of the medication, gradually succumbed to slumber. The purpose of this journey is the planet known as Route 2, a commercial world and a crucial node along the trade routes governed by the Frisia Force. This planet is under the control of the Frisia Force, purchased by a wealthy individual, thus it is certain that its notoriety precedes it, instilling confidence in those who traverse its domain. Additionally, there is a spacecraft manufacturing facility station nearby, a mere 3 months' journey from Route I, making it an optimal transit point to Earth, requiring only 6 months for the entire journey. In the blink of an eye, 3 months have elapsed. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, Vitalis closed his eyes and upon reopening them, found himself gazing at Route 2. From the expanse of space, the planet appeared vibrant and colorful, adorned with massive structures visible even to the naked eye. Suddenly, the ship's internal alert signaled an incoming communication request. After a moment's contemplation, Vitalis decided to respond. Esteemed warrior, please dock your ship at the port. Someone will escort you to the interior of the planet. I decline. I am a member of the Frisia Force, engaged in a mission, and I have no time for frivolities, Vitalis retorted without hesitation, maintaining his relentless course towards Route 2. What a farce. There was no way he would acquiesce to such an insistence. He was resolute in his objectives, unwilling to retreat even a single step, determined to project an air of dominance. The individual on the other end of the communication seemed poised to utter more, but upon hearing the mention of Frisia, thought better of it and fell silent. Fearing a lapse in resolve, Vitalis promptly severed the connection. I am now a member of the Frisia force, a valiant Saiyan on the front lines of battle. I need not justify my actions to anyone. Chapter 5. No money? No. The prestige of Lord Frisia is priceless. The capsule spacecraft soared across the sky before making a powerful landing in the outskirts. Concerned about potential collateral damage, it did not dare to descend within the city. Who could say if there were formidable opponents lurking, indulging in the local life? Some individuals ascended into the heights, eager to witness the spectacle, curious if there were treasures to be found. Yet, upon sighting the uniquely shaped vessel, they hurriedly retreated, with the timid among them hastily initiating their own spacecraft, contemplating a hasty escape into the night. This is a unique feature of Frisia's army, where the personnel aboard are often ruthless individuals tasked with annihilation missions. Their kill counts are typically measured by entire planets, as they eradicate native inhabitants and sell them at exorbitant prices to the wealthy elite, providing them with assistance. The current leader is the universe's largest real estate mogul, Frisia. The former boss, notorious in his own right, was Kurd, who would not feel a sense of trepidation in their presence. This is a force that even the Galactic Patrol dares not confront head-on, although it is known that this planet is recognized by Frisia's army as a legitimate commercial entity. Frisia embodies the law itself, and that madman has a penchant for fireworks. No one dares to wager whether he might obliterate this planet. Those with power and influence who catch wind of the violent landing of the spherical vessel instinctively flee. Vitalis remains oblivious to the commotion he has caused, and even if he were aware, he would likely be indifferent. At that moment, he was soaring towards the city, intending to indulge in a sumptuous feast. After wandering around, he finally encountered the culinary wonders of the cosmos, including bizarre dishes more peculiar than the infamous dark cuisine of his previous life. For instance, there was a restaurant run by a colossal race, where the head chef, a creature resembling an elephant, would simply butcher and skin its prey, tossing them into a massive pot. After adding a vibrant array of seasonings, he would cover the pot and commence cooking. Curious, Vitalis hovered above to observe, and thanks to his Saiyan genes, his sharp eyesight allowed him to see the unknown creature's wide-open eyes, seemingly trying to comprehend who would be consuming it next. The sight made Vitalis feel nauseous. He gagged twice, and, after casting a glance at the chef wielding a gigantic cleaver, awkwardly smiled before hastily departing. Suppressing his urge to lash out, the chef was infuriated. How could someone audibly retch over his signature dish? Did that imply his culinary creation was distasteful? Wasn't he that an affront to his craft? Feeling as if his culinary artistry had been trampled upon, he wished he could swiftly chop that little nuisance into pieces. Alas, the distinctive battle attire and the tail coiled at his waist unmistakably signified the individual's formidable identity, someone not to be trifled with. Abandoning the idea of dining on this planet, he accosted a passerby to inquire about where spaceships were sold and promptly headed to his destination. Upon explaining his intentions, he was led by an octopus-headed being into a room that appeared to be a high-end reception area. The decor was simple, featuring white walls and ceilings. Yet the furnishings were anything but ordinary. Skulls, horns, and pelts of unknown creatures suggested that these beings had been formidable in life. It seemed that regardless of location, merchants were astute. Being a Saiyan, Vitalis could not fail to notice that the room's decor aligned perfectly with Saiyan tastes. They adored combat, and some warriors had a habit of bringing back trophies from their victories to showcase their prowess and achievements. Surely, had Vitalis belonged to another race, he would not have been brought to such a place. However, today, Vitalis was not there for a straightforward shopping experience. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a mermaid, a captivating blend of fish and beauty. The lower half possessed a human form, while her head was distinctly fish-like. One must admit, her figure was remarkable, albeit unfortunate. Greetings, powerful Saiyan warrior. I am a devoted servant of the Ali tribe of fish people. How may I assist you? Despite her fish head, her voice was melodious. Regrettably, her mouth was perched atop her head, and the large eyes on either side of her visage were rather unsettling. Thus, Vitalis had no intention of lingering. I am Dodoria, the foremost henchman of Lord Frisia and a warrior of the universe's mightiest race, the Saiyans. You may address me as Mr. Dodoria. As Vitalis introduced himself, he moved toward the window, gazing outside. I have been dispatched to Planet Baba on a conquest mission. However, our vessel sustained damage en route, necessitating the procurement of a new ship. Now listen closely. Should I find even a single item missing from my request, this planet will meet its explosive end. Please, sir, allow me a moment. The mermaid stammered, hastily retrieving a device reminiscent of a large mobile phone. Clearly, she was no stranger to significant affairs and was not paralyzed by fear. I require a mothership measuring 10,000 meters, equipped with 1,200-meter warships. Additionally, I need a 3-year supply of premium nutrient solution for 100 individuals, delivered from next door. You have 30 minutes. Delay in fulfilling this request will result in your race's obliteration from this universe. Do you understand? Why, yes, I understand, she replied, wiping cold sweat from her brow, her voice trembling. Please, I shall prepare everything immediately. Go now, and summon me once you are ready. The mermaid, as if granted a reprieve, nearly fled in haste. Fortunately, the door was equipped with an automatic sensor, eliminating the need for her to struggle with opening and closing it. Otherwise, the ordeal of such simple actions could have overwhelmed this timid mermaid. Observing her rapid exit, Vitalis felt a twinge of discomfort within himself. This is indeed the realm of the strong. The Frisia Force is renowned throughout the cosmos, for in this era, Frisia reigns undisputed as the emperor of the universe. The majority of beings across the galaxies are familiar only with Frisia, oblivious to the existence of the Supreme Kai, and even more so to the god of destruction. Thus, Frisia, who occasionally lights up the cosmos with his fireworks, is rightfully the unchallenged sovereign. Vitalis finds himself in a predicament, compelled to brandish Frisia's name and embark on a venture of zero-cost acquisition. As a young Saiyan and a lowly warrior, and given that he has yet to fulfill his mission, financial resources are scarce. The capsule ship dares not venture to Earth. Even though a low-ranking warrior might not attract attention, what if someone became curious about his movements? A mere child of a Saiyan, neglecting his duties and wandering aimlessly, with a clear destination in mind, could easily draw scrutiny that might lead to an investigation on Earth, and that would spell disaster. Frisia and his minions may not care once the Saiyans have perished, but while they still exist, Frisia is likely to monitor all Saiyan activities closely. It is better to err on the side of caution than to take unnecessary risks. Vitalis cannot afford to gamble, nor does he possess the entitlement to do so. Thus, he must take a convoluted path to ensure his safety en route to Earth. Today, I invoke the name of Frisia. I shall remember your contribution, Frisia, for my initial funding relies upon you. Thank you for your part in my future endeavor to vanquish the malevolent cosmic Emperor Frisia. Perhaps I shall spare you a blow when that time comes, he mused inwardly, a jest to bolster his resolve. Everything he does is to eliminate obstacles, to stand gloriously atop the pinnacle, living freely and joyfully. Chapter 9. Journey to Earth. The preparations were swift, taking merely 20 minutes. My lord, this way please. Greeted not the mermaid, but a creature resembling a tiger-headed humanoid. The two boarded the shuttle that traverses between the space station and the planet's interior. Arriving at the docking area, under the guidance of the tiger-headed being, they surveyed the supply depot and the requisite warships. With the tiger-headed creature's explanations, Vitalis grasped the operational systems of the warships, which boasted intelligent AI assistants, rendering them quite manageable. Although a single individual could not control all functionalities during combat, the ships were sufficiently equipped for long voyages. Very well, you may disembark. Time is of the essence. I must reach the front lines with utmost speed, Vitalis declared, thoroughly satisfied with the rapidity and quality of the service, truly befitting of Frisia, where none dare to slacken their efforts. My lord, what about the payment? The tiger-headed being inquired, nervously rubbing its claws. Vitalis regarded the creature with surprise, feigning bewilderment at its audacity. This is an urgent matter. My orders were to replenish supplies at Planet Y. Why would you seek payment from a mere soldier? I am solely responsible for combat, with no regard for finances. You may seek reimbursement from the Frisia Force's finance department. Vitalis explained with a frown, seemingly quite impatient. Kiki, very well. May I inquire, esteemed one, where the finance department of the Frisia Force is located? The tiger-headed man chuckled awkwardly, his legs trembling incessantly, yet he somehow found the audacity to continue his questioning. This time, Vitalis truly felt incredulous. The being with the tiger's head was indeed fierce. Had he encountered a member of Frisia's army instead, that tiger-headed creature would have been obliterated. Fortunately, luck was on his side, as he merely encountered a charlatan rather than an actual member of Frisia's legion. Yet, in truth, he now was part of Frisia's army, not a mere deceiver. His heart, however, yearned for the light, and was not cruel. Conduct your own inquiries. Depart, and do not waste my time, he reluctantly urged. Feeling compelled to dismiss them, Vitalis had no desire to resort to violence against these individuals. Although they might be unscrupulous merchants, he could not bring himself to extinguish any life without just cause, particularly that of sentient beings. Moreover, he recognized his own misstep in this situation. However, should this tiger-headed creature continue to provoke him, he would have no choice but to act, for a Frisia army that was so easily swayed was an anomaly. Especially among the Saiyans. Who had ever witnessed such a phenomenon? Should suspicion arise, it would spell trouble. This was not a time of full moons, and it was likely that even a transformation under the full moon would not provide an escape. The battleships, extorted from him, possessed sufficient might to vanquish those whose strength barely reached the thousands. Though individually weak, they wielded technology capable of annihilating planets. They relied solely on the fear instilled by Frisia's name to engage in extortion here. Otherwise, during the genocide of the Saiyans, they would not have dared to approach, regardless of their wealth. Indeed, upon sensing Vitalis's impatience, the tiger-headed creature hastily made its exit, scrambling away in a manner that betrayed its perceived ferocity. This exemplified the advantages of power. Strength equates to authority. Due to the notorious reputation of Frisia's army and the fearsome legacy forged by the Saiyans, even a mere child could traverse these realms without facing skepticism or indifference. Entering coordinates near a solar system, the battleship set sail. A month later, they arrived at their destination. To reach Earth, one must traverse 2 star systems. Vitalis transfers to a small warship, while the aircraft carrier continues on its predetermined course at full speed until its energy is depleted. Along the journey, it will release the smaller warship sequentially. This strategic diversion, though uncertain in its efficacy, offers Vitalis a measure of reassurance. If successful, it could buy several years, during which the power dynamics may shift, rendering him fearless. Half a month later, the warship docks above the Temple of Earth. Vitalis proceeds to the temple, where the deity and Bobo await his arrival. As he descends before the deity, he is met with an urgent inquiry. Alien, what brings you to Earth? The deity, anxious about the potential misfortune that Vitalis may herald, is driven by an unwavering benevolence, wholly committed to Earth's welfare. In contrast, another god from a different realm pales in comparison to this devoted celestial being. I have come in accordance with an ancient prophecy, Vitalis responds. Darkness approaches, and the universe is on the brink of endless warfare. Your home planet will also be besieged, forcing your kin into exile, plunging all into crisis. Bobo, puzzled, interjects, what do you mean? Sensing the gravity of the situation, there exists a self-proclaimed cosmic emperor who delights in chaos. Soon, he will learn of the Dragon Balls on Namek, seeking to plunder them, mercilessly slaughtering your people. Earth, too, possesses Dragon Balls, making it equally a target. Vitalis speaks truthfully, revealing the impending threat. Namekian, the deity echoes in confusion. Amidst your revelations, you seem fixated only on Namek. Do you not perceive the cosmic peril? Realizing the deity's shock, Vitalis softens his tone. Indeed, you are a Namekian, unwittingly adrift on Earth amidst this crisis. With green skin, formidable vitality, the ability to regenerate from severed limbs, and peculiar powers, you possess the remarkable trait of photosynthesis through mere water consumption. Some among you can even create Dragon Balls, the mystical orbs that grant wishes. The deity's expression shifts, a look of weariness crossing his aged visage. So, I am also an alien. Bobo gazes anxiously at the deity. I am well, the deity reassures, though taken aback by the revelation of his alien heritage. Do my kin fare well? After explaining to Bobo, he continued to inquire. Currently, things are still satisfactory. However, due to a previous crisis, the number of warrior Namekians is scarce, and their combat abilities are significantly diminished, rendering them incapable of self-preservation in this perilous universe. Furthermore, the existence of the Dragon Balls portends a grim future. According to ancient prophecies, Namek will be obliterated amidst the fierce contest among the cosmic monarchs vying for the Dragon Balls. Upon hearing the deity's inquiry, Vitalis hastily responded, inadvertently directing the conversation towards Frisia. Obliteration? Who, then, is this cosmic monarch? He struck the ground emphatically with his staff, unleashing a formidable aura. It appears that this benevolent deity is also concerned for his kin. Even though he has never encountered his people, Namekians are inherently peace-loving, especially under the gaze of this kind-hearted deity. Vitalis, rendered speechless, thought to himself, why unleash such fury? I am merely a child with a power level exceeding 100. To the current Vitalis, the deity possesses immense strength. The cosmic tyrant, Frisia, is notorious for his malevolence. My kin have been enslaved by him and his progeny for generations. Frisia is capricious. He celebrates with fireworks when pleased, yet unleashes them in frustration when discontented. Regarding the enslavement of your kin, I am not well versed in specifics and cannot comment. However, based on your account, this firework enthusiast, nay, this cosmic monarch, does not seem so dreadful after all, merely fond of fireworks. We on Earth have an abundance of beautiful fireworks. We could send some to him. The deity discerned the critical point. The existence of the Dragon Balls signifies an insurmountable divide between Frisia and the Namekians. The Namekians cherish peace and would rather perish than surrender the Dragon Balls to Frisia, who, even if he were to acquire them, would not allow the Namekians, the creators of the Dragon Balls, to survive. Moreover, the act of celebrating with fireworks is but a euphemistic expression. Frisia has declared that the explosion of a planet is the most splendid firework in the universe, and he can annihilate planets with ease. Bobo's face turned ashen, while the deity's countenance paled. Indeed, Frisia's reputation is formidable. Chapter 7. The journey of unfathomable power begins annihilating a planet? Is that within the realm of human capability? After a moment of contemplation, the deity inquired. Indeed. The deity of Earth, with your current strength, I presume that a full-force eruption could obliterate the moon. And your combat power should exceed 300 within the numerical framework established by Frisia's legion. With a battle power exceeding 1,000, capable of devastating the core of a planet, one could obliterate a world effortlessly. With a power in the tens of thousands, annihilation could be achieved without any cunning tricks. Frisia's fundamental battle power stands at an astonishing 530,000, a figure that instills despair, as Vitalis remarked. Regrettably, he dared not don a scouter, for it would have lent greater credence to his claims. Although he wished to deceive the god of the universe, a deity who had lived for centuries would not be easily swayed. Therefore, his endeavor was merely an experiment. A peaceful resolution would be ideal, as the difference between voluntary cooperation and forced compliance is vast. Thus, should negotiations falter, the warship looming overhead serves as an impeccable deterrent. When the time comes to showcase the might of this vessel, it is likely that the benevolent deity would acquiesce. I sense the truth in your words. Yet you are not a benevolent individual. The Cosmic Emperor is indeed real, as is the battle power of 530,000. Your intent to seize the Dragon Balls and destroy planet Namek is genuine, as is your desire for rebellion. However, do refrain from mentioning any ancient prophecies or falsehoods. If you have needs, express them. I shall comply, provided they do not jeopardize Earth. If possible, I hope you can save planet Namek from its impending doom. The deity scrutinized Vitalis intently. Indeed, I hold great affection for Earth, and planet Namek is equally admirable. Its destruction would be a grievous loss. By the way, can you locate the Dragon Balls on Earth? With the conversation now open, Vitalis felt free to speak candidly. It appears you possess considerable knowledge, yet such is the rule. Even as the creator, I cannot contravene it. The Dragon Balls must be sought by those fated to find them. The god of the universe shook his head, indicating that while he was willing, the quest must be undertaken by Vitalis himself. Very well, I shall devise my own means. Might Mr. Bobo accompany me on this journey? Vitalis turned to the imposing figure of the African man, who exuded an aura of concealed strength. Bobo, do not mind Vitalis, the deity instructed, turning to address his servant. This attendant of the god of the universe ought to take a lesson in humility. Go ahead, Bobo, do your utmost to fulfill his requests, the deity said. His face tinged with irritation. Understood, Bobo replied, producing an Indian flying carpet from seemingly nowhere and stepping onto it. Observing this, Vitalis wasted no time in joining him, ready for the swift journey ahead, which left a profound impression on him. It was astonishingly fast, at least for now. Vitalis felt he could not keep pace. Mr. Bobo, might you first take me to Master Rashi? Are you aware of his whereabouts? Vitalis tentatively inquired, knowing that after his question, he would not wait for a response before embarking on his journey. With a swift motion, he found himself at sea. In the blink of an eye, a small island came into view, adorned with a quaint cottage, several coconut trees, a sunshade, and a rocking chair. Ignoring the peculiar trinkets held by the old man and the blood trickling from his nose, there was an undeniable aura of a modern sage about him. Upon noticing the small orb hanging around the old man's neck, Vitalis realized he had indeed arrived at the right place. The turtle sage was unmistakably a fated individual, a kindred spirit destined to be part of the protagonist's circle. To stumble upon a Dragon Ball and encounter the main character, perhaps this was fate itself. Locking eyes with the turtle sage, Vitalis leaped forward, greeting him with, "Hello, turtle sage. I require your assistance with this. I hope you can grant it to me." Vitalis intended to be direct, avoiding unnecessary pleasantries. "Who are you?" "This is merely a trinket I stumbled upon. It looked beautiful, so I kept it." "What purpose does it serve? Is it of great significance to you?" The turtle sage quickly wiped away the blood from his nose, his sunglasses glinting with a flash of brilliance, embodying the demeanor of a great master. "This is known as a Dragon Ball, crafted by the celestial beings. When 7 are gathered, one can summon the eternal dragon, who will fulfill the wishes of the one who summoned it." At this point, the turtle sage may have heard of the legend of the Dragon Balls, but likely had not paid much heed or shown interest in seeking them out. Little did he realize that the very orb he carried was one of those legendary treasures. Vitalis, too, had no intention of concealing the truth, for their paths would likely cross again, and there was no need to foster ill will. Even if the turtle sage seemed indifferent, it was best to maintain a cordial relationship. "I have an adversary whom I must defeat. He is formidable, and I require the help of the eternal dragon to vanquish him swiftly and save my people." Vitalis explained the purpose of the Dragon Ball, not to elicit sympathy, but to speak plainly. In the presence of these ancient figures, there was little need for embellishments, which could be seen as distasteful. If peaceful means were not possible, then one must resort to forceful reclamation without beating around the bush. "Ha ha ha, what an amusing little rascal. I can grant you this, but I have my conditions." The turtle sage chuckled heartily. Vitalis was aware of the old man's passions. Neither wealth nor fame would sway him, but recognition was the key to exchanging for the coveted beauty magazines that had long been his treasure. "This has been my cherished possession for many years," the turtle sage lamented as he slowly removed the Dragon Ball, his tone tinged with sadness. "I will provide you with all the beauty magazines I can gather from around the globe, ensuring a minimum of 1,000 volumes." The deal was struck, and fearing that Vitalis might reconsider, the turtle sage hastily tossed the Dragon Ball to him. Staring at the orb in his hands, Vitalis felt a moment of disbelief. He had not expected the transaction to be so effortless. He had prepared extensively, thinking he might need to destroy half a temple or devastate uninhabited regions to threaten the earth. However, it seemed that these individuals were astute. Their efficiency was remarkable. Regardless of their thoughts, the objective had been achieved. Absolute strength, unafraid of all. "Thank you, but I have matters to attend to. So I will take my leave for now and return to you later with magazines." Vitalis greeted and then leaped behind Bobo. "To the West City, to Dr. Brief's Universal Capsule Company. I appreciate your assistance, Mr. Bobo." Watching the departing duo, Master Rashi reclined and continued to peruse his magazine, occasionally emitting fits of lewd laughter. With a flurry of motion, they arrived at a futuristic metropolis, where various flying vehicles darted about above. It was afternoon, and Dr. Brief was enjoying tea in the courtyard with his wife. Vitalis jumped in front of them. "Doctor, I have a request, and hope you can assist me," Vitalis stated directly. "Ho ho ho, what a splendid young man." Before Dr. Brief could respond, his wife had already stepped beside Vitalis and pinched his cheek playfully. With a request at hand, he endured. After all, she was quite a beauty. "Hello there, young one. What seems to be the matter? Is your toy broken? Uncle will fix it for you." Dr. Brief cast a resigned glance at his wife. Truly, they were the illustrious Brief couple. Even as I descended from such a height, there stood a gentleman on a flying carpet, remarkably composed. "Doctor, do you have a spacious area? Before we discuss business, I would like to show you my reward." Chapter 8. Preparations before takeoff. Upon arriving at the backyard of the Dr.'s residence, one could only marvel at the wealth of the richest man on Earth. A battleship was summoned and landed in the backyard. Is this a spaceship? As a connoisseur of Earth's advanced technology, I recognized the vessel's true nature at a glance. Indeed, this is the spaceship I arrived on Earth with, one of the most advanced technological marvels in the universe. This will be your reward. I have several matters that require your assistance, and this ship is yours. Very well, very well. As long as it is within my capabilities. The Doctor's eyes widened at the sight of the spaceship, and upon hearing about cosmic technology, he seemed eager to rush inside and begin his research. "Doctor, I need you to quickly create a device that can locate this Dragon Ball." Saying this, he handed the Dragon Ball to the doctor. The second matter is that I would like to request you to construct a training room that can adjust gravity at will. If possible, I hope it can be completed swiftly. The sooner, the better. The device for locating this so-called Dragon Ball is not difficult. Give me half a day's time. As for the gravity chamber, I have conducted research on gravity before. I can complete it in half a month. The doctor spoke as he moved toward his workshop. Though he wished to study the spaceship first, his principle was to attend to business before claiming his reward. Ho ho ho, that is how he is. Little Lizzie, shall you go on a date with your sister? Madam, with a gentle smile, spoke and, without giving Vitalis a chance to resist, promptly whisked him away. At that moment, Mr. Bobo stood suspended in the air, observing the scene. Soon, evening descended, and the afternoon had been nothing short of delightful. Vitalis, accustomed to a life of hardship, had never experienced such exquisite tea and delicacies, far surpassing anything he had savored in his previous life, crafted by the private chef of a wealthy family. In his eagerness, he indulged a bit too much. And under the nurturing inquiry of the motherly figure, he revealed his story of being a Saiyan, a voracious eater, and of being cast away to a desolate planet in his youth, which brought her to tears. Without delay, she made a call summoning a group of chefs who spent the afternoon preparing a feast, allowing Vitalis to relish a hearty meal for the first time in this new world, indulging in gourmet cuisine that rendered him utterly content. As for the specifics of the meal, the constraints of poverty limit the author's imagination, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. After satisfying his hunger, Dr. Brief emerged with the Dragon Ball radar. Observing the similar device, one could not help but wonder if this is the essence of familial ties, an inherited aesthetic that permeates their creations. Using the Dragon Ball radar, Vitalis discovered a Dragon Ball in the basement of the Brief residence. Such is fate, Dr. Brief, having stumbled upon the Dragon Ball, deemed it unnecessary yet pleasing to the eye, thus relegating it to the basement. Perhaps emboldened by his acquisition of a cosmic battleship, Dr. Brief handed the Dragon Ball to Vitalis without further inquiry. Declining an invitation to stay the night, he returned to the temple with Mr. Bobo, who remained his ever-silent self. Even during their afternoon meal, he partook in silence, responding to any attempts of conversation from either Mrs. Brief or Vitalis with mere affirmations like yes or indeed. Perhaps those of great stature exude an air of aloofness, leading them to seem unapproachable. Upon returning to the temple, under Mr. Bobo's direction, Vitalis found a place to rest. The essential tasks were completed, and now it was merely a matter of proceeding step by step. Defeating Frisia was no longer a distant dream. Perhaps relieved of the burden of pressure, Vitalis enjoyed a peaceful night's slumber, awakening with the dawn, which came swiftly at such heights. After sharing breakfast with Mr. Bobo, who had gone to bask in the sun, Vitalis stated, "Mr. Bobo, I shall set out shortly to collect the Dragon Balls, and upon my return, I would like to request your guidance in my training of Ki. Would that be possible? For you are indeed a master of profound depth." Having lived since the era of the previous deity and still able to engage playfully with the two young Super Saiyans, Goten and Trunks, even if they did not engage seriously, one could discern the formidable nature of Mr. Bobo. Though his battle prowess may not rival the later formidable foes, Mr. Bobo's mastery is unfathomable. It would not surprise me if he had attained the state of ultimate freedom. Vitalis received a succinct reply, and upon receiving an answer, he quickly finished his breakfast. Upon arriving at the temple, I leaped into the depths below. The first Dragon Ball lay at the ocean's floor, effortlessly retrieved. I also caught a sizable octopus, which I could present as a gift to Gohan if we crossed paths. If not, Mr. Popo could enjoy it instead. The second Dragon Ball was easily obtained near the edge of a cliff. The third was nestled within a forest inhabited by a band of monsters, though they proved to be rather feeble adversaries, allowing for a swift acquisition. The fourth was located in the mountains, likely the Bunyan Mountain, where the houses bore a striking resemblance to those depicted in the anime. Greetings, I am Vitalis, here in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Fortune smiled upon me as I encountered an elderly man returning slowly with a basket. I presented one of the Dragon Balls to him. "Oh, this? I found one in the mountains a while back. It looked appealing, so I brought it home. Since it is of use to you, I shall gladly offer it," he said, turning to enter his dwelling to retrieve the 4-star ball. I was pleasantly surprised by Gohan's amiable nature. He did not question my motives and generously offered the Dragon Ball simply because I needed it. What a kind soul. No wonder he could raise the innocent Goku. "Thank you. This is my token of appreciation," I replied, handing him the octopus I had caught during my quest for the Dragon Balls. "Ha ha ha, how delightful. I shall not refuse. It's been ages since I visited the seaside. and to savor the ocean's octopus is indeed a treat. He seemed to be a remarkable individual. The wisdom and enlightenment of these elderly souls within the Dragon Balls were truly profound. I politely declined Gohan's invitation for dinner. After all, the Saiyans' appetite could be quite daunting, and I did not wish to impose upon the old man. It dawned on me that I had altered the course of history. Perhaps Kakarot would never arrive on Earth, and no one would inadvertently harm Gohan. Would Gohan then be unable to descend to the afterlife? Could he forego his role as the protector of the Grand Supreme Elder? In the anime, this old man willingly remained there. Should I calculate the time to send Gohan down? Shaking my head, I dismissed the unsettling thought. Despite our brief encounter, the old man had a good disposition, and I felt it was neither appropriate nor feasible to intervene. If fate allows, after Gohan's natural passing, he too may reach the Grand Supreme Elder. The final Dragon Ball was found in a mountain gorge. With that, I had successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Upon returning to the temple, I was met with skepticism. Are you certain you wish to make your wish now? The deity appeared somewhat displeased, his face tinged with a shade of green. After all, the Shinran, capable of granting resurrection, surely required one to endure numerous trials to earn the privilege of a wish. It was unexpected that Vitalis had taken a shortcut to fulfill this. Indeed, the sooner I wish, the sooner the cooldown on my abilities begins. Each wish I have planned is crucial for defeating Frieza, and completing them promptly brings me peace of mind. Vitalis responded with utmost seriousness. As I prepare to make a wish, my heart is filled with trepidation. I place the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground, their shimmering beauty captivating in the dim light. Ah, Mr. Popo, you do speak the language of Namek, do you not? Indeed, that is splendid. With arms outstretched towards the heavens, Vitalis calls out fervently, "Arise, eternal dragon." Chapter 9. Arise, eternal dragon. As the words leave his lips, a tempest brews, the skies darken rapidly, and the 7 Dragon Balls illuminate in unison, their brilliance piercing the clouds above. The form of the eternal dragon emerges amidst the radiance, its immense and elongated body swirling gracefully through the sky. Its colossal head gradually descends, its enormous eyes, akin to those of a bull, fixated on Vitalis. "I shall grant you any wish you desire. Speak your wish," the dragon proclaims. It seems devoid of musical accompaniment, thus lacking the profound impact one might expect from the anime. The experience feels somewhat soulless. Nevertheless, the sheer magnitude of the dragon remains visually breathtaking. "O dragon, I beseech, please bring forth the 7 Dragon Balls from Namek before me." "Are you certain?" the dragon inquires. Along with Mr. Popo and the celestial being, the eternal dragon reaffirmed, "Indeed, this is my wish." As he spoke, his eyes shimmered, and 7 Dragon Balls, larger than those of Earth, appeared at Vitalis' feet. "Your wish has been granted." With this proclamation, the eternal dragon vanished, and the Dragon Balls ascended slowly, transforming into stone. Just as they were about to disperse, Vitalis, clutching a bag, swiftly intercepted the stone Dragon Balls and secured them within his pouch. Witnessing Vitalis' audacious maneuver, the deity hesitated, his expression darkening, tinged with an ominous green hue. Not daring to provoke the celestial being, Vitalis turned to Bobo. "Mr. Bobo, the Namekian Dragon Balls require the Namekian language. I implore you to translate," Vitalis requested. Alas, Bobo only spoke the universal tongue of the cosmos and was unacquainted with the Namekian dialect, yet he was indeed impressive. It was unclear how he had acquired such knowledge. Bobo approached with resolve. In Namekian, he intoned, "Arise, eternal dragon." Meanwhile, on the distant Namek, there was no need for alarm, for the Dragon Balls had been utilized by an intriguing child. The elderly Namekian elder pacified the guardians, who were engulfed in panic due to the Dragon Balls, through the power of his thoughts. "Nairu, fate has shifted, no one can predict the future. Although this child seems promising, the future remains uncertain. Should misfortune arise, I shall take my own life, rendering the Dragon Balls powerless. At that moment, Mulan shall succeed me as elder, and the creation of further Dragon Balls shall be forbidden," the elder cautioned Nairu, who bowed his head, staring silently at the ground. On Earth, Vitalis addressed Bobo. "My first wish is to learn all the magic that exists in the universe." Bobo nodded and recited in Namekian, "Please allow this child before us to master all the magic that exists within the cosmos." A flash of red light sparkled in the eyes of the Namekian eternal dragon. "The first wish has been granted. Speak your next desire." The deity was taken aback. He had been enraptured by the majestic form of the Namekian dragon. Feeling an inexplicable familiarity, not only were the Dragon Balls larger, But the eternal dragon also appeared more robust and formidable, prompting him to contemplate whether to grant his own dragon a new appearance. The dragon's words snapped the deity back to reality. Indeed, hailing from my homeland, it is powerful enough to fulfill more than one wish. Mr. Bobo, I desire a jar of never-ending senza beans. In Namekian, he declared, I wish for a jar of senza beans that can never be consumed completely. This wish cannot be fulfilled. The prospect of infinite celestial beings is beyond my capabilities. Indeed, even an infinite quantity of sand grains would pose a challenge, let alone celestial beings. Perhaps only the Super Dragon Balls could accomplish such a feat, Mr. Popo. To rephrase my request, I desire a jar that can automatically produce 1,000 celestial beings each day. These are 2 wishes, are you certain? 2 wishes? To have a jar that produces 1,000 magical beans each day? What a letdown. It appears that the Namekian dragon cannot be outsmarted. Mr. Popo, let us change the wish. I desire this bag to possess the ability to generate 1,000,000 magical beans daily. Having said that, Vitalis took out the bag intended for the Namekian Dragon Balls. Mr. Popo, the celestial being, spoke in Namekian. Please bestow upon that bag the power to produce 1,000,000 magical beans each day. Beads of sweat began to appear on the brow of the Namekian dragon. It is impossible. The maximum yield of magical beans per day is limited to 10,000. To exceed this would disrupt the laws of nature, resulting in a loss of balance in the world. Then let it be 10,000. Please hold on. I will fetch a different bag, as this one is too large to contain 1,000,000. State your final wish. Is there more? Celestial being, Mr. Popo, I wish to learn the language of the gods. Please grant this child before you the mastery of divine language. A soulless translator responded, as you wish. Your desires have been fulfilled. With that, the dragon's form dissipated. One small advantage was that the Namekian Dragon Balls did not scatter, likely due to the requirement for several elders to guard them after the wish was made, thus avoiding such a scenario. In contrast, the Earth Dragon scattered the Dragon Balls as a test for adventurers. Vitali stepped forward to collect the Dragon Balls, hoisting 2 bags filled with them. Celestial being, Mr. Popo, I shall take a moment to rest and digest this knowledge. It is overwhelming to absorb so much at once. He bid farewell to his 2 masters and proceeded to his bedroom. Truly, the dragon is remarkable, an omnipotent wish-granting machine with exceptional skills, imprinting knowledge deep within the mind. With focused attention, it would surface rather than being crammed all at once. It is prudent to consider the potential consequences. An explosion of the mind or becoming a fool would be detrimental. The dragon is indeed impressive, Vitalis mused as he reclined on his bed, reflecting on the wish-making process. However, it was quite unexpected. He originally intended to learn healing magic, but to his surprise, magic encompasses a vast array of disciplines, including teleportation magic, which saved him a wish. He had considered wishing for instantaneous movement, but due to time constraints, acquiring it through study would be too time-consuming, thus prompting him to seek the dragon's assistance instead. I never expected magic to be so powerful. Next, I will learn to control my energy with Bobo, followed by enhancing that energy. Without sufficient energy, I will be unable to wield any effective magic. Now that I possess the mystical beans, once I master my energy, I can activate the Saiyans passive ability. The Saiyans passive grants a tremendous boost in strength each time they are on the brink of death and subsequently recover. In truth, this characteristic exists within all beings, yet its manifestation is often subtle in most races, lacking the dramatic effect seen in Saiyans. Of course, Saiyans are aware of this trait, but not everyone can find the opportunity to utilize it. In the heat of battle, nearing death is perilous, even among allies. Few Saiyans dare to entrust their lives to one another. Completing a task is one matter, but if one has not accomplished their mission and has become a burden or brought shame, they may well face execution at the hands of their comrades. As Saiyans uphold their pride fiercely, failure is not tolerated. As for the notion of mutually benefiting from this passive ability, Saiyans are known for their fierce competition, where victory and life are at stake. When a battle ensues, one side must perish, or both will fall in a wild frenzy. Even among comrades, their pride forbids them from accepting defeat. Moreover, Saiyans fear death and are reluctant to place their lives in the hands of others. In the original narrative, Vegeta sought to exploit Krillin's abilities for this passive boost, driven by fear of Frieza's might, desperate to gain strength to defeat him, and recognizing Den's healing capabilities as a last resort. After all, suffering grave injuries and not receiving timely treatment can lead to a most gruesome demise. Vegeta himself nearly faced disaster. These various reasons have led Vitalis to believe that the mystical beings were created specifically for Saiyans. Consuming one can stave off hunger for 10 days, effectively catering to the voracious appetites of warriors, while simultaneously providing healing and replenishing their state. Should every Saiyan carry an abundance of these beings, it would spell doom for any other race. Unless one could deliver a swift and lethal blow, who would not fear a combatant that grows stronger with each encounter, even if the passive ability has its limits? Those Saiyans who reach those limits are few in the universe capable of defeating them. Furthermore, upon reaching their limits, it is possible that the Saiyan has already brushed against the threshold of Super Saiyan transformation, making them all the more formidable. Chapter 10. The process of unleashing power in the world of Dragon Ball. Magic is not the prevailing force. It is not ineffective, but rather, for the powerful, it is relatively easy to counter. Mighty warriors can disregard mental magic, and attack-based spells lack the destructive capability of even a single energy wave, thus relegating magic's role to that of support. For instance, Babidi and his son, though formidable to the vast majority of beings in the universe, are ultimately mere fodder without Buu's protection, easily dispatched in a single strike. Even Bu, despite his formidable magical prowess, finds his spells ineffective, or even counterproductive, when facing opponents of equal or superior strength. As exemplified by the original narrative in which Buu's creation of the universe's strongest candy becomes a liability. Bu relies on his formidable power and his enigmatic physique. Like the wish-granting dragon learning magic, he initially found it merely practical. For instance, the ability to change attire with a mere thought was a particular favorite of Vitalis. Moreover, healing magic holds significant importance, as the Senzu beans are accessible to anyone. If they were to be destroyed or taken by an adversary, it would pose a considerable dilemma. On that day, having consumed the last of them and sustaining severe injuries would be dire. The preservation of one's life is paramount. Thus the pursuit of magic was undertaken. A delightful surprise emerged. First, the desire for instantaneous travel was rendered unnecessary, and second, drawing from the magical knowledge acquired by Vitalis, it became evident that magic is merely the manipulation of energy, echoing the perspective of the Aradrat aliens. Their unique abilities stem from an exploration of energy. Although they do not refer to it as energy, they have a different, convoluted term which Vitalis cannot recall. The development of energy allows for the accomplishment of incredible feats. Disregarding the peculiar abilities of the Aradrat, even during the Namek saga, Goku could glean information from Krillin's bald head and even intervene in the group discussions initiated by King Kai, indicating that he had already been listening. While Goku's remarkable skills didn't prominently manifest later on, they nonetheless affirmed that energy is the essence of the Dragon Ball universe. Mr. Bobo, would you kindly instruct me on the control of energy? Vitalis organized the magical knowledge he had and sought Bobo's invitation for training. By the way, Mr. Bobo, there's no need to arrange any other training. I simply wish to engage in combat. As a warrior race, the Saiyans learn most swiftly through battle. He suddenly recalled Bobo's training methods with young Goku in the example of Vegeta, who grasped energy control after a mere beating. He promptly requested assistance. For the essence lies in becoming stronger in the shortest possible time. Vitalis suddenly remembered that the annihilation of the Saiyans was not solely Frisia's doing. Beerus posed an even greater concern. It would be prudent to address these issues before they arose. Even if the Dragon Balls could later resurrect the Saiyan race, it would undoubtedly provoke Beerus. This cat-like deity possesses unfathomable strength and continues to grow stronger with each iteration. There is no need to offend this god of destruction. Cultivating a favorable relationship could prove advantageous, a substantial ally indeed. Thus, Vitalis aspired to become a king, conquering Beerus with the universe's most comfortable pillows and Earth's delicacies, allowing him to freely pummel Frisia thereafter. As he glanced at Vitalis, the aloof and handsome Bobo flickered in and out of sight. Vitalis felt a sharp pang at his scalp, suddenly recalling something as he directed his gaze toward Bobo's hand. Indeed, there was a lock of hair. Why pluck so much? One must understand that a hairstyle is the very soul of a Saiyan. Though he wished to voice his grievances, he restrained himself, recognizing that he was in need of assistance, and Bobo's intentions were to aid him. Watching Bobo retreat to his room, Vitalis settled cross-legged and commenced his meditation. This time, it is genuine meditation, rather than the mere pretense of meditation that has previously devolved into idle musings. Within the realm of magic, numerous meditative practices are encompassed. The essence known as Qi is the force born of the union between spirit and body, a harmonious synthesis of the two. Meditation fortifies the mind, while martial training strengthens the body. Both practices serve to enhance Qi and elevate its quality. Selecting a meditative technique that appeared promising, Vitalis commenced his meditation. In an almost instantaneous manner, he found himself immersed in the experience, evidently indicating that these meditative methods, classified as magic, had already been mastered. This meditation technique involves envisioning the stars within the cosmos, simulating their celestial movements to enhance one's spirit. Vitalis initially focused on the solar system. However, his mental strength proved insufficient to set the planets in motion, leading him to create a small satellite instead, orbiting the Earth, namely, the Moon. A sound akin to wood hitting the ground resonated, likely the result of Bobo's efforts. Vitalis disengaged from his meditation and opened his eyes, only to find Bobo and the deity standing at the entrance of the room, with the deity's staff lying on the floor. It appeared that the noise was indeed caused by the deity. In the air, energy from his meditation seemed to leak out, disrupting the magnetic field, which was entirely normal. Yet, why did Bobo and the deity seem so diminutive? Furthermore, their power appeared to have magnified significantly, perhaps tenfold, and was rapidly dissipating. Puzzled, Vitalis extended his hands and observed a pair of furry hands shrinking swiftly. Could it be that meditating on the moon could also induce transformation? And without any loss of control, Vitalis found himself bewildered, engaging in a mental tempest until recalling the officially designated fan work known as GT, where Goku regarded Earth as the moon. Surprisingly, there were numerous unexpected delights. There was no need for a physical moon, and he hadn't lost control during the transformation. The concept of a Saiyan gorilla in meditation stirred excitement within Vitalis, as a flurry of audacious ideas flooded his mind. Vitalis, what is that? The deity inquired, observing Vitalis reverting to his original form. Though convinced by Vitalis's assertions and grateful for the news from his homeland, the deity could not overlook the immense stature and the powerful, calm, yet ferocious aura emanating from him. The deity was certain that no one on Earth could rival him. Not even through sealing. The disparity between them was too vast, making the likelihood of a successful seal exceedingly slim. Thus, the deity voiced the necessity of addressing the potential threat. He was unperturbed by the possibility of Vitalis acting against him. Ever since learning about the cosmos, he had carried the necessary containers and talismans for sealing magic with him. Should an enemy from the universe arise, the deity was prepared to employ the sealing magic, preventing them from wreaking havoc on Earth. In truth, if Vitalis were indeed a threat, the deity hoped he would act now, allowing him to seal Vitalis directly. However, at present, Vitalis appeared entirely normal, exhibiting no deceit or malice. Yet the earlier display of the gorilla had genuinely alarmed the deity, who found it powerful and ferocious. Were it not for Vitalis's meditation, the deity might have already resorted to drastic measures. This transformation is unique to our Saiyan lineage, and once transformed, our battle power becomes tenfold. While unaware of the deity's thoughts, Vitalis sensed a flicker of caution emanating from him. Thus, he revealed only a portion of his abilities. Had the deity known the extent of his transformation as potential for loss of control, it was uncertain how the deity would react. Therefore, it was wise to keep certain information concealed. As long as he refrained from transforming in the future, this moment would remain a singular experience. Despite the transformation, his physical form remained in meditation. Tenfold. What a terrifying ability. It would be wise to refrain from transforming in the future. That aura is profoundly sinister. Surely, if you were not meditating, you would not be able to contain such formidable power. Casting a deep glance at Vitalis, the deity picked up his staff and returned to his chamber. It seems these old fellows are utterly unconvincing. Even if they lack the prowess to fight on the front lines in the later stages, their realms are indeed formidable. Perhaps this is the essence of time's accumulation in life experiences. Fortunately, the deity is not an obstinate relic of the past. No disputes arose. Should a genuine confrontation occur now, it would likely end in disaster. Let us commence, announced the aloof male deity, stepping aside to allow the figure behind him to emerge from the room, sporting the same hairstyle and tail. This figure donned an orange martial arts uniform adorned with a celestial emblem on the chest. Indeed, the martial attire is impressive. I must admit I look quite dashing. Observing the masked figure before him, Vitalis instantly recognized what it was. A flicker of light ignited in his eyes as he finally changed out of the combat suit he had worn for so long. donning a black and gray martial arts uniform akin to that of the original Black Goku. Regrettably, the hair color was incorrect, and the eye color was also mismatched. Otherwise, with my visage paired with this hairstyle, I could likely terrify Cell. Would Super Saiyan 2 Goku be afraid? After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Vitalis assumed the Wing Chun starting posture. As a proud member of the warrior race, the Saiyans, he intended to deliver a striking self-introduction before the battle commenced. To his surprise, however, this entity had no regard for martial ethics and launched a surprise attack, striking him in the face. Glancing at Vitalis, who was now suspended from a tree, Bobo shook his head and proceeded toward the deity's chamber. Chapter 11. Saiyans have no limits. The puppets crafted by Bobo were merciless. After being knocked away and hung from a tree, Vitalis barely had time to react before being yanked by the hair and subjected to 2 punishing blows to the abdomen. Crumpling to the ground, Vitalis clutched his stomach, retching in agony. Was this perhaps an oversight? While battles are indeed the best learning method for a Saiyan, I am not adept at combat. I have become overly confident. Vitalis felt a twinge of regret, having overestimated himself. Smooth sailing cannot last indefinitely. Reality will deliver a harsh lesson. Noticing that Vitalis's condition was improving, the unrelenting puppet launched an upward kick, propelling itself into the air before swiftly descending upon Vitalis with a whip-like kick, sending him crashing back down. Upon returning to the ground, it struck Vitalis once more, sending him flying again. Observing the dazed Vitalis, the puppet refrained from attacking again and instead waited to catch him before he hit the ground, ensuring no damage was inflicted upon the temple. Lying on the ground, Vitalis quietly employed healing magic to mend his wounds. I never anticipated that the concept of healing through magic would be realized so swiftly. As I engaged in the healing process, I reflected on the recent torment. According to the established parameters, this puppet was meant to possess identical strength and skills as myself, merely augmented with the perception of energy. Through its method of attack, Vitalis discerned that this puppet, like himself, lacked any martial arts techniques. However, the form of its punches and kicks was markedly different. Its movements were devoid of superfluous actions and exhibited no wastage of power. Everything was executed with precision. The results were evident. The blows were perfectly calibrated, inflicting severe injuries without being fatal and leaving the opponent conscious enough for healing. After being knocked down a few times, Vitalis felt somewhat embarrassed. He healed his fractured bones and wounds, dusted himself off, and stood up. The Saiyan blood coursing through his veins invigorated him. Although the pain was palpable, it was exhilarating, a rush of adrenaline. In that moment, the fighting spirit derived from his lineage suppressed the thoughts of his previous existence. Before Vitalis could utter another word, the replicant leaped forward, launching a kick directly at him. This time, Vitalis reacted swiftly, leaning back as he unleashed a kick aimed at the groin of the replicant. Alas, his intentions were thwarted. The replicant executed a somersault in midair and delivered a punishing blow to Vitalis's abdomen. A sharp gasp escaped him. Just moments ago, with his formidable physique, he had been nimble, but now he faced a brutal strike that shattered the vertebrae in his lower back. The excruciating pain was so intense that it did not render Vitalis unconscious immediately. With trembling hands, he retrieved a magic bean from the pouch at his waist and consumed it. The instant the bean was swallowed, his condition was fully restored, and a powerful aura surged forth from Vitalis. Having sustained critical injuries and brushed against death, his passive abilities were activated, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. However, he struggled to control this newfound strength, causing his energy to emanate outward. Lying on the ground, Vitalis lingered on the sensations of his near demise. The memories of his past life weighed heavily upon him, imbuing his thoughts with complexity and a sense of dread. Yet, his body trembled with excitement, each cell rejoicing in the thrill of battle and the attainment of greater power from the brink of death. A profound discord arose between his mind and body. The memories of his previous existence served as both an advantage and a shackle. He possessed knowledge of the narrative, an awareness of every adversary, and the means to summon a wish from the dragon, acquire magic beans, and learn sorcery, all aimed at prioritizing his own safety. He sought to crush all foes through sheer strength, relying on shortcuts rather than embodying the true spirit of a warrior. In that fleeting moment, Vitalis came to a profound realization. While strength may indeed crush those weaker than oneself, could the formidable warriors, forged through countless life and death battles, be so easily vanquished? Might they not instead be susceptible to a counterattack from those slightly weaker, yet not inferior? Even those whom Vitalis deemed insignificant. particularly those who had survived the treacherous expanse of the cosmos, surpassed him in this regard. As a transcendent being and an infinitely promising Saiyan, he believed that within the vast Frisia force, only the Frisia family posed a true challenge. Yet even they seemed to him as mere obstacles he could surpass at any moment. In his eyes, apart from the Omni King, he feared no one, harboring confidence that he would eventually outshine them all. Whether they be gods of destruction or angels, their efforts rendered futile. However, reality delivered a sobering slap to his aspirations. If he did not rectify his mindset, the specter of failure loomed. After a moment of contemplation, Vitalis rose. Though his physical state had been restored, he still felt the remnants of a broken spine, not in body, but in spirit. With newfound resolve, he ignited the fervor that had already begun to boil within him. This time, there would be no idle chatter. Instead, I lunged toward the replicant doll, delivering a powerful punch aimed at its visage. Yet, the doll merely tilted its head, evading the blow. Although the force generated an air pressure that shattered the mask, the replicant emerged unscathed. After dodging Vitalis' attack, the doll attempted to strike Vitalis' abdomen with a knee thrust, only to be thwarted as Vitalis' left hand pressed down upon the incoming knee. A grin spread across Vitalis' face as his punch transformed into a knife-hand strike aimed at the replicant's neck. Suddenly, Vitalis' vision blurred, the doll fell silent, and a sharp pain surged through its kidneys, sending it flying away. Vitalis rubbed the area that had been struck, wincing in discomfort. Despite the pain, he felt a rush of exhilaration. Thanks to the formidable physique and combat instincts of a Saiyan, he was able to perceive the doll's movements, even as the last acceleration flickered beside him, rendering his eyes devoid of a target, yet his body remained attuned. With a newfound sense of awareness, he regained his stance and managed to suppress the sudden surge of energy, albeit partially. He had begun to grasp the art of energy control. Vitalis couldn't help but marvel at the innate combat prowess of the Saiyan race. Just as he had surmised, the fastest learning occurred amidst battle. Even when enduring a one-sided assault, one could absorb the essence of the adversary. Having mastered the initial phase, the subsequent steps became simpler. Employing a rudimentary method of control, Vitalis distributed his energy throughout his body, thereby enhancing both his defense and offensive capabilities. Once more, he charged at the replicant. Although he had suppressed part of his energy, his speed was markedly greater than before. He darted to the side of the doll, delivering an elbow strike, one of the most stylish moves from the Dragon Ball universe, only to find that the doll was not so easily subdued. The replicant appeared behind Vitalis, hands clasped together, striking toward his head. Mimicking the doll's rapid movement poorly, Vitalis narrowly dodged the blow. The impact of his immature high-speed maneuver shattered 3 pillars within the temple corridor. With a lingering sense of dread, he touched his head, in comparison to the toppled pillars. That last strike had imparted a near brush with death. His instincts warned him that had he been struck, it would have been fatal, too swift for even a sense of being to remedy. Such a ruthless adversary. Yet, thanks to this encounter, my progress was significantly attributed to my Saiyan lineage. This revelation transformed Vitalis' mindset. He would no longer cower as he once did. Perhaps, had he been reincarnated into another race, he would have surrendered to despair. Influenced by his combative nature, he felt not a shred of retreat, but rather an overwhelming desire to confront and overpower those formidable foes. However, certain elements stemming from the soul have subdued a portion of my inherent nature, preventing me from becoming cruel and callous. Instinct is indeed a valuable asset. My body reacted swiftly, yet my mind lagged behind. I intended to circumvent him and execute a maneuver from behind, but alas, a misalignment between my thoughts and physical response ensued. Sensing danger, my instincts urged me to evade, and Vitalis, through his own primal reactions, discerned the movements of the replicant doll. Rising once more, he sought to learn and counter with a retaliatory strike. Had I followed my instincts to dodge, I likely would not have found myself in such a predicament. My thoughts were already sluggish, and by the time I aimed to launch an attack, the commands issued by my mind could not be executed in the fluidity Vitalis had envisioned. Moreover, the menacing aura of the replicant's onslaught left Vitalis flustered. He failed to vanquish his foe and ended up in dire straits. Fortunately, he evaded a fatal blow, perhaps by yielding to instinct. One might touch upon the essence of effortless mastery, suppressing the urge to control instinct, and after a period of learning from Beerus, one might attain self-mastery. These are indeed divine techniques. I must quell my wandering thoughts and remind myself not to be overly ambitious. calming the tumultuous energy within. I charged once more at the replicant doll. Chapter 12. Notable progress. The essence of a stronger being having consumed 19 sins of beings, my advancement has become markedly apparent. Vitalis is now capable of engaging in a reciprocal exchange of blows with the replicant doll. Of course, this is under the condition of suppressing my power. After enduring numerous injuries and flirting with death multiple times, the results have been striking. Were I not to restrain my strength, I could easily obliterate this doll with but a finger, if it were not for the soothing sight of this handsome visage and the absence of a more formidable opponent. I would have long since shattered this ruthless automaton. The pairing of sins of beings with a Saiyan is undeniably perfect. After consuming 3 beings, Vitalis' strength has already surpassed that of his adversary, yet he has chosen to restrain his surging power for the sake of honing his combat skills. The consequence of this restraint has been that Vitalis has endured relentless beatings until he consumed 10 beings, finally catching up to the replicant doll. From morning until now, as the sun sets and the stars shift in the sky, it is evident that, aware of the being's potency, no one has summoned him for a meal. The unceasing battle, fueled by an endless supply of sins of beings, has invigorated Vitalis with each encounter, to the point where he could continue fighting for another 2 days. However, Vitalis opted to halt. First, the opponent was too weak. Second, his power had grown too overwhelming to manage. He has merely contained the excess energy. For even a slight increase could unleash uncontrollable devastation. Should he unleash his full strength, the temple would likely be obliterated, and the earth left in ruins. The rapid growth of power, difficult to control, presents its own set of challenges. Thus, Vitalis must now focus on mastering his energy. This is also a mandatory course. Let us commence the training now, so that one may swiftly attain the full power state of a Super Saiyan in the future. Mr. Popo, might this puppet be enhanced to the point where it could reach the meditative state found in the temple? Vitalis inquired, expressing a desire for such an enhancement, for it would be an extraordinarily useful training tool. However, there are limitations to the strength that materials can bear, as Popo discerned. Indeed, if there were no restrictions, the Supreme Kai would not need to personally engage in battle against Piccolo, whether it be the subsequent Saiyan incursions or the androids. If one could acquire their hair and create a legion of puppets, could they truly pose a threat? Yet does Cell possess hair? Surely he must. Stepping outside, Vitalis ascended into the air, initiating his meditation. Meditation serves to bolster mental fortitude and cultivate willpower, playing a pivotal role in mastering ki control. While combat skills can be swiftly acquired, Earth is not an ideal battleground, nor is there an equally matched opponent to contend with. As for why he chose to meditate in midair rather than in a room, it is, of course, a matter of ambience conducive to nurturing one's spirit, and not merely for ostentation. This time, without envisioning the moon and still grappling with the situation, Vitalis knew he could not act recklessly. He estimated that his current combat prowess had surpassed 10,000. Should he lose control, it would spell disaster. A careless move could lead to the demise of the deity, which would be unfortunate. He did not fear the destruction of Earth, as Saiyans cannot survive in the vacuum of space. Thus, even in a state of rage, he would instinctively maintain control, ensuring Earth's safety. The primary concern was that if the deity perished, the Dragon Balls would also lose their potency, resulting in a significant loss. Moreover, the deity and Bobo could be considered Vitalis' benefactors. Setting aside any affection from his previous life for the characters within the narrative, he could not bring himself to harm these kind souls after spending a mere few days in their company. Entering a meditative state, Vitalis' mental fortitude began to strengthen, gradually releasing the suppressed energy within him as he endeavored to manipulate it. The deity and Bobo emerged to observe Vitalis suspended in midair. He sat cross-legged, a formidable aura disrupting the magnetic field around him, warping the very air. Visually, it appeared as though space itself was being kneaded, with subtle electrical currents flickering amidst the shifting magnetic field. Fortunately, Vitalis was merely training to control his energy, confined to a radius of 100 meters. Otherwise, the deity would have already begun to retrieve his containment vessels. Is this the talent of a cosmic race? Such terrifying potential, rapidly acquiring strength within a short span. Ignoring his transformations, when he first arrived on Earth, the energy within him, though potent, was not insurmountable. Now it had grown to such an extent that it stifled his fighting spirit. Unbeknownst to Vitalis, the deity felt reassured, largely due to his awareness of Vitalis' homeland, fostering a certain fondness for him as the bearer of news. Confident in his ability to manage Vitalis, the deity allowed him some freedom. Even though he harbored reservations about the cosmic warship, the deity was confident he could resolve the situation before Vitalis could react. After all, a being who had lived for centuries could easily perceive that Vitalis was an alien endowed with mere brute strength. Subsequently, Vitalis entrusted the spaceship to Dr. Brief, dispelling the deity's lingering apprehensions. It seemed the sealing technique required refinement. One could not be too cautious. The likelihood of a vessel being interrupted was too great. Thus, it was essential to prepare a strategy involving multiple containment vessels, where success in just one would suffice. He also needed to engage with Master Rashi and his foremost disciple to develop techniques for collaborative use. Ultimately, one's strength is finite, and for the safety of Earth, caution must be exercised. Although Vitalis posed no immediate threat to Earth, the deity could not dismiss the oppressive aura reminiscent of that brutish gorilla. Tenfold combat strength. If Vitalis were to enhance his power tenfold, the deity could scarcely fathom the devastation that would ensue should he lose control. Even a casual roar could result in countless lives lost, either directly or indirectly. The deity dared not gamble nor relinquish decision-making authority to another. Moreover, just because Vitalis was currently incapable did not guarantee he would remain so in the future. Oblivious to the deity's thoughts, Vitalis was engaged in a cerebral duel with the energy coursing within him. Once Vitalis learned to control his chi, he found himself suppressing the uncontrollable energy that surged within him. Each overwhelming spike was subdued. However, as he began to experiment with control, he encountered considerable difficulty due to its immense magnitude. Initially, he had barely surpassed 100 units. Now, when exerting his full strength, he estimated it to easily exceed 10,000. The vastness of this energy proved challenging to manage. He intended to release it gradually, but a mere crack opened, and the tremendous force tore through. Despite his utmost efforts to regulate the outflow, he could only manage to slow its escape. It was akin to a dam breaking. Once it began, there was no stopping it, and Vitalis found himself incapable of repressing it further. This was a power that had been meticulously restrained over time, and his current capacity for control was insufficient to grasp it all at once. Thus, Vitalis opted to release the energy instead of repressing it, directing the flow outward rather than condensing it into power. He chose to allow the chi to transform into luminous particles, dissipating into the ether. Perhaps this was a form of spiritual rejuvenation? A person's chi embodies their spirit and life force, capable of achieving the extraordinary through magic, even healing wounds. It can also be shared, providing energy to others. With combat prowess exceeding 10,000, Vitalis stood as the foremost being in the history of this universe. His chi served as the finest nourishment for flora and fauna. It might even lead to sentience and trigger evolutionary awakenings of supernatural abilities. As his chi gradually diminished, Vitalis felt his physical strength wane. Fearing harm to his body, while simultaneously seeking to enhance his control, he chose not to release it all at once, but instead to let it out slowly, at a rate equivalent to his previous full capacity each second. When he approached the point where he could no longer maintain his seated position in the air, he retrieved a immortal being, consumed it, and continued his release. The earlier urgency was replaced by a desire for cultivation. Vitalis recognized that this method allowed him to control his chi expeditiously, and the consumption felt akin to engaging in a vigorous battle. Inadvertently, he discovered a new method of cultivation. He was uncertain if others were aware of this technique or if it bore any drawbacks, but for now, it sufficed. As for any latent injuries, he had at his disposal, and with Dragon Balls as a backup, he felt a sense of audacity in his abundance of resources. Chapter 13. Mastering Basic Skills and Entering the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. After a night of recovery and the cyclical release of chi, Vitalis significantly deepened his control over it. He realized this was an excellent cultivation method, as both the quality and quantity of his chi improved markedly. Only with an ample supply of could Vitalis afford such extravagance. Observing him, those warriors of the Z generation would likely be moved to tears, having suffered substantial losses at the hands of that rotund miscreant, leaving them in a crisis where even a single had to be divided among them. As his control over chi deepened, Vitalis discovered that the larger the chi, the more challenging it became to mobilize. Maintaining it at peak levels constantly would lead to unnecessary damage. Thus, apart from combat and training, everything else requires a deliberate effort to engage. In the original work, the act of unleashing one's rage involves a powerful shout, as it demands the full mobilization of one's energy, placing a considerable strain on the body. A loud cry can indeed sharpen one's focus, while others may be unaware. Vitalis has experimented and found that suppressing his voice during such moments diminishes his passion and efficiency. However, a resounding shout accelerates the gathering of energy, and the act of vocalizing brings a genuine sense of exhilaration. Furthermore, the roar of a strong individual possesses an inherent destructive power. After exchanging greetings with Bobo, Vitalis expressed his intent to utilize the room of spirit and time. Following Bobo's consultation with the Supreme Kai, approval was granted. Especially since the Dragon Balls had already been used and all dues had been paid. It would be unwise to turn against one another now, as engaging in conflict would be counterproductive. A failed confrontation would likely result in a one-sided defeat, and the Supreme Kai must preserve his strength to protect Earth. Since the Room of Spirit and Time had not been activated for a considerable time, Bobo needed to make preparations. Coincidentally, Vitalis had matters to attend to as well. After bidding farewell to Bobo, he descended from the temple. Navigating through numerous obstacles, he arrived at the summit of Korin Tower, the abode of the esteemed Korin, often referred to as the Cat Sage. "Greetings, Cat Sage," Vitalis said, addressing the elderly feline who leaned on a staff. "Hello, extraterrestrial. What brings you to my domain? At your current state, you neither require my training nor my senza beans. Could it be that you seek the ultra-divine water?" Although they had never met before, it was evident that the Cat Sage was aware of Vitalis's existence. "Indeed, allow me to introduce myself. I am Vitalis, a warrior of the Saiyan race, renowned as the mightiest combatants in the universe. As you surmised, I am in pursuit of the ultra-divine water." Vitalis held a deep respect for these elders and refrained from making a foolish proposition of trading fish right from the outset, even if they were not formidable. Their accumulated wisdom and experience over the years demanded that Vitalis invest significant time in learning and striving to attain it. Compared to certain deities, these sages embodied a more divine essence. "Since you have spoken and the Supreme Kai has acknowledged you, I shall grant your request." The Cat Sage retrieved a bottle from behind and tossed it to Vitalis. "You are aware of the ultra-divine water's existence, and you likely understand its effects, which are not without consequences. I shall not elaborate further. I am curious about how you possess such knowledge and equally intrigued by your future. Do take care not to perish," he said, licking his paw and turning away. Clearly, seeing Vitalis eager to proceed, the Cat Sage did not linger. Watching the Cat Sage's retreating figure, Vitalis resolved that once this training concluded, he would allocate time to traverse rivers and mountains, gathering various fish to present to the Cat Sage. Even after ascending to become the king of the Saiyans, he would issue a decree for his subordinates to scour the universe for fish. "You offer me assistance, and in return, I shall aid you when needed. If not, I will indulge your interests." This encapsulates Vitalis's philosophy in his dealings with others. This time, the Cat Sage declined, and Vitalis would not resort to forceful means to seize the Dragon Balls. Once the cool-down period had elapsed, he would simply request them from the Eternal Dragon. Clutching the super-divine water, Vitalis soared through the skies, arriving in the depths of the temple before the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber in the blink of an eye. "You should be aware of the rules governing the time chamber, yet I shall reiterate, it imposes a significant mental burden on individuals with its harsh environment. Importantly, one can only enter for a cumulative duration of 2 days throughout their lifetime, translating to 2 years within its confines. One may enter and exit an unlimited number of times as long as the time limit is not exceeded. Failure to adhere to this will result in the entrance vanishing, leading to eternal disorientation in a different space-time." The aloof male deity, usually taciturn, was speaking at length for the first time. Vitalis, understanding Bobo's character, silently scoffed at the aloofness, recognizing him as a deeply emotional individual who would shed tears over the departure of the deity. "Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Bobo," Vitalis acknowledged before departing the scenic area. As he traversed the rest area and entered the training zone, he felt a sudden heaviness. The gravity here was greater than that of Earth. However, for Vitalis, it felt no different from returning home, as his home planet possessed a similar gravitational force. In fact, he relished the long-lost sensation of strength, finding it quite comfortable. Aware of the side effects of the super-divine water, Vitalis settled down, uncorked the bottle, and took a deep swig before decisively tossing the bottle aside and reclining. As soon as he lay back, he felt a sensation akin to ants crawling all over him, swiftly followed by excruciating pain. Every part of his body ached, every organ, every cell, was undergoing a profound transformation. Under the influence of the super divine water, the potential is maximally excavated. This miraculous elixir can ignite one's latent abilities, significantly enhancing combat prowess. However, it is also highly toxic. Only those with pure hearts can safely consume it, lest they fall victim to its lethal effects. The super divine water is a treasured relic left behind by the celestial beings of Earth. For humans, resisting its toxicity is paramount to unlocking their potential. As the sage Carlin has stated, Goku, without the aid of super divine water, could defeat old Piccolo after years of training. Yet, upon consuming it, Goku indeed gained the power to contend with old Piccolo, even managing to vanquish him despite sustaining grave injuries. This clearly demonstrates the efficacy of the super divine water. Vitalis speculates that the super divine water is specifically designed to unearth potential. For those whose reserves of strength have been exhausted, it acts as a poison, for they possess no potential left to tap into. The immense power contained within the super divine water, with nowhere to be released, could wreak havoc within their bodies, resulting in a rather unfortunate demise, leaving behind little more than remnants. Thus, Vitalis dares to partake, confident in his Saiyan lineage, believing himself no less capable than others, even those of the royal bloodline of King Vegeta. The so-called royal lineage merely reflects the strength of predecessors, with descendants inheriting that might. If one were to truly assess bloodlines, Broly's legendary heritage surpasses that of ordinary Saiyans. The inherent battle power at birth does not determine any Saiyan's potential. Rather, it is the effort and circumstances that bear significance. Take, for instance, the current Vitalis, whose strength has now reached a level sufficient to return and defeat King Vegeta, claiming the throne for himself. As time passed, Vitalis's anguished cries began to diminish, eventually subsiding. The pain receded, replaced by a warm flow coursing through his body, bringing a sense of comfort that made him yearn for another canister. Alas, being a terrestrial treasure, the potential it can unlock is ultimately limited. No amount of consumption beyond this would yield further effects. After consuming a mystical being, he felt rejuvenated, sensing a slight increase in his energy. Given Vitalis's current combat capabilities, this increment, though modest, is indeed significant. However, this growth in energy is merely a bonus. The true essence lies in the potential that has been unearthed. Releasing potential and enhancing talent, the forthcoming training will yield results far exceeding those of the past. Progressing closer to confronting Frieza, Chapter 14, Emerging from Seclusion. Preparing to return home and ascend to the throne. Vitalis has trained in the hyperbolic time chamber for over 4 years, engaging in daily sessions comprised of physical conditioning, meditation, and magical training. After 6 months, as his energy increased and he acquired the ability to wield advanced magic, he began to conjure duplicates of himself, dividing his energy to conduct one-on-one and multiple combat training. While the efficacy of striking others remains uncertain, Vitalis is an expert at delivering blows to himself, enduring extreme pain and using senzu beans to recover, thus rectifying many of his errors and overcoming his weaknesses. His tail has also undergone rigorous training, not only strengthening its resilience but also transforming it into a formidable asset in battle. Vitalis is determined not to let his tail become a liability. He aspires to discover whether he can achieve Super Saiyan 4, thus it must remain a source of power. With a resounding crash, clad in a blue combat uniform, Vitalis is struck to the ground by a powerful blow, creating a deep crater into which he is embedded. Before he can rise, a massive foot forcefully presses his head back into the earth. This formidable adversary, a muscular version of Vitalis, boasts a physique substantially larger than the one buried beneath. His muscles bulge as though forged from iron, and intriguingly, his eyes resemble those of a beast. With a swift kick, the red-clad Vitalis is sent soaring into the air, followed by an energy wave that sends the green-clad Vitalis flying. As he descends rapidly, his feet land squarely on the waist of the green-clad opponent, unleashing a force that obliterates him, reducing him to mere particles of light. Witnessing the vanishing figure beneath him, Vitalis disappears and reappears, seizing the red-clad Vitalis with one hand while thrusting the other through his back, emerging from his chest. Unfortunately, the red-clad Vitalis is not a living being, rendering this not a fatal blow. Seizing the opportunity, the blue-clad Vitalis wraps his arms around Vitalis, and together they begin to gather energy. Seemingly indifferent or perhaps oblivious to their actions, Vitalis simply withdraws his hand, grasping the insect-like being's arm, intent on tearing it asunder. However, as soon as he grips it, they detonate in a self-destructive explosion. To maximize the damage, this detonation is contained within a radius of 300 meters, causing the space at the explosion's center to warp, not merely an effect of air distortion, but an expulsion of air that generates a tremendous storm. As the smoke dissipates, a seemingly bottomless pit emerges, while Vitalis remains in his original position, instinctively waiting to regain his strength. After a considerable duration, Vitalis' form begins to shrink, the beastly pupils fading, and his eyes reverting to their normal state. What a terrifying power! Witnessing all this, the now fully in control Vitalis reflects with awe. He divides his strength into 10 parts, allocating 3 parts to each duplicate, while retaining 1 part for his original form. This 1 versus 3 battle was utterly lopsided. One was decisively obliterated, while the other 2 chose self-destruction, failing to inflict any damage on this state. Even its defenses remained unscathed, with not a single thread of its attire torn. Fortunately, it was merely a clone's self-detonation. Otherwise, a restless demise would have been inevitable. This form was discovered by Vitalis through the excavation of tail power. Existing in an alternate dimension, the audacious Vitalis could freely explore perilous phenomena. Aware that even the moon could invoke a primal transformation, he was reminded of Goku, who perceived Earth as the moon in GT. Thus, Vitalis boldly postulated that the essence of power resides within the tail, and the frequency of the full moon's light serves as the key to activate this potential. The artificial moon mastered by advanced Saiyans, alongside the machine created by Bulma and GT, both emulate this frequency, indicating that it is indeed capable of deceiving the tail. Goku, in a state of delirium, mistook Earth for the moon, and Vitalis' meditations corroborated this assertion. During this period, Vitalis has undergone transformations on multiple occasions, achieving a disconnection of the mind's control over the body during meditation. In the realm of meditation, Vitalis observes the outside world through the corporeal eyes, utilizing magic. Simultaneously, the ape-like form instinctively attacks all creatures within its sensory range. While envisioning the moon in the meditative space, Vitalis' physical body remains engaged in action. At a critical moment, he dissipates the moon, exiting the transformation mode, allowing the vigilant Vitalis to seamlessly take over and indirectly govern the ape-like form. The humanoid shape possesses the power of the ape transformation, inspired by the formidable Broly, who bested a singular opponent, and through the study of tail strength. Vitalis harnesses this power via magic to attain this state. He refers to it as the Saiyan Great Ape humanoid form. This form of Vitalis is undeniably striking. At nearly 9 years old, he stands at 1.34 meters, yet when he adopts this form, his height soars to 1.97 meters. His beastly gaze reflects a loss of rationality and an overwhelming, feral strength. Despite the significant enhancement in combat abilities during this period, Vitalis still finds himself outmatched in this form. Even with comparable power, he lacks the confidence to withstand a direct confrontation for even a minute against it. A rampaging Saiyan. 24K pure allure. Due to the ability to exert indirect control, Vitalis is quite pleased with this form. After a period of seclusion, he has significantly strengthened himself to reach his current pinnacle. Initially intending to seclude himself for 2 years, he found that his progress accelerated too swiftly. He left a temporal marker outside the hyperbolic time chamber, allowing him to teleport out even if the exit vanished, thus concluding his retreat in one go. Magic is indeed convenient. One must commend the wisdom of his past self. During his seclusion, he ventured out once to acquire the completed gravity room from Dr. Brief. Aside from that, he remained immersed in the hyperbolic time chamber, consuming an innumerable quantity of senza beans. With such extensive dedication, Vitalis has even brushed against the threshold of Super Saiyan. His foundational battle power has reached the requisite level, and upon observing the transformation of his own cells, he discovered that as his combat strength escalated, a portion of his cells underwent mutation, carrying a unique energy. Vitalis surmises that this is the S cell, which cannot truly be termed a mutation, but rather a dormant potential. Particularly during meditation, the growth of these S cells is astonishingly swift. Perhaps to transform into a Super Saiyan, one does not necessarily need to cherish peace, but must certainly maintain a serene disposition. Vitalis feels that his battle power has met the minimum requirements for a Super Saiyan, and the quantity of S cells is sufficient. Now, he merely awaits the opportunity to transform into the Super Saiyan he has long coveted. This is also one of the reasons for Vitalis' emergence. He is a warrior of the Saiyan race, yet from the moment of his birth until now, he has never encountered a genuine battle, nor has he engaged in a contest of equals, much less faced a life-and-death struggle. He has merely been cultivating in obscurity, which has hindered him from breaking through his limitations. It is only through the mindset of a battle-hardened warrior possessing foundational combat prowess that one can enter the realm of Super Saiyan. Vitalis plans to first reclaim the Saiyan clan, nurturing them to establish a solid foundation before launching a full-scale conflict with the Frieza clan. Once the Saiyans rise in this universe, he intends to venture into other realms to spar with formidable opponents. As for the storyline of this universe, he apologizes. Although his ascent has demonstrated the advantages of being aware of the plot, he has no intention of allowing this universe to unfold as it originally did. His intervention would only serve to create greater uncertainties, making adherence to the storyline overly cumbersome. Of course, there are certain elements he wishes to retain, such as Bardock's son, Kakarot. Vitalis intends to find a suitable moment to bring him to Earth, allowing Gohan to experience the joys of grandparenthood. He holds Gohan in high regard. Their brief encounters have left him with a favorable impression. Rather than sending Kakarot directly to enjoy the comforts of the old sage, he believes it is better for Gohan to nurture his grandson, cherishing the bond between them. This arrangement would render Kakarot's eventual journey to the old sage more fulfilling, while also benefiting Kakarot's future. Moreover, Vitalis recalls how, during the initial stages of Goku's storyline, the first meeting with his grandfather was so poignant that it nearly brought him to tears, especially given the expression of young Goku, which was truly captivating. This nostalgic moment also reminded him of his grandfather in his previous life. The philosophy of Earth's martial artists is admirable in the future. Not only Kakarot, but also other exceptional individuals will be sent to learn, to settle, and to protect Earth. After contemplating his next moves, Vitalis took a shower, a glimmer of inspiration striking him as he donned the battle attire akin to that worn by Broly from the Dragon Ball Super movie, cinching a piece of black beast hide around his waist. Returning to his homeland, he felt the need to present himself well, to thoroughly conquer the muscle-bound Saiyans. He aims to display his own might in their Oozuri human form, demonstrating to them that they too possess the potential to achieve greatness. This is how he shall become a king they willingly choose to follow. Alas, he cannot yet transform into a Super Saiyan, which is somewhat regrettable. Otherwise, during the coronation ceremony, transforming into a Super Saiyan would be exhilarating. Although the base combat power could annihilate the entire Saiyan race, not showcasing one's prowess would leave one feeling quite uncomfortable. In Chapter 15, Return, the Challenge, Vitalis simply adjusted his attire before stepping out of the hyperbolic time chamber. Due to several brief exits, only a little over 100 days had passed in the outside world since Vitalis arrived on Earth. However, for Vitalis, over 4 years had elapsed. The hyperbolic time chamber possesses one of its significant anomalies. Its manipulation of time allows for numerous possibilities. Upon locating the Supreme Kai and Kibito, Vitalis found the Supreme Kai engrossed in research, while Kibito remained by his side, a testament to their master-servant bond that evoked a sense of admiration in Vitalis. Nevertheless, he refrained from further intruding. After expressing his intent to return home, he bid them farewell. Arriving at Dr. Brief's residence, he retrieved the books he had entrusted to the doctor for collection. Despite his seemingly mild-mannered and somewhat absent-minded demeanor, Dr. Brief was indeed a master in his field, possessing considerable wealth, ensuring both the quantity and astonishing quality of the materials. Some items were not easily obtainable. One needed to attain a certain level of wealth and status to access them. After expressing his gratitude to the doctor and bidding farewell to the gracious lady who had invited him for afternoon tea, Vitalis made his way to Kame House. He presented the books he had procured from the doctor to Master Roshi, while he himself opted to keep the latest acquisition for the time being. Given Master Roshi's advanced age and his tendency to suffer from spontaneous nosebleeds, Vitalis deemed it prudent to peruse the books briefly to ensure their suitability before handing them over. After all, should Master Roshi be unduly stimulated, it would be a significant loss for both Earth and the universe. Vitalis contemplated the prospect of having Master Roshi guide the Saiyan offspring in the future, even if they could not be taken as disciples. Acquiring even a fragment of the Turtle School's teachings would be worthwhile. While Vitalis had managed to replicate the Kamehameha, it paled in comparison to the authentic technique wielded by Master Roshi. The legendary master had pioneered the Turtle School, and the Kamehameha, embodying the spirit of the Turtle School, was executed to its fullest potential in his capable hands, unleashing extraordinary power. In contrast, Vitalis' attempts resembled mere energy blasts devoid of distinction. Many could mimic the movements and postures, yet such imitation was devoid of significance. Each practitioner's unique technique encapsulated their own will, developed to manifest their spirit and enable a surge of power beyond the ordinary limits. The Kamehameha could only be effectively wielded by a true inheritor of the Turtle School. Having gained this understanding through his own training, Vitalis held Master Roshi in high esteem, recognizing the depth of wisdom possessed by this martial arts sage. Vitalis had yet to discover his own path or clarify his intentions. He relied solely on his lineage and external resources to reach his current prowess. His strength was superficial, lacking the fortitude of a true warrior. He ventured to every body of water, seas, rivers, and mountain streams, flying at full speed, capable of circling the globe in half an hour, and caught a bounty of fish from 2 massive ice reserves. The time-space capsule proved to be remarkably useful. One portion was gifted to the cat sage, who had a genuine fondness for fish, while another was bestowed upon Gohan. Vitalis was uncertain of what to present Gohan, as sending him to seek out the old master was not an option. Gohan had also mentioned that he hadn't visited the seaside in quite some time, prompting Vitalis to focus on seafood for his gift. After bidding farewell to those he had in mind, Vitalis seated himself amid the stratosphere, gazing up at the starry expanse in search of planet Vegeta. There existed a multitude of teleportation spells, some requiring coordinates, others akin to instant transmission that relied on key positioning, and some like the Kais, who could traverse dimensions upon recognition of their destination. Due to the necessity of constructing a personal coordinate system, Vitalis opted to abandon this route. The sheer magnitude of information was overwhelming. Although he had memorized a significant portion of the star charts provided by Frisia's army, transforming those coordinates was a simple task. Nevertheless, the universe was vast and ever-changing. By the time Vitalis established a coordinate system, it would require constant updates, a tedious endeavor. Moreover, no one could transmit their key across such vast distances to Earth. Not even the full might of the current Frisia. Thus, Vitalis resorted to magic, probing the marked locations on the star chart. While he could not perceive the world as the old Kai did, gazing through dimensions and spaces, his current strength was sufficient to locate planet Vegeta. Utilizing his magic, Vitalis cast his gaze upon the cosmos, transcending skies, oceans, and land, with planets and stars unable to obstruct his vision. He observed the fleet he had once released to lure enemies, still progressing according to its original directives. Upon sighting Route Epsilon, he specifically sought the formidable tiger-headed beings but was disappointed not to find them, nor did he encounter the mermaids. After a cursory glance, he shifted his attention toward Route Gamma, a path he was well acquainted with, as it had been plotted previously. Instead of merely relying on his general recollection of the star chart, retracing his steps would evoke a sense of nostalgia and prove to be more expedient. The star map is not something that can be easily memorized by mortals, for it is not a mere two-dimensional representation like a map. The initial ability to grasp its general layout can be attributed to the Saiyans' robust physicality. Although the Saiyans possess commendable intellect, they prefer action over contemplation. Upon locating planet Rugia, Vitalis took a moment to reflect on the oasis where he once resided before resuming his search. Since he was but an infant during his departure and remained in stasis, Vitalis had no recollections of the journey, thus he had to follow the path dictated by the star map. To avoid the risk of forgetting, he meticulously charted the route to planet Vegeta, noting several distinctive celestial bodies that would remain intact in the foreseeable future as landmarks. After spending some time locating these markers, Vitalis turned his gaze toward his home planet. Planet Vegeta, the current abode of the Saiyans, was acquired through the slaughter of its indigenous inhabitants by their wandering predecessors. The majority of the Saiyan population resides in tribal formations, having established a technologically advanced metropolis with the assistance of Frisia's army and accompanying scientific personnel. It is here that the royal palace was erected. At this moment, the city remained cloaked in darkness, with dawn still some time away. Vitalis deemed it prudent to wait a little longer. Each morning, King Vegeta would first attend to governmental affairs before dedicating himself to training. Consequently, the gathering of his subordinates for a meeting presented the perfect opportunity for Vitalis to challenge the king. In the royal palace of planet Vegeta, King Vegeta approached his throne, dramatically casting aside his crimson cape, a symbol of royal glory, before seating himself. He surveyed the 9 warriors kneeling before him, all of whom were mid-level fighters currently stationed on planet Vegeta. The only elite warrior present was King Vegeta himself, while the remaining mid-level fighters numbered merely 10, with the rest being lower-tier warriors. In a flash, Vitalis materialized at the palace entrance, slowly making his way inside. The sound of his footsteps echoed unmistakably, drawing the attention of all present. Once he noticed that everyone's gaze was fixed upon him, Vitalis halted, crossed his arms, and spoke with intent. King Vegeta, I, Vitalis, hereby challenge you. I shall lead the Saiyans as their king, restoring order to this universe and reclaiming the proud legacy of our warrior race. Chapter 19. The throne, you little brat, scoffed King Vegeta. What qualifications do you possess to challenge a king when you are not even a mid-level warrior? Upon seeing a child, a bald intermediate warrior remarked, judging by his stature and hairstyle, he must be the progeny of Naba. The Saiyan bloodline is characterized by the strength of the strongest, with royal bloodlines and intermediate warriors consistently appearing in each generation. Occasionally, outstanding lower-tier warriors surpass the average Saiyan in combat prowess, giving birth to offspring classified as intermediate or even upper-tier warriors. For instance, the lower-tier warrior Bardock, whose strength is second only to the king, has an eldest son recognized as an upper-tier warrior. If King Vegeta's soon-to-be-born son possesses adequate potential, then Raditz shall serve as the personal guard to Vegeta 4, growing alongside the future king. Among the numerous lower-tier warriors, aside from a few powerful individuals and their descendants, the majority are unworthy of recognition by these intermediate warriors. No one among the intermediate warriors resembles him. Hence, Vitalis is merely a lower-tier warrior. According to tribal tradition, the strong reign supreme. What does it matter if I am a lower-tier warrior? Vitalis cast a glance at the bald warrior, realizing he indeed is Naba's father, implying his strength must not be insignificant, considering his son serves Vegeta 4 alongside Raditz. Moreover, Naba has surpassed Bardock's ineffectual eldest son. I am not a stereotypical, antiquated king. You have no knowledge of my strength. I shall grant you mercy this once, for you are evidently educated. Vitalis considered himself a wise and formidable ruler, a king of benevolence and righteousness, embodying the highest ideals. Well, despite my contemplations, the disparity in combat power is overwhelmingly vast and utterly uninteresting. Therefore, King Vegeta, I present you with the opportunity to challenge me. Should you succeed in unseating me from my throne, you shall reclaim your title as king. With that, Vitalis swiftly appeared before the bewildered King Vegeta, seizing him by the collar and tossing him aside, taking his place upon the throne. Impossible! The astonished King Vegeta, having just regained his bearings, gazed incredulously at Vitalis. The speed and strength with which Vitalis had thrown him left him astounded, although caught off guard. The raw power he experienced made it clear that even in direct combat, he could not contend with this boy. The other 9 intermediate warriors, witnessing King Vegeta's fall, comprehended the source of the boy's confidence. Naturally, they fell silent, retreating to the sidelines. Who is king is of little consequence, as the king stands above all. Never mind. Even if you were to displace me from the throne, it is impractical. I shall suppress my aura by 80%. Should you approach me, I will withdraw and return next month to challenge you. Vitalis, observing the disbelief etched on the faces of those below, felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration, as if awakening to something profound. King Vegeta, unfamiliar with the concept of aura, was unwilling to concede without a fight. He rose and approached Vitalis, understanding that defeat was inevitable, yet he yearned to ascertain the true strength of this lower-tier warrior. As for retreating to allow Vitalis to challenge him next month, he would not grant Vitalis that opportunity. Exiting the stage with dignity, even if only witnessed by 9, was preferable to being publicly humiliated. These 9 individuals ultimately remain mere intermediate warriors, while I, despite no longer being a king, shall stand as the foremost champion beneath the future sovereign. They are not fools. They understand what must be said. However, despite their commendable intentions, upon taking a single step, King Vegeta found himself kneeling, and had it not been for his pride, he might have collapsed entirely. Observing King Vegeta's struggle after just one step, the 9 intermediate warriors were eager to experience the new king's might. They exchanged glances, reached a consensus, and approached the former king's side, only to find themselves even more overwhelmed, crushed to the ground. Fortunately, the ground remained intact. After all, I have just ascended to power, and the palace must remain unblemished. Thus, Vitalis allocated a portion of his strength to reinforce the palace's defenses, a testament to the composure of the strong. However, due to the enhanced ground, there was nowhere to dissipate the force, and the warriors found themselves in dire straits. Witnessing their plight, Vitalis increased his output, causing even the 3rd Vegeta to succumb to the earth. The energy not only encompassed the life force within their bodies, but also bore the weight of mental fortitude. under the oppressive aura of Vitalis. They endured not only physical strain but also an overwhelming psychological burden. In their dazed state, they envisioned a golden giant ape howling at the heavens. Blood trickled from their orifices, and as they beheld each other's misery, Vitalis gradually intensified his power. The sound of cracking bones echoed. Yet not a single cry of anguish escaped their lips. They had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, enduring every conceivable injury. Though they were uncertain of Vitalis' intentions, they sensed goodwill emanating from this formidable force, not malice, but benevolence. Gradually, they even felt an undercurrent of joy. Realizing that they would not perish, perhaps this was a trial set forth by the new king, they gritted their teeth, determined not to disgrace themselves before him. Perhaps the new king possesses a method for ascension. After all, he is merely a low-ranking warrior yet exhibits such strength, potentially surpassing Frisia. If they performed well, they might be nurtured. Moreover, these injuries were trivial. With some time, they would heal. Yet they were mistaken. The third Vegeta was the last to lose consciousness. Having pushed beyond his limits, every bone in his body shattered, his innards reduced to a pulp, sustained solely by an indomitable will to live. Perhaps it was the dignity of a king that kept him clinging to life. Before the mire of Vegeta 3, Vitalis retrieved a magical bean and lifted the fallen prince. Channeling a pure surge of life energy infused with the bean into his stomach. As Vegeta 3 consumed the bean, his wounds visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Indeed, it was one of the most overpowered items in the Dragon Ball universe. To utilize it merely for restoring stamina felt like a gross underestimation of its potential. Consuming it as sustenance, akin to that rotund fool, was even more wasteful. Observing that Vegeta 3 had nearly regained his strength, Vitalis nonchalantly discarded him back onto the ground and returned to his throne. Though healed, Vegeta remained in a state of unconsciousness, possibly due to psychological torment. After a while, noticing that Vegeta had yet to awaken while the other 9 were nearing death, albeit not as severely, Vitalis decided to employ a mental spell to forcibly rouse him. Originally, he had intended to let Vegeta awaken on his own, but the situation had become too dire for even Vitalis to bear. However, for the sake of their forthcoming endeavors, he had to impose upon Vegeta's dignity. Am I still alive? Vegeta 3's eyes fluttered open to behold Vitalis seated upon the throne. My injuries. He quickly examined his body. A look of incredulity washing over him. Illusion? No, wait, my power? Is this truly my power? He extended his arms, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. Cease your astonishment. This is for you. They are on the brink of death. Administer this to them, and you shall comprehend, Vitalis instructed, tossing 9 magical beans towards Vegeta 3. With a resounding crunch, the immense surge of power overwhelmed Vegeta 3, causing him to inadvertently crush the beans despite catching them. Gradually, he opened his hands, dividing the powder into 9 portions to feed each individual. Take your time, waste not a single bit. I would hate to see you injure your hand, he remarked, though he still had plenty of beans left, for he would soon need to nourish over 900,000 souls. Awkwardly, Vegeta 3 slowly opened his hands, enveloping the fragments in energy to distribute them evenly before feeding them to the others. Curiosity piqued, he pondered why Vitalis placed such importance on these beans. Reflecting on his own restored vitality and the imminent demise of the 9, Vegeta 3 surmised the implications, and upon glancing at his crushed beans, he felt a sense of relief that he had not wasted them, for doing so would have rendered his hand useless. The effects were immediate. However, witnessing the astonished expressions of the 9, Vegeta 3 kicked each one out of the palace, opting to propel them through the window instead of upwards. As he sensed that Vitalis was safeguarding the palace, given the force behind his kicks, should they not react in time, they would likely be launched off the planet. King Vitalis, he finally spoke, having mulled over his decision in silence for a moment. Is this the source of your strength? Chapter 17, Summoning the Saiyans. The King's Coronation Ceremony. Vegeta 3, cold and ruthless, embodies brutality, yet he stands among the few who have discerned the true nature of Frisia, aspiring to incite a rebellion against him. Unlike the majority of Saiyans who revel in the blissful days of unrestrained combat as members of Frisia's army, basking in their own strength bolstered by Frisia's support, they remain oblivious to the fact that the Frisia clan harbors a deep-seated fear of the Saiyans, particularly the emergence of Super Saiyans. They are akin to domesticated creatures. Should they pose a threat, they would be swiftly annihilated. However, King Vegeta's folly in provoking Beerus has hastened the demise of the Saiyans. As one of the few Saiyans capable of critical thought, Vitalis resolved that as long as Vegeta 3 refrains from causing turmoil, he may remain. Indeed, what I possess is the magical bean, known for its remarkable ability to restore both injuries and stamina instantaneously. Moreover, it possesses the extraordinary property of staving off hunger for 10 days with a single bean. A fact I do not conceal, for these will soon be widely utilized among the Saiyans as essential supplies. You must understand. We Saiyans experience a significant increase in combat prowess after recovery from injuries and a transformative evolution following near-death experiences, Vegeta 3 mused, recalling his recent ordeal. Casting a complex glance at Vitalis, I am aware, which is precisely why I brought it back. This treasure seems tailor-made for the Saiyans. To neglect its use would be to squander our innate gifts and the bean's potential. Are you suggesting that you have a substantial quantity of these beans? Vegeta 3 inquired eagerly. If the healing pods could yield such results, Frieza and his father would have long since been obliterated. Indeed, I possess many, however. There is no need for your excitement. While enhancing strength through near-death experiences can yield rapid growth, it is not without its limits. One cannot perpetually rely on this method. Observing Vegeta 3's fervent demeanor, Vitalis felt compelled to douse his enthusiasm with a dose of reality, lest he become consumed by delusions of plotting his own demise. You are overestimating your position. Do you truly comprehend Frieza's strength? Merely a mere 500,000. Recently, when I took command of the Kurdish Legion, he came here, boasting with arrogance. I have long harbored the desire to eliminate him, having meticulously gathered intelligence. Perhaps he was overwhelmed with excitement. Even the demeanor of Vegeta 3 has shifted. Presently, my combat power hovers around 100,000. When the transformation occurs, a single foot would suffice to crush Frieza. Indeed, transformation. Glancing at Vitalis, I noticed the tail at his waist, prompting a sigh from Vegeta 3. Yet, there still exists a glimmer of opportunity. Vitalis cast a speechless glance at Vegeta 3, astonished that this seemingly serious man could display such a side. It is understandable, given that as the king of the warrior race, the Saiyans, he has been suppressed to the point of being unable to lift his head before Frieza and his progeny. A most humiliating predicament. Your intelligence is accurate. However, you are unaware of a crucial detail. The Frieza clan, in their quest to control immense power, utilizes transformations to suppress their strength, keeping their combat power within manageable limits. Frieza can transform 3 times, ultimately reaching a staggering power of approximately 120 million. Vitalis poured a near absolute zero chill over the conversation. 120 million? Such a figure is utterly despairing. Indeed, we rely on transformation to grow stronger, while they employ transformation to restrain their power, a profound disparity. Vitalis, too, felt discontent. He sensed that this surpasses even the legendary Super Saiyan in its absurdity. Transforming merely to suppress strength is an extraordinary display of arrogance. At least, they are not as dashing as Super Saiyans. This was Vitalis' last shred of defiance. Vegeta 3 stumbled back a few steps, wishing to counter. Yet he recognized that Vitalis had no reason to deceive him. Nevertheless, the figure of 120 million truly instilled a sense of hopelessness. Reflecting on the assassination plot he had devised, Vegeta 3 felt his limbs turn cold. As a Saiyan, once a king, the blood coursing through his veins surged with agitation, preventing him from collapsing to the ground in fear. With a combat power exceeding 10,000, having come close to death once, it would take approximately 10 times that to achieve a power level exceeding 100 million. Besides, there are limits to consider. The image of Frieza's smiling face, paired with his chilling gaze, filled Vegeta 3 with an overwhelming sense of impotence. Frieza is even more terrifying than his father. At least the Kurds maintained a faade of collaboration with the Saiyans, while Frieza has stripped away that pretense, unabashedly revealing his malice towards the Saiyans. Indeed, my current combat power is only around 2 million. Even if I were to increase it tenfold, I would still be no match for Frieza. Alas, Vitalis lamented. Are you truly a Saiyan? In despair over Frieza's overwhelming power, Vegeta 3 felt an urge to strike him in frustration upon hearing those words. However, he did not question Vitalis' battle prowess of over 2 million. After witnessing the miraculous Senzu beans, he gained confidence in achieving such strength himself. Unfortunately, prior to understanding Frieza's true capabilities, he may have entertained other thoughts, but now Vegeta 3 believed it prudent to adopt a more passive approach. He summoned all Saiyans back, regardless of whether they were on missions or in exile, granting them a year's time to gather everyone. He insisted that not a single cub should be left behind. The wandering Saiyan bloodline was perilous. Even Earth scientists could produce aberrations, and given the vastness of the universe, it was likely that even more formidable beings existed. If the Saiyans were to dominate in the future, these individuals would pose a threat to any Saiyans lost in the cosmos. Vitalis did not wish to confront peculiar artificial warriors possessing Saiyan traits. Subsequently, he planned to swiftly enhance their collective strength, with a coronation ceremony set for 1 year hence, at which he would lead the Saiyans in a battle against Frisia's army. He was determined to become a Super Saiyan and reclaim the glory that rightfully belonged to the Saiyans. Super Saiyan? Even you, so powerful, are not a Super Saiyan yet? As a child, Vegeta 3 had believed he would one day transform into a Super Saiyan. But reality had delivered a harsh blow. He once thought it merely a myth, yet as a king, he was privy to many secrets. Thus, he fixated on the next generation. Upon learning of Vitalis' battle strength, he briefly considered that Vitalis had broken through limits to become a Super Saiyan. I am not yet, but I have merely touched the realm of the Super Saiyan. I am close to transforming. When that time comes, I shall have a chance to defeat Frisia. However, we must develop discreetly for a while. At the very least, you and Bardock must also become Super Saiyans for us to have a fighting chance. Frisia's father and brother are likely stronger than Frisia himself. If the three of us succeed, the Frisia family's power will crumble. Hearing that he too could transform, Vegeta 3's breath quickened, but he ultimately restrained his excitement with sheer willpower. It was premature to celebrate before achieving success. Vitalis had not yet transformed either, and Vegeta 3 understood the perils of becoming overly jubilant. They could discuss the details later. Now, go and begin preparations for my coronation ceremony, which is set for a year from today. Should any Saiyans fail to arrive, I shall send you to King Kai's planet for training. Observing the swiftly composed Vegeta 3, Vitalis couldn't help but reflect on the nature of their relationship. In certain aspects, the father truly surpassed the son. King Kai's planet? Currently, only the deceased can traverse the realm of Vitalis, the enigmatic figure mused. In a flash, Vegeta 3 vanished from sight, not out of cowardice. But for the sake of the Saiyans, he could not afford to perish. He is destined to be one of the 3 legendary Super Saiyans who will confront the malevolent Frisia clan in the future. Chapter 18, The Perilous Saiyan. The advance of Frisia, truly a formidable Saiyan, Frisia sneered, observing the scene before him from his infant-like spacecraft. Having swiftly regained his strength thanks to the miraculous Senzu beans, Dodoria and Zarbin stood by, rendered speechless by their trepidation. They had always believed that those cursed monkeys posed no threat outside of the full moon. But the sudden emergence of the king proved to be far more daunting than anticipated. Moreover, through the king's prowess, King Vegeta and his 9 subordinates have surpassed them, likely rendering the Ginyu Force powerless against them. Previously, they had not interfered with these Saiyans, and had it not been for Frisia's presence, they might have fled long ago. Fortunately, everything remained under control. These Saiyans were oblivious to the fact that their every move was being monitored, allowing for the timely discovery of their secrets. Many were aware that a severely injured Saiyan could amplify their strength, yet few paid heed, as Saiyans were notoriously ruthless to their kin, making it difficult for anyone to entrust their safety to another. Numerous Saiyans had perished at the hands of their own, and the lengthy recovery process meant no Saiyan would willingly remain in a healing chamber indefinitely. Thus, the notion of relying on the brink of death to grow stronger was seldom contemplated. However, the advent of Senzu beans disrupted this precarious balance. Frisia was also taken aback. Although the large machine had only detected a battle power of over 300,000 during the training of that Saiyan, witnessing the entirety of the events made it apparent that this new king could manipulate his power at will. Over-reliance on machinery could lead to a grim fate. Therefore, no one questioned the king's claim of a battle power of 2 million. A wave of dread washed over Frisia. With such formidable strength, he feared he would be instantaneously obliterated if caught unprepared. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Frisia soared outside the spacecraft. 10 minutes later, as he re-entered, transformed beyond recognition, Dodoria and Zarbin hastily knelt, unable to gaze upon him for long. While his appearance was undeniably charming, the information regarding the king suggested that this was likely his ultimate form, a terrifying entity with a battle power exceeding 100 million. Frisia dared not be careless. According to the intelligence on the Saiyans, Vitalis should not have been on planet Vegeta, but rather a mere outcast on a desolate planet. The sudden appearance on planet Vegeta compelled Frisia to suspect that this individual possessed abilities akin to instant transmission. Fearing a sudden demise, he reverted to his original form. He resolved to investigate where Vitalis had ventured after departing from Planet Y. Perhaps it would be prudent to obliterate Planet Y, as it yielded nothing of value. Standing before the screen, Frisia commanded as he gazed upon Vitalis seated on the throne. Frisia was decidedly displeased with the outcome of the disappearance since the incident on Planet Lut. He had come perilously close to death. Thus, he dispatched the Jinyu force to investigate the matter on Planet Lut. Unfortunately, this cautious little rascal proved to be quite troublesome, laying traps that would require some time to unravel. Having swiftly recovered from his injuries, Frisia felt a surge of temptation. There were indeed beings in the universe stronger than him, and possessing this item would be tantamount to having multiple lives. Therefore, the Sinzabines rightfully belonged to him, Frisia. He coveted those in Vitalis' possession and desired to acquire their origin as well. He set forth at full speed towards planet Vegeta, fully aware that if he did not arrive within 6 months, it would be understood. This time, Frisia abandoned his gentlemanly demeanor, clearly indicating his desperation. Upon returning to his chamber, Frisia contacted his father. "Well done, Frisia. It is fortunate that you have retained some measures. Monitoring planet Vegeta and the 3 formidable Super Saiyans is indeed a prudent strategy. You must ensure that within 6 months, every Saiyan is eradicated without exception. Remember, do not engage the Saiyans heading towards planet Vegeta. Any hint of suspicion could spell disaster. First, eliminate their leaders, and then decimate the remaining Saiyans. In the event of overwhelming force, attempt to take down at least one before retreating. Goldo and I will require a year to arrive. When we unite, we shall undoubtedly prevail." Listening to his father's admonitions through the screen, Frisia powered off the device and crushed the wine glass in his hand. Reluctantly, he had reached out to his father, but he could not afford to be complacent. This Vitalis, according to the records, was merely a little over 2 years old. Yet look at how formidable he has become. Frisia had heard of extraordinary structures in the universe that possessed strange powers, existing outside the bounds of time, leading him to suspect that Vitalis might have access to such entities. Presently, Vitalis was estimated to command only 3 Super Saiyans, but what if, a year later, countless Super Saiyans emerged? In the Saiyan hierarchy, Vitalis was merely a low-level warrior, still within the lower echelons. Indeed, his grandfather was correct. The Saiyans were terrifying. But was his grandfather blind? Years ago, Frisia's grandfather had warned him about the golden-haired Saiyans, yet he died before he could elaborate. The Saiyans that Korda encountered were all black-haired and weak, and out of curiosity. He did not annihilate them for the murder of his father, but instead formed a cooperative relationship, observing the Saiyans instead. Frisia wished he could drag his deceased grandfather back to demand. Were the golden-haired Saiyans you encountered merely died? He felt that his grandfather was to blame for failing to clarify the situation, which piqued his father's curiosity and led to this predicament, while he himself had been lax due to his father's oversight. Fortunately, this Saiyan had gone to planet Vegeta to play the role of a king. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to his own negligence. All the while, Frisia believed that Vitalis, with his seemingly innocuous listening capabilities, was unaware that everything he did had been discovered by Frisia. After all, familiarity breeds contempt, and the likes of Vegeta 3 were aware of the listening functions of the devices, thus refraining from wearing them during meetings. The royal palace must have conducted inspections, which emboldened Vitalis to speak freely within its confines. Unbeknownst to him, a crisis loomed on the horizon. Instead, he was counting down the days, with merely 3 remaining until the Dragon Balls of Namek would be ready for use. On Namek, the passage of time is notably swifter than on Earth, with a year comprising merely 130 days. In comparison, the Dragon Balls of Namek possess a far greater potency than those of Earth. A resounding roar reverberated through the air, heralding the arrival of Vegeta 3, who, having organized his tasks, eagerly sought out the 9 intermediate warriors who had been cast aside. He yearned for an exhilarating battle, a chance to unleash the surging power within him. Having recently lost control of his strength, he inadvertently wreaked havoc upon numerous innocent structures, which lacked the safeguarding presence of Vitalis. Consequently, Vegeta 3 was in urgent need of mastering his power, a sentiment echoed by the 9 warriors. For combat was undoubtedly the foremost choice of the Saiyans. Stepping out of the palace, Vitalis leaned against a pillar, silently observing the 7 warriors clashing in the sky above. This can be regarded as the most prestigious battle he has witnessed since his arrival in this realm. Although the scale may not rival that of his own confrontations with his duplicates, each technique is executed with remarkable finesse, every strike lethal, honed through the crucible of combat without any superfluous movements. It is certainly worthy of Vitaly's study. Chapter 19. I am merely training you after observing for a while. Vitalis felt a surge of eagerness. He dashed onto the battlefield, delivering a kick to the formidable Vegeta 3, who was single-handedly taking on 9 opponents. Upon seeing the forlorn expression on Vegeta 3's face directed at him, Vitalis hastily clarified, I possess techniques to impart to you, and combat is the most expedient method. While I admit there is a slight urge to engage in combat, my intention to teach is genuine, in the place where I trained. The energy within us is referred to as Chi. As for the nature of Chi and the techniques for its application, I believe as seasoned warriors, you require no extensive explanation. Vitalis articulated slowly. While combat is indeed the means, it is prudent to first articulate what we aim to learn, as this will clarify our objectives and enhance our efficiency. Through the study of Chi, my homeland has developed methods for its perception and control. The perception of Chi allows one to sense the latent power within living beings without the need for detectors, eliminating the risk of overwhelming readings. Mastery of this perception enables swift reconnaissance of an enemy's location and their power levels, allowing one to engage in battle without reliance on sight. As for Chi control, much like myself, it permits the manipulation of the magnitude of Chi, effectively allowing one to alter their combat power at will. If you rely solely on detectors, I assure you that I can control the display of my power, even concealing my presence entirely so that you cannot find me. These skills are invaluable. Against the Frisia force, which depends on detectors, we would gain a significant advantage. Please proceed with the lesson, my dear Vitalis. I, too, am eager to learn, exclaimed a handsome youth, multitasking between exercising and watching the live broadcast. With the objectives now understood, Vitalis charged forward, once again sending Vegeta 3 soaring through the air. Vegeta 3, perplexed, wondered, why is it that I am the only one being targeted? As the distant figure of Vegeta 3 faded away, Vitalis conjured a doppelganger to activate an energy barrier, encircling the group. Vitalis, adept at wielding his power, remained composed, yet the others, having recently experienced a surge in strength, risked inadvertently obliterating planet Vegeta. Dozens of energy blasts surged from the direction of Vegeta 3. Vitalis raised a finger, concentrating to form a small energy sphere, which he flicked forward. The initially fist-sized orb expanded in the wind, voraciously consuming the energy blasts launched by Vegeta 3, halting them in midair. Turning swiftly, Vitalis executed a spinning kick, sending the would-be assailant, Vegeta 3, flying. Futile, he declared. I have stated before that sensing energy requires no sight. Ambushes are in vain. Without mastery over your energy, you are as glaring as ink spots on a blank page. Feel your power, perceive mine, and abandon your reliance on sight and sound. Addressing the 9 assembled, he continued with derision. Does this stance suit you? Perhaps this is why one stands as king while the rest are mere foot soldiers. He discerned the fighting spirit in their eyes, yet sensed an inexplicable hesitation to engage. The battle between the old and new monarchs is not our affair, one of them ventured, though Vitalis understood their unspoken thoughts. Firstly, witnessing his confrontation with Vegeta 3, they felt it unwise to intervene, for Saiyans revered strength and the disparity between ranks was profound. Secondly, they believed their newfound strength, when combined, might render even someone as formidable as Vitalis challenged, fearing future repercussions for his pride. How bold of you to believe mere bravado could vanquish me. It appears you remain oblivious to my true power. Come, experience it for yourselves, he taunted, swiftly appearing before the bald man and delivering a decisive kick to his chin. Grabbing the bald man's foot, he used him as a weapon, striking the bearded man alongside him, sending both hurtling away. In the next instant, 4 duplicates of Vitalis emerged, and the remaining 4 were simultaneously cast aside. Vegeta 3, having just regained his composure, charged towards one of the Vitalis phantoms. A pathetic tactic, hardly worth mentioning, he began, only to be interrupted by a kick to his backside from Vitalis. I have already advised you to learn control over your energy. To sense it, the disparity in our combat prowess is insurmountable. Relying solely on sight cannot keep pace with my speed. Despite their formidable strength, these warriors lack the refinement found in his own training on Earth, where he faced relentless challenges. Now, the tables had turned, and it was his turn to impart lessons. Next, the Senza beans are unlimited, though only to be consumed when on the brink of death. This is for your benefit, to hasten your mastery of energy manipulation. Vitalis observed with a malevolent glint in his eye, gazing at the 7. Regrettably, The ingrained habits of the group proved obstinate. Even as Vitalis varied his attacks, they remained fixated on sight, utterly incapable of discerning the path to learning energy perception. In the future, Vegeta excels in deducing Goku's abilities through his own insights, actively learning during combat, and ultimately mastering these skills post-battle. TSK, without imparting a lesson, you seem not to learn, upon witnessing any movement. You fixate your gaze upon your 7 companions. Vitalis conjures an amusing notion. Behold, this is one of the mightiest techniques I have acquired. In his eagerness to capture their attention, Vitalis deliberately announces, "Look closely." The atmosphere grows increasingly tense. Clearly, upon hearing the term ultimate technique, everyone focuses intently on Vitalis, their eyes wide with anticipation. Vitalis spreads his palms beside his temples and proclaims, "Solar Fist." The intense brilliance momentarily blinds all who witness this clash. Ha! Observing the chaos of those rendered sightless, Vitalis cannot suppress his laughter. These individuals, in their desperation to behold the ultimate technique he spoke of, have strained their eyes to the utmost, scarcely daring to blink. Thus, the effect is magnified. See, relying on your vision, you find yourselves utterly incapacitated. No matter how formidable your power, it is rendered futile in the absence of sight. Embrace the essence of energy, Vitalis instructs. After a brief moment of confusion, the third Prince Vegeta regains his composure and instinctively counters. Losing my sight is indeed troublesome, yet I can launch indiscriminate attacks, even obliterate this planet. As long as I cannot survive in the universe, I face only death. True, indiscriminate attacks can thwart foes and planetary destruction serves as leverage in negotiations. However, my recent technique is something anyone among the hundreds engaged in battle could execute. And what about you? Are you truly prepared to perish alongside your adversary in such circumstances? Setting aside the question of worth, numerous races thrive in the cosmos. Frisia is a prime example. I have also mastered the art of instantaneous travel between planets, rendering your reasoning unreliable. Not everyone possesses the capacity for mutual destruction. Moreover, I am currently training you, imparting the methods of harnessing energy, not inviting you to refute my words or seek out my flaws merely for the sake of argument. With that, Vitalis swiftly approaches the eyes-closed Vegeta 3, delivering 2 swift punches directly to his eyes, rendering him utterly blind. With both hands pressed together in a gesture of reverence, he struck the ears of Vegeta 3, rendering him deaf. Following this, he summoned 9 clones, subjecting the other 9 to the same fate. What ensued was a relentless onslaught from Vitalis, compelling the 7 who had lost their senses to evade his attacks. Chapter 20. The fusion technique of the Mightomorians, the Saiyans, true to their warrior nature, found themselves momentarily caught off guard. With their sight and hearing incapacitated, they were left with the mere sensation of pain from the relentless barrage of fists, which reminded them that they were still alive. After enduring this for a while, they transitioned from haphazard flailing to becoming cognizant of Vitalis' presence, learning to anticipate and defend against his strikes. In terms of combat, Saiyans possess an innate ability to learn swiftly. Previously, they had no concept of nuanced fighting. Their battles were mere exercises in overwhelming force, with martial skills employed solely to hasten the defeat of their opponents. Their energy, as long as it was sufficient to launch energy blasts, was all that mattered. They had never contemplated the essence of this power, fixating solely on its amplification. Now, under Vitalis' guidance and with a clear direction, they successfully learned to sense and control their ki. Observing their progress, Vitalis produced some senzu beans, instructing his clones to feed them to the warriors. Under the influence of the beans, their conditions were instantly restored. After their training, they managed to subdue their formidable ki. Although the suppressed energy was not as oppressive as it had been prior to their training, they understood the profound significance of being able to control their ki. Had they possessed this ability when Frisia utilized his scouter to locate the Saiyan outpost with pinpoint accuracy, those elite warriors, whose combat power exceeded 2,000 and soared to 20,000 upon transformation, would not have perished in vain. The mere thought of this made Vegeta 3 feel a surge of frustration. These techniques are not particularly difficult, however. It is regrettable that few possess the vision to grasp them. Subsequently, I implore you to impart these skills to our kin, for it is imperative that the Saiyans master the essence of energy. Now, I shall teach you a technique that requires a fundamental understanding of energy. Vitalis disregarded the excitement of the group and continued with his instructions. This technique is known as the metamorph fusion, which allows 2 individuals to unite through synchronized movements, thereby creating a formidable warrior whose combined strength exceeds the mere sum of their parts. As per usual, I shall first demonstrate, and then you may follow suit. Once you have mastered this technique, you will comprehend its true power, Vitalis stated, as he summoned two of his duplicates to the ground amidst the gathering. The two Vitalis figures executed identical but mirror image movements, gradually shifting their steps and swinging their arms until they bent sideways, their fingertips touching in a delicate embrace. Observing this rather comical display, the onlookers remained unfazed. After all, strength was their singular pursuit, and any semblance of absurdity was inconsequential. Each individual present was imbued with a warrior's spirit, and as long as they could grow stronger, other concerns paled in significance. Though only half a day had passed, Vitalis had delivered a series of astonishing revelations, and the gravity of this particular technique commanded their utmost attention. When the dazzling light subsided, Vitalis remained unchanged, save for a new attire, a vest, white trousers, and a blue belt, all emblematic of the Metamorian culture. Perhaps it was due to the nature of the duplicates that there were no restrictions against exploiting glitches. The fusion of my duplicates merely combined their inherent powers without achieving a qualitative leap in capability. In a previous life, Vitalis had been captivated by Gogeta during his childhood, diligently studying the movements and nuances of the technique. Unfortunately, in that past existence, he lacked companions to practice with, and in this life, he had only trained with his duplicates. Alas, the fusion of duplicates resulted merely in the aggregation of their powers, and merging with his true self yielded similar results, akin to merely donning a different attire. Thus, reliance on duplicates for exploiting glitches proved futile. You there, you two have similar statures. Step forward and give it a try, Vitalis instructed, pointing towards the bald warrior and the bearded one. Very well, my name is Namor, and this is Hubba. The bald Saiyan introduced himself and mentioned his companion. First, you must both harmonize your energy. It is crucial to maintain synchronization, Vitalis emphasized while addressing the two. The maximum duration for fusion is 30 minutes. Even if you do nothing, you shall disband once the time elapses. Conversely, exerting excessive strength will shorten the fusion duration, leading to premature dissolution. So it is essential to explore your limits of power and ensure you do not falter amidst battle. Furthermore, once the fusion concludes, a cooldown period of 1 hour ensues, during which you cannot fuse again. You must await the full hour. It is imperative to address any issues surrounding the dance of fusion early on, for the Saiyans, despite their combative nature, are also imbued with an inherent recklessness. They will not strike decisively until the very end. Occasionally, one may refrain from excessive exuberance, particularly when in a position of disadvantage or facing a critical juncture. Indeed, the synchronization of gestures is imperative. Otherwise, not only will one fail to grow stronger, but there exists a considerable risk of becoming weaker, with a high likelihood of failure in the fusion process. After a considerable period, the two individuals, having finally calibrated their strengths, leapt apart to stand side by side at a prudent distance. The art of fusion, a testament to seasoned warriors, was grasped effortlessly at a mere glance, executed with commendable precision and devoid of any sense of embarrassment, marking it as a resounding success. It is worth noting that even Vitalis, despite his profound admiration for this technique, had only dared to practice it in solitude in his previous life, and in this incarnation, he continued to hone his skills furtively within the confines of the spirit time chamber. This time, with resolute determination, I have endeavored to forge a formidable Saiyan clan, bringing forth my thoughts after much contemplation. While some may scoff, when all Saiyans unite under this banner, such an action will no longer seem ludicrous, but rather instill terror in our foes. As the brilliance faded, a robust figure clad in a vest emerged, his visage slightly tilted towards an almost bald head, yet adorned with hair and a thick beard. His physique had not changed significantly, save for the increase in muscularity, though his energy was well controlled. Everyone present could distinctly perceive the vast chasm between this individual and the two who had fused prior. I am neither that horse nor Huba. You may call me Naba. My voice resonated with the harmonious blend of the two, albeit somewhat peculiar, yet possessing a magnetic quality that rendered it more melodious than a singular voice. In this moment, I stand immensely powerful. Young king, allow me to witness your strength. Is that so? Two warriors with battle powers of 590,000 each fused together, who grants you the audacity to challenge me? And Naba, you say? Quite an odd name. Perhaps I shall refer to you as Mahu instead. As he spoke, Vitalis suddenly appeared before Mahu, delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. Addressing the remaining individuals, he commanded, "You four, fuse as well, so I may experience the power of fusion." As for Vegeta, with Bardock absent, the rest lack the qualifications to fuse with you. First, gather all inhabitants of Vegeta's planet and have them seek partners. It shall be a duo henceforth. This will be our Saiyan combat protocol. Whatever task we undertake, we must operate in pairs. In the midst of his declaration, the other two groups completed their fusion. Vitalis then drew the three into the battle arena, unleashing a flurry of strikes. The potency of fusion was undeniable. They were indeed far more resilient than before. Vegeta 3 watched with eager anticipation as the three fused warriors prepared for action, having long desired to vanquish Frieza. In comparison, what was the dignity of a king? Moreover, he was no longer a king, as thoughts of Bardock, who was hastening back, ignited a fervor within him. Vegeta 3 recalled the king's prior words. He and Bardock had the potential to achieve Super Saiyan status. Should they fuse, they could potentially annihilate Frieza and his progeny. Envisioning the future, he soared towards the royal palace, intent on promoting the concept of fusion. Contrasting the fervent atmosphere of planet Vegeta, Frieza approached with a heavy heart. Just moments ago, he had reveled in his newfound mastery of ki control and perception, contemplating how to flaunt his skills to Vitalis and instill fear. To his astonishment, Vitalis had swiftly produced a bomb. The fusion and the effects displayed by those Saiyans prompted Frieza to consider retreat. Had it only been half a day? Yet the circumstances felt overwhelmingly daunting. Super Saiyan, sense of beings, fusion. Frieza felt overwhelmed. Now, he had no choice but to brace himself for the confrontation. Hoping to catch this band of relentless monkeys off guard, he resolved to eliminate them swiftly, for the longer he delayed, the grimmer the outcome would become. A legion of fused Super Saiyans, charging forth, was that truly how he would face them? Only now presents an opportunity. And thus Frieza has commenced a more rigorous regimen of training. Chapter 21. The cooling period of Namek is drawing to a close. As the Dragon Balls prepare to disperse the 9 who have merged, Vitalis has returned to the palace. It appears that the strength derived from fusion does not simply amount to a sum. For instance, the fusion of 50,000 and 90,000 yields an approximate combat power of 220,000, while the fusion of 40,000 and 50,000 results in only around 110,000. Furthermore, the fusion of 50,000 with another 50,000 approaches a combat power of 200,000, indicating that the process is not a straightforward addition. However, when comparing these three groups, no discernible pattern emerges. Is it the disparity in potential among the fusers? Or perhaps the nature of their relationships? Much like the old Kaioshin's assessment of Goku and Vegeta's fused warrior, Vegeto, who embodies both friendship and rivalry, does this complex emotional connection give rise to formidable power? Or is it merely a resonance of feelings? The long-held belief in the fusion resulting in a multiplicative effect has been challenged by the three recent fused warriors, demonstrating that fusion transcends the mere amalgamation of two beings in energy. Instead, it enhances their power further, though the nature of this augmentation remains unpredictable. The only current conjecture pertains to the potential of the fusers and their interpersonal dynamics. Nonetheless, Vegeta 3 has begun to educate the warriors on planet Vegeta about ki and fusion, and soon a wealth of comparative data will be amassed. It is indeed the Saiyan race that can endure the tumult of royal succession without disruption. Aspiring to the throne is possible, but one must conquer the reigning king to claim it. No alliances or conspiracies will garner support, while one might seek external aid to eliminate the king. Such actions would incite a collective backlash from all Saiyans. Defeating the king in single combat, however, garners universal recognition among the Saiyans, ensuring that none will disregard the king's decrees or orders. Naturally, the nature of the task matters. Should one command the Saiyans to commit collective suicide, they would not comply. Yet if ordered to charge against Frieza, none would falter, even if it means courting death. Saiyans may perish, but only on the battlefield. Vitalis' claim to the throne is secure. As long as he maintains a leading strength, the Saiyans shall forever remain in his allegiance. This is also the reason why Vitalis aspires to become the king of the Saiyans. Otherwise, engaging in the same petty intrigues as those mundane dynasties, with subordinates paying lip service while harboring ulterior motives, would only lead to the Saiyans awaiting their annihilation at the hands of Frieza. For instance, Vegeta 3 surely harbors his own ambitions and schemes, yet, as of now, the king is Vitalis. He not only resolutely executes Vitalis' commands, but also reminds himself to strive for excellence. This unique form of unity is a significant factor in the Saiyans renowned throughout the universe. Most Saiyans lack notions of family or companionship, possessing no interest beyond the pursuit of battle. Yet, they stand united under the king's leadership, In a sense, the Saiyans are rather endearing, not only loyal but also brimming with potential. Countless subordinate warriors may not rival Goku, but if they could achieve even a fraction of his prowess, Vitalis would awaken with a smile in his slumber. Upon reflection, Vitalis summoned Vegeta 3 and 9 intermediate warriors. Subsequently, he abolished the existing warrior hierarchy, declaring that Saiyans would no longer be classified by their birth power levels. From henceforth, all would be deemed subordinate warriors, with only those who mastered the Super Saiyan transformation advancing to the rank of intermediate warriors. Superior warriors must grasp the divine essence to ascend to the status of Super Saiyan God. This will establish the future stratification of the Saiyans. In military terms, positions such as Marshal, General, and Legion Commander will be instituted. 2 individuals will form a pair, 9 pairs will constitute a small team. 9 small teams will make up a medium squad, 9 medium squads will form a large contingent, and 9 large contingents will create a regiment. The foundational center will focus on integration for task allocation, with daily operations centered around small team activities. In times of war, combat units will be established on-site, with medium and large commanders appointed as needed. Each general will command a maximum of 10 regiments, while a marshal will oversee 100. Vitalis does not intend to establish a standing army, as every Saiyan is inherently a warrior. Furthermore, after a period of development, achieving stellar combat capabilities will not be a mere dream. With pairs working together and fusion at play, they will not fear anyone below Frieza's level. Maintaining a focus on small teams reflects Vitalis' cautious approach. Moreover, the roles of Legion Commander, General, and Marshal will not be accompanied by a standing army, as it is largely unnecessary. However, to prepare for unforeseen circumstances, they will be granted the authority to form combat units. Should a crisis arise, these leaders can rally a force to counterattack. Otherwise, the Saiyans would remain as disorganized as before, with only the palace guards providing structure. And in the absence of the king, they would struggle to organize any form of resistance. Now, Vitalis is poised to confer the rank of Marshal upon Bardock. If Bardock possesses the authority outlined in the Bardock chapter, the Saiyans will not question his commands but will obey and fight alongside him, while the outcome remains the same. This is preferable to Bardock being forced to stand alone against the tide. The concept of the Super Saiyan God. Many are already restless. Having only just grasped the notion of the Super Saiyan, they are still exhilarated, and now another level emerges? Had it not been for Vitalis' position as king, he would have inquired much earlier instead of waiting for Vitalis to make the necessary arrangements before posing his questions. However, in contrast to the other 9, it was evident that Vegeta 3 was privy to certain knowledge. Upon hearing the term Super Saiyan God, he wore a furrowed brow, indicating his unease. Vegeta, do you know something? Vitalis inquired with curiosity, for it was not surprising that Vegeta 3, whose grandfather had escaped from their homeland, possessed some insights. Indeed, my king. I am aware. Long ago, it was said that our Saiyan race was unparalleled in strength until a rebellion erupted. There was a child, rumored to be the legendary Super Saiyan, whose power surged uncontrollably, resulting in the slaughter of many of our kin. In their despair, our ancestors unknowingly triggered a mysterious ritual that birthed a formidable warrior, known as the Super Saiyan God. Yet, tragically, after battling the legendary Super Saiyan, this warrior perished from exhaustion. Both the Super Saiyan and the Super Saiyan God became mere legends, and from that point onward, our race began its decline. It was not until a millennium ago, when an unknown Super Saiyan traversed the cosmos, that we dared to believe in the existence of Super Saiyans. While the Super Saiyan God only appeared once, with the authenticity of that event remaining unverified, Vegeta 3 cautiously articulated his knowledge. Indeed, I am aware of the ritual of the Super Saiyan God, but currently, we lack the conditions necessary to perform it, he added. Surprised by the depth of Vegeta 3's knowledge, Vitalis reflected on the fact that the Super Saiyan God had fought against the legendary Super Saiyan and, upon achieving victory, had succumbed to fatigue. Considering Broly, it began to make sense. The Super Saiyan God is still a distant goal, for now. We must focus on our present lives and refrain from overreaching, Vitalis remarked. He did not intend to withhold the existence of the Super Saiyan God from the others, believing that revealing it could effectively galvanize their spirits. Vegeta, you and Bardock are hereby appointed as marshals. I hope that in my absence, you will manage the kingdom well. As for the other 9, you shall temporarily assume the role of Legion commanders. If any of you prove unsuitable, I shall make adjustments as needed. We will proceed with this arrangement and rectify any issues that arise later. Vitalis contemplated a few convenient numbers. 8 marshals, 39 generals, and 72 legion commanders seemed adequate. The remaining positions would be filled after the coronation ceremony. I now need to retrieve an item and will be away for a few days. Vegeta, you are to oversee the kingdom in my stead. The concepts of ki and fusion must be disseminated widely. Upon my return, I shall have a surprise for you. Vitalis declared, departing before Vegeta could respond. He vanished from the throne, intent on retrieving the Dragon Balls from Namek as the cool-down period approached. This marked the time when the Saiyans' powers would surge dramatically. Meanwhile, Dodoria and Ruba, the closest planets to planet Vegeta, needed to be contacted. I would make my way there with all my might, ensuring they were prepared to supply us for our journey directly to planet Vegeta. After briefly informing Frieza, I hastily departed from the spaceship. There was no time to waste. After all, it had barely been a day since the emergence of the Super Saiyan God. Unlike the traditional Super Saiyan, this new form had specific power requirements and a protective barrier. According to their claims, there would be at least 3 Super Saiyans within a year. What was this talk about the Super Saiyan God? It was a force capable of overcoming Super Saiyans, achieved merely through a ceremonial rite, though the conditions for such a rite were not yet met. After voicing these concerns, Vitalis disappeared, which surely would incite Frieza's anxiety. What if he was preparing for the ceremony? If they arrived too late, it would be akin to attending a funeral. Believing that they might perish at the hands of these unruly monkeys, I was certain there would be celebrations in their honor. Kurt and Gula were also making their way independently, fortunate that their race could survive in the vacuum of space. They were relying on their own means to reach the destination. There was no time to delay. Their father, or rather their grandfather, had been beaten to death by a Saiyan. According to the legends left behind, that Saiyan was a Super Saiyan. A few Super Saiyans posed little threat, as they had all surpassed their grandfather. However, when it came to divine beings, especially one named the Super Saiyan God, who wouldn't be apprehensive, it was imperative to eliminate that band of wild monkeys swiftly, lest something even more formidable arise in the coming days. Chapter 22. The cooldown of the Namekian Dragon Balls concludes. Vitalis appeared at the Earth S temple. While watering the flowers, Bobo noticed his arrival. You've only been gone for a day, have you forgotten something? Bobo inquired. No, I have successfully ascended to the throne. I will be staying here for a few days until the Namekian Dragon Balls are cooled down and my wish is granted before I return, Vitalis explained. Upon hearing this, Bobo resumed watering the plants. Accompanying Vitalis was no concern. It had barely been a day, and the atmosphere hadn't even settled. The notion of feeling sorrow was impossible, yet joy was equally elusive. It was as if he had never left at all. By the way, Bobo, could you kindly bring a child along? This individual presents quite a conundrum. It is hoped that you can cultivate this fellow's mindset. Vitalis reflected on Broly, who has already come into existence. Had he not returned in a timely manner, he would have faced exile. Vitalis intends to bring Broly under his wing, allowing Mr. Popo to instruct him for a while, before seeking further training with Master Roshi. He believes this approach would be far superior to the desolate planet where only Paragus provided guidance. While Paragus may possess greater combat prowess than Mr. Popo and Master Roshi, his understanding of martial arts is rather limited. After all, Saiyans are warriors and cannot truly be deemed martial artists. Vitalis eagerly anticipates the evolution of an enhanced Broly. Furthermore, Broly stands as Vitalis's most promising candidate for fusion. Currently, he is the most amenable to transformation, though Vitalis harbors a lingering fear of perishing in battle should the fusion prove unsuccessful. Once fused, the warrior is expected to undergo transformation with relative ease, and with prior experience in transformation, Vitalis is confident he can achieve it within a short time frame. In fact, Vitalis' intention is to experiment with the Super Saiyan God ritual. However, he is apprehensive about inadvertently unleashing something uncontrollable. If those with hearts of peace can attain the status of Super Saiyan God through such a ritual, what of those with malevolent hearts? Might there not exist a Super Saiyan of darkness or an evil Super Saiyan God? The probability seems significant. A heart of peace embodies a willful strength, a desire for tranquility, birthing the Super Saiyan God from the will to quell insurrections. Conversely, pure evil is also a form of willful power, particularly in the present context. Saiyans engage in rampant destruction and heinous acts, fully aware of their malevolence yet indifferent to it. They revel in the thrill of battle while fulfilling their missions. Notions of justice or evil hold little significance for them. The Frisia Force provides a stage for their combat, and while accomplishing tasks for Frisia, they amass wealth, truly capitalizing on the situation. As for the lives lost during the process, no Saiyan cares about the sentiments of the vanquished, especially those who have perished. Firstly, there is uncertainty regarding whether the Super Saiyan God transformation requires any foundational battle power. Secondly, Vitalis currently lacks the confidence to suppress the Super Saiyan God. Of course, Vitalis could become a Super Saiyan God himself, but he dares not attempt it at this moment. There is a risk that he could be brainwashed by the prevailing ideologies of the current Saiyan populace during the ritual. Although there are some non-warrior Saiyans dedicated to scientific research and logistical support, their mindset aligns with that of the warriors. While he has not encountered the unique Science Bardock and Jine, they are but two individuals, and their eldest son clearly did not inherit their will. Therefore, Vitalis plans to have Broly train in the hyperbolic time chamber for several years. Once their heights are comparable, he intends to take them to a desolate planet to conduct the ritual. Should the Super Saiyan God be manageable, it would be a joyous occasion, heralding a new era for the Saiyans. If not, the fusion warrior of the two would annihilate everything until the Saiyan mentality is transformed, paving the way for the widespread acceptance of the Super Saiyan God. Mr. Popo inquired with the Supreme Kai, who consented. As Vitalis briefly explained the existence and potential dangers of the Super Saiyan God, this extraordinary phenomenon left the Supreme Kai feeling quite apprehensive. It is evident that the current magical sealing wave cannot contain such a force. The celestial being intends to guide Bobo diligently, as he has faith in Bobo's mindset. He believes that under Bobo's tutelage, that troublesome individual will also attain a tranquil state of mind, thereby resolving a dilemma for the universe. Moreover, by honoring the Saiyans, future benefits may arise. The celestial being ventured to the underworld, inquiring about his homeland and the Saiyans. His home, planet Namek, was known only through the beautiful myth of the wish-granting orbs. In contrast, the Saiyans are recognized as the malevolent antagonists in tales of evil invasion, familiar to nearly everyone. A significant portion of the countless souls that perish daily is attributed to the Saiyans, for they dispatch destruction on a planetary scale. When the celestial being first learned of the Saiyans, he regretted not sealing Vitalis immediately. However, upon reflection, the Vitalis he encountered did not embody true malevolence. Although he occasionally exhibited unusual traits, the celestial being, always vigilant in observing the mortal realm, recognized such behavior as a form of youthful bravado. Furthermore, Vitalis holds deep respect for those of high moral standing he has interacted with, never underestimating others due to his own power. Even with the capability to seize, he opts for exchange, repaying those who act selflessly in his own manner. Thus, the celestial being resigned to allow Vitalis to evolve, having reported to the Supreme Kai, who gravely acknowledged the need to monitor Vitalis and the Saiyans. With a leader assuming responsibility, the celestial being felt a sense of relief. He would not falter even if confronted with Broly or summoned by the entire Saiyan race. The Supreme Kai, one of only 4 direct overseers of the celestial realms, is tasked with maintaining cosmic order and quelling uncontrollable crises. Previously, the Saiyans merely slaughtered life on various planets, testing the patience of the gods. Their actions, while provocative, remained within the balance of the universe, thus evading divine intervention. However, with Vitalis acquiring knowledge on Earth that could significantly enhance Saiyan strength, alongside the possession of the Dragon Balls, machines capable of granting wishes, this balance may well be disrupted, which is why the Supreme Kai is particularly concerned. Unbeknownst to him, Vitalis is under the scrutiny of many. He instantaneously teleported back to planet Vegeta, seeking to be led to the childcare center. The Saiyan childcare facility is divided into 2 segments, one for combatants and another for non-combatants. The latter comprises a small fraction, including various technological and logistical personnel. Witnessing the prowess of technology, Prince Vegeta too selected those deemed unsuitable for battle, intending to propagate their lineage, hoping to empower the Saiyans with technological mastery. Regrettably, these so-called technologists merely utilize existing technologies. The path to true innovation remains distant from their grasp. Thus, allowing the descendants of this group to engage in scientific research may, over several generations, result in the emergence of an exceptional scientist stemming from their lineage. Aside from this select group of extraordinary talents, the remainder consists of combatants whose descendants face a harsher reality. Only those who attain the status of intermediate warriors or above are permitted to remain. Lower-ranking warriors, on the other hand, are exiled and must complete combat missions in order to be readmitted into the fold of their kin. This period of procreation and development is akin to that of Earthlings. Moreover, the lifespan of Saiyans surpasses that of humans, and their youthful phase is notably prolonged. Yet, the reason for the sparse population of Saiyans compared to humans remains a mystery. Presently, there are over 90,000, most of whom are advanced in age, with an exceedingly small number of newborns surviving each year. Despite not facing annihilation, one cannot help but marvel at the remarkable strength of Saiyan genetics. Upon locating the responsible individual, I expressed my desire to find Paragus' son and was swiftly escorted to a standard incubation chamber. Your Majesty, we are also deliberating whether to send Broly to the elite training facility, they revealed. At birth, Broly exhibited a combat power of 10,000. He might indeed be the fabled Super Saiyan destined to lead our people to greatness. However, his combat power is alarmingly erratic, occasionally surpassing 10,000. We have damaged numerous instruments in our attempts to gauge his strength, as the equipment for detecting infant combat prowess is naturally not designed for such high power levels. Who could have anticipated the emergence of such an anomaly as Broly? Enough, I interjected. Bring Broly forth. I intend to take him for specialized training. By the way, where's Paragus? Vitalis interrupted the lengthy discourse of the official, aware of their intended remarks. Regrettably, whether they are researchers or warriors, Saiyans exhibit brilliance solely in battle, rarely engaging their intellect otherwise. Had another been crowned king, Broly's fate would have been sealed differently. In Dragon Ball Super, Broly's encounter with King Vegeta III was relatively fortunate, resulting only in exile. His own Broly, however, signifies a robust vitality, having survived assassination attempts. Had those researchers exercised even a modicum of foresight, perhaps Broly's life path would have diverged significantly. Nevertheless, I am the king now. Your Majesty, Paragus is en route back, came the reply. Is that so? Please inform him that I shall not wait. Observing the chamber's door open, releasing the incubation fluid, Vitalis cradled Broly, a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes. Broly adorned a tiger-striped infant outfit, complete with a cap. I instructed the researchers to procure instruments for documentation before we returned to the Earth Shrine. The deity expressed admiration for Broly's formidable potential and directed Bobo to take him to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. This is Vitalis' request. He is in urgent need of power and thus must expedite Broly's development. Time flies, and it has been 9 days since Broly commenced his training. The cooldown period for the Dragon Balls on Namek has also elapsed. The time difference is advantageous, as 1 year on Namek corresponds to merely 130 days on Earth. Chapter 23. The Mighty Broly. A wish. Once more Vitalis utilized the temporal markers he had previously established to arrive in the hyperbolic time chamber. There, he beheld the young Broly sitting cross-legged in the void, deeply engrossed in meditation. The essence of Broly's spirit remains impeccably concealed, indicative of his formidable mental fortitude. Over the years, Broly has undergone extensive training under the guidance of Bobo, mastering various languages and honing his control over ki through meditation, devoting only a fraction of his time to physical combat training. His capacity for learning is astonishing. He can replicate nearly every technique he encounters, often surpassing the original moves of his opponents to counter them effectively. Consequently, Bobo has emphasized the importance of emotional regulation, encouraging Broly to substitute sleep with meditation. This meditation, devoid of any power cultivation, serves solely to cultivate inner peace, yet it has nonetheless led to a gradual increase in Broly's strength over time. In his ordinary state, Broly exhibits commendable emotional control, no longer prone to impulsive rage. However, when he transforms into a Super Saiyan, maintaining that control becomes exceedingly difficult. Indeed, Broly has mastered the transformation technique, a feat prompted by Vitalis' reckless suggestion to concentrate his ki at his back, resulting in a successful transformation. Initially, he was able to maintain control, but before Vitalis could conduct further research, Broly ascended into the legendary Super Saiyan form. Fortunately, Vitalis acted swiftly, teleporting himself and Bobo away just in time, likely contemplating reincarnation in the aftermath. Thankfully, Broly is still young and has yet to access the power capable of tearing through dimensional barriers, though he did manage to significantly damage the environment of the hyperbolic time chamber. Subsequently, Vitalis refrained from further reckless experimentation. He also imparted various teleportation techniques to Broly, planning to gather intelligence on Frisia's whereabouts upon their return, intending to surprise Frisia with Broly's sudden appearance in his lair. fully aware that a loss of control in battle would pose no concern. Both Vitalis and Broly share a yearning for an exhilarating confrontation. However, Vitalis is genuinely apprehensive about fighting Broly. Currently, the bond between Broly and Vitalis is strong. Under Bobo's tutelage, Broly's personality has shifted closer to that of Earthlings, filled with curiosity and admiration for his unseen father, while his introverted nature has led him to heavily rely on Vitalis. Thus, Vitalis feels reassured about Broly's character. With a trump card to counter the Super Saiyan God, the next step is to find a means to contain Broly's immense power. The Super Saiyan God ritual can be tested at an opportune moment. While Broly himself is unafraid, his berserk form is both striking and formidable, leading to a complete disregard for allies, making it prudent to maintain a safe distance in reality. Therefore, it is imperative to restrain Broly's power. He does not dare to unleash his full strength, let alone control it. Thus, whether to assist or prevent Broly from losing control, strength is required. The standard Super Saiyan form is insufficient to match his evolution. Fortunately, creating a Super Saiyan God is a relatively straightforward process, merely requiring the conduct of a ritual. Even if the current deities lack the overwhelming strength of the previous era's Kyokin duo, a collective of Super Saiyan gods should undoubtedly be capable of subduing Broly. Come, Broly, let us seek out the dragon Shinron, make a few wishes, and then return home, Vitalis urged, suppressing his thoughts as he roused the meditating Broly. Originally, Broly had referred to him as brother, but at Vitalis' request, he had changed this form of address. Being directly addressed by Broly is indeed a remarkable experience. In the original series, the mere utterance of Kakarot by Broly ignites a surge of excitement, especially when accompanied by the background music, instantly elevating the atmosphere. A connection was established as Broly enveloped himself in energy and teleported outside the temple, utilizing magic. He transferred the restored shimmering Dragon Balls of Namek from within the temple to the ground before him. In the Namekian tongue, he summoned, "Come forth, Shinron, and grant my wish." Vitalis and Bobo enriched themselves by learning a foreign language, thus avoiding inconveniencing others. With a flurry of swift strokes, the mighty dragon manifested. State your wish, it beckoned, recognizing a familiar face, and it is likely that they would meet again in due time. Shinron did not indulge in unnecessary conversation. In the Namekian language, a time chamber was established on planet Vegeta, with its entrance hidden deep within the royal palace. These are 2 wishes, are you certain? Damn. The dragon leaves no opportunity for maneuvering. No, you cannot casually construct a magical passage at the entrance. One must not indulge this dragon. As you wish. The entrance shall be positioned above the royal palace. Are you not targeting me? Are you certain there is no desire for revenge? Vitalis gazed at the divine dragon with a sense of resignation. My second wish is for the room of spirit and time on planet Vegeta to freely adjust gravity. And my third wish is for the room of spirit and time to expand to its utmost capacity. Vitalis articulated his desires directly, since there was no room for exploitation. There was no need for further probing. As you wish, a glimmer flickered in the eyes of the dragon. Your wishes have been granted. With that, the dragon's form dissipated, and the Dragon Balls once again lost their luster, reverting to stone. Throughout this, the Supreme Kai remained absent, while Bobo stayed by the Supreme Kai's side. Vitalis decided not to disturb the two. He returned to planet Vegeta with Broly, having not bid farewell this time, and merely a few days had passed. Those acquaintances had no knowledge of his return to Earth. Vitalis had not anticipated such smoothness, saying goodbye one day and returning the next, leaving others to think he was merely toying with them. Such emotional investment felt wasted. Upon entering the royal palace, Vitalis and Broly heard faint voices from outside. Upon closer inspection, the murmurs were merely inquiries about something. Vitalis led Broly out of the main hall, only to find numerous Saiyans in the sky pointing at a portal suspended in the void. This door resembles the one in the Temple of Earth, yet it is distinct in that it stands alone without walls, a fact that remains true even from the reverse perspective. My king, you have returned, sensed Vegeta 3 as he detected Vitalis' presence, hastening forward. This door had only just materialized above the royal palace. According to those who discovered it, it appeared abruptly. Fearing deception, we have refrained from taking immediate action and have summoned personnel from the Research Institute equipped with instruments. Vitalis observed the door as Vegeta 3 offered an explanation. This door is a result of my wish upon the Dragon Balls, known as the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. This is Broly. I trust you have conducted your inquiries regarding me and may have doubts about my age. Now, investigate Broly, and you will find that he was but an infant 9 days ago. Vitalis explained directly. The hyperbolic time chamber contains a separate dimension where one day in the outside world equates to a year within. The internal environment is harsh, coupled with a gravity adjustment function, rendering it an exceptional training ground. Vitalis revealed all pertinent information about the hyperbolic time chamber, as it was primarily intended for these individuals. Thus, there was no need for concealment. Upon hearing this, Vegeta 3 understood immediately, his eyes lighting up with realization, connecting all the dots. The singular truth emerged. Vitalis' formidable strength stemmed from the Senza beans and the hyperbolic time chamber. Casting a deep glance at Vitalis, Vegeta 3 truly acknowledged him as their king in that moment, recognizing a caliber of character he could not match. He resolved that when he sought to reclaim the throne in the future, he would spare Vitalis' life. Even though Vitalis was presently stronger, Vegeta 3 now grasped the secret behind Vitalis' power and, confident in the royal bloodline's strength, believed he could surpass Vitalis in due time. Simultaneously, Frieza and his son, engaged in a vigorous flight, received notifications from their subordinates regarding the revelation of the hyperbolic time chamber. Damn those wretched monkeys! Frieza seethed through gritted teeth. He was en route to Planet Rubbing, while Cooler and Gula encountered each other midway, subsequently merging to hasten their journey. Upon gathering at Planet Rubbing, they would strike together towards Planet Vegeta. It was infuriating that after just a few days of calm, such a formidable phenomenon had emerged. Frieza and his son felt an urgent need to act swiftly, for time was not on their side. Chapter 24, Captain of the Royal Guard. Broly, after a thorough exploration of the hyperbolic time chamber, it became evident that its expanse far exceeded that of the Earth's. While the Earth's hyperbolic time chamber is vast, it is too confined for a race such as the Saiyans, accommodating merely a handful of individuals at play. Now, having been maximally expanded by the Namekian dragon, its space conservatively encompasses several star systems. Vitalis showed no interest in measuring its exact dimensions. It was ample enough to accommodate the entire Saiyan race for training. With over 90,000 members, even multiplying that number several times would still be sufficient. Should it prove inadequate, they would seek the assistance of the Eternal Dragon. There is no need for alarm. After conducting a simple experiment, it has become evident that it is feasible to delineate regions and adjust gravity, which is a far superior approach compared to Vitalis' initial idea of uniform gravity throughout the entire space, commencing from the entrance as the focal point. I have initiated a diffusion process, where the gravity begins at 10 times that of planet Vegeta and increases tenfold for every 100,000 meters. This location is destined to become the Saiyans' permanent training ground. Vitalis intends to summon the Saiyans, mandating meditation as a core curriculum. While he does not expect a complete transformation in their nature, he aims to eradicate their bloodthirsty instincts, guiding them back to their essence as a warrior race, helping them discern the distinction between a love for battle and a thirst for bloodshed. His primary concern is that, upon acquiring immense power, these individuals may recklessly provoke formidable adversaries, such as the Destroyers. It is not uncommon for the Destroyers of this universe to casually emerge, and those from other realms are equally prone to wander. Moreover, numerous perilous ancient entities exist. While they may dismiss trivial skirmishes, they are unlikely to overlook the formidable strength the Saiyans will eventually possess. A confrontation with unknown monsters could inadvertently attract the attention of higher powers, which would be unwise. Thus, mastering and integrating energy is fundamental for the Saiyan self-preservation, making meditation an essential practice for controlling their thoughts. Meditation cultivates tranquility and sharpens the spirit, serving multiple purposes. At the very least, it could temper this generation of Saiyans, allowing them to serve as vessels for the next generation, correcting their path. The strength of an individual signifies the might of an era, but the true power lies within the strength of a collective. Vitalis aspires to be the strongest among the strongest of this formidable race, desiring both influence and power. Upon returning to the palace with the others, in addition to the previous 7, 3 original mid-level warriors returned, including Broly's father. Though this character is quite detestable in the original narrative, he remains Broly's progenitor. And since there is no animosity between them now, Vitalis has no intention of targeting him. Paragus, like the other original mid-level warriors, is appointed as a commander, granted the authority to assemble battle units in times of war. After assessing this still youthful father, Vitalis made his arrangements. Your Majesty, Paragus expressed with profound honor. Kneeling on one knee, I am willing to serve as your vanguard. It must be acknowledged that Paragus is among the few who possess intellect, though regrettably, The original storyline veered off course. Had it not, considering Broly's feelings for him, there would have been no need for a control device. Arise, Broly. For henceforth you shall be the captain of my personal guard. Subsequently, select 12 warriors to join my retinue, under your esteemed leadership. Upon hearing Vitalis' decree, Broly approached the king's throne and, emulating his father, knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, Broly expressed with profound honor, I am willing to serve as your herald. Observing Broly's imitation of his father, Vitalis found it amusing. Indeed, at the dawn of humanity, one's nature is inherently benevolent. A change in path may lead to disparate fortunes in life. As my strongest fighter, Vitalis resolved that with Broly at his side, he would be the happiest incarnation of Broly across all dimensions, unlike the tragic fate suffered by others of his name. Very well, Broly, rise. Stand beside me henceforth. There is no need for you to bow, for you are my most significant ally, he said, patting Broly on the shoulder. Do not underestimate him due to his youth. Collectively, you are no match for him. He is the legendary warrior, the Super Saiyan, whom we Saiyans encounter only once every millennium, Vitalis elucidated to the assembly. Although they were all Saiyans, none dared to belittle Broly, especially since he had gained the king's favor and was likely to become the king's fusion partner. However, it was inevitable that they might inadvertently provoke Broly in the future. Paragus, though among the mid-tier warriors, was at the bottom of the ranks and considerably aged, making him a target for ridicule from his peers. Moreover, these battle-hungry zealots would likely challenge the new king's captain of the guard, for in Saiyan society, positions are awarded to the capable and denied to the defeated. For the sake of these individuals and his own safety, Vitalis deemed it prudent not to conceal Broly's identity. Although he himself could not yet transform into a Super Saiyan, the disparity between him and Broly was immense. The revelation of Broly's Super Saiyan status would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the Saiyan lineage. It was not surprising that some suggested Broly should ascend to kingship, while temporarily concealing his transformation capabilities until Vitalis achieved his own success. This was the most judicious choice for him. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Vitalis felt a disquieting sensation. The combative instinct coursing through his veins would not allow him to falter. Moreover, despite Broly's reticence, Vitalis could sense the deep bond Broly felt towards him, having grown up in the hyperbolic time chamber alongside Vitalis and Bobo. Thus, he felt at ease in trusting Broly with such responsibility. Indeed, a Super Saiyan of Broly's caliber emerges from the bloodline, appearing only once every millennium, a true legendary warrior. Unlike ordinary Super Saiyans, who can amplify their base power by 50 times, Broly's transformation possesses no upper limit. However, the drawback remains that he currently cannot control this immense power, and transforming into a Super Saiyan would lead to uncontrollable rampage. Therefore, Vitalis issued a warning. Do not provoke Broly, lest you invite calamity. Vegeta, ensure that sufficient personnel remain to maintain operations on planet Vegeta. All others shall enter the hyperbolic time chamber. You have half an hour. After that, I shall impart a technique that can enhance your spiritual fortitude. Vitalis initially intended for the entire clan to partake in this opportunity. Unfortunately, remnants of Frisia's army still occupied planet Vegeta. Among them were skilled technicians whose expertise was invaluable. To eliminate them would be a waste, and allowing them to escape would create further complications. Thus, for the time being, dedicated personnel were assigned to oversee them. Neither Vegeta 3 nor Vitalis had deliberately targeted these individuals, as some advanced technology still depended on their operation. Furthermore, once Frisia was no more, these resources would belong to them. There is no need for excessive action. The king observed that aside from the necessary individuals, the remaining 400,000 have already entered the time chamber. By the time Vitalis arrives, a considerable amount of time has passed for those who entered early. Some have even mastered training under 30 times gravity. The formidable combat power, accompanied by mental strength, was readily apparent to Vitalis with a mere glance. Should we gather everyone for a briefing? Vegeta inquired, noting Vitalis standing at the entrance. During his reign, he relished the opportunity to address others in such circumstances. There's no need for that. Just summon the commanders. I will entrust the task to you. You shall oversee the instruction of all individuals, ensuring they are prepared for Vitalis' address. In my previous life, I encountered numerous eloquent phrases, yet articulating them proved challenging, he replied. 2 meditation techniques were imparted, one aimed at honing mental fortitude, and the other designed for combat within the mental realm. Together, these methods were exceptionally suited for the Saiyans. Coupled with gravity training for physical conditioning, This constituted the most fitting regimen for the Saiyans, as Ki embodies a fusion of life energy and mental strength. Serving as the foundation of the Dragon Ball universe, both elements facilitate the enhancement of Ki. After instructing Vegeta to ensure that everyone meditates for no less than 3 hours daily, he bestowed upon him a bag of senzu beans to distribute among the populace. Pure meditation may prove monotonous for the Saiyans. Although they would not openly resist, prolonged engagement could drive them to madness. Thus, combat became inevitable, and with the senzu beans, they could fight relentlessly without the fear of death. For the Saiyans, this place was akin to paradise. After making preliminary arrangements, Vitalis accompanied Broly to the outside world. Broly feared that, with the passage of time, his power would surge once more, while Vitalis found himself at a plateau, growing weary of stagnation. Currently, Vitalis's base combat power exceeded 2,400,000. Relying solely on rigorous training and near-death experiences had become insufficient for further enhancement. Although there are still some effects, the gains are meager considering Vitalis's current stature. Aside from his mindset, he cannot identify other deficiencies. His training environment and resources are more luxurious than those of any warrior in the original tale. Age is no excuse, as Son Gohan could easily overpower him at this age. Vitalis resolves to push himself further, choosing not to wait until he is thoroughly prepared to crush his enemies, but instead to challenge Frieza. After much contemplation, he deduces that with a power level of 2 per million, Frieza's earlier forms pose no threat, and should he transform successfully, reaching a power level of approximately 120 million, he would at least be on par with Frieza. Should he find himself outmatched, he could always rely on Broly. Yet, the thought of Broly brings a bittersweet realization. Broly's presence has made him complacent, diverting him from his original plan of initiating war with the Saiyans in a year. He had even considered bringing Broly along to practice against Frieza. It is only with the support of others that one can muster the courage to face challenges. Vitalis acknowledges his lack of the so-called heart of a true warrior, yet transforming his mentality proves to be a formidable task. The memories of his past life serve both as an advantage and a shackle. Although this life has improved considerably in his previous existence, he merely collected methods for weight loss and exercise without ever implementing them. His commitment to training for a prolonged period in this life is commendable, yet he still feels apprehensive about truly engaging in battle. Meanwhile, Frieza, how long until your arrival? My father and I have tested fusion, and it is indeed formidable. Although it lasts merely half an hour and requires an hour's interval afterward, the power unleashed during that time is astonishing, significantly accelerating our speed. In 10 days, we will reach planet Vegeta. Frieza and his son are currently in communication. Cooler and Kurter have gone to expand their territories, so under the pressure of the Saiyans, the two have decided to unite and practice fusion. The strength gained from their successful fusion astonishes them, yet they feel an even greater dread. Their resolve to swiftly eradicate the Saiyans intensifies. It will still take me 2 days to arrive while flying at full speed. To avoid being detected, I shall transfer to a spaceship at Route Bing Star to reach planet Vegeta, which will take 4 days. I plan to train for a few days at Route Bing Star. In 10 days, we shall annihilate this group of monkeys. We are set to confront the Saiyans of 10 years hence, who have mastered the transformations into Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God, along with that so-called legendary warrior. This is truly a cause for concern. Frieza gritted his teeth, primarily because the techniques they have secretly acquired are indeed genuine. This indirectly attests to the veracity of their claims. The battle-hardened Saiyans, though lacking in advanced combat prowess compared to them, are considerably more formidable than other cosmic races. Upon reaching adulthood, none possess a combat power lower than 1,000, with many boasting moderate strengths ranging from 4 to 5,000, and others nearing 8 or 9,000, even approaching 10,000. Once they transform into their grade 8 form, their might multiplies tenfold. Even their most formidable subordinate, Jinyu, dares not venture alone to planet Vegeta. It is only in the presence of King Frieza that he exhibits audacity, daring to challenge the authority of King Vegeta. Without the Frieza lineage, the so-called Good Army and the Frieza Force collectively pale in comparison to the Saiyans. Presently, the new king has decisively defeated King Vegeta III and his subordinates, consuming a senzu bean for an average combat power of 59,000, with King Vegeta himself boasting an astonishing 100,000. Meanwhile, the young king possesses a staggering combat power exceeding 200,000, albeit still being classified as a lower-tier warrior. How will this unfold further? Initially, the three were unfazed. leisurely observing the gradual developments on planet Vegeta while discreetly acquiring knowledge. However, the more they learned, the greater their trepidation became. The existence of Senza beings, the Saiyans' passive abilities, fusion techniques, the hyperbolic time chamber, Super Saiyan transformations, and Super Saiyan God forms, each revelation only deepens their anxiety. Chapter 25. An Unexpected Arrival. The descent of Frieza on that day, Vitalis was outdoors with Broly, enjoying a barbecue. Broly's golden hair billowed in the breeze, accentuating his golden eyebrows and light green irises. This is Vitalis' endeavor to enable Broly to better master his power by commencing training in the full capacity of Super Saiyan 1. Engaging in leisurely pursuits, meditation, and contemplation allows Broly to sustain this state. After several days of rigorous practice, Broly's aura no longer exudes wild ferocity, nor does he recklessly transform into what is referred to as the legendary Super Saiyan. The original designation, seemingly known as Super Saiyan something, eludes Vitalis, who has grown accustomed to the term legendary Super Saiyan. Vegeta has remarked that this form represents the most primal Saiyan state, and there are theories suggesting that it is a Super Saiyan transformation resulting from Broly's immense great ape power reaching its zenith. However, Vitalis prefers to simplify matters by consistently referring to it as legendary Super Saiyan. The latter explanation bears a resemblance to Super Saiyan 4 from GT, and Vitalis intends to experiment in due course to discern whether he transforms into the same legendary Super Saiyan as Broly or into Super Saiyan 4. Nevertheless, the prerequisite is mastering the transformation into Super Saiyan. The dilemma of whether to transform into a great ape first or to achieve Super Saiyan status prior remains a consideration. While contemplating the future, Vitalis suddenly senses a distinctly malevolent aura. Its power is not overwhelming, yet this malevolent presence is one that Vitalis perceives for the first time. During this period, there have been frequent returns of Saiyans from their expeditions, some of whom have just completed their missions, exuding a palpable aura of menace that makes Vitalis uneasy. However, in comparison to this malevolent force, it seems rather insignificant. Although he has not sensed any threatening power, the absence of such energy only amplifies the danger. Those who possess such a sinister presence are unlikely to be weak. Vitalis mentally conjures images of all the formidable beings he knows, yet he struggles to identify who could be present on Vegeta during this time. While Beerus may come to mind, it is inconceivable that he would emanate this kind of malevolent aura, for a deity's realm is imperceptible to mortals. Furthermore, this individual must possess the ability to control their own power, allowing no hint of their strength to seep through. Yet the deeply ingrained wickedness within them is what Vitalis has detected. Vitalis had been yearning to master the spirit bomb, immersing himself in the vital energy of nature, which enabled him to detect the sinister aura approaching. He focused intently and beheld a flying saucer gliding smoothly towards planet Vegeta, hovering near the atmosphere. As the hatch of the spacecraft opened, a multitude of figures emerged, swirling around the ship, their forms grotesque and varied. Eventually, the door above the vessel creaked open, releasing an object reminiscent of a baby carriage. Upon seeing the silhouette within, Vitalis rubbed his eyes vigorously, yet the vision remained unchanged. Frieza, in his ultimate form. Was it possible that Frieza had not yet suppressed his power through transformation? Damn, the inability to sense power. Could Frieza be manipulating his energy? Vitalis sensed that matters were far more complicated than they appeared. This was troubling. Frieza's power was conservatively estimated at 120 million. While the mightiest Broly boasted a base combat strength exceeding 1.8 million, and even in his Super Saiyan form, only reached around 90 million. He could potentially surpass Frieza in his legendary Super Saiyan form. But there was a looming fear that Frieza would realize Broly was growing stronger and would not afford him the opportunity to ascend. Vitalis contemplated the strengths of both allies and adversaries. Although Broly's power would incrementally increase during battle, the amplification was minimal, especially considering the original narrative's 40 years of accumulation, where he had been unable to develop his powers on desolate planets. Broly required more time to mature. Even if he fused with me, I would likely hinder his progress. My consciousness could weaken Broly. Vitalis hoped Frieza was merely here to observe the Saiyans, realizing that an immediate confrontation would be disadvantageous, abandoning any thoughts of retreat. Vitalis approached Frieza alongside Broly. As they met in the stratosphere, Vitalis ascended to a height equal to Frieza's, locking eyes with him. Though he felt slightly inferior, there was no need for fear. If worst came to worst, he could flee with Broly, return after a few days, and seek vengeance. As for the Saiyans who might perish, the Dragon Balls could revive them later. Silently commending his own cleverness, Vitalis addressed Frisia. Your Majesty Frisia, I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Allow me to arrange a banquet and introduce myself. Ho ho ho, I am well aware of you, Mr. Vitalis. Frisia's characteristic laughter interrupted him, revealing his knowledge of Vitalis' identity before he could finish. Observing Vitalis and the golden-haired Broly, Frisia recognized them. One was on the verge of becoming a Super Saiyan, while the other was already in a Super Saiyan form. Damn it. My father and the others are too slow. Should I strike first? I wonder how the Saiyans in the hyperbolic time chamber are faring. Is there a Super Saiyan god among them? As Frisia fixed his gaze upon Vitalis, attempting to discern something of significance, he hesitated to take immediate action. However, it was Vitalis' composed demeanor that left Frisia in a quandary about whether to await his father's arrival. Initially, he had intended for them to converge together, but they feared that the two, flying at full speed, would prompt Vitalis to flee. Thus, Frisia arrived first, biding time and obstructing the Saiyans to prevent any escape. Yet, when the moment to strike finally arrived, Frisia found himself wavering. The unknown was indeed the most daunting adversary. The prospect of rendezvousing in another galaxy would only delay matters further, a risk Frisia and his companions dared not take. Does King Frisia know of my existence? How delightful, he mused. No matter, the sooner I act, the better. Every passing second only strengthens these Saiyans. Oh ho ho, I am privy to much, he continued. The sacred beings, Super Saiyan transformations, the hyperbolic time chamber, and the secrets of the Super Saiyan god truly perilous knowledge. The Saiyans are indeed worthy of their reputation as a warrior race. Frisia rose, gradually departing from his vessel, declaring, Present me with the sacred beings and the knowledge of the hyperbolic time chamber. Reveal the secrets of the Super Saiyan god, and I shall spare your life, Mr. Vitalis. A splendid proposal, would you not agree? Simply eliminate those with power levels exceeding 500,000, and you will still reign as the king of the Saiyans. As Frisia spoke, he slowly gestured toward Vitalis. In that instant, a beam of violet laser shot toward Vitalis with astonishing speed. As he made his move, Frisia's energy surged forth, leaving Vitalis, still pondering how Frisia had acquired such extensive knowledge, in a state of shock. This is undoubtedly more than just 120 million in power. Vitalis, along with others, has deduced that 120 million is far from this formidable strength. It is worth noting that the original Frisia only possessed such power at full capacity. Yet, the current Frisia, with no visible change in musculature, effortlessly unleashes the power that the original Frisia had to exert desperately. Without a doubt, this Frisia is significantly stronger than his counterpart described in the original narrative. While Vitalis was caught off guard, Broly, in his Super Saiyan state, redirected the laser beam into the cosmos. Oh my, is this the might of a Super Saiyan? It is indeed astonishing. This strike could obliterate planet Vegeta. You lot cannot be underestimated, can you? The attack was deflected, and Frisia felt no surprise. He merely wished to test whether he could eliminate Vitalis. Even those who have not mastered the transformation into a Super Saiyan, despite having a battle power exceeding 2 million, would only reach over 24 million in their grade 8 form, which is still negligible. What truly concerned Frisia was the Room of Spirit and Time. He had long since identified the portal to this sanctuary, fearing a horde of golden-haired Saiyans might emerge. Should he attempt to destroy this gateway? What would occur if he did? Could it entirely sever the connection between two distinct dimensions? Although it would be regrettable, confining these Saiyans to another dimension might not be such a bad outcome, Frisia contemplated. While Broly yearned to charge at Frisia, he recalled Vitalis' words, which strictly forbade him from acting without a command, leaving him only to defend. Thus, Broly gazed at Vitalis, awaiting his orders. Chapter 29. The defense of planet Vegeta begins. Glancing at Frisia with trepidation, he mused that without Broly's intervention, he would surely have perished. Indeed, the weak remain weak. After his arrival in this world, he had faced no significant challenges, having only considered the listening capabilities of the scouter, unaware that Frisia possessed other means of surveillance, revealing his trump card without reservation. This prompted Frisia to act preemptively out of caution. Frisia, could you enlighten me on how you monitor us? Vitalis inquired, hoping for a response that would aid in future precautions. Oh ho ho ho, just a moment ago, you were calling me Frisia the Great King. Now you refer to me as Frisia the Great King again. What an impolite little monkey you are, Vitalis. Such behavior may lead to unpopularity, Frisia retorted, coincidentally stalling for time while awaiting the arrival of his father and brother. It was prudent to secure victory without taking unnecessary risks. At that moment, Vitalis, Broly, and Frisia turned their attention towards a particular direction. There, two presences, more powerful than Frisia, were approaching. Curd and Gula? Vitalis inquired. Oh my. It seems you are quite informed, came the response. I am filled with curiosity regarding my inheritance from my father in this vast expanse of the galaxy. While the bond between my father and me is not particularly unusual, it is intriguing that Gula ventured off to distant lands long ago. And the inhabitants here should remain oblivious to the peculiarities of Frisia, who seems to possess an abundance of knowledge. In a remarkably brief period, the Saiyans have harnessed their innate advantages, transforming from a disregarded race into a formidable threat to their own lineage. Broly, in a fit of urgency, was compelled by Vitalis to engage in battle. The trio of father and sons now stand united, and even the collective strength of the current Saiyans pales in comparison. An unforeseen turn of events. Upon receiving the command, Broly summoned his energy to its zenith, his golden aura surging dramatically as he launched a punch at Frisia. Instead of evading, Frisia chose to meet Broly's blow head-on. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Broly, towering at 1.7 meters, presented a ferocious demeanor that starkly contrasted with Frisia's diminutive form, rendering Broly the apparent demon in this confrontation. The two did not separate. Rather, they intensified their exertions, entering a fierce contest of energy. The invisible force radiated outward in waves, scattering Frisia's minions, while Vitalis gradually retreated to the palace rooftop. Observing the clash of power between the two titans. Ah, what extraordinary strength! Were it not for my recent training, I would surely find this battle quite daunting, Frisia mused. Feeling a sense of honor in his own abilities, having never engaged in rigorous training since his birth. In contrast to Broly's full-throttle assault, Frisia appeared remarkably at ease. However, witnessing Frisia's demeanor incited Broly's fury, prompting him to abandon the contest of strength in favor of a rapid flurry of punches raining down upon Frisia. Ah, commendable fervor. But alas, the disparity between us is insurmountable, Frisia remarked, even folding his arms nonchalantly across his chest. Amidst Broly's frenzied onslaught, Frisia merely twisted his body with casual agility, effortlessly evading each of Broly's strikes. Yet, Frisia's minions were not so fortunate. Each of Broly's powerful blows produced sonic booms, compressing the air to its utmost limits. Though Frisia remained unscathed, the unfortunate minions met grim fates. Some were utterly obliterated, while others were left in disarray, prompting panic and a hasty retreat. As Vitalis observed the fierce exchange and the occasional rain of blood, he keenly sensed the approach of the Kurd father and son. Should I flee? Vitalis found himself in turmoil, his blood racing, heart pounding, and body trembling with the desire to rush to Broly's side in battle. Yet reason cautioned him that such a move would be fatal. This was Frisia in his ultimate form. Had it been the first or second transformation, he might have dared to engage, but now, it seemed a certain death. Moreover, what had Frisia just revealed? He had trained, recalling the tale of Frisia, who had bridged the gap between mortals and deities in a mere 4 months, capable of contending with those wielding divine powers. Reflecting on this, Vitalis felt his limbs weaken, devoid of any inclination to resist. Are you afraid? Indeed, youth often brings ignorance, remarked Vegeta 3, standing nearby. Your cowardly demeanor hardly resembles that of our king. He observed the battle unfolding in the skies. As it stands, you are a competent king, having ushered in change for our Saiyan people. However, you have yet to prove yourself as a formidable warrior. Lacking the will of a fighter disqualifies you from being a true Saiyan king. Flee now. Your instantaneous movement technique is beyond Frisia's reach. I have already dispatched warriors with power exceeding 1,000,000 to engage the enemy. We shall deplete their strength, creating an opportunity for Broly to strike them down. Should we face defeat, we will obliterate the entrance. The clan within will strive to train diligently and in due time. It will fall upon you, our king, to lead them out and exact our vengeance. King, while your fighting spirit may not earn my complete allegiance, I acknowledge the transformation you bring. Let us depart, for you must guide the Saiyans toward greatness. Vitalis regarded Vegeta 3, enveloped in silence. At that moment, a cacophony of sonic booms erupted from the exit of the hyperbolic time chamber. A multitude of fusion warriors adorned in the traditional garb of the Metamorans emerged. Clearly aware that confronting powerful foes individually was futile, the Saiyans opted for fusion in their assault. A brilliant flash illuminated the battlefield as a single fusion warrior took it upon themselves to eliminate the throngs of Frisia's minions, swiftly dispatching thousands of them in an instant. With Saiyan fusion warriors still engaging, space was at a premium, and these weaklings were merely taking up room. Damn Bardock, still on his way, Vegeta 3 cursed. Observing the fusion warrior's performance, he held Bardock in high regard as his fusion partner, designated by the king himself. Unfortunately, Bardock was out on a mission with his squad and had yet to return. Bardock, listen to me. An unforeseen incident has occurred. Frisia has arrived on planet Vegeta, and the Kurds are en route as well. We cannot escape this time. Contact the other Saiyans on their way. Do not return. Instead, wander the endless cosmos until the king leads us to defeat Frisia. Vegeta 3 hastily communicated with Bardock. During this period without companions to practice fusion, King Vegeta 3 chose to engage in conversation with Bardock, initially intending merely to understand one another better. However, he found himself irresistibly drawn to Bardock's admirable qualities. Acknowledging Bardock as an anomaly, King Vegeta 3 recognized his popularity among the lower-ranking warriors due to his unwavering loyalty to comrades, deeming him a man worthy of trust. After their interaction, King Vegeta 3 became increasingly impressed by Bardock. Regrettably, Bardock's wife was also an uncommon individual, and their son, Raditz, had been spoiled and was lamentably indolent. During moments of ennui, King Vegeta 3 often took it upon himself to train his comrade's unworthy son. After conveying a few words to Bardock, he terminated the communication. The daily practice of meditation alleviated his irritability, and the tranquility of life enabled him and the other Saiyans to recognize the aspects they had previously overlooked. Gazing towards the nurturing facility, he recalled that it was where his newborn son resided. Aiming to provide his son with a normal childhood, he had refrained from bringing him to the room of spirit and time. Paragus continuously boasted about his own son, igniting King Vegeta 3's anticipation for his offspring. Indeed, upon his son's birth, he proved to be exceptionally promising, with battle power records second only to Broly. This prompted King Vegeta 3 to publicly declare that his son would inherit the name Vegeta. Considering his aspirations for his son's happiness, the boastfulness of Paragus, in his discussions about family with Bardock, he felt a profound obligation to ensure his son's childhood was filled with joy. He resolved to surpass both Paragus and Bardock's sons. Recognizing that while his son's combat prowess might not rival Broly's, young Vegeta's childhood would undoubtedly be the happiest. This upbringing would contrast starkly with his own and that of the other Saiyans, who had grown up as ruthless killing machines. This tranquil mindset allowed the Saiyans to focus on previously neglected yet significant matters. Observing his arrangements for the relocation of the infants, King Vegeta 3 cast a glance at Frisia, whose form gradually expanded. With no fusion partner available, transformation into a great ape seemed the optimal choice. Concurrently, several fused warriors opted for the great ape transformation, their numbers swelling to a formidable presence that obscured the sky. A multitude of unfused warriors gathered behind Vitalis, serving as backup forces following the dissolution of the previous batch of warriors. Was escape truly the only option? Witnessing the colossal bodies fall, no longer mere foot soldiers of Frisia's army, but Saiyans, Vitalis felt a deep discomfort within. Chapter 27. The Mighty Frisia and the Unyielding Vitalis. What a splendid race indeed! Frisia taunted Broly while effortlessly dispatching the great apes. The deceased monkeys, constrained in their positions, could only engage in distant taunts. The closest among them occasionally approached to provoke. Although they had largely lost their sanity, an instinctual awareness of their greatest threat and kin remained. Coupled with the intermittent roars and commands of Vegeta 3, everything appeared orderly. Indeed, Vegeta 3 was managing this rampaging horde of giant apes. Under his direction, they posed a significant challenge to Frisia. Following their fusion, the combat capabilities of these monkeys reached a minimum of 2 to 3 million, with many exceeding 4 or 5 million, and upon transforming, their power soared into the tens of millions. Frisia could not dispose of them effortlessly. It required considerable strength to eliminate them effectively. It was imperative to eradicate them. A group of agile warriors darted among the throng, tossing Senzu beans into the mouths of those gravely injured. Frisia could only stomp in frustration. While he desired to prioritize the elimination of these combatants, Broly relentlessly pursued him, forcing him to endure a barrage of attacks every moment. Each strike originated from a master with power exceeding 10 million, and neglecting to defend himself could result in injury. Defense, in turn, necessitated the expenditure of energy. Observing Frisia's waning stamina ignited a flicker of hope for victory, yet no one felt joyful. As two even more formidable presences were rapidly approaching, their sole opportunity lay in defeating Frisia before their arrival. Confronting two adversaries was far preferable to three cursed wild monkeys. With a powerful kick, Frisia sent Broly flying and then surged toward one of the warriors bearing the Senzu beans. Along the way, the gorillas fell one by one, struck through the heart by Frisia's energy beams, reverting to their base forms. Ah, is this the Senzu bean? Seizing the hand of the fused warrior, Frisia reached for the Senzu beans. Boom. Recognizing the disparity in their power, the captured warrior chose to self-destruct, not hoping to harm Frisia but rather to take the Senzu beans down with him. Should Frisia, now fortified by the replenishment of Senzu beans, fall to a tactic of overwhelming numbers, all hope would be lost. Oh ho ho ho, how delightful. Frisia chuckled with rage. He had initially intended to secure the Senzu beans before proceeding, but now, with them in his grasp, he could unleash his full power without restraint. After all, exerting himself at full capacity demanded immense energy. Detrimental to a protracted battle, the furious Frisia resolved to annihilate both the planet and its inhabitants. What of the Senzu beans and the hyperbolic time chamber? All shall perish. If this continues, it is Frisia himself who will meet his demise. Moreover, he had once ruled as the sovereign of the universe without such artifacts. A colossal purple energy sphere erupted from Frisia's hand, hurtling menacingly towards planet Vegeta. The great apes, sensing the impending threat, instinctively unleashed a barrage of vocal attacks, attempting to obliterate the energy sphere. However, this was a strike fueled by Frisia's wrath, and it was far too formidable to be easily deflected. The Saiyans on the ground also emitted beams of light, striving to thwart Frisia's destructive intent towards planet Vegeta. Alas, the disparity in power was insurmountable. Frisia's fighting prowess soared to an astonishing 150 million, and even with some depletion, it was beyond the collective strength of the others to impede him. Just then, while Frisia was engaged in combat with the Saiyans, he was sent sprawling by a kick from Broly. The energy orb, deprived of its source of power, was expelled from planet Vegeta, soaring into the cosmos. Infuriated, Frisia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had finally sustained an injury, struck by that accursed wild monkey. This is also the reason for his eagerness to annihilate planet Vegeta. The wild monkey, initially subjected to one-sided torment, has now, in a mere moment, achieved a power level nearing 1 billion. Coupled with thousands of giant apes boasting power levels exceeding 10 million, it is utterly impossible to defeat Broly in the foreseeable future. Frisia is overwhelmed, contemplating escape if his father does not arrive soon. To flee? Am I truly considering flight? Vitalis remains engulfed in confusion. Just one Frisia has cost the lives of hundreds of warriors. If disbandment occurs, the casualties would multiply exponentially. These individuals are the elite among the Saiyans. Even the most extraordinary Saiyans, who have trained in the hyperbolic time chamber for nearly a decade, find themselves with power levels ranging predominantly between 100,000 and 500,000, while only a little over 30,000 possess power levels between 500,000 and 1 million. Above the million mark, there are merely a few thousand. However, when confronted with a fearsome entity like Frisia, mere numbers lose their significance. This was once a level of formidable strength that the Saiyans could only dream of. Now, they are but fodder to deplete Frisia's stamina. The harrowing scenes profoundly impact Vitalis' spirit. This is not merely a battle. It is a war that stakes the very existence of our kin. Limbs and shattered bodies dance through the air. Such a scene was beyond Vitalis' imagination. In his memories, the protagonist and antagonist were locked in an intense struggle. The destruction of cities by Babidi, the annihilation of planets by Frisia, and the precise extermination of Earthlings by Bu were moments that Vitalis had once found merely exhilarating while watching anime, without delving deeper into their implications. For those perished bore no relation to him. Yet now, his kin were being slaughtered. Only recently had he arrogantly ascended to the throne. Indeed, arrogance defined him. For he had saved the Saiyans, looking down upon these so-called savages. His desire to rule stemmed from viewing the Saiyans merely as useful instruments, leveraging their strength as a price for their salvation. As he gazed upon the familiar faces, most of which he could scarcely recall by name, he noted how these individuals, whom he once deemed brutal and mindless, dutifully executed his commands, engaging in monotonous meditation training each day. They had pledged to forsake bloodshed, desiring only the thrill of battle. For them, killing held no significance. With the availability of Senzu beans, they could indulge in combat with their comrades to their heart's content. rendering slaughter merely a secondary obligation of their tasks. After vanquishing Frisia, there was no longer a need to embark on perilous missions. The Saiyans yearned for the opportunity to train and fight each day. These fierce warriors, having calmed their tempers, occasionally reveal a charming side. They gathered joyfully, requesting Vitalis to let Broly demonstrate what a Super Saiyan is. Upon witnessing Broly's majestic form, they become determined to train vigorously, declaring their aspirations to also become Super Saiyans. So, is retreat truly necessary? Vitalis reflects on his past life. In his youth, he was naive, believing he could be reckless as long as his parents were present. Convinced that no problem was insurmountable with their support. Only upon maturing did he come to comprehend the hardships of adulthood and recognize the absurdity of his former self. Accepting the responsibilities of maturity, he understood the struggles of his parents. Alas, he found himself powerless to effect change. Acquiring a home or a vehicle necessitated loans. And marrying was not merely a matter of mutual affection. Ephemeral love must rest upon a tangible foundation. The impoverished are deemed unworthy of marriage and procreation. Thus, in his previous life, he resigned himself to a careless existence, living day by day. Yet now, endowed with the ability to shape his destiny, must he still flee? In his past life, he could evade reality, immersing himself in a sheltered world, for he had a stable and peaceful home. But what of the present? Can he continue to escape? Perhaps this is the price of altering the narrative? No longer suppressing the exhilarating essence within his blood, Vitalis roared defiantly to the heavens. His power surged, a formidable aura rising. The ground cracked, and the chaotic magnetic field caused gravity to shift, debris defying convention and floating upwards. He resolved to no longer evade. After all, is death not also a form of solace? With courage to face death unafraid, what is there left to fear? To remain unchanged is to choose death. Chapter 28. The Power of Frisia. With Frisia at full strength and Broly on the verge of a breakdown, Vitalis stood his ground, resisting the urge to charge recklessly. His current battle power exceeded 2 per million, while the formidable Vegeta 3 stood at just over 2 million. In a fusion state with Broly, he might stand a chance against Frisia, provided he did not hinder their efforts. If fused with Vegeta 3 and enhanced by their primal transformation, they could reach over 50 million, yet it would still fall short against Frisia. He remained stationary, seeking an opportunity. Magic was the only means at his disposal, far more strategic than losing his composure and becoming mere cannon fodder. Oh ho ho, truly remarkable. Had I not received advanced intelligence, I might have been slain by you wild monkeys. How utterly infuriating. Why must you fools, like dead monkeys, not simply await your demise in peace? Frisia grew increasingly anxious. A diminutive yet continually strengthening adversary, accompanied by a horde of formidable foes that required considerable effort to vanquish, was causing him significant distress. He longed to focus his might on eliminating Broly, but this opponent proved exceptionally resilient. After enduring numerous assaults, he bore no wounds apart from tattered clothing. Not a drop of blood was spilled from Broly, while Frisia himself was left reeling from a single kick. The incessant harassment from the surrounding wild monkeys further obstructed Frisia's chances of defeating this monstrous foe, whose power now closely rivaled his own. Had he not trained, he might have already succumbed to defeat. The prolonged absence of his father and cooler only intensified Frisia's agitation. Rejoice, you wretched monkeys, he thought, for you shall witness the full extent of my power, my 100% battle form. This transformation has been seen by none apart from my initial curiosity. With no other choice, Frisia resolved to unleash his full force. Though this state drained his stamina significantly, he felt secure knowing he could replenish his energy with a Saiyan. Determined, Frisia evaded Broly and his allies, raising a protective barrier to deflect incoming attacks. Clenching his fist at his waist, he unleashed a tremendous surge of power that shot skyward. His muscles swelled, causing his form to expand, though his height remained largely unchanged. The ferocity of his aura was akin to that of a colossal titan, towering over the battlefield. Yet, surrounded by the giant apes, he appeared diminutive. Nevertheless, the sheer force emanating from him declared him the epicenter of the conflict. Drawing upon the strength of his comrades, Vitalis gauged Frisia's power to be around 200 million. Fortunately, Frisia's training appeared to have been brief, and he seemed to have avoided the mental torment of the afterlife, which might have delayed his transformation into Golden Frisia. Moreover, Vitalis surmised that this form would not endure long. He saw a glimmer of hope. If Frisia could be defeated before the arrival of 2 specific individuals, victory remained within reach. With a crack, Frisia completed his power gathering and, without uttering a word, instantaneously appeared before a Saiyan clutching a Saiyan. He promptly snapped the hand that held it. Before the warrior could recover, Frisia launched a violet-red energy blast, propelling the Saiyans' body into the throng of giant apes. The ensuing explosion scattered the surrounding Saiyans, as this strike channeled the majority of Frisia's power, clearing the sky of foes. As the smoke dissipated, the epicenter of the blast revealed itself to be devoid of life. This singular attack had claimed the lives of over 200 fused giant ape warriors. Luckily, the explosion occurred at a high altitude, its force concentrated among the giant apes, sparing planet Vegeta from harm. Had it struck the planet directly, 10 planet Vegetas would have been obliterated. Breathing slightly heavily, Frisia retrieved a items.Even and consumed it. His stamina was instantly restored, and the internal injuries inflicted by Broly healed completely. Ah, marvelous. Such a splendid treasure, a items.Even crafted just for me, allowing me to unleash my full potential without concern for exhaustion. Frisia cackled with delight. In this scene, the remaining Saiyans present, still clinging to their sanity, could not help but twitch their lips. Particularly, Vitalis was taken aback. How could a villain dare to seize the items.Even? True. There have been instances in the original narrative where such theft occurred, only to be reclaimed shortly thereafter. Yet, none among them, including Broly, could hope to retrieve or destroy them from the grasp of Frisia at this moment. Frisia, in his full power, once again surpassed Broly by a considerable margin, who still required time to catch up. At that moment, Frisia's gaze turned icy. The warriors clutching the items.Even, upon witnessing this scene, began to crush the beans in their hands, scattering the remnants into the air as they defiantly regarded Frisia. Hehehe, such wild and unrepentant monkeys, he scoffed, instantly appearing before one warrior who had just shattered a items.Even. With his tail, he ensnared the warrior's neck and lifted him effortlessly behind him. In the very next instant, as Broly rushed to catch up, Frisia reappeared behind another warrior, thrusting his hand through the chest to extract the still beating heart. Observing the pulsating organ, he mused, it isn't black after all? But why? Why commit such inhumane acts? These are priceless treasures. You selfish wild monkeys have consumed so many items.Even, pure waste, and now you destroy even more before me. You shall all perish. And let your demise accompany my items.Even. Enraged, Frisia traversed the crowd, and with each flicker of his form, another warrior met their end. Frisia, at the peak of his power, was beyond Broly's reach. All Broly could do was watch helplessly as Frisia enacted his slaughter. Frisia, face me, Broly bellowed in fury, witnessing his kin being mercilessly slaughtered, feeling utterly powerless. At this moment, Broly no longer suppressed his fury, fearing that he might lose control and harm his kin, his father, and the king who could not endure any injury. He had long been stifling his emotions. Although an uncontrollable rage would amplify his power at a rapid pace, ultimately, he would become the gravest threat to himself. Anger surged within Broly, causing his strength to swell once more. With a resounding boom, the sudden surge of power caught Frisia off guard, as Broly swiftly closed the distance and struck him into the ground. The overwhelming force created a massive crater, fracturing the earth into wide chasms. As Frisia attempted to rise, Broly pressed down with a foot, seizing Frisia's tail and mercilessly slamming him from side to side. Simultaneously, he channeled energy into his grip, shattering Frisia's protective barrier. Bereft of his power, Frisia cried out in agony, his voice reduced to hoarse gasps. Die, you wretched monkey. In a moment of desperation, Frisia severed his own tail, launching himself into a flawless 3,900-degree landing, while hurling a concentrated energy sphere towards Broly. With a swift motion, Broly batted it aside. He then grasped Frisia's hand, preventing him from consuming a items.Even. Broly opened his mouth wide, gathering energy. He intended to annihilate Frisia before succumbing to his own fury. Once sufficiently charged, he hurled Frisia into the sky, unleashing his immense power in a final strike. This act of killing Frisia in midair was his last vestige of reason. Chapter 29, The Arrival of the Kurta Father and Son. The despairing power. A tremendous explosion erupted. Before the sound of the blast faded, a piercing laughter echoed. Ah, my dear brother, how utterly pathetic you are. Though you are in disarray, should I commend you? After all, you have endured for so long against these dreadful wild monkeys. Had it not been for your dear brother's timely arrival, you would already be dead. How tragic. As the smoke cleared, a larger version of Frisia stood before him, shielding Frisia from further attacks. Guldo, stop teasing your brother. If Frisia hadn't sensed the danger and arrived promptly, our clan would have been in peril. Are you all right, Frisia? You have a items.Even in hand, right? Hand one over. Flying for so long has drained my stamina, remarked the colossal Frisia, who was even larger than the two brothers. Clearly, it was Guldo who had defended against the attack, while the largest was Kurda. Vitalis and the others felt a profound sense of dread. Though they had sensed two powerful energies rapidly approaching and surmised it was the Kurda father and son due to their similar auras to Frisia, they could not comprehend the implications of their final forms making an appearance. Was this some sort of cruel jest? Was it truly unplayable? At the very least, Vitalis resolved to confront the Frisia family after transforming into a Super Saiyan, rather than mastering Super Saiyan 2 or even Super Saiyan 3 beforehand. Frisia, with a flick of his wrist, produced two Senza beans and tossed them to the duo. The rejuvenated warriors unleashed their formidable energy, altering the magnetic field of planet Vegeta. In the distance, dark clouds loomed ominously, while countless bolts of lightning interwove like a net. Yet, the area where they stood remained remarkably clear, with gravity shifting, causing numerous fragments and stones to levitate in the air, painting a vivid tableau reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Indeed, it was the end of the world. Every individual here possesses the formidable strength of a single annihilation starship. However, the Saiyan faction is unable to survive in the vastness of space, and being on their home planet limits their power. In contrast, Frisia's side seeks the mystical beings and the hyperbolic time chamber, coupled with a confidence in their own abilities, allowing them to annihilate the entire Saiyan race without hesitation. Unconcerned about the internal environment of the planet, Frisia's forces recklessly unleash their might, resulting in various natural disasters within the planet. Tempest rage, thunder resounds, mountains crumble, and tsunamis surge, leaving no ordinary citizens to suffer the consequences. Otherwise, millions would have perished. Ah, King Vegeta, it has been a while since we last met. You have certainly prospered. Although in your great ape form, you remain as grotesque as ever. As Kurd gazed at Vegeta 3, whose battle power exceeded 20 million, he found it somewhat bearable. Huh, Kurd, have you even taken a moment to consider your own appearance? Look at your ridiculous head and that skin of yours. Have you donned any clothing? Or are you parading about in the nude? Even in our great ape forms, we remain clothed. We are civilized beings. Vitalis cast a surprised glance at Vegeta 3, realizing he had indeed been oppressed for far too long. Regrettably, his limited vocabulary was evident. Perhaps it would be beneficial for him to learn a few choice insults on other planets. However, Kurd's arrogant demeanor and relatively reasonable remarks only served to infuriate him. At that moment, Broly completely lost control. His pupils vanished. His aura shifted from a golden hue to a vibrant green, and his muscles surged once more. He vanished from sight, launching a barrage of fists towards Gula like a torrential downpour. Lacking rationality, he instinctively understood that this individual had saved his prey and posed a threat to him, driving him to obliterate any perceived danger. Yet, each of Broly's strikes was effortlessly intercepted by Gula, often with just a single hand. The disparity was still far too vast. Even though Broly had surpassed Frisia, he was still outmatched by Gula. Vitalis sensed a power that now exceeded Frisia's by nearly double. While Kurd was 5 times stronger than Frisia himself, this clan, endowed with innate power, chooses not to pursue training. For them, the need for exertion is rendered moot, as they are inherently superior to all beings in the universe. Beyond the legendary deities and demons, none can pose a threat to them. Having existed far longer than Frisia, they surpass him by an unfathomable margin. Moreover, Vitalis remains uncertain whether this truly represents the limits of the two. It is evident that these two individuals have also mastered the art of energy control. Mere moments ago, they were distanced from planet Vegeta, yet sensing Frisia's peril. They traversed the vastness of light years in the blink of an eye to rescue him. Astonishing. Oh, King Vegeta, when did you acquire the art of verbal sparring? Has the once mighty king, who decimated countless planets, been stripped of his pride along with his throne by this impudent child? Kurd, arms crossed, gazes down upon the unfolding scene. As the envisioned moon dissipates from his mind, Vegeta 3 returns to his true form. While Gula and Kurd are undeniably formidable, the determined Saiyans remain unafraid. Death is but a consequence, yet they prefer to perish with honor. Initially, he intended to merge with Vitalis, but seeing the latter devoid of fighting spirit, he refrained from imposing. Now that Vitalis has regained his warrior-esque resolve, their fusion, even if not victorious, would still lead to a valiant confrontation. At the very least, they must buy time for Broly. Even if planet Vegeta is obliterated and the Saiyan race annihilated, if Broly can vanquish 1 or 2 foes, it would be commendable. Unfortunately, the transfer of the infant remains incomplete, and the fierce battle complicates the relocation, as they fear provoking Frisia and thus hesitate to transport him to the hyperbolic time chamber. For now, they can only move him to the royal palace, intending to send everyone to the time chamber en masse later. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Is this the fabled warrior? The Super Saiyan, indeed intriguing. No wonder he could defeat Frieza with but one hand, effortlessly countering Broly's ferocious onslaught. Foolish Gula. Swiftly dispatch the Super Saiyan. This one grows stronger with each skirmish. Do not linger. Seeing Gula revel in his own triumph, Frieza shouted aloud. Broly has carved an indelible memory in Frieza's mind, his tough exterior impervious to harm, growing increasingly potent, seemingly without bounds. Catching up to and surpassing Frieza in a short span. Who would have believed such a feat in times past? Oh ho ho ho, my foolish brother. It is your weakness that has brought you here. Look at this wild monkey, devoid of reason and strategy. He only knows how to flail. How could I possibly lose? Gula, however, remained unconvinced. Even if he had defeated his own brother, he would still remain a brother. Seeing Gula's demeanor, Frieza swiftly approached Kaido. Contemplating that even should Broly conquer Gula, he would still pose no threat to Kaido. Witnessing Broly's triumph over Gula, Kaido would likely perceive Broly as a menace and would not hesitate to eliminate him. Ah, my foolish brother, behold as your beloved sibling avenges you, Gula taunted. Delivering a powerful kick that sent Broly flying, then quickly teleporting to intercept him, sending him hurtling back once more. What say you, my dear brother? Have you truly been bested by this mere ball? How utterly disgraceful. This ball isn't half bad. It's quite entertaining, Gula jested, reveling in the amusement of the moment. For Frieza, his brother, was indeed fortunate. While Gula had toiled fiercely to carve out his own territory, Frieza had effortlessly inherited Kaido's legion and dominion shortly after his emergence. A fact that filled Gula with jealousy. Alas, Kaido still loomed above him. Otherwise, he would have ensured Frieza truly felt the weight of a brother's love. Yet, despite his musings, he understood that his brother must fend for himself. Chapter 30. The Transcendent Broly, the Ruthless Kaido. The Saiyan race, renowned as the strongest in the universe, certainly lived up to its legendary status. Given time, there shall be no force in this cosmos capable of halting your advance, Kaido remarked, arms crossed, as he surveyed Vegeta and Vitalis. Regrettably, you have encountered me, and I shall cleanse this universe of your wicked lineage, for your existence threatens the tranquility of our realm. But tell me, Vitalis, the new king of the Saiyans, would you care to be my son? Together, we could share dominion over the universe. If only you would reveal the secret of the Super Saiyan God and present me with some sins of beans. Kaido possessed knowledge that far surpassed that of his two sons. The existence of gods was not merely a myth, it was an undeniable reality. Kaido had once sought the power of the divine, yet that realm remained beyond his grasp. The formidable destroyer gods and the terrifying Majin Buu were entities of immense strength, capable of slaying even the legendary Kais, yet they too could be vanquished by the Kais. After witnessing such beings, Kaido ceased his pursuit of power and relinquished his rage, instead desiring to govern his modest domain peacefully. For mortals, an extended lifespan paired with unparalleled strength was akin to divinity, rendering the provocation of otherworldly beings unnecessary. Yet now, the power of the gods had resurfaced before him. Could the Saiyans not perform the same godly rites? Were they not comparable to the gods? As for sparing the Saiyans after acquiring their secrets? A jest. Should they arrive late, it would be perilous. How could he refrain from annihilating them to soothe his startled spirit? As for acknowledging his son, Vitalis deemed it acceptable to change his race. However, now that he is aware of the Saiyan potential, he cannot permit such a formidable race to exist in this universe. Vitalis disregarded the two fools, preoccupied with devising an escape plan. If he could flee, he could rely on the Dragon Balls to resurrect the Saiyans, believing that their revival would render them even more fearsome. Unfortunately, he was currently locked onto by Coold's energy signature, and any movement would invite an attack. It was evident that Coold was cognizant of his ability to instantaneously relocate. Faced with such a vast disparity in strength, Vitalis had little confidence in escaping unscathed. One misstep could lead to his demise. Even a desperate escape would hinge on luck. Alas, just as he resolved to fight with all his might and cease fleeing, he was confronted with such a formidable adversary. Fate can be cruel. Oh, are you ignoring me? How disappointing. Are you attempting to stall for time to relocate your kin? The palace below is teeming with feeble energy. Perhaps they are the Saiyan hybrids? Do you intend to send them to the hyperbolic time chamber and then destroy the entrance? For those of you who possess abilities akin to instant transmission, perhaps the entrance is unnecessary? Cool continued. By the way, Vegeta, your child was just born a couple of days ago, wasn't it? Also named Vegeta? Such a ridiculous tradition. This is the tragedy of a short-lived race, relying on names to perpetuate their glory. Cooled mocked as he observed the old and new kings, speaking with an air of nonchalance. Having already discerned the Saiyans' trump cards and maintaining a crushing advantage in power, there was no reason for him to remain tense. With King Cooled present, how could he possibly lose? Well, how cold of you, making me feel like a jester, he remarked. Just then, Cooled was interrupted by the furious roar of his eldest son, casting an irritated glance in Broly's direction. At that moment, Broly's muscles surged once again, his golden hair transforming entirely into a vibrant green. His internal energy skyrocketed once more. In stark contrast, Kula found himself in a dire predicament. His right hand gripped tightly by Broly, who relentlessly pummeled him with blow after blow, displacing Kula's facial bones in the process. Kula screamed in anguish, akin to a damsel in distress, as he attempted to gather energy blast with his left hand to strike at Broly. Unfortunately, Kula was utterly incapable of breaching Broly's defenses. Cooled stared in astonishment. What was happening? Just moments ago, it had been his son treating Broly like a mere ball, and now it seemed his son was being used as a punching bag. Was this truly the power of a Super Saiyan god? After a considerable time, Cooled posed his question, yet, regrettably, no one responded. While Cooled was engaged in self-dialogue, Vitalis initiated a telepathic chat group, bringing together all the Saiyans present, except for Broly. I am Vitalis, and this is a telepathic channel I have established through magic. It requires only mental communication. Be cautious not to reveal any vulnerabilities that Cooled might detect. This ability is indeed convenient. Vegeta 3. My son, how impressive it is to see Paragus gradually catching up to Gula. The Saiyans of lesser standing are only fit to listen. We must now divert Cooled's and Frisia's attention and safely escort the infants into the room of spirit and time. They are the hope of the future. Vitalis. The Frisia duo seems to have somehow learned of our whereabouts, and their timing is truly catastrophic for us. Vegeta 3. Except for Broly, we are utterly defenseless. Even at our utmost effort, we can barely achieve combat powers in the millions, while the Frisia duo exceeds billions. Vegeta 3. In the face of Frisia, we might still serve a purpose by wearing him down, but Gula and Cooled are overwhelmingly powerful. Exterminating us requires little effort on their part. I must admit, Cooled's strength is truly disheartening. Revert from the great ape transformation, Vitalis. The rampaging Saiyans, in their monstrous forms, are indifferent to the strength of their adversaries. They simply charge forward to fight until death. Observing the relentless assault on Frisia and his son, only to be effortlessly dispatched, Vitalis issued his orders. Now that Cooled wishes to converse, Gula is preoccupied with playing with Broly, while Frisia watches Broly, awaiting the moment he strikes his brother. Therefore, there is no need to court death. The Saiyan spirits within the great ape dissipated into meditation under the moon, reclaiming control over their bodies. Look, my son is quite impressive, isn't he? Paragus, who had been watching his son, remarked. Vitalis. Vegeta 3 and the assembled warriors. Your son is indeed formidable, but your behavior risks losing friends. However, the danger is imminent. While Broly has gained the upper hand, the disparity between Cooled and Gula is far too great. Can Broly indeed elevate his power once more? Even if it were possible, would the Kurds offer an opportunity? The pessimistic Vegeta 3 mused. Indeed. Had I arrived a moment later, my son would have faced such trials alone, akin to the valiant Paragus, who met his end without regret. Words fail me. The warrior race of Saiyans knows no but. Even in the face of error, we harbor no regrets, for regret is the refuge of the weak. Vegeta 3, the fiery elder, urged one to confront reality, to engage in battle, for even in death, one must perish on the path of combat. We are a race of warriors. Fighting is our instinct, our honor. In the face of death, we must keep our eyes wide open, fixated on the enemy, nurturing a hatred for our own inadequacies. Berating ourselves for not being formidable enough. It is not our fault that the enemy is strong, but it is indeed our fault if we are weaker than them. Vegeta 3, a former king, though his thoughts may be overly extreme, finds favor in this mindset. During the discourse, Broly seized the upper hand, effortlessly overpowering Gula with a single hand. Meanwhile, Frisia stood by, arms crossed, reveling in the sight of his brother's dismay. The golden-haired Super Saiyan, reminiscent of the one who had once defeated him, now perhaps embodying the Super Saiyan god with his green hair. Kurt observed his tormented eldest son with indifference. After all, Gula's subtle machinations were not lost on him, and having merged with Gula more than once, he sensed the latter's desire for supremacy, albeit vaguely, though not incensed. As this was a tradition of their clan, Allowing Broly to continue his assault would help Gula comprehend the disparity between father and son. As for Broly, he had yet to prove himself. Even if he surpassed Gula, it did not guarantee he could match him, and with Gula's merger, it was as if invincibility was etched upon his very being. Whether against Beerus or Majin Buu, he held confidence in his ability to confront them. Vegeta. And the young king, do you refuse to answer my inquiries? You make me feel like a jester, Kurd remarked, a smile gracing his lips. Yet that smile bore no warmth, only an overwhelming chill that sent shivers down one's spine. Slowly, he raised his right hand, extending a finger. Ah, Vegeta, your son has been born, and I failed to congratulate you in time. Allow me to present my belated wishes with a grand display for the arrival of the new Vegeta. With a subtle flick of his finger, a diminutive violet particle drifted towards the palace. As it moved, it gradually expanded in size. Its pace was leisurely, seemingly biding its time for Vegeta and the others to intercept. Kurd, the third of his name, felt the veins on his forehead throb with fury. Driven by a resolute determination to ensure his sons could thrive in peace, he harbored the belief that his proud offspring would avenge him. Yet now, Kurd found himself confronting his own pride. As he positioned himself beneath the energy sphere, Vegeta 3 charged forward without hesitation. Ah, return to me, he cried, attempting to push it back along its original path. But alas, the disparity was insurmountable. Observing Vegeta 3's desperate attempt, Vitalis surged forth as well. It was difficult to alter a Saiyans' nature, yet the altered Saiyans placed immense value on their emotions. The catalyst for this transformation was he, and he bore the responsibility for it. Paragus joined the fray, and soon, Saiyans from all around gathered. Below, it was not just Vegeta's progeny at stake. Their wives and children were there, and the Saiyans, liberated to unleash their combat instincts, discovered the emotions they had long overlooked. Previously indifferent, they now refused to allow anyone to harm their families. Was this truly the cold-blooded, unfeeling warrior race known as the Saiyans? How lamentable it was, sacrificing oneself for a brood of little ones. Kurd found himself intrigued by this scene. He exerted more force, accelerating the energy sphere downwards. With a fierce resolve, Kurd became an unstoppable force, while Vegeta 3 and the others found their feet pressed against the palace's dome. Run, Vitalis shouted, recognizing the impending doom. In response to the command, a multitude of Saiyans clutching their children emerged. With keen eyes, Kurd noticed something and beckoned with a hand. A child soared towards him. Meanwhile, below, a colossal explosion engulfed all, leaving no one unscathed within its reach. As the smoke began to clear, the Grand Palace had been utterly obliterated, replaced by a bottomless pit. The remnants of immense power crackled at the edges of this chasm with occasional arcs of electricity. In the wake of Kurd's devastating strike, every infant Saiyan born during this period was annihilated, alongside the warriors tasked with their transport. Pushing aside the guards who shielded him, Vitalis stepped towards the edge of the daring not to glance around, nor to sense how many souls still thrived. Vitalis confronted the Saiyans with an air of superiority. He vanquished Vegeta and ascended to the throne, bestowing upon them the mystical senza beans, methods of energy cultivation, fusion techniques, and the hyperbolic time chamber. He believed he could alter the Saiyans' fated destiny, perceiving himself as their savior. Thus, he considered it his rightful place to reign as their king. Yet, reality delivered a harsh slap to his face. Indeed, the Saiyans grew more formidable, but they inadvertently invited their own demise. A far more extravagant extinction than depicted in the original tale. Regret? Yes, regret. Hatred? Indeed, hatred. He lamented his awareness of his own shortcomings, yet failed to enact change. He despised his cowardice, his lofty aspirations coupled with inadequate actions, and his inaction. If only a myriad of thoughts swirled within Vitalis's mind. Regret is the refuge of the weak. Confronting reality, engaging in battle, is the true honor, reminiscent of King Vegeta 3's words. Yes, the die is cast. Right or wrong has become irrelevant, the past inconsequential. What matters now is his fervent desire to vanquish the Kurd family. Reflecting on his recent interactions with the Saiyans, his thoughts crystallized around the Saiyan warriors he sought to protect. Why protect him? Are not Saiyans known for their cold-bloodedness? Because he is the king. Because he transformed the Saiyans. Therefore, he must rise as the king of the warrior race, shouldering the responsibilities of his title and the cost of their transformation. Step by step, as he ascended to the pinnacle of power, his energy began to shift, enveloped in a faint golden hue. Though his brow and hairstyle remained unchanged, a golden radiance began to flicker within. With all his might, Vitalis charged towards Kurd, determined to rescue Vegeta before meeting his end, not merely because he was the second protagonist, but because he was the son of a comrade, an obligation that transcended the narrative, rooted solely in the bond of brotherhood and kingship. Alas, how terrifyingly ironic. Frieza had sensed the commotion and intercepted Vitalis. A Super Saiyan? Slightly different, yet undeniably stronger, but still vastly inferior to the lunatic opposite him. With arms crossed, Frieza effortlessly neutralized Vitalis' onslaught with a mere foot. Simultaneously, he commented, his confidence restored. Upon witnessing Frieza's blockade, Vitalis' rage intensified, the white aura now increasingly infused with gold. The brilliance in his brow and hair growing ever more pronounced, even as his own colors began to shift. His pupils vanished, leaving only the whites of his eyes. Unaware of the transformation overtaking him, the furious Vitalis yearned only to tear Frieza apart, questioning, is that the king? Vegeta 3 emerged from the pit, shielded by nearby warriors. Observing Vitalis in combat, he felt a peculiar blend of joy and a subtle sense of loss. The once Navi king had matured, yet he found himself utterly ineffectual, unable to keep pace with the monstrous Broly. Now, even the small king he once scorned had surpassed him by great margins. Vegeta 3 harbored complex feelings towards Vitalis. He had usurped his throne, spared his life, and brought innumerable treasures invaluable to the Saiyans. These gifts allowed the Saiyans to stand tall and aspire to reign supreme in the universe. Once, Vegeta 3 dismissed Vitalis as merely a fortunate brat whom he would soon surpass to reclaim his throne, harboring deep-seated contempt for this lower-class warrior. However, the undeniable benefits brought forth by Vitalis had greatly enriched the Saiyans, leading him to conclude that he would not eliminate him. This time, he acknowledged Vitalis as a king. Yet, the situation was dire. The likes of Frieza posed little threat now, and the battered cooler, pummeled by Broly, was hardly a concern. The true menace lay in the yet-to-strike Kurd. Ah, Vegeta, still alive? A sudden voice jolted Vegeta 3 from his reverie. He turned to behold a disheartening sight, the unmistakable hairstyle characteristic of the Vegeta lineage, with Kurd gripping the head of the defiant figure struggling in his grasp. Though it seemed painful, the figure remained silent. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta 3 felt as though the world had lost its sound and its color, leaving only the relentless beating of his aching heart. Why was young Vegeta still alive? He had believed that little Vegeta perished in the explosion and had prepared himself, as a father, to wager the dignity of the Saiyans in a desperate fight to the death. Yet here was young Vegeta, captured by Kurd. Perhaps, perishing in the explosion would have been a more merciful fate. How splendid. Oh ho ho ho, Vegeta, after all this time. I never realized you could display such an adorable expression. Truly marvelous. Kurd laughed heartily, finding immense satisfaction in the moment. Since learning of the events on planet Vegeta, a thorn had lodged itself in Kurd's throat, causing discomfort. Fearing he would become a target, he had sent his sons to planet Vegeta to obliterate these nuisances. Now, the clouds of despair had lifted, the elite Saiyan warriors were all but eradicated, and the mid-tier fighters had nearly been extinguished. With infants, I believe that Vegeta would not wish to be regarded as the traitor of the Saiyans. From the moment of his birth, he has been a warrior of our race. We do not fear death. We no longer intend to serve as your lackeys. You have obliterated our home and slaughtered our kin. Vegeta 3 closed his eyes in anguish, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. So many of our people have perished. And even his son, despite his noble bloodline, cannot expect any special treatment. A soft sound echoed, yet to Vegeta 3's ears, it was excruciating. He opened his eyes to witness the lifeless body of a small child, decapitated and falling slowly. Kurd merely flicked the blood from his hands. A smile fixed upon his face as he gazed at Vegeta 3. With trembling hands, Vegeta 3 reached out to catch his son's body. But a violet energy blast surged forth, resulting in a violent explosion that utterly obliterated the small corpse. Stumbling back, Vegeta 3 steadied himself. He could not fall. As a Saiyan, he was a warrior above all. With a deep breath, he retracted his hands and clenched his fists at his waist, his hunchback standing straighter than it ever had. A powerful aura radiated from him. The clouds, previously scattered by the battle, began to coalesce once more under the magnetic shift, forming thick, oppressive dark clouds that seemed ready to descend upon the earth. Lightning erupted from thin air, crackling continuously, as dense golden light enveloped Vegeta 3. In the distance, sensing the energy shift caused by Vegeta 3's transformation, Vitalis turned his gaze toward him, simultaneously channeling his power with ferocity. The same golden light surrounded Vitalis. Chapter 32. the Super Fusion Warrior. An overwhelming force dispersed everything around them, the golden light dissipating to reveal both Vegeta 3 and Vitalis. The radiant golden hair and eyebrows, alongside Vegeta 3's golden beard, stood in stark contrast to the cold, emotionless emerald eyes. Kurd and Frieza dared not meet their gaze. Seizing the moment of distraction from Kurd and Frieza, Vitalis and Vegeta 3 swiftly converged. A fierce golden radiance erupted again as they merged. The disparity in their foundational power was vast, and upon witnessing Vegeta 3 transform into a Super Saiyan, Vitalis made contact with him, opting for fusion. This immense power attracted the rampaging Broly, while Gula seized the opportunity to approach Kurd, procuring a Senzu Bean from Frieza. On the verge of being brutally defeated, that accursed Frieza, in his reckless arrogance, has unwittingly allowed formidable warriors to seize opportunities for growth. Equally detestable is Cooled, whose own hubris, learned from who knows where, has birthed two powerful Super Saiyans. Now, as these two unite, enveloped in a tempestuous aura and the palpable intent to kill directed at their father and son duo, Gula feels a profound shame in associating with Cooled and Frieza. Their audacity is infuriating. Thankfully, Gula believes that through his fusion with Cooled, they can subdue this adversary. Had Frieza and Cooled approached, they would undoubtedly face defeat. Father, shall we fuse as well? Before he could finish his thought, Gula blinked, and his father vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar warrior standing in his stead. A lock of hair danced upon his forehead in the wind, his hair styled in a flamboyant manner, and his striking green eyes swept over Gula, causing his heart to flutter. This figure bears an uncanny resemblance to Gogeta, with the protagonist being Goku in his Super Saiyan 2 form. And the likeness to both the third Prince Vegeta and Vegeta himself is evident. Thus, it is likely Gogeta's appearance, albeit with a beard reminiscent of the third Prince Vegeta. Presenting a middle-aged version of Gogeta. Fusion. It seems you have indeed acquired considerable knowledge, mastering not only the control and perception of ki, but also the art of fusion. A voice resonated, imbued with the tones of Vitalis and Vegeta 3. The fusion of Vitalis and Vegeta. Naming it poses a challenge. Let us simply call it Vegeta. With arms crossed, the fusion warrior spoke. Merging with Cooled may prove rather troublesome. Though the prospect of battling your combined form is enticing, I kindly suggest you meet your demise first. As I stand now, I am unworthy of such extravagance, Vegeta remarked, casting a languid glance at Gula, his gaze piercing and immobilizing as Gula slowly retreated. Do not slay me. I am but a pawn forced into this by Cooled. It is Cooled and Frieza who have enslaved you Saiyans. I have played no part in this. Today, I have not taken the life of a single Saiyan. It was Cooled and Frieza who wrought havoc. Gula hastily pleaded, feeling his body betray him. Perish, you wretched monkey. Cooled, having been struck, raised a colossal energy sphere to hurl at Vegeta. As Vegeta diverted Cooled's attention, Frieza seized the opportunity to launch himself at Vegeta. Aiming a kick at his waist, the fusion, a formidable technique, reversed the tide in an instant, shifting positions effortlessly. Vegeta deftly evaded Frieza's strike, delivering a single kick that sent Frieza soaring into the skies. With a mere gesture, he deflected Cooled's energy orb into the cosmos. Seizing Cooled's arm, he flung him towards Frieza, the impact connecting with a resounding force. Extending his right hand towards Gula, a vibrant sphere emerged, enveloping Gula and lifting him into the air. Pursuing his father and brother. In mere moments, the dance of combat unfolded seamlessly, leaving the trio utterly defenseless. As their energies converged, a burst of colorful light illuminated the scene. There was no explosion, no smoke. Father and sons vanished without a trace, slipping silently into the afterlife. Whether they ascended to paradise or descended into the abyss was a matter for the king of hell. Regretfully, Vegeta's current strength was insufficient to extinguish their souls. In the span of a minute, from the conclusion of the transformation, through the fusion, to the obliteration of the trio, no more than 60 seconds elapsed. The prowess of the fusion warrior was indeed formidable. Meanwhile, Broly, consumed by rage and devoid of focus, charged toward Vegeta. His lost sanity demanded an outlet for his overwhelming power. What a rare opportunity to engage you, Vegeta mused as he faced the oncoming Broly. He lunged forward, seizing Broly's face and forcing him down. We must relocate. Planet Vegeta can no longer withstand the magnitude of our battle. Grasping Broly, he employed instant transmission. Arriving on a desolate planet, the thin atmosphere rendered the world virtually lifeless, yet it served as an ideal battleground for the two. Faced with the large hand upon his visage, Broly began to gather energy. After a moment's contemplation, Vegeta refrained from pushing back. After all, Broly was one of his own. Instead, he withdrew his hand and delivered a sharp slap, sending Broly's energy soaring into the sky. Having yet to master his own power, Broly had not been instructed in any other techniques by Vitalis. Following his rampage and the encounters with Frieza and Gula, Broly had unwittingly absorbed their fighting styles, each move steeped in their essence. Regrettably, these techniques were ill-suited for him. Thus, Vegeta commenced to impart his wisdom to Broly. The skills honed by Vegeta 3, learned by Vitalis on Earth, were continuously employed by Vegeta to strike Broly. In his frenzied state, Broly instinctively began to absorb the techniques of his adversaries, growing ever stronger. 20 minutes passed. At this moment, Broly's sheer strength had already caught up with that of the recently encountered Kurd. However, perhaps due to the nearing limits of his age, the pace of his enhancement had begun to slow significantly 10 minutes prior. Continuing on this path might severely deplete Broly's potential, and fearing a potential backlash from Broly, Vegeta struck him down with a swift blow, rendering him unconscious. Cradling the now dormant Broly, Vegeta returned to planet Vegeta. It seemed that surviving Saiyan warriors had alerted those within the Room of Spirit in time. For a multitude of Saiyans were now engaged in clearing the battlefield. They searched for the remains of their kin, leveled the ground, and several formidable warriors utilized their strength to quell the erupting volcanoes and suppress the raging storms. Witnessing this scene, Vegeta found himself at a loss for words. The other Saiyans, upon seeing Vegeta, chose to refrain from intruding upon his contemplation. It was not until the moment before the fusion was undone that Vegeta cast a glance skyward, his immense power dispersing the ominous clouds above, allowing sunlight to once again grace the earth. As the brilliance flickered, Vegeta split into two. Paragus, fortunate to have survived, was merely knocked unconscious and was soon discovered by the searching warriors. At that moment, he embraced his son, tears of joy streaming down his face. Having narrowly escaped death and now standing as the father of the savior Broly, his emotions were overwhelming. Observing Paragus holding his son, King Vegeta III's hands trembled slightly. These hands, which had taken countless lives throughout his existence, now shook with an unfamiliar vulnerability. Witnessing this, Vitalis smiled with satisfaction. He understood that he had indeed transformed these Saiyans. While they were cold and merciless, once they became emotionally invested, their feelings would emerge as their most formidable source of strength. At this moment, the Saiyans are willing to forsake their pride and abandon their honor, consumed by their emotions. Vitalis patted the shoulder of Vegeta 3, urging him not to linger in thought. Let us commence the task of clearing the battlefield and rebuilding our home. Surely, you would not want young Vegeta to witness you in such a pitiful state upon his resurrection, would you? He inquired. Resurrection? Is it truly possible? As he gazed at the departing figure of Vitalis, King Vegeta 3 resolved to place his trust once more in this monarch who heralded change. Chapter 33. Post-war at the very end of the underworld, in a dimension far beyond the reach of mortals, lay the North Kai's planet. Four figures formed a circle, their antennae twitching intermittently, sometimes clenched into fists, at other moments exclaiming in surprise. Unbeknownst to Vitalis, the recent fierce battle had been witnessed in its entirety by other entities. Cooler, Gula, and Frieza, each wielding terrifying power that overshadowed the universe, commanded dominion over a vast swath of it. Aside from the vicinity of the Galactic Patrol headquarters and the encroachment of the Demon Realm, the real estate ventures of these three father and son pairs sprawled across the cosmos. Their capriciousness brought destruction to countless life-bearing planets. Furthermore, the apathetic Kaioshin was perpetually in pursuit of the elusive Majin Buu, exacerbating the already dire state of the universe. Over the years, the population of the universe had been in a continuous decline, with life extinguished at a rate far exceeding natural births. The pace of destruction inflicted by these entities far outstripped the natural emergence of life. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin, neglectful in his duties, had not created new planets or life forms for quite some time, leading to a deficit in resources. The composite metrics across various aspects of this universe were steadily declining, and the slipping performance had left the four great Kais in a state of anxiety. Divided by the cosmic center, the four great Kais governed the universe from the east, south, west, and north. Though they appeared to wield immense power, only they were aware of their own hardships. Their direct superior, the Grand Kai, reveled in competitions, consistently seeking out participants for various contests and martial arts tournaments, or indulging in peculiar dances to a myriad of musical tunes. They, however, toiled diligently, striving to appease their leader while scouring for talent. As for the kings of hell beneath them, tasked with overseeing all matters concerning the departed souls. They had neither the time nor the strength to assist, and when the Kais were troubled, the kings of hell were often even more distressed. The deities of individual planets further down the hierarchy were in an even more precarious situation. Some struggled for their own survival, their planets having been obliterated, leaving them to linger in the underworld, awaiting reassignment. Hope was scant, as only a few planets had deities, and selection favored the native deities of each planet, prompting many unemployed deities to contemplate career changes. Thus, the positions of the four Kais were exceedingly awkward. They poured their hearts and souls into the advancement of the universe. They monitored entities that posed a threat to the cosmos and were tasked with suppressing those who transgressed the established divine regulations. They contemplated whether it might be prudent to vie for the position of the Grand Kai, and while the role of Kaishin was not entirely out of reach, the unfortunate reality was that collectively, they could not match the Grand Kai's strength. Ah, what joyous news! The North Kai rejoiced at the demise of Frisia, a malignant force within his jurisdiction that had finally met its end. Little did he expect that Gula and Cooler would also perish here, lamented the South Kai. What are you celebrating? He questioned. Killing these three father and son pairs only renders the Saiyans more perilous. The West Kai, possessing a degree of rationality, remarked, indeed, these Saiyans are formidable. However, their numbers are overwhelming, making it easy for them to overstep boundaries. The East Kai, who tends to ponder matters deeply, added, but what happens before they cross that line? The North Kai, sensing something amiss, inquired. Oh dear, my rib rice is broken. I must attend to it. The West Kai exclaimed, hurriedly departing. By the way, I must race the Grand Kai. The agreed time approaches. The East Kai swiftly followed suit. Don't look at me. My people are hardly worth consideration. They would only end up as remnants. The competitive South Kai cast a glance at the North Kai, who left with a sense of resignation. The crux of the matter lies in the Saiyans' extraordinary advantages: the hyperbolic time chamber, Senza beans, and fusion. The legendary warrior, the green-haired Super Saiyan, is already a considerable challenge, and the recently emerged fusion warrior, Vegeta, seems to have detected the prying eyes upon them. It is indeed a complex situation, best left for the North Kai to ponder. After all, it does not fall within their jurisdiction. Their primary concern is to eliminate the remnants of Kurd and Gulag within their territory, allowing them to raise their annual quotas without entangling themselves in ensuing troubles. Ultimately, it is improbable that the Saiyans would reach King Kai's planet. The North Kai stood isolated, gazing into the distance. Far off, Baburis and Gregorly observed their contemplative master, hesitant to break the silence. Every morning I wake to realize the benefits of sleeping early the previous night. How amusing, he suddenly chuckled, a hint of joy in his demeanor. He then made his way to the road, hopped into his cherished car, and began to race. The speed exhilarating as he circled King Kai's planet in the blink of an eye. His earlier bravado was merely a facade, unlike the others who only caught glimpses. He was privy to far more. The others were not constantly monitoring Kurd and Gulag, but rather drawn by their joint venture towards Vegeta's planet out of curiosity. However, it is ill-advised to intrude upon a colleague's territory, which is why the other three had joined forces. Their regions had, to varying degrees, been infiltrated by the father and son duo, naturally leading to their focus on the pair. They witnessed the might of the Saiyans who annihilated Kurd and his son, and were aware of the notorious tales of the Saiyans' former savagery. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that the North Kai had long set his sights on the new Saiyan king. It is difficult to ascertain his kindness, but he at least understands the importance of respecting his elders. The North Kai had observed the transformation of this king and recognized the changes he has brought to the Saiyan race. Thus, the North Kai remained unperturbed. It could hardly worsen from here. Perhaps it is best to allow matters to unfold as they will. As they say, the current Saiyan race is prone to overstepping boundaries. Should they do so, they would face elimination, whereas if they thrive, the North Kai would find himself in a position of ease. At the very least, as long as the Saiyans dominate, other races shall not rise. He is willing to place his trust in Vitalis, who has garnered the recognition of the Earth's Supreme Kai and the Grand Elder of Namek. The qualities of these two individuals instilled confidence in Wang. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Vitalis sat cross-legged at the entrance of the time chamber, keenly observed by the powerful. With the palace in ruins and nowhere else to go, he was reluctant to enter the time chamber, wishing instead to revive his kin swiftly, not wanting to spend decades within. Naturally, his lifespan was a contributing factor. Thus, he remained at the threshold, reflecting on the sudden and fierce conflict that had transpired. First and foremost, it was an oversight. A technique originally intended for the Saiyans had been appropriated, providing Frieza and his cohorts the foundation for their ambush. He had naively assumed only the scouters possessed listening capabilities, neglecting other possibilities and unconsciously believing in the supremacy of strength within the Dragon Ball realm, while disregarding technology. As Vitalis finally calmed his mind, he meticulously sensed the numerous miniature drones hovering in the air, along with a plethora of machinery on synchronized trajectories. Having recently defeated the Kurds, he remained uncertain of the machine's functions and chose not to act recklessly, opting instead to wait for the Saiyans to take full control before making any judgments. Valuable items could be retained, while the useless could be reclaimed. There was no need for waste. After all, the most significant threat had been neutralized. Furthermore, Vitalis contemplated the unfolding narrative. Initially, he had merely sought to enhance himself and cultivate the Saiyan race, believing that any ensuing crisis would be easily surmountable. Yet the Kurds had imparted a profound lesson. Nevertheless, while reflection was essential, he was resolute in his refusal to follow the script, too cumbersome. And he could not bear to send these Saiyans to their demise, nor could he possibly revive the Kurds. Retracing the most critical events, he considered the tournament of power convened by the Omni King. Without Goku's intervention, it was uncertain whether it would even take place. Should it be cancelled, the universe's lagging behind in average strength would face immediate annihilation, a fate from which they would not even comprehend their demise. Thus, Vitalis resolved to prepare for both scenarios. Aiming for victory in the tournament, he hoped to cultivate 10 Super Saiyans at a minimum, and if they could grasp the divine techniques, all the better. Should single combat prove futile, 5 fused Super Warriors would stand strong against any universe. Additionally, he aimed to elevate the overall strength of his universe. This situation is quite troublesome. It remains unclear how the Omni King and the Grand Priest will assess matters. Damn it, Vitalis cursed under his breath. It is not the deities themselves who are manipulating the hearts of the gods. Vitalis could only vaguely contemplate the factors that might influence the judgment. Next, the Saiyans must be dispatched for a comprehensive offensive, tirelessly striving for the peace, prosperity, and stable development of the universe. Firstly, it provides these Saiyans with tasks to occupy themselves. Secondly, it serves to rehabilitate the Saiyans' reputation. After all, the actions of the Saiyans in the past elicited a grimace from Vitalis. There was no way to cleanse their slate, but for the sake of the future, he had no choice but to force a redemption, given the sheer strength they possessed. Thirdly, it is to prevent this universe from receiving a dangerously low rating that could lead to its eradication. One wonders, if they perform admirably in the future, could they ascend to the rank of a Supreme Kai? Chapter 34, The Universe Patrol? In any case, passing the Omni King's evaluation is a significant hurdle. It is not an easy feat. Only by overcoming it can there be a future. As for the previous crisis, following this upheaval, Vitalis resolved to take proactive measures, preemptively eliminating any potential threats. This timeline does not permit the emergence of formidable beings such as Cell, and Majin Buu will subsequently be pursued as well. It is preferable to locate him in his sealed state and then hand him over to Beerus or exile him to another timeline. After all, Vitalis lacked confidence in confronting Buu without risking disaster. This creature is notoriously difficult to vanquish, requiring the complete annihilation of every single cell. And it has the capacity to grow stronger through absorption, evolving into an insurmountable foe, particularly now with so many Saiyans alive. It is foreseeable that they will only grow stronger, and the thought of Majin Buu developing in such a favorable environment is genuinely alarming. The other formidable adversaries that the original protagonists, such as Golden Frieza and Broly, will face must be dealt with thoroughly, ensuring that Frieza's subordinates are all gathered to prevent even a hint of revival. Broly is one of their own. The artificial beings from the other movie crises will not be emerging either. The remaining Super Namekians and the Demon Herdag are not significant threats, easily defeated in direct combat or through sheer numbers. It is the limitless energy of the artificial beings and the ever-adaptable Buu that pose true complications. The Saiyans will next station themselves on various life planets, refraining from engaging in conflicts between civilizations. As long as they do not annihilate planets or extinguish civilizations, the Saiyans will not initiate attacks. Other forms of conquest or enslavement will be at their discretion, while simultaneously establishing control over the universe. They aim to enhance the various metrics of their realm. Should they establish a universe patrol? Perhaps enlist some Saiyan brethren? Vitalis whimsically pondered. Indeed, a universe patrol could be formed, but it would necessitate a visit to the banking center to establish rapport with the Galactic Patrol, whose members are utterly unhinged and formidable enough to deter any confrontation. They possess an uncanny awareness of the whereabouts of Saiyan infants, dispatching specialized agents to hunt them down. 3 days later, the environment of planet Vegeta had stabilized considerably, with remains being collected and preserved in cold storage. However, intact corpses were exceedingly rare. Even among the fragmented remains, there was little to be found, most having been reduced to ash. Gazing upon the over 30,000 warriors before him, Vitalis felt an overwhelming surge of pride. The 30,000 are merely the Saiyans who have cultivated their powers after the war, each surpassing a combat strength of 1 million. Most have grazed the threshold of Super Saiyan. Vitalis has roughly discerned the requisite cellular count for this transformation. However, the fundamental combat strength index remains undetermined. It necessitates the accumulation of data through a larger population of Super Saiyans for accurate comparison and establishment. The 30,000 warriors have been meticulously selected, possessing formidable combat prowess, excelling in meditation, and having shed their former brutality, transforming from the once volatile Saiyan fighters into the most promising candidates for breakthrough. The majority of Saiyans remain unable to achieve this, as while they can manage basic meditation, years of violence have rendered it challenging for them to attain inner tranquility, resulting in a sluggish growth of their S cells. Some, having been entrenched in carnage for years, have become irredeemably deranged. Fortunately, these individuals still recognize him as their king and have heeded the call to return to their roots. Vitalis has instructed these warriors to train within the room of spirit and time, where their days are filled with meditation and combat, allowing them to enjoy a serene existence while simultaneously contributing to the expansion of their population by nurturing offspring. This contingent of 30,000 is led by Vegeta 3, tasked with assaulting Frisia's territory in the North Galaxy, aimed at eliminating Frisia's army and assimilating their technological personnel. Regrettably, most have only mastered the instantaneous movement reliant on key sensing, necessitating the use of spacecraft for initial travel. However, once they have traversed the area, the process will become effortless through teleportation. Having briefly outlined their mission, I watched as the 30,000 warriors departed aboard their capsule spaceships. Each warrior is responsible for 2 to 3 star systems, with nearby Saiyans able to provide rapid support through instantaneous movement in times of peril. Vegeta 3, on the other hand, embarks alone toward the headquarters of Frisia's army, which is destined to become the base of the Cosmic Patrol. Meanwhile, Vitalis, accompanied by Broly and a small team, prepares to journey to planet Namek to consult with the Grand Elder and establish a stationed elite squad to safeguard the planet. The sky is a vivid green, resulting in the water reflecting the same hue, creating an overwhelmingly verdant ambience. This is the ancestral home of the Namekians, a veritable paradise for their kind. Here, the skin of the Namekians harmonizes beautifully with their surroundings, blending seamlessly into the landscape. With 3 suns illuminating the sky, there is no night, allowing for perpetual sunlight and the assurance of sustenance. Standing before the Grand Elder's door, a figure significantly younger than a deity awaits. The Grand Elder is aware of your impending arrival. You may enter, but do not harbor any ill intentions towards him, for should you jeopardize the future of the Namekians, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you, warns the young Namekian with fervor. Nonetheless, Vitalis remains unfazed, recognizing this as a customary display of loyalty. After all, these individuals may be regarded as the Grand Elder's progeny, and he understands. Moreover, he harbors no intentions of causing harm to the Grand Elder. This is indeed an elder worthy of respect, possessing an unfathomable strength. The formidable Namekian dragon can unlock the potential of Klein to such an extent that Vitalis cannot fathom the elder being a weakling. Perhaps his combat prowess may not be impressive, yet his mastery of magic and various skills is undoubtedly vast. Standing before him, Vitalis can sense an ancient and profound power, one that, when unleashed, could shake the very foundations of the earth. Instructing the team to wait outside, Vitalis entered alongside Broly. "Child, you have finally arrived," the elder greeted warmly. To Vitalis, the elder's physique and visage were indeed fearsome, yet his smile was infectious, evoking a sense of familiarity akin to that of a kindly grandfather rather than an alien entity. A heartwarming sensation enveloped him. "Yes, I have come. It appears my actions have not gone unnoticed by you, esteemed elder. Thank you. The Namekian dragon has provided us with tremendous aid." Vitalis was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, The disappearance of the Dragon Balls could not have escaped the attention of the Namekians. Moreover, having utilized the Namekian dragon twice, he was certain the Elder must possess countermeasures. At the very least, the Elder could self-destruct, rendering the Namekian Dragon Balls useless. Thus, Vitalis was convinced that his ability to summon the Namekian dragon was tacitly approved by the Elder. There is no need for excessive words. The matter is settled, and the future has already been altered, whether for better or worse, none can say. I hope you will remain steadfast in your journey, the Elder remarked with a smile. Vitalis was momentarily stunned by the Elder's proclamation. The future? Altered? The Elder is truly remarkable, he thought, chuckling heartily. I am but a decaying relic. No need to ponder too deeply. Sensing Vitalis's confusion, the Elder chuckled again. Indeed, I wonder if the Elder could help me and my fellow Saiyans unlock our potential. Vitalis mused, as this was one of his primary objectives for visiting Namek. The Elder possessed the ability to draw out potential. And while it may not compare to the old Supreme Kai's prowess, observing Klein before and after potential development would reveal the Elder's formidable nature. Alas, had I arrived earlier, I might have been able to assist you. Now, you are all too powerful, and my remaining lifespan is insufficient to unearth the latent strength within you. The Elder said gravely, shaking his head. Vitalis felt little disappointment. For him, it was of little consequence at this juncture. May I learn this technique? He inquired, realizing that this was indeed his primary goal. The Elder gazed at Vitalis in silence, while Neru, who had entered with his head bowed, also turned his gaze toward Vitalis. The lad is indeed quite greedy. However, there is no necessity for such avarice. My abilities merely allow me to draw forth strength that one would possess in the future. This pales in comparison to the benefits derived from one's own training over time. After all, the power drawn forth in advance still requires time to adapt, making personal cultivation far more advantageous, as the Grand Elder elucidated. Well, Vitalis pondered too much. Still contemplating a future where the Saiyans would imbibe the super divine water and subsequently unlock their potential, thereby enhancing their overall combat power in a brief span. He would have to seek out the old Kaioshin in due course to strategize. Chapter 35. The deity meets a fellow villager, the filial Raditz Grand Elder. Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. After conversing with the Grand Elder about various cosmic curiosities, an idea suddenly struck Vitalis. In a flash, Vitalis vanished before the Grand Elder and the others. The next moment, he reappeared, grasping the bewildered deity, accompanied by the anxious Mr. Bobo, who clutched at the deity. Startled by Vitalis' abrupt appearance, the deity found himself powerless to resist as he was seized, and in that fleeting moment, Mr. Bobo seemed to sense something and also reached out toward the deity. Grand Elder, look, I have brought you your fellow villager, Vitalis exclaimed, thrusting the deity before the Grand Elder. The flustered deity nervously fidgeted with his staff, casting a resentful glance at Vitalis before shifting his gaze to the Grand Elder, ultimately settling his eyes on Neru. One could not help but lament the cruel passage of time. In Neru, he saw the youthful vigor of his own past. As he sought his family, he embarked on a journey to the heavenly realm to apprentice under the deity, dispelling evil and guarding Earth ever since. Observing Neru with admiration, he thought, what a striking young man. He bears an uncanny resemblance to my younger self, embodying the essence of my former days. So, he is indeed the son of Kadaz. I am truly astonished. I never expected him to reach Earth safely. The Grand Elder's murky eyes momentarily sparkled before becoming clouded once more. It is unexpected to encounter the progeny of an old acquaintance. During the cataclysmic changes on planet Namek, some of our kin fled. Regrettably, whether they escaped or remained, nearly all perished. The present Namekians are but descendants of those who survived. Tears welled in his clouded eyes as he reminisced about the pre-cataclysmic Namek. A time when he was a joyful child, now irretrievably lost to the past. Come here, child, the Grand Elder beckoned with great effort, his age hindering his movements due to his size. In the presence of the Elder, the deity cautiously approached the Grand Elder, standing before the Grand Elder. As the Elder's large hand enveloped his face, the deity suppressed his instinct to flee. For that hand was indeed formidable. One could easily imagine it crushing his skull like a watermelon with the slightest pressure. Yet, the bloodline connection and the aura emanating from the Grand Elder compelled the deity to trust him instinctively. A few dozen minutes later, Vitalis, accompanied by the Saiyan team and Mr. Bobo, wandered leisurely across planet Namek. The deity approached. Thank you, Vitalis. The deity spoke, expressing modesty. stating that it was merely a trivial act. It was thanks to their assistance that he could lead his kin in overthrowing the malevolent cosmic emperor, Frisia, along with his wicked lineage. Vitalis hastily gestured, inquiring whether, upon his arrival, it would be feasible to enhance the Earth's Dragon Balls, perhaps by reducing the cooldown period or adding additional wishes. The silent deity remained unresponsive, while Bobo rolled his eyes and Broly turned away. Clearing his throat, Vitalis added, "Just a thought." He acknowledged his impatience, yet after spending considerable time together, it was unnecessary to conceal his desires. Such improvements are possible, but my current strength is insufficient. I must attain the perfection of a Namekian to achieve this, the deity replied, his face darkening with frustration, despite having been touched by the previous sentiments. Understood. Should you require my assistance, you need only summon me, Vitalis remarked, perceiving the deity's intentions. It seemed that, having uncovered certain secrets of the Namekians, he no longer rejected his own darker side. Perhaps the deity was now yearning for power. "Return me home," he declared, casting a glance back at his homeland before resolutely turning to Vitalis. "Are you not going to take another look at your hometown or chat with the locals?" Vitalis inquired. "No, I have no regrets about returning, but as the guardian of Earth, I cannot remain away for too long," the deity replied, shaking his head. "Very well. This team of Saiyans is dispatched to protect Namek, and I will also send a squad to safeguard Earth. When you wish to return, inform them, and they will bring you here. Instantaneous travel is quite convenient." Vitalis explained his arrangements. "Do not fret. The warriors I have selected are meticulously chosen, and there will be no mishaps. Furthermore, with Dragon Balls existing on both Namek and Earth, they are bound to attract unwanted attention and calamity. Thus, I find it prudent to ensure their protection. I am also in the process of establishing a cosmic security force to safeguard all life-bearing planets. Namek and Earth shall not be exceptions." Seeing the deity's expression darken further, Vitalis quickly clarified, "Do as you wish. As long as it does not harm the people of Earth, you have my consent." The deity sighed in resignation, recognizing his inability to intervene. Moreover, he considered it respectful to voice his concerns, focusing instead on preparing for impending crises. "Upon returning this time, I shall continue to strengthen the demon sealing wave, with the hope of achieving a collective seal." The divine figure silently resolved to do so. After escorting the celestial being and Bobo back to Earth, Vitalis returned to planet Vegeta following his instructions to the elder regarding the Saiyan squad. "Father, you have returned," exclaimed a youth with hair cascading down to his waist as he rushed towards a man who resembled the protagonist from Vitalis' memories, Son Goku. However, the scars adorning the man's face imparted an air of fierceness, rendering him even more masculine and imposing. "Raditz?" Bardock inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. "Indeed, father. I am Raditz. It has been several years since we last met," the young man replied, though his trembling arms and fleeting glances at his father's face betrayed a hint of prideful shyness. "Is that so? For me, it has merely been a brief interlude," Bardock mused, gazing at the portal suspended in the sky, marveling at the wonders of the hyperbolic time chamber. During this period, Bardock maintained contact with Vegeta, who was aware of the upheaval among the Saiyans. He had long sensed Frisia's malevolent intentions, but alas, his humble status rendered his warnings ineffective, and regrettably, he was unable to participate in the recent battle due to being away. A deep sense of emptiness washed over him at the thought of missing the opportunity to confront Frisia. Suppressing this unsettling feeling, Bardock soared towards the hyperbolic time chamber alongside Raditz. Every returning Saiyan made it their priority to enter, for without spending time within, they would truly fall behind the evolving era. "I must tell you, father, my battle power has reached 530,000. I am on the verge of becoming the next Super Saiyan. Allow me to guide you," Raditz declared, once the pride of the Saiyan elite, now the weakest among them. Save for newborns. Vitalis, who had just returned, overheard this exchange and caught sight of Bardock's distinctive visage and Raditz's strikingly long hair. Indeed, many shared Bardock's appearance. Being lower-class warriors with similar faces, differing only in hairstyles, there were even those with similar styles but different skin tones. Moreover, Bardock's scar had become a unique emblem of his identity. As for Raditz, Vitalis thought it high time to shave his eyebrows, fulfilling a long-held fantasy of the legendary Super Saiyan Raditz. However, Raditz's words piqued Vitalis' interest. Bardock, a purebred Saiyan, while valuing camaraderie and family more than most, was stirred into action by his son's proclamation. seizing Raditz and dashing into the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 39. Father departs. Son laughs, finding the scene amusing. Vitalis followed suit to witness the spectacle and to pay homage to the legendary figure that was Bardock. This family was legendary in every regard. While Bardock's saga may not transpire in this universe, perhaps in an alternate timeline, there exists a Bardock who fell to Frisia, traversed time, and transformed into a Super Saiyan to vanquish Frisia's grandfather, thus etching the legend of the Super Saiyan in history. His eldest son, Raditz, heralded the Z era, ushering Dragon Ball into an age of cataclysmic battles capable of annihilating planets. Though not directly tied to Raditz, his infamous declaration of Level 5 trash became a viral sensation in another world. One might not know Raditz or the Dragon Ball franchise, yet they may have encountered phrases like Level 5 weakling. The second son, Kakarot, known as Son Goku, ignited the world with his Super Saiyan transformations. The architect of the Super Saiyan 3, who battled deities and ascended to their realm, mastering divine techniques. His grandson, Son Gohan, the foremost Super Saiyan 2, reached unprecedented heights following the unlocking of his potential, although he later waned in strength. Yet the spark of a resurgence lingered, awaiting a singular opportunity to reclaim his former glory. Lastly, the youngest grandson, Son Goten, the most junior Super Saiyan, brimmed with untapped potential. Regrettably, overshadowed by the achievements of his forebears and limited by his age, he had yet to showcase his abilities. However, should he merge with his companion Trunks, he might step into the realm of elite power within the Dragon Ball universe, vying for a position among the strongest beneath the divine. With diligent training, his future remains boundless. This family could be considered the most formidable in the universe. Among them, Bardock exhibits a fierce fighting style, one of the few Saiyans who remains resolute in battle. Perhaps he has run out of opportunities? Bardock, grasping Raditz, ventures into the 30-fold gravity zone. Observing his father's laborious movements, Raditz remarks, "Father, your battle power is merely over 10,000. This place is too early for you. Let us first train in the 20-fold gravity zone, where I can teach you the perception and control of ki, before returning here." Raditz, concerned for his father, unfortunately lacks the art of eloquence, having never received formal education. With bloodshot eyes and straining muscles, Bardock turns his head with great effort and commands, "Use all your strength and fight me." Perhaps this is the manner in which Saiyans express their emotions? Really? If I strike you with one punch, you might perish. Mother would kill me, and Uncle Vegeta would trouble me, as I promised to teach you about ki management. It was Uncle Vegeta who allowed me to rest. Raditz hesitates. Regrettably, Raditz is still oblivious to the complexities of human sentiment. Frustrated, Bardock laboriously approaches Raditz and delivers a resounding slap. Yet, under the 30-fold gravity, the motion is painfully sluggish. It is only due to Bardock's enduring experiences across numerous planets with gravities far exceeding that of planet Vegeta that he can persist in this environment. While most Saiyans commence their training at a single fold, witnessing his father's unwavering determination, Raditz's eyes well with tears. Is this the essence of Saiyan spirit? The indomitable will of the warrior race. Struggling to hold back his tears, he rubs his stinging eyes. He understands now. This is his father's way of setting an example during training. He realizes his past laziness, but under Uncle Vegeta's stern guidance, he has recognized his errors. Seeing his father in such a state only deepens his regret for the time squandered. Resolving this, Raditz swiftly and decisively kicks Bardock in the abdomen, sending him flying several hundred meters. Observing this, Vitalis ponders whether Bardock has often subjected Raditz to harsh treatment. In an instant, I appeared beside Bardock. At that moment, Bardock was no longer gasping for breath. His eyes were clouded, his battle attire tattered, and the ground beneath him was carved with a long trench. Clearly, Raditz had truly exerted himself, or rather, unleashed his foot. Fortunately, Raditz had not succumbed to rage-fueled power, and Bardock, being a Saiyan himself, retained a robust physique, boasting a combat power exceeding 10,000. In a state of preparedness, he had not been obliterated by a single kick. Had he been slightly weaker, his body might have been severed in two by such a strike. Placing my hand upon Bardock's chest, I infused pure life energy to stimulate his heart. After a couple of firm presses, Bardock finally began to breathe again. However, the situation remained dire. He was merely clinging to life, sustained by Vitalis' energy. And death loomed ever closer. Casting a glance at the rapidly approaching Raditz, I sighed deeply and retrieved 2 senza beans, feeding them to Bardock. Upon consumption, his condition was restored to its fullest potential. It was as if Bardock's soul had already ventured to the underworld, waiting in line, as he remained dazed, blinking in confusion at his surroundings. After staring at Vitalis for a moment, he seemed to question who I was, and then his gaze shifted to Raditz standing nearby. Veins began to bulge once more on his forehead. Vitalis, filled with rage, sensed that Bardock was on the verge of becoming a Super Saiyan. He decided to teleport away, believing that this moment should be reserved for the father, a man fervently yearning to bestow paternal love upon his child. At this juncture, Raditz also perceived his father's unease. He attempted to call out to Vitalis, but alas, he was a moment too late. "Raditz, you truly are my son," Bardock remarked, rising languidly. "It was you who urged me to unleash my full power. Who could have foreseen your fragility?" Vitalis, having momentarily forgotten to present Bardock with the gifts he had intended, returned from his teleportation just in time to overhear Raditz's words, though he regrettably arrived a tad too late. Silently, he retracted a pouch of senza beans that he had meant for Bardock, realizing it was now insufficient. He replaced it with a larger bag, filled to the brim, likely containing over 10,000 beans, and handed it to Bardock. "This is a senza bean. Consume them, and then seek out Vegeta for more. You still have 3 days to train here, and then come find me. There are tasks ahead," Vitalis articulated succinctly, refraining from elaborating further, as the current circumstances were not conducive to broader discussions. He silently prayed for Raditz, hoping he would never be surpassed by Bardock, lest he be overwhelmed by paternal affection. Raditz, due to his father's lineage, was born with an exceptionally high battle power, classified as a high-class warrior. Yet, this did not alter the impact of being born into a low-class warrior family. He was often looked down upon, growing complacent and disinterested in training. Coupled with the fact that his mother was an exceptionally kind-hearted Saiyan, Raditz could be deemed quite unremarkable. Although Bardock valued family, his affection was primarily directed towards Jain. He merely wished for his son to grow up healthy, indifferent to other concerns. Bardock, driven by the pursuit of strength, often ventured into battle with his squad, rarely returning home, which led to Raditz's misguided upbringing. Growing up in such a unique environment, he lacked the typical Saiyan zeal for power and ambition, living instead by his inherent strength. Had the original narrative continued, he would likely have fallen short of even reaching the status of a mid-class warrior. Fortunately, Vitalis intervened to effect change. King Vegeta III took a slight interest in Bardock's situation. Aware of a certain scoundrel who had coaxed Raditz into training within the room of spirit and time for a period, this, albeit barely, helped to realign Raditz onto a more virtuous path. Of course, this perspective was that of King Vegeta III. Vitalis perceived this merely as a shift from one aberration to another. It is often said that Saiyans generally lack emotional intelligence, even when considering the feelings of others. They struggle to articulate it properly, instead expressing themselves through unconventional means. For Bardock and his son, this proved beneficial, as the abundance of senza beans negated concerns over fatalities. And even in the face of death, there was no fear, thanks to the Dragon Balls. Unless one were devoured by a being akin to Majin Buu, or faced destruction at the hands of Beerus, or obliterated by Zeno, death in the Dragon Ball universe was hardly a significant matter. In summary, Bardock was on the brink of becoming a Super Saiyan. His pride was no less substantial than that of anyone else. Chapter 37. Transition. Happy Dragon Boat Festival. Plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. The initial intention was to summon the Saiyans, gathering all of them for at least a year, at which point their power would undoubtedly be formidable enough to effortlessly crush Frisia's forces. A grand coronation ceremony was envisioned to decisively eliminate Frisia and establish dominance over the universe. Regrettably, Frisia learned of the plans and arrived prematurely. Although the outcome was relatively favorable, it came at the cost of hundreds of thousands of warriors and children. Reviving them would require at least 2 wishes. A rather ruthless notion, yet from a long-term perspective, it is indeed a loss. The original plan could have achieved universal supremacy without casualties. Now, with Frisia and his son deceased, news of their demise would inevitably spread throughout the cosmos. Consequently, Vitalis was compelled to dispatch a substantial number of warriors to eradicate Frisia's army, the Kurds, and the Gula forces. On one hand, this was to swiftly inherit the legacy of Frisia and his son. On the other, it was to establish authority and lay the groundwork for a future cosmic police force. Unfortunately, only a handful of Saiyans had mastered instantaneous movement. Most still relied on energy positioning, and only a select few had learned to teleport to visible target points. While the corresponding observational magic was progressing slowly, with the most proficient capable of observing targets only within a small stellar system. Otherwise, the operation would have been considerably easier. Of course, Vitalis also possessed teleportation magic, allowing for large-scale personnel movement, and after transforming into a Super Saiyan, his teleportation range could encompass the northern galaxy. However, Vitalis had no intention of resorting to such measures. He had already done enough. And now it was a matter of whether these Saiyans could keep pace with him rather than continually being dragged along. Observing the dispatched Saiyans, it was evident that although they had only been gone for a few days, planets near Frisia's dominion had already fallen under Saiyan suppression. Researchers and other non-combat specialists were retained, while every combat-capable warrior was to be eliminated without exception. Vitalis had a distaste for slaughter, or rather, he was still unaccustomed to it, and even harbored a fear of killing, yet that did not imply he would overlook such potential threats. Fortunately, the Saiyans were quite adept in this regard, particularly since Vitalis had issued orders permitting them to eliminate any enemies who attacked them without prior consultation. Other acts of killing required reporting and approval from immediate superiors, while actions resulting in city-level destruction or greater needed to be escalated to the commander level for permission. Any unreasonable acts discovered afterward would result in penalties for the commanding officer, and planetary annihilation would necessitate Vitalis's personal endorsement of the extermination decree. These regulations were established because the current Saiyans possessed planet-destroying capabilities, and failing to impose restrictions would undoubtedly lead to significant troubles. Fortunately, the skill of telepathic communication was not difficult to master, and the Saiyans could easily learn it. Their strength enabled interstellar communication with ease, and their widespread distribution allowed for the establishment of a chat network covering the entire universe. Real-time communication was straightforward, ensuring a swift approval process that would not hinder military operations. Lacking management experience, Vitalis could only implement ideas as they came to him, but fortunately, the Saiyans were, in some respects, quite straightforward and would not actively seek loopholes for dubious actions. Moreover, the established hierarchy based on combat prowess fostered a strong sense of respect and authority, with subordinates rarely questioning their superiors. Though these Saiyan warriors have calmed their tempers through meditation, Vitalis remains vigilant. Thus, he engages in full-power Super Saiyan training alongside Broly while also observing the Saiyans executing their missions. If the previous Saiyans embodied chaotic evil, the current ones align more with lawful evil. Their understanding is devoid of notions of justice or virtue. Vitalis has satisfied their primal urge for combat, fulfilling the bloodlust within them, and has bestowed upon them formidable power. With their minds pacified through meditation, they are inclined to heed Vitalis's commands. Notably, Vitalis is the second strongest, and even the mightiest Broly listens to him. Consequently, the Saiyans now represent lawful evil, adhering to the orders set by Vitalis. They will kill any adversary that Vitalis instructs them to eliminate, and abstain from taking lives when commanded otherwise. After all, they find more exhilaration in fierce battles with their comrades than in senseless slaughter. The trajectory of their development appears promising. Vitalis' ambition is to cultivate a lawful neutral faction of Saiyans to succeed the ineffectual galactic patrol, establishing a new order within this universe and striving to enhance its overall evaluation. However, one cannot rely on the Xeno to overlook this universe based on its ratings. The whims of this child are unpredictable, and one must consider the potential consequences should he decide to erase the universe out of mere amusement or displeasure. Thus, it is essential to attain a power that rivals that of the Omni King, allowing one to take control of their own existence. However, the journey is fraught with peril and cannot unfold within this universe. Following the stabilization of this realm, Vitalis will seek methods to traverse other universes, dimensions, and timelines. Notably, the Omni King's obliteration of universes pertains solely to the current timeline and does not extend to others. Furthermore, the Omni King is not an entity of singularity across the multiverse, nor is he entirely incomprehensible, despite his current inscrutable nature. Yet, as humans, we must harbor aspirations. A period of observation of the Saiyans is warranted to select suitable candidates for the Super Saiyan God experiment. Once successful, even a singular instance would lead to the rapid proliferation of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue transformations. In truth, the innate abilities of most Saiyans are commendable, regrettably. The original narrative did not afford them such opportunities, in contrast to the Saiyan population of the Brother Universe, where individuals possess formidable foundational combat strength, yet remain unaware of the existence of Super Saiyans. Upon discovery, their transformation would be effortlessly attainable. Similarly, The Saiyans of this universe are not lacking. Their foundational strength has been elevated due to Vitalis' influence, and surpassing them is merely a matter of time. One pressing issue remains: the Saiyans' inability to survive in the vacuum of space. While their formidable energy and physical prowess enable them to navigate perilous environments such as magma, deep oceans, and the cosmos with ease, relying on energy for defense against cosmic radiation, magma, and the myriad dangers of alternate dimensions, they remain bound by the necessity of oxygen. They can engage in combat across all terrains at all times, but without oxygen, their combat efficacy diminishes rapidly. Compared to those races that traverse the universe relying solely on their physical forms, they are significantly disadvantaged. Of course, resolving conflicts within the duration of breath-holding poses no challenge. Yet such beings need not venture into the cosmos. They can annihilate foes within the universe from the safety of their planets. Nevertheless, encounters with equally matched opponents present complications. Even as a Super Saiyan god, survival in the cosmic environment remains unattainable for Saiyans, as they are excessively reliant on oxygen. This particular shortcoming necessitates rectification. Otherwise, teleportation will merely enable one to maintain an undefeated status. Therefore, in the next wish to the dragon, this issue must be addressed. The question remains, what cost must be paid for Saiyans to survive in the cosmos? If it entails altering one's bloodline or physical structure, it would be counterproductive. It is hoped that there exists a solution that does not involve changing the Saiyan potential, bloodline, or bodily configuration. Reviving someone consumes 2 wishes, while resolving the Saiyan respiratory issues requires another. One cannot help but lament the insufficiency of Dragon Balls. Regrettably, some matters are best entrusted to the dragon, as relying on oneself can be perilous and cumbersome. For instance, traversing time and space presents challenges, especially considering that Bulma has only recently been born, and the future may not harbor the threat of androids, rendering Trunks' existence uncertain and the time machine precarious. The time ring resides in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Even if that individual may be lacking, they still surpass the adversaries of the current protagonist group. Presently, they could annihilate the Saiyan race effortlessly. Excluding the fusion warriors and Broly, the current Supreme Kai poses an insurmountable challenge. Moreover, should a confrontation ensue, Beerus is certainly formidable. Even if the Supreme Kai were to be eliminated instantly, resulting in Beerus' demise, the angels would remain vigilant. However, other deities from different universes would seek vengeance, and Vitalis would find himself in a precarious position. The actions of other gods are uncertain, but Beerus' brother, Kampa, would undoubtedly retaliate, and Whis' sister may also take offense, potentially leading to catastrophic consequences for this universe. Thus, it is imperative that the Supreme Kai upgrades the Earth's Dragon Balls. If he is incapable, a replacement should be sought, and Dandy would be an excellent choice. Alternatively, Dandy could assume the role of Supreme Kai on Vegeta's planet and subsequently create another set of Dragon Balls. After all, the Supreme Kai is indeed commendable, treating Earthlings as if they were his own children, quite rightly so. Furthermore, Dandy's abilities could save a substantial number of Senzu beans, making Vegeta's planet a fitting location. There is potential for progress. By the way, has Dandy been born yet? Chapter 38. The growth of Bardock. Time swiftly passed, and Bardock arrived punctually to meet Vitalis. During this period, Bardock successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Initially, he lagged behind Raditz by at least 50-fold. However, Bardock's relentless determination, coupled with his access to the healing Senzu beans, allowed him to train tirelessly day and night, recovering from mental fatigue through meditation, resulting in rapid progress. Regrettably, the initial disparity between him and Raditz remained significant, consistently placing Bardock 10 to 20,000 units behind, although Raditz occasionally sought opportunities to slack off. The pressure from their father compelled him to exert himself, thereby maintaining a discernible gap. Once Bardock's combat power surpassed 1 million, his transformation into a Super Saiyan occurred naturally. Vitalis believed that Bardock's cells had long been sufficient, and the pent-up rage he harbored enabled him to achieve this transformation effortlessly after meeting the foundational combat power requirements. Bardock shattered the record for the lowest combat power required for transformation, except for Broly. Both Vitalis and Vegeta 3 had to exceed 2 million to attain the Super Saiyan form, possessing significantly higher foundational combat power. Yet, upon transforming, Bardock emerged as the 4th strongest among the Saiyans. His success inspired many to place greater emphasis on meditation, as their deficiency lay not in combat power or rage, but rather in cells. Moreover, anger merely served as a catalyst for breakthrough. True significance resided in combat power and S cells. During this period, Raditz has been enduring a most arduous time, subjected daily to the relentless beatings of the Super Saiyan Bardock. Initially, he hoped to invoke his mother's aid through tears. But alas, the more he cried, the more exhilarated Bardock became. Each day, Raditz was forced to meditate for 12 hours, while the remainder of his time was spent in the affectionate torment administered by Bardock. It was not uncommon for him to teeter on the brink of death multiple times a day. His basic combat power surged to over 3 million, marking him as one of the most formidable Saiyans, relying on near-death experiences to enhance his strength. Most Saiyans experience a slowdown in their progression after reaching a combat power of 1 million, yielding only modest improvements. In contrast, Vitalis and Vegeta 3 represent the second tier, managing to attain combat powers exceeding 2 million, while Raditz, now in the third tier, has pushed his near-death power to over 3 million. Once he reaches the pinnacle of his potential, further training will be necessary. Nevertheless, he has surpassed the majority of cosmic races, standing just behind formidable entities such as Frieza and the androids, who possess innate strength. Does the king have any missions? Bardock inquired as he approached Vitalis, who was seated at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Bardock, congratulations. How does it feel to transform into a Super Saiyan? Vitalis asked with a smile. Uncertain, Bardock reflected that Raditz must be quite satisfied. With a foundational combat power exceeding 3 million, Raditz ranks just below Broly and Vitalis. Remarkable indeed. Unprecedented strength. Upon transformation, one's power amplifies 50-fold, and as one gradually adapts to mastering the Super Saiyan form, this multiplier continues to rise. Bardock expressed his findings. Indeed, the Super Saiyan form is merely the beginning. As far as I know, there exist transformations that surpass the Super Saiyan, known as Super Saiyan 2, and even further. Super Saiyan 3, Vitalis revealed, acknowledging that such truths would eventually come to light, suggesting it prudent to disclose them for collective advancement. Is that so? Bardock remarked, transforming into a Super Saiyan without a loud roar or special effects. Merely a golden aura flared momentarily before he became a Super Saiyan. Clearly, Bardock had mastered the transformation with finesse, outpacing Vegeta 3. After all, daily training in Super Saiyan form while sparring with Raditz, ensuring he didn't inadvertently kill him, constituted a unique form of full-power Super Saiyan training. After transforming, Bardock began to gather energy, his muscles visibly swelling, particularly his pectorals, which were already impressive, now appearing almost exaggerated. Does this signify a transcendence beyond Super Saiyan? Bardock inquired, noting the significant increase in both strength and speed, albeit at a considerable energy cost, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged battles. No, this form is known as Super Saiyan 1, Stage 2. From here, one can further amplify their strength. Referred to as Super Saiyan 1, Stage 3, Vitalis clarified as Bardock began to unleash even more energy, his muscles bulging dramatically, resembling a miniature giant, exuding a fierce aura. Is that so? The manifestation of this form is remarkably exaggerated. A mere touch nearly incapacitated Raditz, whose combat prowess reaches an astonishing 3 million. I dare not employ it excessively, for while the strength is amplified, the corresponding speed is considerably diminished, even slower than the initial Super Saiyan state. And it entails greater consumption, making it unsustainable for long durations, rendering it impossible to maintain the transformation into Super Saiyan, Bardock remarked slowly. One must commend Bardock. Without Vitalis' guidance, he has uncovered so much and developed these various forms. Vitalis, who was aware from the outset, chose to forego these transformations in favor of a more comprehensive approach, one that closely aligns with the full power training akin to Super Saiyan 2. Had Vitalis been unaware and had to rely on his own efforts without the benefit of information, he would not have had the confidence to discover these aspects. Yet, what has Raditz truly endured? In contrast, to compensate for the lack of speed, I have also devised an opposing form that entirely relinquishes strength in pursuit of velocity. Naturally, even in this accelerated state, the striking power is not insubstantial. However, to achieve a force equivalent to that of the strength form requires a bit of time. As Bardock spoke, his physique began to diminish. A light touch in the strength form left Raditz gravely injured, while to attain a similar effect in this form requires a few more kicks. Through training, I can now switch forms in just 3 seconds, allowing the possibility of the strength form to exist on the battlefield. Currently, Bardock's muscles have completely vanished, leaving behind a faint sense of frailty. Were it not for the differences in hair and eye color, one might truly mistake him for Super Saiyan God Goku. Vitalis mused, is this truly the protagonist's father? He has explored on his own and made corresponding adjustments. In contrast, Goku has chosen to master Super Saiyan as a standard practice, minimizing energy loss and enhancing endurance, while developing full power to maximize the potential of Super Saiyan, coming infinitely close to Super Saiyan 2. Bardock, however, has opted to address his shortcomings and enhance his combat capabilities. According to the King's nomenclature, this could be referred to as the Super Saiyan 1/3 stage speed mode, while the previous form could be termed the power mode. The only drawback is the time required for switching. Yet what follows will be a direct transcendence of Super Saiyan. Bardock clenched his fist. These Saiyans are perpetually dissatisfied with the status quo. In the past, they merely pursued the legend of the Super Saiyan, and now that they can transform, they swiftly suppress the exhilaration of achieving Super Saiyan form, striving to surpass it once more. Indeed, Super Saiyan 2, compared to Super Saiyan 1, is more comprehensive, balancing both strength and speed. However, Super Saiyan 2 can also transform into both speed and power modes, and your thoughts are not misguided. Even subsequent forms will prove advantageous. Vitalis believes that these forms can be cultivated. In the original narrative, Trunks and Vegeta, relying on their power forms, boasted combat capabilities comparable to the likes of Goku and Super Saiyan 2 Gohan at that time, albeit lacking in speed, which rendered them less dangerous. Yet now, with so many Saiyans attacking in groups, eschewing one-on-one combat, they harbor no such concerns. Those in speed mode are responsible for harassment and interception, while those in power mode focus on output, and they can also switch to alternative enhancements. Nevertheless, foundational combat power remains paramount. The strength post-transformation depends on the base state. Super Saiyan 2 has a base power multiplier of 100 times, while Super Saiyan 1 is 50 times. A base power of 10 million multiplied by 50 is one of 5 million multiplied by 100. Yet even Super Saiyan 2 cannot match Super Saiyan 1 due to the considerable gap between their base states, which is not easily bridged. Vitalis remarked that he did not wish for these individuals to dwell solely on the power of Super Saiyan and neglect their foundation. 50 times 1 million and 50 times 3 million, Bardock murmured. Observing Bardock deep in thought, Vitalis felt a sense of satisfaction. During this period, Bardock's foundational combat power had only reached a little over 1.5 million. Yet he had mastered Super Saiyan 1 to such a degree that he was several versions ahead in speed mode and combat strategy. Should this continue, one day Bardock will inevitably realize the inadequacy of his foundational combat power. While it is true that he may become formidable merely through transformation, it would be far wiser to awaken to this truth sooner rather than later, thus minimizing unnecessary detours. At that point, with an exceptionally high baseline strength complemented by various flamboyant transformations, Bardock may become a being that transcends even the legendary Super Saiyans. However, the mention of 300,000 likely refers to Raditz, does it not? Chapter 39, Individual Arrangements. Bardock, you are to lead 10 legions tasked with purging the cosmos and pursuing the scattered remnants of the Frisia Force, the Gula Legion, and the Kurd Legion. Of utmost priority is a dark sorcerer named Babidi, who wields various forms of magic and possesses a forbidden entity known as Vitalis. It is crucial to assess Bardock's current situation and devise a plan. In ancient times, a being named Babidi created the terrifying entity known as Majin Buu, who effortlessly vanquished the gods. Though subsequently sealed away, Bibidi's son Babidi now seeks to resurrect Majin Buu. Before this occurs, we must locate and eliminate this threat preemptively. Majin Buu is virtually indestructible. Even a single cell can lead to his revival, and he can regenerate even from being reduced to gas. His ability to absorb the powers and techniques of his foes makes him increasingly formidable. Thus, his resurrection must be absolutely thwarted, otherwise, the only fate awaiting this universe would be annihilation at the hands of Majin Buu. The Kaioshin are no match for him, and while Beerus may intervene in time, a delayed arrival could result in the inexplicable demise of the Kaioshin. In such a scenario, the Omni King and the Grand Minister would undoubtedly perceive the impending doom of this universe as bleak. The resurrection of Majin Buu necessitates a vast amount of energy, which is why Babidi will appear on various battlefields. It is imperative to locate him and eliminate him with all available force, avoiding prolonged combat to prevent the premature revival of Majin Buu. Vitalis has repeatedly emphasized the peril posed by Majin Buu for the Saiyans. in addition to their strength and allure, possess an innate sense of pride etched into their very essence. It is all too easy for matters to spiral into chaos. Thus, Vitalis must emphasize this repeatedly. Naturally, those responsible will be tasked with monitoring. Should they discover anything, it would be ideal if they could eliminate those involved. If not, Vitalis will merge with Broly and instantly teleport to eliminate Babidi, seizing Majin Buu. Subsequently, they must seek out the Supreme Kai, requesting him to bring Majin Buu before Beerus to implore for destruction. As it is certain that Beerus is aware of Majin Buu's role in the demise of the previous Supreme Kai and several other candidates for that position, he would undoubtedly feel compelled to eradicate Majin Buu swiftly. Afterwards, they shall seal the Supreme Kai in the realm of the Kais, ensuring a joyous resolution for all. Vegeta, you are to advance and seize Frisia's territory, leaving the scientists behind, particularly the one who devised the scouters and battle suits. It is imperative to secure him. The others, however, are to be dealt with ruthlessly. You shall remain at Frisia's headquarters to establish a cosmic police force and create a communication network, incorporating the current Saiyan leadership. The combined strength of Vitalis and his allies can indeed draw all Saiyans into this network, though the energy expenditure would be excessive and ultimately unwise. It is sufficient for them to converse amongst themselves while also managing their respective responsibilities through a hierarchical network. Paragus, you will lead a legion centered around Namek. Implementing a control plan, given your lineage as Broly's father and your foundational battle power exceeding 2 million. Vitalis, setting aside past prejudices, has appointed you to a general's position. The so-called control plan involves stationing a pair of Saiyans on a life-sustaining planet, tasked with its protection to prevent destruction due to human error or cosmic disasters. Of course, this is predicated on non-interference in the internal affairs of civilizations, as observing and learning from their merits is also a component of this endeavor. Should talented individuals be encountered, they may be recruited into the cosmic police force. Even if they are not Saiyans, they can still join this familial community, fostering love and kinship. It is worth noting that life-sustaining planets are rare within a star system. Larger systems may host several such planets, while smaller ones might contain only one. Therefore, adjacent planets can have a small team station for mutual support. If a remote planet lacks other life-sustaining bodies within a short distance, a single team will be assigned there. A small team should not be responsible for the garrisoning of more than 3 planets within their support range. It is essential that, in the face of formidable foes, at least one fusion warrior is prepared to engage immediately. Adhering to the principle of maintaining discretion and composure, should one encounter an inscrutable opponent, immediate fusion is mandated. Otherwise, unless one has achieved a significant feat, the right to resurrection shall not be granted. This is the rule established by Vitalis. Fearing that the Saiyans might discover their ability to resurrect at will, one must accumulate merits to obtain the power of resurrection. Naturally, one's family and friends may also expend their merits for this purpose. It is not that Vitalis is reluctant to part with the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls. Beyond a few indispensable desires, the subsequent opportunities for wishes are of little consequence. However, to uphold the cosmic laws, resurrection must be regulated, preferably confined within the Saiyan community. The potential emergence of malevolent dragons is one concern, and troubling the deities of the underworld would pose a greater challenge, especially given the fragile relationships that have yet to be established. Recklessly violating the rules is unwise. It suffices to treat one's own kind well. As for other races, they may as well meet their demise and be reborn. For now, that is all. I hope everyone can accomplish their tasks swiftly. Broly and I shall address some minor issues. Do reach out if needed. With that, Vitalis severed the connection. Vitalis intended to escort Broly to confront the Ginyu Force. As he harbored concerns about sending others, he feared that one day he might be abruptly exchanged for another body by someone close to him. Caution is the mother of safety. Moreover, the diminutive member of the Ginyu Force possesses the extraordinary ability to pause time, though it is a racial inherent skill. It certainly warrants further investigation. As for the other insignificant characters, Vitalis could hardly recall them individually. Neither their appearances nor their names left an impression. He could only vaguely remember the dance routine of their team, which had made a lasting impression on the young Gohan, skewing his aesthetic sensibilities. Fortunately, Biddy also had an affinity for that style, providing a common interest for Gohan, laying the groundwork for their future companionship, and even forming a Saiyan superhero duo. These individuals must be eradicated by Vitalis himself, leaving no trace behind to ensure his peace of mind. Subsequently, Vitalis will return with Kakarot to Earth. Indeed, due to the time spent in the hyperbolic time chamber, Kakarot was born earlier relative to the outside world. However, when accounting for the time within the chamber, it aligns closely with the original timeline. The little one is fortunate to bask in the glory of his father, born with a combat power of 200,000. Conceived after Bardock transformed into a Super Saiyan, it can be anticipated that he will attain the ability to transform at an age similar to Goten's in a few generations. It is likely that the Saiyans will be regarded as the mightiest race beneath the gods. However, he is still just a few days old, making it unwise to take him away immediately. It is essential for Kakarot and his family to spend some time together, allowing the child to grow a little before bringing him to Earth. Jine, Raditz, and Bardock have mastered instant transmission, making visits to Earth to see Kakarot quite effortless. This will allow Gohan to experience the bond between grandfather and grandson, while also enabling Kakarot to serve as a leader for the subsequent Saiyans who will come to Earth to learn martial arts. Gohan, being a disciple of Master Roshi, must be nurtured carefully. Otherwise, while he may agree to join, grasping the essence of martial arts could prove challenging. Thus, it is prudent to eliminate Ginyu first. Chapter 40. The Ginyu Force, Planet Lute. Here lies the next target of the Ginyu Force, as they remain in a dormant state. A few have yet to receive the news of Frisia's demise. The Ginyu Force is a super elite battalion, meticulously selected by Frisia from the finest warriors across the universe, renowned as the elite among elites. Each member possesses unique abilities and extraordinary combat prowess. Frisia indulged them greatly, bestowing upon them a high status. Thus only he could command them, and in return, they remained loyal to him. Particularly, Ginyu is considered Frisia's foremost sycophant. While the others joined out of respect for the might of Frisia's army, Ginyu was drawn by Frisia's appreciation for his artistry, receiving applause and praise for his awkward dance rather than ridicule like the common folk. A soldier is willing to die for one who understands him. Frisia's gentlemanly demeanor earned the unwavering loyalty of the Ginyu Force. Except for Frisia, no one could awaken them from their slumber during missions. Hence, they remained unaware of Frisia's fate, still executing his orders, tracing the whereabouts of Vitalis, and seeking the origin of the sacred beings. Standing on the ground, gazing at the rapidly descending spaceship, Vitalis cannot help but exclaim, "Ah, this is childhood." The ship of the Ginyu Force, adhering to its program maneuvers, continually shifts formations with an impressive flair. Boom. The spaceship lands with force. Hiss. The hatch opens, and out leaps a robust man with a pineapple-shaped head, Lycum, who performs two inscrutable gestures before striking a pose and shouting his name. As Lycum poses, another figure, a blue-skinned being adorned with black spots, swiftly exits, mimicking Lycum's stance but in an opposite manner. Jis, with his crimson skin and flowing white locks, flamboyantly whips his hair while executing his movements, clearly having put much thought into showcasing his long hair perfectly. Gudo, a short green-skinned alien with prominent large eyes on either side of his forehead, attempts a similar pose to Jis, standing not far away. However, his short limbs lend him a rather comical appearance. Ginyu, with his pale purple body, adorned with two long black horns and a notably muscular forehead resembling a demon, stands facing away from the audience if there were one. After executing two gestures, he freezes in a perfectly standard pose, gazing beneath his legs. Following their poses, the Ginyu Force changes their stances a few more times, and it is evident that even in the absence of an audience, they are thoroughly enjoying themselves. It appears that after a prolonged dormancy, one is bursting with energy. Everything is perfect. There has been no regression during the slumber. Now, as we separately undertake the mission of Lord Frisia, let us each contemplate our movements, rehearsing a new team dance as we prepare to depart from this planet, as commanded by Ginyu. I am convinced that the movements I envision will undoubtedly be the most impressive. My creativity shall shine through as I innovate and craft new dance steps. Enough of the trivialities. The mission from Lord Frisia is of utmost importance. Ginyu interrupted the squabble among the group. Ginyu, Ginyu. They chanted in unison. Goldo, Cheese, Ginyu, Rikuum, and Berta lined up in ascending order of height, initiating a synchronized jog in place. The special forces shouted their team name in a loud chorus. Ginyu observed that the time for preparation was drawing near to execute their task. Suddenly, a colossal force enveloped them, rendering the group immobile. Ginyu, with great difficulty, inquired, "What is happening? How to articulate this?" Indeed, it is no surprise that the Ginyu Force is renowned as the strongest male ensemble. Regrettably, the absence of music diminishes the effect. How splendid it would be with your theme song accompanying you. Vitalis, accompanied by Broly, slowly approached the Jinyu force. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the group instantly recognized him as their primary target. Prince of the Saiyans? What brings you here? Requiem questioned. Disregarding Requiem's query, Vitalis remarked. You must have endured quite the ordeal, Frisia, to locate these 5 peculiar individuals, each possessing remarkable strength and shared interests. It must have taken considerable effort, indeed. TSK. Back at that little station, I nearly fell under your influence. You are rightfully hailed as the strongest male group, the only ones capable of making Frisia blush. It is somewhat regrettable to consider the fate that awaits you. He shook his head, seemingly lamenting the impending downfall of the group. Oh dear. Why do I feel like the villain in this scenario? Although the videos edited at that little station, paired with the lyrics, portray you as quite righteous, I assure you. I am the true embodiment of justice, Vitalis quipped. Bastard. Tell me, how do you know about Lord Frisia? How do you know us? What nonsensical chatter is this? Jinyu was infuriated, daring to disregard them. Although he was aware of Vitalis's formidable strength, which rendered several unable to move. A nagging suspicion lingered in his mind. King Frisia was likely no longer present. Despite the disbelief that such a powerful figure as Frisia, along with Guldo and King Cold, could fall on planet Vegeta, the fact that this Saiyan child was aware of Frisia and had come to intercept them signified that King Frisia had indeed met his demise. Well, Frisia is dead. I am here to escort you to the underworld to join him. Surely, your presence will warm Frisia for eternity. And I trust he will be grateful for my gesture, allowing you to evoke a sweat and blush upon him. It appears he truly cherished you, Vitalis mocked. Oh. And do relay a message to Frisia for me. I shall visit him in heaven when time permits. Do not fret, and at that time, you may thank me. Furious and heartbroken, Jinyu and Raikem seethed. Shouldn't King Frisia be descending into hell? How could he possibly ascend to heaven? The bespectacled Guldo inquired. Yu, upon hearing Guldo's words, Jinyu trembled with rage, yet being neither a Saiyan nor the protagonist, he could only seethe impotently. Well then, farewell. I have matters to attend to, so let us not prolong our pleasantries. Let this fireworks display commemorate my soon-to-be-lost childhood. Farewell, my childhood. With that, the Jinyu force, under Vitalis's control, ascended into the sky, encasing the 4 in a protective shield. Reaching an altitude of 10,000 meters, Vitalis directed energy into the bodies of the 4. An explosion erupted from within, for blossoms of fireworks erupted forth. Due to the shield, the explosion did not spread, and the sound was minimal, barely audible from the ground. As the smoke cleared, remnants were visible beneath the shield. Vitalis increased the energy input to the shield, raising the temperature. Utilizing magic, he conjured flames to incinerate the debris. Satisfied upon observing that no remnants remained, Vitalis nodded approvingly and sent the shield into space, directing it towards the star of the system. Surely, the star's temperature would cause these gases to sublime once more. Chapter 41. Time suspended. Having completed all, Vitalis turned his gaze toward the horizon. Feeling the sensations emanating from his neck, chest, and brow, the points of vulnerability, his heart filled with joy as he smiled. This is indeed the phenomenon of time suspension. Such a formidable ability. Were it not for my awareness of Guldo's capabilities, I might have suffered a significant setback. The Saiyans primarily rely on their ki. Although their physical forms are robust, they do not rank highly in the vast cosmos based solely on physical strength. Without the enhancement of ki, they are merely several dozen times stronger than average Earthlings, vulnerable to various races and advanced weaponry. Guldo's ability to halt time renders him the quintessential assassin. While he may not be able to vanquish physically formidable races like Frisia, he could easily eliminate unsuspecting Saiyans in moments of relaxation. Thus, upon arriving on this planet, Vitalis has maintained his ki in a combat-ready state, repeatedly advising Broly to do the same to avoid falling prey to this 4-eyed creature. Indeed, this small creature has engaged both him and Broly, but alas, it could not penetrate their defenses and chose to flee instead. Without the perception of ki, they might have allowed it to escape. However, this 4-eyed being appears to have exhausted itself from using time suspension multiple times. Its ki is now exceedingly faint, and its movement sluggish as if it were crawling. In an instant, Vitalis teleported beside Guldo, observing this small creature laboriously crawling forward, drenched in sweat and clearly fatigued. Vitalis chuckled, finding it rather endearing despite its disheveled appearance. Where are you off to? Do you need a ride? He inquired with genuine concern. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Guldo, though only a few minutes had passed, was certain he would never forget that voice, etched into his memory with an indelible mark. Reflecting on the Jinyu force, since its inception, They had been invincible, silencing all opposition wherever they went. Even unruly children would quiet at their presence. Never had he experienced such humiliation. That was until this individual appeared, subduing them effortlessly and speaking in nonsensical riddles before ruthlessly slaughtering his comrades. The death of his like-minded companions struck him profoundly, plunging him into despair. In his grief, he unleashed his most potent time suspension, seeking vengeance for his fallen friends. Regrettably, after prolonged exertion, he found himself unable to breach defenses and was left with no choice but to retreat, biding his time to re-establish a new Jinyu force. No, the Gudo force, to exact revenge. Yet, the sudden sound brought forth a chilling sensation, extinguishing the thrill of his narrow escape. His heart, once calm, began to race anew. Slowly turning his head, he beheld that devilish visage grinning at him. The tumultuous events he had just endured, coupled with excessive energy depletion, left him in a state of shock, causing Gudo to faint. It must be the overwhelming exhaustion that caused him to lose consciousness. Surely it cannot be my dashing appearance that frightened him into a swoon? Vitalis jested as he turned to Broly. In response, Broly shrugged and shook his head, indicating his lack of understanding. The situation was beyond his comprehension. Whether Gudo fainted from exhaustion or fright was of little consequence. If necessary, he could rouse the creature with a single punch, inducing a different form of unconsciousness. It appeared that the environment had shifted, and so had Broly. Whatever happened to the eagerness for communication? Now he has completely transformed into a distant and aloof figure. Immersed in his taciturnity, an invincible enforcer who does whatever he pleases. Has he been corrupted by Bobo? Shaking his head, I ceased to ponder further. After taking a couple of steps, I placed my foot upon Gudo, channeling a modicum of energy into him. If this situation is left unattended, it would not be long before he breathes his last in slumber. Observing Gudo's condition improving, I guided him back to planet Vegeta with my foot. Are you awake? Vitalis inquired, sensing Gudo's revival amidst his training. Startled from his recent stupor, Gudo's heart trembled as he turned towards the familiar demonic visage, now smiling at him. As you fainted, I had no choice but to send you to meet your companions and your Lord Frisia, Vitalis remarked. Noticing Gudo's inclination to faint once more with a hint of exasperation. Upon hearing the mention of death, Gudo swiftly suppressed his thoughts. Rising to attention and bowing, he declared, "Respectfully at your service, O King of the Saiyans. What commands do you have for me?" Gudo had come to a realization. Since he had not ascended to the heavens alongside his comrades, it indicated that Vitalis required his presence, and for the time being, he was still safe. In pursuit of vengeance against Frisia and the Jinyu force, he resolved to endure humiliation and bear the weight of his burden, waiting for the opportune moment to retaliate. Oh, it matters not. Here, take this. It is a senza bean. I trust you are aware of its effects. Allow me to experience the pause of time, Vitalis said succinctly, tossing Gudo a small pouch of senza beans, which should enhance his endurance. By the way, let me inform you that this is planet Vegeta. Not long ago, Frisia and his progeny were brutally slain here. You may test whether you can escape. Should you be captured, you shall witness how Frisia met his demise, Vitalis spoke languidly. Contemplating Frisia's formidable nature and the demise of his family, Gudo initially considered attempting an escape, but now he hesitated. Shall we commence? Vitalis commanded, witnessing the results of his intimidation. His concern did not stem from the fear of Gudo fleeing. He could easily retrieve him if he did, but rather from the potential chaos that could ensue if Gudo inadvertently encountered battling Saiyans and was mistakenly slain. Haha, my lord, I can no longer endure. Gudo exclaimed breathlessly. Vitalis was taken aback. Is it over already? I had just declared the beginning, and now you are finished? No, wait. Did you pause time? Vitalis queried, realizing the implications. Indeed, my lord, I have paused time, Gudo replied, panting. Vitalis comprehended that the peculiar little being had stood still, thus he had not perceived the transition. In that fleeting moment, Gudo had suspended time. The lack of surrounding change had obscured Vitalis' awareness. For how long did you pause it? Vitalis inquired with curiosity. Your Majesty. I utilized 8 magic beans and paused for approximately 10 minutes. Typically, in a fully charged state, I can only pause for no more than 10 seconds. And under full exertion, I can pause for a minute. In desperate circumstances, I can extend this to 2 minutes. The maximum recovery time afforded by the magic beans is merely 8 minutes. Even with energy, my mental fortitude cannot sustain further consumption. If I continue, I shall perish. Gudo hastily elucidated, also mentioning the limits to prevent this inquisitive individual from driving him to his demise with curiosity. It is worth noting that in the anime, Gudo relies on holding his breath. Here, I have adapted it to energy expenditure, lest the mechanics of holding one's breath become excessively overpowered. Inexorably, I found myself at a loss. I had initially hoped to experience the sensation of pausing time, perhaps even mastering it, but I was utterly oblivious to the experience. As for soliciting Gudo's instruction, his talent is innate, and it is likely that he himself does not comprehend the underlying principles. Otherwise, Frisia would have mastered it long ago. It seems I am destined to never become the sovereign of time. Disheartened, Vitalis pondered that perhaps he possessed extraordinary talent and could learn it after all. But it appeared he was merely indulging in wishful thinking. The ability to halt time has always been Vitalis's most fervent desire, as it would enable a multitude of extraordinary maneuvers. Escaping or executing assassinations would be trivial pursuits in comparison. The skill that Vitalis must master in this lifetime is crucial. While the foremost assassin of the Ninth Universe can rely on sheer energy violence to overpower his foes when faced with the gods, he can resort to the underhanded tactic of time reversal at will. If one cannot counter such a maneuver, one can only assume a passive stance. In Chapter 42, the determination of the celestial being, Kakarot and Son Gohan bring Goku to the depths of the hyperbolic time chamber, establishing a region with normal gravitational effects, encircled by high gravity to prevent Goku from fleeing, effectively confining him for the time being. It would indeed be a pity to eliminate him. Perhaps, once he grows stronger, he might learn to master the manipulation of time. Regular provisions of water and food are necessary. Survival is paramount. After several days of training, Vitalis sought out Jine, informing her of his intention to take Kakarot to Earth for further education. Notably, Kakarot was born within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, his age aligning closely with that depicted in the original narrative. His hairstyle and appearance mirror those of Bardock, and he bears the same name, Kakarot, likely unchanged. However, his external age has shifted from being younger than Bulma to older. Upon learning of her son's mission, Jine did not refuse. She was merely brought into the hyperbolic time chamber for a brief time to impart some foundational knowledge to Kakarot. Cradling little Kakarot, she admired his strikingly handsome visage. Although many lower-class warriors share this face, few possess the fortunate combination of an appealing hairstyle and normal skin tone. Of course, even a figure like Dallas remains undeniably handsome. Vitalis personally sealed Kakarot's powers. Otherwise, with his current strength, a mere flick could send Son Gohan to meet the goddess prematurely. After thorough confirmation, he teleported with Kakarot to the Earth's divine realm, as it was fitting to greet the Earth's most prominent figure. Upon arrival at the temple, they encountered the Supreme Kai and Popo squatting outside, engrossed in the study of a peculiar rice cooker adorned with a seal. Without acknowledging Vitalis's playful demeanor, the Supreme Kai narrated the origin of the rice cooker. So, to reclaim your powers and become a complete Namekian, you intend to absorb this evil manifestation once more? Vitalis inquired. He recalled that the Supreme Kai possessed extraordinary talents, capable of creating Dragon Balls and exhibiting combat prowess, traits exceptionally rare among Namekians, perhaps unique to him. Other Namekians with such comprehensive abilities must rely on assimilation. Yet, it seems that the Supreme Kai and Piccolo wish to fuse again, requiring mutual consent from the other party. Right? Would the old Piccolo agree? Is it feasible? Would he comply? Vitalis furrowed his brow in inquiry. It is feasible. After all, this entity was expelled from my body. I have studied it for some time, and am confident in my ability to absorb him once more, purifying the malevolent energies and wicked thoughts. The Supreme Kai asserted with unwavering confidence. Very well, what must I do? Vitalis inquired. During this particular time on Earth, it could be considered invincible. While Vitalis could not assist in other aspects, he was willing to provide military support. Regrettably, the second generation of Majin Buu, the caretaker Bic, was indeed a professional in his role. Alas, the plot had strayed into the unknown, leaving uncertainty about whether the second generation could emerge normally. Moreover, the current deity was now a friend of Vitalis. I cannot defeat him. I require you to subdue him, rendering him incapable of resistance, allowing me to absorb him. The deity spoke slowly. That is simple. When can we commence? It is merely a few hundred in power level. Even multiplying that several hundred times would not stir a ripple. Although the moment had not yet arrived, the elder Bic was already several versions behind. I am prepared at any moment. It appears you, deity, are quite eager. To refer to him as a perfect Super Namekian is not an exaggeration. He will transform into a version of himself that is unimaginably powerful. Then let us proceed now. We can simply unveil the seal. He gestured for Broly to assist. Broly took a glance at the commotion and then departed, first delivering Kakarot to Gohan, as Kakarot, though over a year old, would still struggle with basic needs. Broly stepped forward, tearing away the sealing symbol and thoughtfully opening the lid to facilitate the emergence of the Demon King. A swirl of green smoke billowed forth. Ha 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 ha, I, the Demon King Bick, have finally emerged. The world shall once again burn beneath my feet. An ancient Namekian, resembling the deity in age, gradually materialized from the mist. His face was lined with wrinkles, and his dark green skin was evidently deprived of sunlight for a long time. Adorned in a martial arts uniform inscribed with the character for demon and a bright purple belt, Vitalis felt a sense of familiarity. This was the essence of the formidable Demon King who once instilled dread in the protagonists and audience alike, mercilessly overpowering them, even defeating the greatly enhanced Goku in a harrowing battle. Moreover, there was the classic moment of the Demon King laying eggs, which children eagerly imitated, such as spitting ping-pong balls from their mouths. Though it may have been unseemly, it remained undeniably cool for a Demon King. Broly nodded at Bick, signaling that they could commence. In an instant, Broly appeared beside the Elder Bick, his right hand aimed directly at the Demon King's face. With a tremendous crash, the ground erupted in a shower of debris as the spirited Elder Bick was pinned to the ground by Broly's single hand, his distinctive Namekian head creating a crater upon impact. The deity observed with growing trepidation. This is indeed the embodiment of his malevolent thoughts. After descending into the path of darkness, its sheer combat prowess surpasses his own. Yet now, it finds itself subdued with a single hand, and the old visage bears a striking resemblance to his own, rendering the situation somewhat embarrassing. It appears that prolonged sealing has rendered the Elder Piccolo weaker. The deity gradually advances, placing a hand upon Piccolo's abdomen. As if sensing something, Piccolo attempts to speak, but his mouth is ruthlessly restrained by Broly, leaving no one to observe his expression. He is even ensnared by Broly's aura, unable to move his legs. Is this your notion of kindness, Broly? Fearing that the deity might show mercy, you chose to act in such a manner. Otherwise, someone of old Piccolo's caliber could have been subdued with a mere glance. Vitalis nodded discreetly, acknowledging Broly's inherent benevolence. As it appeared that some time was still required, Vitalis began to search for Gohan's energy. Compared to the incident with old Piccolo, this was far more significant. In an instant, Vitalis vanished from the temple. At that moment, it was morning. Gohan was chopping wood, not with an axe, but by kicking a log into the air, leaping up to deliver several precise strikes, neatly stacking the uniform pieces beside him. He remained remarkably vigorous. Were it not for encountering Kakarot, this old fellow would likely have many years ahead of him. Unfortunately, it was Vitalis who had brought Kakarot here. One could only wonder how many more years he would survive this time. Clapping his hands, Vitalis levitated Kakarot and approached Gohan. What a formidable presence you possess, good sir. Despite your age, you maintain such strength. You are indeed the esteemed disciple of Master Roshi, Vitalis praised, inadvertently mentioning Master Roshi. Ha ha, you flatter me. I cannot compare to the youth of today. I was unaware of your arrival, Gohan replied. By the way, how do you know I am a student of Master Mateto? Indeed, during my quest for the Dragon Balls, I was fortunate enough to encounter Master Roshi. It was through our conversation that I discovered your remarkable mentor-student relationship. Truly impressive. Both of you are masters of martial arts, and it is a pleasure to hear such commendations, Vitalis continued, affirming the rarity of their caliber in the universe. Haha. You overestimate me. I am certainly no match for you. How is the master faring? Gohan inquired, disregarding Vitalis' compliment. Flattering words may be pleasant, but though one may age, one does not lose their sight. Vitalis was undoubtedly a formidable force, rivaling Master Roshi. At the very least, Master Roshi could not fly. Master Roshi is quite well. I occasionally visit him for a chat. After all, he is a great martial arts figure, and I benefit greatly from our discussions. However, Master Roshi often laments the long absence of his proud disciple, expressing a desire to see you once more before his time comes, Vitalis said, gazing toward Roshi's abode with his arms crossed. Ah, it is my own shortcomings that weigh me down. I cannot consider myself a proud disciple. But it is true that my master is advanced in years. It is my fault for causing him worry. I should visit him before my own time draws near. Gohan replied, his eyes growing misty. Ahem, I have come to discuss a matter of some importance, Vitalis said, sensing a shift in the atmosphere and hastily redirecting the conversation. "Oh, what is it, my young friend? I hope you are not seeking a trade for the Dragon Balls this time." Gohan chuckled, stroking his beard. "Actually, the matter is this. The individual beside me is my kin. His parents are occupied with a mission, and his brother is engrossed in training. I would like to request your assistance in taking care of this child for a while. Would that be agreeable to you?" Vitalis once again cradled Kakarot in his arms. Gazing into the little one's eyes, Gohan fell into contemplation. Chapter 43. Gohan and Goku. The poor little creature. Well, I suppose I shall care for him for a while. Ultimately enchanted by Kakarot's adorable visage, the benevolent Gohan chose to lend his assistance. "By the way, are you his exercise-obsessed brother?" Gohan inquired, casting a few glances at Vitalis and Kakarot. If it weren't for the age discrepancy, he might have suspected this was an illegitimate child, and it would be safest for such a little one to be nurtured by a hermit like him. "Not at all. I am not that fool, Raditz. In due time, his parents and brother will come to visit Kakarot. By the way, Kakarot is our Saiyan name, since he will be living on Earth. Could you please bestow him a name?" Vitalis explained, eager to see what name Gohan would conjure. An extraterrestrial? Although he found it astonishing, that tale certainly did not resemble that of a normal human. While Earth is home to many humanoid races, they are merely anthropomorphic animals. Moreover, numerous aliens have visited Earth. Yet they remain undetected by the general populace. "Goku, Son Goku. Henceforth you shall be called Son Goku," Gohan exclaimed, laughing heartily as he looked up at the sky, lifting Kakarot joyfully. "Hee hee Goku," Kakarot echoed, joining in the laughter. Unburdened by the mission to eradicate Earthlings, Kakarot was not a bloodthirsty individual. On the contrary, inheriting the kindness of Bardock and Jine, he possessed a fundamentally gentle nature. It was merely the original narrative that had assigned him a mission, causing him to shy away from intimacy with Earthlings, which rendered him seemingly irritable. This is quite good. Observing the scene before him, Vitalis felt a deep sense of satisfaction, akin to the nostalgia experienced while recalling similar moments in his past life. It conveniently spared him the need for artificial methods to induce memory loss. "Henceforth, you shall assume the role of Goku's grandfather. I must leave now, as I have matters to attend to, but you will be entrusted with his care. His family will visit him on Earth during their leisure time." Vitalis hastily bid farewell, clearly noticing that Gohan held a fondness for his little grandson. "Grandfather?" Gohan pondered as he watched Vitalis depart. "Off we go, Goku, from another world. Have you ever tasted Earth's milk? Would you prefer cow's milk, goat's milk, or perhaps even dinosaur milk?" With Goku perched on his shoulder, Gohan skipped toward the forest. Upon arriving at the Kame house, the sun shone brightly, and Master Roshi was reclining in a rocking chair, shielding himself with a parasol while perusing martial arts manuals. Vitalis retrieved the extraordinary texts he had previously safeguarded, confiscating those unsuitable for the young and old alike, for the elderly gentleman's frequent nosebleeds could be detrimental, potentially leading to sudden death. He tossed the volumes beside Master Roshi. Startled, the old master glared fiercely, ready to reprimand the oblivious young man, but nearly faltered upon noticing the manuscripts at his feet, his expression instantly transforming into one of delight. He chuckled, "Heh, what fine treasures. What series is this? I've never heard of it before. The rubbish I've read in the past pales in comparison. These are true masterpieces." After a cursory glance, Master Roshi's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he cradled the invaluable texts, vanishing in an instant. Sensing his presence, it became evident that the old master had retreated indoors, likely seeking a secure place to conceal these precious tomes. Such individuals revered books, abhorred any damage or blemish upon them. Minutes later, Master Roshi emerged, glancing back multiple times with a grin. "Heh, not bad, young man." He eagerly rubbed his hands together and inquired, "Ha ha ha, you jest, esteemed elder. Collecting these was merely a trivial task. I shall certainly bring more when I visit you again." Vitalis replied with a smile, shaking his head. Though these ancient masters exuded an air of ethereal wisdom, they too possessed earthly interests, perhaps a facet of their cultivation. Nurturing one's heart is essential, and thus, there remains much for him to learn. Of course, one cannot dismiss the notion that this might be the secret to Master Roshi's longevity, maintaining a youthful spirit. Vitalis contemplated emulating this approach, hoping it might extend his own life. Unsure if the esteemed elder had a disciple named Gohan, he tactfully shifted the conversation. "Indeed, Gohan is my disciple. Have you met him? How is he faring?" Upon hearing Gohan's name, Master Roshi's playful demeanor vanished, his gaze shifting toward the distant sea. "Yes, I encountered him during my quest for the Dragon Balls. He is an exceptionally skilled martial artist, and I have gained much from him. It was only during our casual conversation that I discovered he is your disciple. Truly. A remarkable student emerges from a distinguished master, Vitalis remarked, sharing Master Roshi's gaze toward the horizon. Only the corners of his mouth twitched incessantly. In truth, Son Gohan was positioned behind them. Although the general direction of Earth was correct, in terms of distance, he was indeed behind the two. That child is remarkably stubborn. It seems he has thought of something, Master Roshi remarked. Indeed, however, Master Gohan expressed his desire to see his mentor one last time before he departs from this world, to resolve his lingering regrets. Recently, he has adopted a child and intends to wait until the child matures a bit before bringing his precious grandson to visit you. So you may impart your wisdom to him as well. Vitalis slowly recounted Gohan's recent circumstances. It was evident that Master Roshi's beard quivered slightly, and beneath his sunglasses, his eyes glimmered with unshed tears. Ha ha ha, splendid. You've taken on a grandson. It is indeed right for you to seek my guidance. That little rascal has a long way to go. Teaching him on his own would only lead to mischief. At least he possesses some conscience, recognizing his own limitations. Master Roshi chuckled, his demeanor evidently cheerful. Speaking of which, should I not consider relocating? This place can hardly accommodate many people, and training is rather inconvenient. Master Roshi seemed to overlook the presence of others as he gazed at his small island. Ahem, there is no rush. The child is merely 1 year old. Let us wait a few years until the child grows a bit bigger, and then we shall find a larger space to move into when the time is right, Vitalis suggested. In his excitement, Master Roshi immediately contemplated moving, eagerly awaiting the passing years, a rather pitiful notion. Well, indeed, let us wait a while. But I do wonder if that little fellow can handle a child. I hope he doesn't lead the child astray. Master Roshi, suppressing his excitement, began to worry about the child again. It is essential to eat well, study diligently, and sleep soundly. I wonder if Gohan still remembers the tenets of the turtle school? I hope he can pass them on to the child. Master Roshi gazed into the distance with concern. Listening to Master Roshi's words, Vitalis felt quite uneasy, particularly regarding the training principles of the turtle school. He too had been moved by this old man in the past. Now, once again stirred. He was the one plotting against Master Roshi. Very well, perhaps I shall seek out other versions of Master Roshi across different realms to vent my frustrations. After all, this old man has yet to commit any unforgivable acts in this timeline. I shall find ways to compensate for Master Roshi's interests. Vitalis truly wished for an opportunity to rectify some of Master Roshi's behaviors. In his previous life, while watching anime, he found this old man amusing and, at crucial moments, remarkably dependable, willing to sacrifice everything for the world, even his own life. He was relentless in guiding his disciples, even when they possessed the power to annihilate the universe, striving to awaken them to their potential. However, it cannot be denied that there were instances where Master Roshi overstepped his bounds. He had once behaved inappropriately towards his childhood goddess, and the thought of those moments provoked increasing anger, especially when watching with friends. Just as he expressed his affection for a particular character, not long after, this old man took advantage of the situation, unbeknownst to others. Vitalis found himself unable to bear it. However, since the fabric of time and space had shifted, he decided to let things unfold as they may. As for the other timeline's Master Roshi, he hoped not to encounter him at a critical juncture. Chapter 44. The Super Namekian. After a brief moment of contemplation and a philosophical discussion with Master Roshi to lighten his mood, Vitalis suddenly sensed a tremendous surge of energy emanating from the direction of the temple. It was likely that the deity had succeeded. He promptly bid farewell to Master Roshi and teleported back to the temple. There was nothing amiss. It appeared he had simply returned too late to witness the special effects. The deity sat cross-legged in the air, seemingly rejuvenated. Mr. Popo observed the deity with a mix of tension and anticipation, while Broly sat at the temple's edge, gazing down at the mortal realm. Vitalis resolved to wait a while to earn some money and introduce Broly to the vibrant lifestyle of contemporary youth. Originally, the development dynamic had the deity as a supporting figure, with Piccolo in the lead, enhancing Piccolo's energy and combat prowess, transforming him into a purely combat-oriented Namekian. However, this came at the cost of losing the Dragon Balls. In return, they gained a prodigious talent, deemed by the Grand Elder of Namek to be on par with a Super Saiyan. Piccolo did not disappoint the deity. He relentlessly pursued Goku and Vegeta, trailing behind by only a version or two, far superior to those who later became mere background characters. It is difficult to critique the original work without Vitalis' influence. Yet he felt a sense of loss. Unfortunately, at that time, both Piccolo and the deity had no alternatives. Now, however, they were not lacking in combat strength. Even without the presence of Super Saiyan 2, no one could match the foundational might of Goku and Vegeta during the Cell games. Yet with the arrival of Lightning Cell, against the current assembly of Saiyans, if he could endure 3 minutes, Vitalis would willingly bestow upon him the title of God of Destruction. Thus, the notion of a combat-oriented Super Namekian was entirely unnecessary. The current focus should be on the deity, who represented a synthesis of strengths, especially since he was the genuine Piccolo, restored to the pinnacle of a perfect Namekian. With the deity's innate talents, he could easily propagate a new generation of Namekians. If one or two of his descendants could create Dragon Balls, that would be even more fortuitous. Vitalis contemplated how to subtly encourage the deity to produce more offspring. Alas, the deity was quite aged, and nurturing exceptional descendants would require considerable effort. To conceive a perfect Namekian, he would likely risk his very life. If he did not prioritize quality and relied on quantity instead, the resulting offspring would be uneven, much like the tragic fates of the second-generation Piccolo's brothers, some of whom met a gruesome end, with one even seemingly devoured. In contrast to Piccolo, who embodied the essence of excellence, these brothers were hardly worth a glance. Perhaps he should acquire some form of mental controllability, enabling him to assimilate malevolent Namekians with the deity. He recalled a nefarious Namekian capable of transforming into a formidable Super Namekian, a being of immense power that could assimilate him with the deity, likely enhancing the deity to an epic level. The descendants of the deity during that era would undoubtedly possess great strength. However, no matter how powerful they became, Vitalis remained fixated on the Dragon Balls. Shaking off his fanciful thoughts, Vitalis resolved to assign the Saiyans a task in the future to seek out the lost Namekians scattered across the cosmos. In the wake of the catastrophic changes on Namek, many Namekian children had been sent to distant planets, and it was plausible that other entities capable of creating Dragon Balls existed. After all, the universe was rife with legends surrounding wish orbs. As the Dragon Balls of Earth and Namek remained hidden, it was reasonable to presume that other Dragon Balls were present elsewhere. If all else failed, he could experiment with forcibly assimilating those malevolent Namekians. Having gathered a band of robbers fresh from a successful heist, Vitalis contemplated his foray into the role of a superhero. The deity's reign had come to an end. Had it truly? Were there issues with the Dragon Balls? Did you ever feel the urge to conquer the world, to witness it crumble beneath your feet? As the deity opened his eyes, Vitalis hurriedly inquired. He feared that the deity might be influenced by Piccolo. He was not concerned about being outmatched, but rather about the potential problems with the Dragon Balls. Observing Vitalis, the deity suppressed his urge to retaliate. Although he had grown stronger, the two Saiyans before him remained inscrutable. There are no issues. I am still myself and have not been affected. I have merely come to an understanding. In the past, my extreme beliefs about the impossibility of harboring evil thoughts led me to split my negativity, nearly resulting in disaster. The entity within me is merely my negative aspect, an embodiment of my darker thoughts, which, upon separation, gave rise to a new persona, one of utter malevolence. Rather than allowing this to persist, it would be wiser to reintegrate it. I believe I can now manage my darker inclinations. The deity spoke slowly. After some contemplation, Vitalis conceded that the deity was correct. In his earlier years, he had been overly concerned with the deity's position. His extreme fixation on evil thoughts had nearly led him to become a dark overlord. However, with the passage of time, he had gained clarity and, having encountered a much broader world, no longer resisted this dark inclination. By the way, can you now actively absorb Namekians? I doubt that fellow would consent to merge with you willingly, Vitalis inquired curiously. If he truly could force absorption, then this old deity would possess unparalleled power. While there may not be many Namekians in this universe, neighboring realms housed a multitude, and when accounting for other timelines, the possibilities were virtually infinite. If this continued unabated, even the Omni King might find it overwhelming. Upon hearing this, the deity's face darkened with rage. Appalled by such audacious thoughts, listening to the sinister thoughts stirring within him, the god, suppressing the tumultuous blood coursing through his veins, said with irritation, "No. This is due to special circumstances. He is a fragment of myself, and I can reclaim him. It is a reclamation, not an assimilation." Vitalis understood immediately. What a pity, for otherwise, there would be no need to seek ways to control the mind. Furthermore, the deity exhibited a strong aversion to absorbing the essence of the Namekians. It seemed prudent to wait some time before attempting again, especially since the malevolent Namekian had yet to be located. As for the Dragon Balls, how much power could they augment? How many wishes could be granted? Could the cooldown period be reduced? This was merely a diversion, and Vitalis felt no urgency. Bobo rolled his eyes, while the deity turned to leave. Broly cast a glance at Vitalis before promptly turning away. In a few days, once the Dragon Balls regain their strength and I level up, you shall see. The god's voice echoed from within the house, sparing Vitalis from prolonged discomfort. Well, Vitalis scratched his head, acknowledging that although his inquiry was ill-timed, it was indeed a matter of pressing curiosity. Sometimes, the more one knows, the greater the burden. Nevertheless, it would only be a matter of a few dozen days. He could afford to wait. Summoning Broly, he teleported to the target he had previously identified. These individuals are reveling in celebration, the sound of applause echoing in the air. Each slap lands heavily, likely rendering some unconscious for an extended period, and upon awakening, they may find themselves in a prison cell. They are hastily fleeing with burlap sacks towards the neighboring city. One cannot help but admire the audacity of these robbers who have successfully navigated a fierce confrontation. The sum of money they possess is substantial. Initially, one purchased a luxurious villa capsule, and then, accompanied by Broly, they proceeded to a vehicle dealership. Moments later, they resolved to find a pleasant environment to settle down in, planning to acquire driver's licenses in due course. Unfortunately, they discovered the absence of a license only after purchasing a vehicle. While this may seem trivial, having chosen to reside here, they are determined to abide by the law. After all, the earthly ambience is far superior to that of planet Vegeta, and the culinary delights alone provide ample reason to remain on this planet. Vitalis made a decision to allow the Saiyans without missions to vacation on Earth, where they could indulge in the local cuisine, learn culinary techniques, and engage with Earthlings to acquire valuable life skills. Perhaps, through such interactions, a few Super Saiyans could emerge. Furthermore, Saiyans blending in with the populace could serve as a first line of defense against androids, swiftly identifying and addressing any threats to ensure that no opportunities for their emergence would arise. Once the Red Ribbon Army comprehends the capabilities of the technicians and their clandestine base, they will act to eliminate them, and subsequently, the scientific community on Earth will be closely monitored. The scientists on Dragon Ball Earth are quite eccentric, and Vitalis wishes to avoid any future encounters with bioengineered beings. Chapter 45. Summoning the Dragon Again. Days drifted by in leisure. Vitalis and Broly explored the mountains and wilderness, savoring the delights of every city and amusement park. Their lives were filled with carefree enjoyment, though occasionally they found themselves short on funds, necessitating the search for rare treasures and metals to exchange for money. Ordinary robbery would hardly sustain them, and Vitalis effortlessly sensed global activities, rendering the success rate of typical robbers to nearly zero. While they had previously experienced some success, even if they managed to escape, they would often find their money mysteriously vanished, leading them to prison. Consequently, the profession of robbery has dwindled to almost non-existence. While indulging in their escapades, they also gathered intelligence on the Red Ribbon Army and discovered that this Earth does not boast a place called Penguin Village. Nor does it feature the projection of any formidable being. The genius creator of all, Dr. Slump, is another matter entirely. This revelation brought a sense of relief to Vitalis, albeit with a tinge of disappointment, as he had been curious to witness an encounter between Aral and Beerus. As for Zeno, the combination of these two entities would overwhelm the 12 universes with chaos. However, perhaps it is for the best, as excessive variables could lead to unforeseen consequences. Vitalis has gained substantial insight into Dr. Gero's movements, who has commenced the android project, although it remains uncertain whether he has begun the enhancements of humans or Cell. Thus, Vitalis refrains from acting hastily, opting instead to observe closely until he comprehends Dr. Gero's every action, aiming for a decisive strike without leaving any chance for complications. Despite his envy towards the android technology, as the king of the Saiyans, he possesses no shortage of battle prowess. He does not require unstable androids. While he could potentially acquire the knowledge of android creation through the dragon, he deems it unnecessary due to the inherent risks involved. It is a pity for Android 18. As a childhood goddess, she stands unrivaled against other formidable female characters in various animations. With her immense strength, familial devotion, and attentiveness to her partner's dignity, She is undoubtedly one of the most suitable candidates for marriage. However, he does not intend to seek out the unmodified siblings. They are indeed a tragic case. Abducted and transformed, only to face betrayal and confinement. Having finally escaped, the future timeline has spiraled into darkness due to unchecked individuals. While the present timeline has endured numerous hardships, managing to survive without succumbing to error or personality distortion, their lives, although arduous, are relatively stable. In this timeline, perhaps it is best for them to lead the ordinary lives of a typical brother and sister. In the boundless expanse of time and space, there is no shortage of the 18th. When the moment arrives, one can simply visit other realms to pay homage to the goddess. Estimating that the time was ripe, I returned to the temple with Broly. Upon arrival, I found the Supreme Kai bustling about early that morning, clutching a model in his hands. The sight elicited a suppressed chuckle from Vitalis. The dragon's head and horns appeared relatively normal, yet the upper body was excessively muscular, an exaggerated display of pectorals that dwarfed even Broly's formidable physique. To draw a comparison, it resembled the disparity between Super Broly and a typical Super Saiyan Goten. In contrast, Broly merely had a hint of muscle. Vitalis deemed it necessary to offer some counsel, suggesting that the original dragon was indeed the most handsome of them all. "Ah, Supreme Kai, good morning. Is this the new dragon you intend to create?" he inquired. "I must say, while your Namekian dragon is quite imposing, it pales in comparison to the previous dragon you crafted." Vitalis casually settled beside the Supreme Kai as he spoke. "Is my dragon handsome?" The Supreme Kai glanced at Vitalis, surprised that this creature could articulate human speech. Nevertheless, he still believed the Namekian design suited his taste better. Indeed, the Namekian dragon lacks distinctive features aside from its size. Just compare it to the Earth dragon. Its physique, its horns, its claws, its aura. They are incomparable, wouldn't you agree? Broly chimed in, though Vitalis found himself at a loss for words, unprepared for this turn of events and struggling to conjure compliments. "Ah, yes, Vitalis, you are absolutely correct," Broly replied, not anticipating such a question directed at himself. Yet, Vitalis was indeed right. "By the way, Supreme Kai, does this new dragon surpass the Earth dragon in strength? If so, its appearance is of little consequence. Functionality is what truly matters," Vitalis mused, gradually persuading himself of this notion. The Supreme Kai gazed at the model in his hands, suddenly finding the Earth dragon far more appealing. "If it's not too much trouble, I might as well give this to you," he remarked, tossing the model to Vitalis before retreating into the temple. Upon re-emerging, he cradled the shimmering Earth Dragon balls, which, when gathered together, exuded a rhythmic glow, quite a sight to behold, albeit lacking in sound effects that could enhance the experience. "I have slightly upgraded the dragon's capabilities. The number of wishes has increased from 1 to 2. This is the limit of my current abilities," the Supreme Kai stated calmly, though the upward curl of his lips indicated his pride. "Only 2? Vitalis mused internally, yet he did not express his thoughts outwardly. A modest improvement was commendable. One should not be greedy. However, he felt compelled to devise some flattering remarks for the Supreme Kai, whose evident delight was too pronounced to ignore, for he was not one to bite the hand that feeds him. The challenge lay in discerning what the Supreme Kai might appreciate, making it difficult to select an appropriate gift. The cat sage is indeed easy to care for. With a look of astonishment directed at Vitalis, I was taken aback by the fact that this fellow refrained from uttering any sarcastic remarks. He even paused, seemingly intending to slap Vitalis in the face. But perhaps my expression betrayed me, and alas, that opportunity has slipped away. The deity silently chastised himself. Although the cooldown period cannot be altered, this enhancement is monumental. It not only grants an additional wish, but also removes the limitation of a single resurrection per individual. As long as one has not been reincarnated, they can return to life. However, resurrecting too many individuals at once would consume a significant amount of energy and require the sacrifice of 2 wishes. Casting a glance at Vitalis, the deity spoke. He was aware that Vitalis intended to revive his kin and had made specific alterations for this purpose. After all, being a warrior race, they are prone to recklessness, and without restrictions on resurrection, they would surely learn of my prowess. He was unconcerned about the Saiyans abusing this power, for he had retained certain safeguards. Unfortunately, the Dragon Balls could be destroyed at any moment. Should Vitalis change, the Dragon Balls would vanish forever. I didn't quite hear that. "Broly, did he say there are no limits on resurrection?" Vitalis inquired, digging into his ear and turning to Broly. "Indeed, you heard correctly. He did say that," Broly replied, puzzled by Vitalis' astonishment. This time, Vitalis was truly astonished. Dandy had indeed upgraded the Dragon Balls. However, aside from the increase to 3 wishes, the other rules remained unchanged. The celestial deity has indeed proven to be remarkably powerful this time, though limited to merely 2 wishes. It can only be rivaled by the optimized version of the Namekian dragon. Ahem, may I inquire, esteemed deity, what are your preferences? Should there be anything absent from Earth, I shall venture into the cosmos to seek the wisdom of Vitalis. If the celestial being were to grow stronger, might it be possible to elevate the Earth Dragon to the esteemed level of a super dragon? This divine entity is undoubtedly deserving of admiration. With a fleeting glance at Vitalis, I expressed my hope for eternal peace on Earth. I share that hope, replied Broly. Whoever dares to threaten our planet shall face the unyielding wrath of the Saiyans, would they not? Vitalis spoke earnestly, acknowledging the unique significance of Earth. Even if not of the same kind, here, among the humans who bear a resemblance to Saiyans, there exists delectable cuisine, which suffices for his guardianship of the planet. Indeed, Broly found the food delightful, enjoyed the melodious conversations of the people, and reveled in the many fascinating diversions. Furthermore, he was more than willing to follow Vitalis' commands without question. Nodding in agreement, he placed the Dragon Balls upon the ground, signaling for Vitalis to commence. Arise, dragon, and grant my wish, Vitalis proclaimed with fervor. Chapter 49. Resurrection of Kin. Where is the dragon? Has it malfunctioned? Vitalis raised his hands, calling out the incantation. Yet the skies did not shift, nor did the dragon materialize. Ahem, I should mention, the summoning incantation has changed. You must exclaim, I implore you, great dragon. Fulfill my wish. The celestial being cleared his throat, uttering these words somewhat awkwardly. Who would have thought you were such a celestial being, and rather bashful at that? Nevertheless, Vitalis had no intention of embarrassing the deity, considering he was still utilizing its powers and could assist in upgrading the Dragon Balls. Thus, he willingly cried out, O magnificent dragon of Earth, wrought by the celestial being, reveal your might and grant my wish. After all, there was little to lose, and potentially much to gain. As long as the deity remained content, I beseech you, great dragon, fulfill my wish. Vitalis shouted, his voice infused with energy, resonating even to the ears of the feline sage below. Covering his ears, the sage cast a reproachful glance at Vitalis, feeling as though the deity was retaliating against him. The fellow was rather petty, yet it seemed Vitalis truly possessed extensive knowledge. The Namekians, with their exceptional hearing, could discern sounds from great distances, even the faintest whispers. This powerful voice posed no challenge for Bobo and Broly, yet it inflicted considerable damage upon the deity, nearly rendering him deaf. A familiar scene unfolded once more. The phrase "state your wish" seemed to echo among old acquaintances as the straightforward dragon appeared before them. Dragon, Vitalis inquired earnestly. May I request to advance my wishes for the next decade? After all, no one could seize the Dragon Balls from him, and it was likely that he would be the one making wishes in the future, so requesting an advance seemed reasonable enough. The deity cast a disdainful glance. Bobo maintained his usual expression. Broly looked on in sudden realization, while the dragon's large eyes flickered momentarily. This does not align with the rules. Speak your wish. Or perhaps you have none. Then I shall take my leave. It seems the eternal dragon is rather preoccupied, eager to conclude its duties. Very well, as anticipated. O eternal dragon, I request the restoration of the bodies of the Saiyans harmed by the Kurds on planet Vegeta, a wish that Vitalis has contemplated for quite some time. It appears to be a minor loophole, for resurrection necessitates a complete body for a flawless revival. Saiyans do not possess the same vitality as Frieza, and at that moment, while some Saiyans were unharmed, many were missing limbs, and others had suffered grievous injuries, barely sustained by senzu beans and advanced medical apparatus. While it is not impossible to attach prosthetics or utilize certain potions for limited regeneration, Vitalis believes that nothing surpasses the original. Thus, he refrained from allowing these warriors to undergo treatment, opting instead for their collective restoration. My second wish is to revive all the Saiyans who perished at the hands of Frieza and his father during the battle on planet Vegeta. Vitalis hesitated to wish for the resurrection of all Saiyans slain by Frieza and his progenitor, adding a prefix to his request instead. Many Saiyans had met their demise previously, and fearing complications, he chose not to resurrect them. Primarily, some were rendered unrecognizable, and adjusting the wish would be burdensome. Furthermore, the revival would occur in various locations, making it difficult to manage in a short span, inevitably leading to chaos. Hence, he imposed a limitation, Those who fell to Frisia and his father shall rest in peace. For perhaps some have already atoned for their sins and been reborn. Your wishes have been fulfilled. I shall take my leave. It appears the eternal dragon is aware that it will be seeing Vitalis for an extended period in the future, showing no courtesy and foregoing the usual pleasantries. The eternal dragon is straightforward in its arrival and departure, leaving Vitalis no opportunity to extract information. Regrettably, he had prepared extensively, believing that with the right approach, he could gauge the truth based on the dragon's reactions. Alas, the dragon grants no such opportunity. Does this imply that it possesses foresight? The Dragon Balls offer many means of predicting the future, and it is simple for the eternal dragon to understand both the past and the future. However, does this knowledge arise during the wish-granting process, or has it been observing all along? What does the dragon do during the intervals between wishes? Is it truly in slumber after transforming into stone? The existence of the dragon god remains an enigma. Shaking my head, I chose not to ponder further. After all, the Dragon Balls are remarkably effective tools, and we shall employ them for now, addressing any issues that may arise later. At least this is not the GT timeline. As evidenced by the presence of Broly, who only emerged during the Super Era. The absence of the Black Star Dragon Balls before and after the fusion of the Supreme Kai further substantiates this assertion. However, I harbor no fear of the so-called evil dragon, Vitalis. He is undeterred by the need to gather the scattered Dragon Balls throughout the universe within a year. When the evil dragon is set to emerge, simply cast the Dragon Balls into the realm of the Kaioshin or the underworld. As for the Black Star Dragon Balls, wishing for an arid planet in exchange is quite acceptable. If collecting them proves impossible, the destruction of a barren planet would be of little consequence. Fear is unlikely. Rather, it is regrettable that such items are absent. After exchanging pleasantries with the Supreme Kai, I returned to planet Vegeta with Vitalis. Upon arrival, we were greeted by a throng of eager faces, all gathered to welcome back their family members. As Vitalis returned, he was met with a crowd surrounding a recently revived individual, examining him to verify his resurrection. Vegeta 3, adorned in a flamboyant golden cape, had traded his royal mantle for a blue one after the transition of kingship. Now, transformed into a Super Saiyan, his combat attire boasted a white base with gold trim, complemented by golden boots and a matching cape, all while maintaining the full power state of a Super Saiyan, radiating a resplendent golden glow that was blindingly brilliant. At that moment, he cradled young Vegeta, while Bardock stood nearby with Chai and Raditz. Bardock and Chai maintained a degree of restraint, yet Raditz was unabashed, playfully pinching young Vegeta's cheeks. Uncle Vegeta, why not entrust me with young Vegeta? I could impart the knowledge you bestowed upon me. You must be quite busy with the Galactic Patrol, right? Raditz mused, noting the striking resemblance and envisioning the thrill of battle, observing his son's antics. Bardock felt a surge of frustration. It was evident to all present what Raditz intended. Did he think others were fools? With a swift kick, Bardock sent Raditz flying, asserting, "Allow me to train young Vegeta. I assure you he will surpass the strength of your Raditz 100-fold. Chai cast a disapproving glance at Bardock, who seemed unable to move past the embarrassment of Raditz's defeat at the hands of his son. It appeared he wished to mentor young Vegeta, perhaps hoping he would one day challenge his father. No need for that. I will educate my son myself. The framework for the Galactic Patrol is already established, and the mental communication and instant transmission techniques imparted by the king are immensely useful. This alleviates much of the pressure, allowing us to proceed methodically. I have ample time to spend with Vegeta 3, she replied resolutely. I will ensure my son is trained well. I have faith he is the strongest, and it won't be long before he defeats Raditz. Even you, Bardock, will fall to my son. Gazing tenderly at his son, Vegeta 3 felt an undeniable sense of relief after relinquishing his throne. The demise of Frisia and his progeny left him with an unsettling emptiness, as if he had suddenly lost his purpose. The burdens that had long weighed heavily on his heart seemed to dissipate with astonishing ease. Amid Paragas's daily boasts about his own son, the longing for his son, who might one day be resurrected, deepened Vegeta 3's affection. He began to reflect on his relationship with his father and contemplated ways to enhance his bond with his son. After all, the Saiyans had evolved. There was no longer a need for harsh expectations. His only desire was for his son to be joyful, safe, healthy, and long-lived. Can he possibly measure up to Raditz? Or even Kakarot? Surely he cannot surpass my son, he pondered, despite his disdain for Raditz. The boy's undeniable talent was a point of acknowledgement. He held a glimmer of hope for Kakarot as well, apart from Broly. He had never feared any rival for his son's prowess. It seemed that Paragus had led the current generation astray, as they often indulged in comparisons of their offspring. Humph. Little Vegeta merely lost some time due to death. Catching up to Raditz will be effortless. And as for Kakarot, with a power level merely at 200,000 at birth, is that truly remarkable? It bears no distinction from that of the lower fighters. How can he even be compared to my son? In Vegeta 3's eyes, his son's innate talent was unparalleled. Ah, my son, you have returned. He exclaimed with exaggerated delight upon spotting Broly. Let me see how much stronger you have become. At that moment, their eyes met, and they mutually chose to bypass the topic at hand. Bardock and Vegeta 3 proceeded toward Vitalis. This truly cannot be compared. Chapter 48, Preparing for the Feast. Vitalis observed the group of burly men fervently comparing their sons. Although the atmosphere had shifted, he found it rather delightful. As the second Broly enthusiast, Paragus excelled in this regard, boasting daily about his unparalleled transcendent Broly, igniting a fervor surrounding the comparison of sons. Many Saiyans began to emphasize the cultivation of the next generation, especially since Vitalis had abolished the tradition of sending newborn Saiyans into battle. The children remained at home, inevitably drawn into comparisons, which often led to emotional wounds. Thus, father-son training sessions became commonplace. This dynamic indirectly fostered familial bonds, for in this warrior race, emotions were forged through combat. Well then, since everyone is gathered so rarely, shall we indulge in a barbecue? I will handle the seasonings, and you shall procure the ingredients. Let us celebrate. Vitalis gazed at the scene of families united before him. In that moment, his emotions were a tumultuous blend. Among those revived were warriors who fought for him, and innocent children who had fallen victim to cruelty, all because of his actions. Yet, this harmonious scene was also a result of his influence. He felt guilt, a sense of inferiority, and a profound pride. Although he had long since acknowledged the reality of his transmigration and had enacted a series of changes, each recollection felt surreal, akin to a dream. At this moment, he felt a profound sense of belonging to this world, fully integrated into this tribe. Perhaps once these individuals were the brutal, warlike Saiyans, but now they had transformed into charming kin who fought at his command. He would lead these people towards a life of stability, joy, and happiness. Anyone who dared to disrupt this existence would face his unwavering wrath, whether they were dissenters from within or formidable adversaries from without. He would extinguish any sign of rebellion with utmost resolve. Fortunately, the Saiyans were obedient to orders, and even those with violent tendencies were content to remain deep within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, engaging in a life filled with daily, exhilarating battles. The warriors outside executed their missions with great efficacy, leaving Vitalis with the satisfaction that his efforts were not in vain. Thus, his next endeavor was to continually strengthen himself, to remain a king, guiding his people forward and overcoming all obstacles. After exchanging greetings with Vegeta 3 and Bardock, he returned to Earth with Broly. He instructed Vegeta 3 and Bardock to gather everyone, except those occupied with missions, to convene 3 days hence. The assembly would first celebrate the defeat of Frieza and his son, and subsequently honor the resurrection of the fallen warriors, all while conducting a coronation ceremony for Vitalis. During this period, all those who had been cast out returned, even the infants who were recently exiled, escorted back by warriors. Thanks to the existence of the Spirit Time House, nearly everyone had mastered a few techniques for instantaneous movement. Most relied on energy positioning, while some had learned to transfer to visible targets, simultaneously acquiring several auxiliary spells that enabled unrestricted teleportation. The more adept individuals had even mastered group teleportation magic. Consequently, mobility was significantly enhanced, which was one of the reasons Vitalis decided to host this gathering. Furthermore, the majority of attendees were unfamiliar with him, making it essential for him to make an appearance. Initially, he visited the home of the doctor, requesting him to gather as many seasonings as possible. Fortunately, compared to the population of Earthlings, the Saiyans, numbering over 900,000, represented merely a small city's worth of inhabitants. Given the Doctor's stature, fulfilling the requirements for this barbecue gathering was quite simple. He also extended an invitation to the Doctor's family to attend the feast, receiving a positive response. Though it was unfortunate that the eldest daughter was nowhere to be found, leaving only the doctor and his wife to attend. This left Vitalis somewhat disappointed, as he had missed yet another opportunity to meet the legendary Bulma's sister. After departing from the Doctor's residence, he proceeded to invite the Supreme Kai, Bopo, Master Roshi, Gohan, and others, all of whom, except for Master Roshi, agreed to attend. The Supreme Kai intended to observe whether the so-called combat-oriented evil clan of Vitalis had truly changed. Master Roshi's agreement was contingent upon Vitalis' promise of a variety of exotic fish from other planets. Upon hearing that he would be able to meet Goku's parents, Gohan immediately consented to join the gathering. However, Master Roshi, initially intrigued, clearly declined upon learning Gohan would be attending, insisting that he would wait for Gohan to bring his child to him. Vitalis found himself perplexed by Master Roshi's reasoning and chose not to press the issue, knowing there would be ample opportunities in the future. Subsequently, he made a visit to Namek, but alas, none of the Namekians agreed to partake. They had grown accustomed to their tranquil existence and were not fond of raucous gatherings. Nevertheless, Vitalis thought it rather cruel to hold a barbecue party for the Namekians, who required only water, as they likely had no idea what meat even tasted like. After a moment of introspection, contemplating the inadequacies in his considerations, he expressed his apologies to the Grand Elder before departing from Namek. Concurrently, he reached out to request that Vegeta 3 arrange for personnel to gather the necessary ingredients for the barbecue across various planets, emphasizing the need to collect an abundance of fish and fish-like creatures, in light of potential toxins. He also procured a diverse array of Earth-based ingredients and dispatched them to the former headquarters of Frisia, now the base of the new Cosmic Patrol, instructing the personnel there to analyze the elemental composition and develop detection machines to ensure that only food harmless to Earthlings would be selected. Though Saiyans and Earthlings appear quite similar aside from their tails, their physical resilience differs significantly. Saiyans possess commendable resistance to toxins. Thus, certain Saiyan delicacies could prove fatal to Earthlings, making such testing imperative. Fortunately, a brilliant scientist named Kiko was available, renowned for his expertise in creating detectors, spaceships, and combat suits. He had surrendered promptly upon recognizing Frisia's demise and remained in service with the Cosmic Patrol. Vitalis, wary of the scientists in Dragon Ball, instructed close surveillance of Kiko, suspecting that the laser gun capable of injuring Super Saiyan Blue Goku likely originated from him. Although Goku had let his guard down, the ability to penetrate defenses and inflict injury rivaled that of Earth's Dr. Gero. Thanks to Kiko, the detection machines were produced swiftly, and arrangements were made for mass production. The prototype was sent back to Earth for further testing by the doctor. Despite Kiko's cautious nature, one must always exercise prudence. After thoroughly preparing all conceivable elements, Vitalis, accompanied by Broly, commenced a leisurely stroll through the city. Passing by a bookstore, he suddenly recalled the most crucial item he had overlooked. Initially, he and Broly scoured the major city bookstores, gathering every culinary book available, which were then transported back to Planet Vegeta for the logistics team to study. As the backbone of the barbecue event, it was essential for them to learn. Otherwise, the seasonings would likely be wasted. The universe boasts an abundance of spices, many akin to those on Earth, yet few possess the Earthling's culinary finesse. Moreover, out of personal preference, Vitalis harbored a fondness for Earth. And since Saiyan taste buds were quite similar, accelerating their learning would be advantageous. It would be even better to ignite a culinary craze among the Saiyans, potentially culminating in a cooking competition, replete with accolades for distinguished chefs. With all preparations in place, Vitalis turned his attention to contemplating what to articulate during the coronation ceremony. Chapter 48, King of the Saiyans, Vitalis. Soon, the anticipated day arrived. Accompanied by Broly, Vitalis first visited the home of the doctor to collect him and his wife. It was said that they had contacted their daughter, but she was unable to return due to prior commitments. Vitalis could only lament that a talented daughter is indeed a marvel. Even though she did not follow the scientific path like Bulma, she possessed her own unique brilliance, having discovered her passions at a tender age and actively pursued them. Utilizing instant transmission, he transported the couple to the base of the Korin Tower to fetch Gohan and his grandfather. It was evident that Gohan was well prepared, carrying a large bundle and pushing a wooden baby carriage, which appeared to be handcrafted by him. Meanwhile, Goku lay peacefully asleep in the carriage. Their next destination was the pinnacle of Korin Tower to collect the Cat Sage. Vitalis felt that it would be beneficial for the doctor and his wife, being Earthlings, to meet a celestial being, thus opting to fly rather than use instant transmission. He conjured a square energy shield, manifesting chairs at the base, a novel application derived from his skills. Originally intended for energy slicing techniques, his imagination had whimsically wandered to other forms. Out of curiosity, he experimented. Shaping the energy proved simple, and with ample energy at his disposal, creating various forms was effortless, requiring only the control to prevent the released energy from exploding or dissipating. This also served as a form of training for his mental fortitude and control. They traveled swiftly, allowing the group to discern their general direction. The doctor and his wife, along with Gohan, stood at the edges, admiring the scenery and occasionally engaging in discussions about the wonders they encountered. Although Gohan was quite mature, his youthful years spent traversing the world had afforded him a wealth of experiences. The doctor, perhaps less traveled but rich in theoretical knowledge, provided an engaging dialogue, and the two found great camaraderie in their exchanges. Meanwhile, the doctor's wife darted among the group, at times exclaiming in delight at the sights, at others playfully inquiring with Broly about a potential rendezvous, and occasionally sneaking up to poke Goku's cheek, bringing much joy with her lively spirit. "Wow, look! What a towering structure!" she exclaimed, her face aglow with wonder as she gazed at the miraculous edifice before her. "Is this truly the legendary Korin Tower? It is said that the Master once ascended to the summit in his youth, passing the trials set forth by the immortals." Sun Wukong reminisced about the glorious events mentioned during his training with the Master. Indeed, the structure is quite remarkable and merits further exploration. The doctor found the tower to be rather illogical and deemed it worthy of study. "Everyone, please take your seats as we embark on an exhilarating adventure." Initially, the experience felt novel, and Vitalis had devoted considerable time to research. However, over time, even the most intriguing endeavors can become mundane. Ensuring everyone was securely fastened with safety belts, Vitalis took precautions, as aside from himself and Broly, even Sun Wukong, despite possessing some skills, was merely an ordinary individual. With Goku's power sealed, it would be unwise to proceed without protective measures, as the current Goku could easily be harmed. Thus, the activities of the Carrying Tower spiral ascent officially commenced. With an air of excitement, Vitalis guided everyone around the Carrying Tower in a spiraling ascent. The speed was moderate, akin to that of a roller coaster. Yet to avert any mishaps, additional protective shields were provided for a few. "Oh wow!" the lady exclaimed with exuberance, while the doctor and Sun Wukong remained composed. However, the lady's presence rekindled a sense of amusement in Vitalis, reminiscent of a day at the amusement park. Her enthusiasm was equivalent to that of a busload of people. Master Cat stood at the railing, leaning on his cane and smiling as he observed the rapidly approaching group below. The ascent concluded a short distance from Master Cat, who then made his entrance. "Oh, what an adorable kitty!" Mrs. Brief exclaimed, crouching slightly before Master Cat, exchanging smiles with the cheerful feline. Amused by the scene before him, Vitalis shook his head. In the realm of Dragon Ball, this is a notable aspect. Initially, each being appears haughty, but upon familiarity, they mingle freely with mortals. As he contemplated whether to find a nanny for his future children, he soared towards the temple. "Ah, aren't we here to greet the immortal?" the lady inquired, having noticed their movement while observing the cat. "Indeed, madam, if I am not mistaken, I am that immortal. You may call me Master Karen or Cat Master," he replied. Finding this interaction pleasant, as most visitors to his domain were rough men, indifferent to anything beyond martial arts, which was rather dull. "Oh," she exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize Mr. Cat was an immortal." After her initial astonishment, she immediately clasped her hands in apology. "It's quite all right. Many who meet me for the first time react similarly, except for that young lad," Master Cat chuckled. Soon, they arrived at the temple. Although trials were established between the Carrying Tower and the temple, they posed no challenge to Vitalis. Observing Vitalis' actions, the heavenly god had anticipated his intentions and had preemptively disabled the trials. Otherwise, they would merely serve to exhaust energy, providing no benefit other than supporting Vitalis' formidable presence, making it more prudent to disable them entirely, sparing both energy and the annoyance of that troublesome young lad. "Ah, heavenly god, it seems you have regressed in age again during our brief absence." As the crowd steadied themselves, Vitalis removed the protective shield and greeted the celestial being. The deity appeared rejuvenated, perhaps having absorbed a portion of vitality, showing marked signs of youthfulness. Although still bearing the weight of age, the wrinkles had diminished, and a newfound luster graced the skin, enhancing its verdant hue. "Greetings, divine being. It is an honor to meet you. I apologize for not being able to extend proper hospitality during your last visit due to my preoccupation with research." Dr. Brief and his wife bowed respectfully before Bobo, offering their earnest salutations. Observing the couple's reverence, Son Gohan followed suit, acknowledging the deity, having nearly mistaken the green figure for the divine presence. only to realize that the one clad in black was the true celestial being. Truly, a scientist possesses discerning insight. At first glance, the black figure seemed somewhat comical. Yet the more one gazed, the deeper and more unfathomable the presence appeared. Divine being? Bobo inquired, perplexed, glancing between the deity and himself. The silent deity regarded Bobo, then glanced down at the characters emblazoned across his chest. Indeed, it was Earth script. Although research into Namekian language and script had been undertaken, with garments prepared for a return home, there was no error in attire. Ah ha ha. The sight sparked a realization in Vitalis, prompting an unrestrained laugh. Time had elapsed, and with Dr. Brief's infrequent appearances, many memories had faded, yet encountering such an amusing scene was unexpectedly delightful, and Vitalis felt fortunate for his lapses in memory. The deity's demeanor was utterly entertaining. Clearing his throat, he remarked, "Ahem, well then, shall we proceed to the banquet? It appears preparations are nearly complete." After sharing a moment of laughter, Vitalis, sensing the deity's disapproving gaze, swiftly changed the subject, enveloping the assembly in a magical aura. He cast a teleportation spell to planet Vegeta. They materialized upon a platform of white jade, suspended in mid-air, slightly elevated above the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber. At its center lay a square carpet of crimson, bordered in gold, and at the heart of it stood the Saiyan throne, simple yet exuding an air of grandeur. This platform was deliberately constructed by Vitalis, imbued with levitation and anti-gravity spells to facilitate the adaptation of Earth visitors to this environment. The planet Vegeta possesses tenfold the gravity of Earth. Without caution, joyous occasions could swiftly turn into calamitous events. Additionally, a thin energy shield envelopes the platform, within which a specially designed device maintains the air composition identical to that of Earth. Vitalis has taken every precaution should an accident occur. The only recourse would be to resurrect using the Dragon Balls. Aside from reincarnation and soul obliteration, death within the Dragon Balls holds little consequence, particularly for those hailed as heroes who have saved the world. For them, the afterlife can be quite pleasant, perhaps even more so than existence itself. Those connected to the divine find their return akin to coming home. As arrangements were made for everyone to sit to one side of the platform, Vitalis ascended to the throne, his gaze flickering as he donned a gray bodysuit accented with black, draping a crimson royal cape over his shoulders. Among the Saiyans, there is little emphasis on crowns or scepters. The cape is the sole emblem of heritage, though there was a golden chain that Vitalis chose to forego. Upon his seating, Bardock and Vegeta 3 paid their respects before standing on either side of the throne, while Broly took his position beside Vitalis. The remaining Saiyans, organized by battle power, gathered closely and orderly around the platform, suspended in the air, awaiting the king's address. "I am your king," announced Vitalis. Chapter 49, Because I Desire Peace. We must establish order in the universe. The Supreme Kai sat below, observing Vitalis upon the throne, surrounded by throngs of Saiyans hovering in the air. He found solace in this moment. His relationship with Vitalis was amicable, and there seemed to be no intent to harm Earth. Continuing in this state of mutual non-aggression appeared favorable. After scrutinizing the assembly, he noted the absence of anyone weaker than himself. Even the mightiest warriors from Namek would likely be the weakest here. Even the youngest among them exhibited astonishing strength, though they maintained excellent control. The unintentional aura they exuded while flying filled the Supreme Kai with trepidation. He pondered whether the newly assimilated Namekians could vanquish all Saiyans. He could only hope that Vitalis would usher in a transformative change. Conversations with his superiors and colleagues revealed that the intelligence gleaned from the Grand Elder of Namek painted the Saiyans as a band of battle-crazed lunatics. While they presently appeared similar to ordinary Earthlings, most possessed a palpable air of murderous intent and resentment. Born from a history steeped in slaughter, the lingering curses of the souls lost at their hands. With a solemn expression, he gazed upon Vitalis as he commenced his speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that many of you have harbored doubts regarding my commands during this period, particularly concerning the establishment of the Cosmic Guard. Yet I find great joy in the fact that, even amidst uncertainty, you have executed my task admirably." Vitalis rose to his feet, sweeping his cloak with a flourish of his right hand. "I am Vitalis, a warrior of the Saiyan race, the mightiest combatants in the cosmos, your king. I yearn for peace. Thus, we must instill order throughout the universe, and nothing more. Why seek peace? Because this is our homeland, our territory, where no one is permitted to run rampant. Those who recklessly annihilate life on planets shall face execution. Those who indiscriminately commit genocide shall be met with death. I hereby proclaim the elevation of Vegeta 3 to the rank of Marshal, appointing him as the commander of the Cosmic Guard, responsible for the daily operations and the maintenance of cosmic order. As he spoke, a glimmer flickered in Vitalis' eyes, and a golden medal appeared upon Vegeta 3's chest. Bardock is also granted the title of Marshal and appointed as the Supreme Commander of the Expeditionary Forces, commencing immediate pursuit of the remnants of the Frisia lineage within the cosmos, tasked with the eradication of the demonic forces aligned with Frisia. The threat they pose is now but a mere handful. The primary concern remains the demon realm, a dimension that leads many to ruin. Numerous individuals, whether willingly or under influence, now self-identify as demons, inciting carnage in various locales. This is utterly intolerable for Vitalis, who is dedicated to enhancing the ratings of this universe. Although the true strength of the demon realm remains uncertain, it is clear that Dapra, this demon lord, is destined to be an adversary, whether he is the most powerful among them or merely one of many. Consequently, Vitalis resolved to take action promptly, denying the demon realm any opportunity to prepare. We, the warrior race of Saiyans, implore all to collaborate with the two marshals in suppressing the malevolence of the universe, restoring order and peace to our homeland. Indeed, were it not for the fear of displeasing those of higher stature, the somewhat fervent Vitalis would have already declared this universe as theirs. Though he approached the matter with subtlety, cloaked in the guise of vanquishing evil, the Saiyans, with their formidable might, remain the most powerful force, capable of resolving conflicts through strength and thus ushering in peace, allowing this universe a respite for rejuvenation. Let us now celebrate our triumph over the tyrannical Frisia and his kin. I hereby proclaim the commencement of the barbecue feast. Vitalis undertook some simple arrangements before delving into the core of the matter. Eating is paramount. Initially, he had envisioned an elaborate coronation ceremony, complete with speeches and even a Saiyan rendition of I Have a Dream, yet he ultimately abandoned these notions. As a warrior race, there was no need for such frivolity. Especially since everyone already acknowledged him as king, there was no necessity for ostentation. Thus, he merely offered a brief self-introduction, asserting his position while outlining the forthcoming trajectory of their endeavors. Upon Vitalis' command, the Saiyans dispersed to gather in their respective squads, igniting bonfires, while the logistics team entered the hyperbolic time chamber to prepare ingredients and craft delectable dishes. Despite the presence of countless warriors, their individual prowess rendered everything else trivial. The Saiyans engaged in ancient war dances, vowing to refrain from utilizing any energy or techniques, opting instead for primal hand-to-hand combat. A joyous and harmonious atmosphere enveloped them. Through projection magic, the Earth visitors were granted a view of the festivities below, primarily for the benefit of the esteemed couple, the doctor and his wife, while the god and cat sage retained sufficient strength to observe the proceedings. Father, what is this? A voice broke the reverie as a group admired the Saiyan war dance. Following the sound, they beheld Raditz, who arrived bearing a skinned, unidentified creature, showcasing it with pride as he approached Bardock. Father, look at this. I hunted this Omicorn beast on planet Matar. Its meat is exquisite when roasted and seasoned with salt. Raditz exclaimed, reveling in his trophy. I brought back 50 of them, but alas, their exquisite taste nearly led to the annihilation of my kin at the hands of Vegeta 3 took the opportunity to suggest that Raditz prepare a barbecue while he engaged in a spirited contest with Bardock. Over time, he discovered the magnetic allure of Bardock's character. He sensed that Bardock was destined to be his lifelong rival, even when he forged ahead. Bardock was capable of swiftly closing the gap, never allowing himself to fall behind. Recently, during a sparring session, his nearly flawless Super Saiyan full power state was caught off guard by Bardock's adept switching between speed and power. Had it not been for his superior base strength, he might have succumbed to Bardock's prowess. Nevertheless, the outcome was merely a stalemate, with Bardock matching him blow for blow. Despite having the upper hand in every scenario, why was Bardock so remarkably exceptional? While he merely followed Vitalis' guidance, Bardock had carved out his own unique path. This ignited the competitive spirit within Vegeta 3. For he could not allow Bardock to surpass him. Otherwise, his reputation would be tarnished. How tiresome. Just yesterday, by sheer luck, he encountered a cosmic beast, expending considerable effort to vanquish it and bring it back. Currently, Jine is attending to the matter while Bardock casts a fleeting glance at Vegeta 3 before approaching Son Gohan. He firmly believes that Vegeta 3 cannot compare to his prowess. The palatability of the cosmic beast is inconsequential. What truly matters is its strength. Those beings deemed cosmic beasts are peculiar creatures that inhabit the vast universe. They are colossal in size and formidable in power, with some mighty beasts even feeding on stars. In the past, facing such entities often meant merely fleeing for one's life. Yet Bardock has discovered a cosmic beast nearly the size of planet Vegeta, which he successfully eliminated from an extraordinary distance within the planet's interior, returning only after a daring series of instantaneous movements. What can Vegeta 3 possibly compare with him? A cosmic beast? He scoffed at the notion. How could one be so fortunate as to encounter a cosmic beast? The prey he prepared is rare, yet it pales in comparison to a cosmic beast. These beasts are indeed powerful, but they are exceedingly rare. Previously, he would avoid them, but now he thinks, just wait. I shall return with a couple of my own. Vegeta 3 once feared venturing out to encounter cosmic beasts and had scrutinized their movement patterns nearby. He was confident that before the banquet concluded, he would bring back a cosmic beast. For Bardock, he would never be weaker than anyone else. Chapter 50. Is this truly something a child can enjoy? Observing the frail old man before him, Bardock felt perplexed. Why would the king send his own young son to such a remote planet, to be raised by such a weak elder? Standing silently before Son Gohan, Bardock was at a loss for words. Hello there, haha. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Son Gohan, hailing from Earth. You must be Goku's father, Son Gohan remarked, sensing the hesitation in the man before him. At that moment, he pondered whether Goku might be related to Vitalis, perhaps as a son or a brother. Only now did he realize how many individuals bore a similar visage, with numerous hairstyles alike. Merely judging by their faces, he could scarcely keep count. He was still contemplating who Goku's father truly was when this marshal approached, likely the very father he was seeking. As a marshal, he must be quite busy. No wonder Vitalis sought his assistance. Goku? Bardock inquired, puzzled. Forgive my memory. If I recall correctly, the Saiyans' name is Kakarot, right? I bestowed upon him an Earth name, Son Goku. Noticing Bardock's confusion, Son Gohan hastily clarified. Son Goku? Kakarot. Can you lift Kakarot from the stroller? Bardock sensed the latent power sealed within his son, yet he understood the king's intentions to prevent Kakarot from inadvertently harming the elderly man. Despite this, he felt that Kakarot's potential had been squandered. Although he possessed remarkable strength at birth, being sealed and sent to such a primitive planet left him at a disadvantage. The strongest fighter from Earth was that green-skinned Namekian. Previously, he could be compared to others, but now he seemed insignificant. Growing up in such an environment, it would be arduous for Kakarot to catch up with Raditz and Vegeta, let alone Broly. Oh well, Raditz is merely average, and Kakarot doesn't matter much either. As long as the king is pleased, Kakarot's happy upbringing on Earth may not be so bad. While I live, no one would dare bully them. With a sigh, Bardock contemplated the possibility of having another child. He could already envision Vegeta's disdainful expression and the insufferable Paragus. With a deep gaze at the elderly man before him, he entrusted Kakarot to his care, intending to find a communicator soon. Should any issues arise, he would be called to lift Kakarot high. Son Goku? Is it up in the sky? Certainly, I will take good care of Goku. Though a bit mischievous, he is undoubtedly the most wonderful and adorable grandson in the world. Ha ha ha. Gohan laughed heartily, delighted to meet Goku's family today. Gently placing Kakarot back in the stroller, he noticed the garments, diapers, bedding, and the wooden trinket clasped in the sleeping infant's hand. Perhaps this was not so bad. Saiyans were devoid of a true childhood, and Kakarot might find happiness in this existence. Huh? Is that Kakarot? What is this? A mobile crib? Observing his father's actions, Raditz discarded the meat in his hand and approached Bardock. His gaze fell upon the sweetly sleeping Kakarot in the stroller. What is that? Could it be the fabled toy? Raditz was astonished, noticing the wooden object clutched by Kakarot, seemingly a carving of some creature. With lifelike scales, diminutive foreclaws, robust thighs, an elegantly arched tail, and a head that seemed to roar into the heavens, it appeared rather striking. Raditz had heard that offspring from other races were typically devoid of combat prowess at birth and required a lengthy period of growth to develop any fighting ability, during which many would squander their time playing with what were collectively referred to as toys. During such times, adults would boast of the Saiyans' prowess as a warrior race, noting how, while they battled, the children of other races played in the mud. He had once felt a sense of pride in this. Yet now, observing Kakarot, he felt a pang of bittersweet nostalgia. Did he ever sleep in such a mobile crib during his own childhood? No, it has remained in the cultivation pod. And after being brought home by my mother, it still sleeps on an unknown animal hide, with a stone bed beneath. Look at Kakarot, being rocked back and forth, with only a warm quilt remaining. How infuriating. It seems he sensed the malice. Little Goku awakened with a wail. As he gazed at his grandson, Gohan quickly scooped him up. "Oh dear, don't cry. Let Grandpa check if you've wet the bed," he said, hastily peeling back the diaper to see if it was damp. It was dry. "Are you hungry?" Gohan promptly placed little Goku in the crib. He retrieved a prepared bundle and placed it on the nearby table, opening it to reveal a box of capsules in various colors. He took out a white capsule inscribed with the character for milk, pressed it, and tossed it to the ground. With a bang, smoke billowed, revealing an apparatus about 80 centimeters tall. Upon opening it, Gohan discovered bottles filled with liquid. "Come, Goku, let's see which one you'd like today," he said, holding a bottle up to the little one's mouth. Goku took a sip but continued to cry. "Do you not wish to drink Tyrannosaurus milk today? How about we try cow's milk instead?" He returned the first bottle and took out another. Raditz, with a vacant stare, observed the scene before him. He recalled that after emerging from the cultivation pod, he had been fed meat, given water, and occasionally indulged in wine. He had even consumed raw flesh and drunk warm blood. Milk? What was that? Furthermore, he remembered that when he cried as a child, his mother would toss him aside. As for his father, he must have soothed him in a similar manner. On the rare occasions when his father was home, after he cried, his father would come over, and he would quickly fall asleep, sleeping soundly. Though the memory was hazy, he had forgotten how his father comforted him. In the past, he had wondered if he had been knocked unconscious, but now it seemed his father must have done the same. Women with children were indeed unreliable. He resolved to raise his own child similarly. Fortunately, he had a father, and he felt no envy. "Father, I request to train Kakarot on Earth," promising to mold him into a worthy warrior. "I fear he may lose his fighting spirit and forget his identity as a warrior race. Indeed, he dotes on his brother. He is meant to be cherished, and a visit to Earth would not be unwelcome. I do not envy him at all." Speak of this when you can transform into a Super Saiyan. As for now, after you finish eating, wait for me in the 150X gravity chamber. I shall assist you in your training." He glanced at Raditz, aware of his little schemes that Bardock could easily perceive. Now that he was alive, he felt confident in caring for the two brothers for a lifetime, but he needed some self-defense capability, not too much. Just the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan would suffice. "Huh? The meat is burnt. I must check," Raditz exclaimed as he hurried away. Training with his father was correct. Behold this joyful little one. Come, Broly. I share a bond of life and death with Bardock. So you must take good care of Kakarot, for he shall be your brother from now on." Pargus approached Bardock while beckoning Broly to join them. "TCH, Bardock, don't turn away." This fellow cannot seem to utter a sentence without mentioning Broly. "Kakarot, a brother, you say?" Broly stood nearby, observing the weeping Kakarot. Chapter 51, The Deal with the Doctor. Watching Bardock and the others, Vitalis chose not to approach. Though Bardock appeared cold, he held his family and comrades in high regard, even offering a communicator to Gohan, indicating his acceptance of the elder. "Let us go, Doctor, to enjoy some barbecue. These delicacies are brought back by warriors from various planets, and they are unavailable on Earth. I have matters to discuss, so let us converse over our meal." Vitalis called to the doctor, intending to negotiate a business deal. "Doctor, I have an idea. I will provide you with extraterrestrial technology for your research. Naturally, I hope that any advancements beneficial to us Saiyans will be shared." The brilliance of Dr. Brief was astounding. He could repair alien spacecraft and had inadvertently mastered anti-gravity technology in the process. A scientist of his caliber could hardly resist the allure of more advanced technology. Currently, the Saiyans had taken over the remnants of Frisia's legion, which lacked any black technology, and Vitalis intended to present everything to the doctor to foster a good relationship. Perhaps the time machine would rely on Dr. Brief in the future. "Certainly, that sounds agreeable. By the way, the warship you provided me last time was immensely beneficial. I discovered many intriguing things." Dr. Brief did not decline. Throughout his life, he had amassed wealth solely through time capsules, and now, with access to alien technology, he felt his life had been worthwhile. As for sharing technology after research, it was of little concern to him. "Oh, I didn't expect the doctor to agree so swiftly. I thought he would diplomatically propose his own requests." The doctor's promptness left Vitalis unfazed. He resolved to gather all research materials to present to Dr. Brief, as those items were of no consequence to him. His primary objective was the time machine. The Dragon Ball world is indeed fascinating, encompassing martial arts, magic, divinity, and advanced technology. The magical creation, Majin Buu, possesses limitless potential for development, suggesting that even the gods of destruction might encounter him. On the technological front, Earth's artificial beings are represented by the formidable Cell, who collected cells from numerous races, embodying their unique traits and also possessing boundless potential. Beneath Cell are the androids 17 and 18, with infinite energy and the ability to continuously grow stronger. The post-time skip 17 is extraordinarily powerful. Additionally, there is the artificially created android 19, equipped with an infinite energy source, whose strength rivals that of Cell's first form, and is also armed with a planet-destroying bomb, truly terrifying. Moreover, Bulma's time machine, although capable of traversing only parallel universes, taps into the powers of time and space. It can be said that various factions are vying for supremacy. Both magic and technology are on par with mainstream martial arts. By the way, I hope to obtain a substantial supply of time capsules. As for compensation, please provide a list of materials that Earth lacks, and I will send someone to procure them. The surplus can be sold to you, Vitalis expressed his thoughts. Currently, he appeared to be at a disadvantage, offering technology and essential materials from Earth. Yet he planned to send a dedicated team to negotiate with the doctor, ensuring Dr. Brief could enjoy the technology without guilt. Acquiring valuable technology and items in exchange for Earth's currency would prove advantageous, as Saiyans would surely spend lavishly when visiting Earth. Indeed, that sounds reasonable. Earth's resources are, after all, finite. Dr. Brief did not refuse, confident that he could present technology that would satisfy Vitalis. By the way, Doctor, I will dispatch a small team to remain stationed on Earth. Should any issues arise, you can call upon them for assistance, and if you require additional help, our other warriors are available for hire, such as for safeguarding your travels through the cosmos. Vitalis deemed this necessary. The Brief family was, in truth, in a precarious situation. Surrounded by adversaries envious of their wealth, the doctor and his wife preferred the safety of their home, where they could avoid the troubles that awaited them outside. Establishing a station team on Earth for protection was sensible. If they wished to venture off-planet, hiring assistants would provide an opportunity to earn some extra income, considering they were the wealthiest on the planet. After discussing some collaborative matters with the doctor, Vitalis sought out the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai stood at the edge of the platform, gazing down at the Saiyans, while Popo stood nearby. Popo, why don't you take a moment to grab something to eat? I need to speak with the Supreme Kai, Vitalis suggested to Popo. Upon seeing the Supreme Kai nod, Popo stepped aside to procure some raw meat, seemingly intending to prepare it himself. So what is your impression of us Saiyans now? Vitalis could sense the divine vigilance directed towards him, the wariness surrounding the Saiyans. It was hardly surprising. He was aware that the deity could communicate with the underworld and had superiors. The rise of the Saiyans and the demise of Frisia were significant events, and he doubted that King Kai was oblivious to them. It was not unusual for the divine to receive information about the Saiyans if he were in the deity's position. He would also exercise caution against a race notorious for its combative nature. Moreover, the deity had treated him well and offered considerable assistance. This invitation was a gesture of goodwill, allowing the divine to witness the strength of the Saiyan lineage and to understand that they preferred transparency over deceit. The Galactic Patrol, tasked with maintaining cosmic peace, appeared commendable. He hoped they would persist in their endeavors. However, he found it curious that they did not seek to govern the universe. For them, it should not be an insurmountable challenge to establish laws to administer the cosmos. Merely prohibiting genocide and planetary destruction would not suffice to prevent warfare. The deity pondered Vitalis' intentions but found them perplexing. Endowed with the power to rule the universe, why adopt a neutral stance towards the world? He chuckled to himself, musing that he was not inclined to seek dominion over the cosmos, especially when he lacked the strength to subdue it entirely. Being a ruler was fraught with complications. One would need to tread carefully, considering all aspects before taking action. His only desire was to lead his people to a peaceful existence. In the past, Frisia had annihilated numerous life-bearing planets, resulting in the extinction of various extraordinary races. It was a lamentable loss. He merely wished for the universe to be more vibrant. As for war, why strive to prevent it? To him, as long as his race was not entirely eradicated, life-bearing planets were not destroyed, and conflict did not reach his doorstep, it constituted peace. Vitalis had entertained the thought of ruling the universe, but upon reflection, the complexities of such power became evident. As a sovereign, one could not merely prioritize personal interests. The greater good must be considered. He lacked the leisure for such ambitions, and the constraints of authority felt stifling. Unlike Frisia, who acted with reckless abandon, he could not afford to wield power in such a manner. To be a ruler and enact laws would only serve to confine him further. Thus, it seemed best to adopt a neutral position. establishing rules that allowed all beings to operate within a framework. Regrettably, he could not disclose matters pertaining to cosmic ratings. Otherwise, everyone would grasp the significance of self-regulation and individual development. Currently, he dared not mention the Omni King or utter the names of the gods of destruction and angels. As for magnificence, the deity remained silent. He could sense that Vitalis had not revealed the entire truth, yet a portion of it resonated with authenticity, which sufficed. Chapter 52. Drifting in the waters. After conversing with the deity for a while, Vitalis returned to his throne. Observing everything brings a profound sense of accomplishment. However, the current circumstances appear rather bleak. Numerous issues demand resolution. With the expansion of the Saiyans, Vitalis has also acquired a wealth of information, including the suspected whereabouts of the formidable Archmage Babidi. A band of itinerant sorcerers, wielding terrifying magic, roams the land in search of something, leaving a trail of countless slaughters in their wake. Many planets are engulfed in demonic calamities. Either individuals have fallen into depravity, gaining immense power as members of the demon race, or powerful demons have been summoned from the abyss. Additionally, there are peculiar creatures emerging from unknown origins, wreaking havoc before vanishing without a trace. Some phenomena Vitalis can infer based on memory, yet others are entirely unfamiliar to him. There exist numerous challenges that the current Saiyans are incapable of overcoming, even with the formidable fusion of the strongest among them and Broly, as the disparity in their foundational capabilities remains insurmountable. However, neglecting the situation is not an option. Certain entities, if left unchecked, could evolve at a pace that surpasses even that of the Saiyans. It is conceivable that they may not even require the erasure of the universe by the Omni King, as they may not survive long enough to witness such an event. Consequently, Vitalis intends to explore the feasibility of the Super Saiyan God experiment and the existence of Super Saiyan 4. The Super Saiyan God transformation involves 5 Saiyans, each possessing a heart of righteousness, channeling their spiritual energy to the one transforming, thereby elevating the individual's ki to the divine realm, also known as divine ki. Following this transformation, 2 forms emerge: a regular state that does not utilize divine ki, and a Super Saiyan state that releases divine ki, both of which can further evolve into the Super Saiyan form. The conventional transformation results in the golden-haired Super Saiyan, while the transformation rooted in the Super Saiyan God power gives rise to a Super Saiyan with blue hair, referred to as the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, commonly known as Super Blue. Previously, experiments were avoided due to the original narrative necessitating 5 righteous Saiyans, as Vitalis feared the emergence of malevolent gods that could not be contained. However, he now plans to conduct preliminary tests with a few weaker warriors, comforted by Broly's presence, which assures him against potential failure. If necessary, merging with Broly would certainly ensure dominance. Ideally, the Super Saiyan God form is preferred, while subduing any malevolent gods is merely a matter of strength. As for the Super Saiyan 4, Vitalis perceives it as somewhat analogous to Super Blue. Saiyans possess both human and beastly strengths, embodying both human and grade 8 forms. Super Saiyans 1, 2, and 3 follow the human path, not tapping into their beastly power, as the presence or absence of their tails does not affect these transformations. Conversely, Super Saiyan 4 transforms through the grade 8 form, evolving into a golden gorilla, regaining rationality to control its strength, and subsequently transcending into Super Saiyan 4, a form imbued with the power of the great ape, exuding untamed ferocity. In contrast, Super Blue embodies divine strength, endowed with divinity. Currently, the most promising candidate for achieving Super Saiyan 4 is Vegeta 3, who has mastered the Super Saiyan transformation and can maintain rationality in his grade 8 form. Previously, Vitalis hesitated to disclose this path to Vegeta 3, fearing that the latter might seize the throne upon transforming into Super Saiyan 4. However, he now believes that there is no need for secrecy. Even if the throne were to be taken, it could be reclaimed later. The warrior spirit of the Saiyans should not cower from battle. Moreover, he has observed the changes in Vegeta 3 during this period and has decided to place his trust in him, confident that even if the throne were lost, Vegeta 3 would not deviate from the plans set forth by Vitalis. Thus, the experiments for Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 will proceed concurrently. Additionally, the old Kaioshin requires strategic planning, as potential unleashing of power is also a promising avenue. Gohan has chosen to abandon the Super Saiyan path, forging his own route, as he has articulated a desire to fight as a representative of Earthlings, thus tentatively termed the path of humanity. Thus, with the paths of humans, beasts, and deities interwoven. Even amidst the disparities in innate talents among kin, one can invariably discover a path that resonates with their essence. Observing the lively scene before him, Vitalis felt a burgeoning potential. At this juncture, Janae, having completed her tasks, approached Wukong and exchanged greetings with Son Gohan. Meanwhile, Son Goku, thoroughly satiated, basked in the spotlight as the most charming figure present. Seated on the ground amidst a multitude of empty milk bottles, Son Gohan busied himself with tidying up, while retrieving toys from a time capsule to entertain little Goku. An array of wooden figurines, windmills, toy cars, and airplanes, all crafted from wood, appeared to be the handiwork of Son Gohan himself. Delighted by Son Goku's joyful play, Janae flitted about, inspecting the stroller and touching the toys, her heart swelling with joy at the sight of the blissful child. She felt immense happiness knowing that Goku had such a grandfather, reflecting on her own experience with Raditz, which filled her with a sense of shame. The surrounding Saiyans, too, reminisced about their own childhoods, while they might not be able to relive those moments. Perhaps the next generation deserved a different fate. The current Saiyans had grown strong, bolstered by the existence of sins of beings and the room of spirit and time. And those in their prime still had room for growth. Allowing the younger generation to savor life seemed a worthy endeavor. Suddenly, little Goku burst into tears once more, prompting Son Gohan to drop the milk bottle and swiftly scoop him up. "Oh, don't cry, don't cry. Grandpa is here. Let us see what's the matter. Ah, you've wet yourself, haven't you? Ha ha ha. Let us change your diaper." In his gentle care, Son Gohan discovered the source of the commotion. He removed the damp trousers from little Goku and settled him into the crib, covering him snugly with a blanket. Then, he tossed a capsule onto the ground. With a bang, smoke billowed forth, revealing a cabinet nearly as tall as Son Gohan himself. Upon opening it, the gathered crowd beheld stacks of unfamiliar fabric materials, identical in style to the trousers and diaper he had just removed. Selecting a fresh diaper, he carefully wrapped it around little Goku and donned him with a new pair of trousers. Vitalis watched this scene with a smile, recognizing the protagonist's aura that seemed to illuminate every space he occupied. At that moment, not only on the platform but also many Saiyans soared through the air, observing Son Gohan as he changed little Goku's diaper. Meanwhile, Bardock stood with a twitching jaw, arms crossed, his right index finger rhythmically tapping against his left arm. This is indeed his son, and being excessively pampered in front of so many onlookers made him feel quite uneasy. However, it was difficult to voice any objections, for Son Wukong had genuinely cared for Kakarot. Yet, as he glanced around and silently noted the spectators, he resolved to have them join Raditz in his training. Raditz alone could not endure the rigorous regimen. The time spent consuming sins of beans would be wasted. With many participants, they could take turns consuming the beans, allowing for uninterrupted training, which would be splendid. Jain, on the other hand, squatted beside Son Wukong, observing his movements. May I give it a try?" Jain inquired, finding the situation amusing and wishing to partake. "Ah, sure," Son Wukong responded, now understanding the formidable nature of the Saiyans. Seeing Goku's mother wanting to change his diaper brought him joy. He handed the freshly changed little Goku to Jain and set aside a new diaper and pants next to her. Bardock turned to leave, thinking he would have to change it again, but since Jain was eager to do it, he let her be. He chose not to watch and walked over to Raditz, seizing a piece of meat to gnaw on. Crunch, crunch, biting into a bone, Raditz felt a surge of anger. Perhaps it was due to the Saiyans' precociousness or the knowledge imparted to him by machines during his childhood that made him recall many past events. He remembered wetting the bed as a child, with his mother dragging him by the feet to wash him in the river, only to unceremoniously toss him by the fire afterward. Indeed, women could be unreliable. Even now, as they learned, they remained clumsy. Observing Kakarot's tightly furrowed little brow, he surely must have been hurt. With meticulous attention to each step, Raditz resolved that henceforth he would personally raise his children, ensuring that no woman would ever touch them. The suffering he had endured would not befall his offspring again. Yet, that Kakarot fellow was truly fortunate. Chapter 53 concludes. The banquet has ended, and the group from Earth has witnessed the might of the universe's strongest warrior race, the Saiyans, and tasted foods they had never experienced before, including beings capable of easily obliterating Earth. The Saiyans, in turn, learned that their martial son had been sent to Earth to lead a blissful life. Discovering that childhood could indeed be filled with such joy and fulfillment, Vitalis did not anticipate that this spur-of-the-moment banquet would yield so many surprises. At the very least, many Saiyans began contemplating the nurturing of the next generation. Yuanji, Earth is entrusted to you. You must shoulder the responsibilities of a captain, taking care of your comrades and safeguarding the Earth. Vitalis will facilitate the return of the celestial beings while also bringing back the station squad. Indeed, my king. I shall fight for the glory of the Saiyans and for you. As long as I am present, I will ensure that no harm befalls the Earth. With piercing eyes and tousled hair, there is an unexpected sense of reassurance, albeit somewhat juvenile. The captain, Yuanji, age 12, possesses a base combat power of 990,000. He emerged as a new being following the battle against Frisia, having matured within the hyperbolic time chamber. The other 5 teammates share a similar background. Having engaged in meditation from a young age, which allows them to adeptly manage their emotions, devoid of the former brutality associated with Saiyans. They were specifically selected by Vitalis to protect the Earth. All are spirited lads of 11 or 12 years, and their arrival on Earth will deepen their bonds with it. Deity, I entrust them to your care. Let them reside within the temple for ease of observation of the mortal realm, and they may also train within the time chamber. Should any tasks arise, simply summon them, Vitalis conveyed to the deity. Furthermore, the Dragon Ball shall remain within the temple, safeguarded by vigilant guardians. Once arrangements were settled, Vitalis escorted Gohan and the doctor back to their homes. He then returned to the throne atop planet Vegeta. The palace has yet to be restored, which Vitalis deems a waste. The throne alone signifies royal authority and is conveniently portable. As for accommodations, he has prepared an array of capsule villas and possesses the magical ability to conjure a palace in an instant, rendering such matters trivial. At this hour, planet Vegeta is shrouded in the night. Sitting upon the throne, he gently waved his hand, unleashing a powerful gust that swept away the clouds, revealing a clearer view of the starry sky. Extending his right hand, his fingers curled as if grasping the infinite void. This power feels tangible and real. Destiny? Can I hold it? No, I must hold it. This sensation is quite delightful. Having concluded his moment of reverie, he retracted his hand and leaned against the throne, gazing at the resplendent sky. Utilizing his magic to perceive the cosmos, the dreamlike vista captivated Vitalis. Footsteps echoed, approaching quietly. The visitors stood beside the throne, casting a glance at Vitalis before turning their gaze skyward. After a lengthy pause, Vitalis broke the silence, inquiring, "What do you think, Broly, of this celestial expanse?" "It is beautiful," Broly replied, drawing his gaze back to Vitalis. "Indeed, it is magnificent. For the sake of the starry sky, we must hasten our efforts. The sooner we cleanse the threats, the sooner we can find peace." "How is your father faring?" Vitalis inquired. "Father, are you pleased?" Indeed, Paragus was elated, eagerly showcasing Broly to everyone, whether they were comrades or the offspring of colleagues, all insisting that Broly should guard them. In recent times, aside from stirring up a tempest with his son, Paragus had ignited a fervor for procreation. Many believed that if someone as feeble as Paragus could sire such a formidable son as Broly, they too could achieve the same, perhaps even surpassing him in strength. Vitalis chose not to elaborate, reveling in the joy of the moment. Moreover, should another child be born, it would be an extraordinary boon. Although the chances were slim, the recent circumstances, coupled with the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber, had led to a significant population surge. Due to the might of their forebears, newborns were generally robust, creating a virtuous cycle with a promising developmental trajectory. "Bardock? Please summon Vegeta." Vitalis communicated telepathically with Bardock, who was training his son in the hyperbolic time chamber. Bardock was to seek out Vegeta. Vegeta 3, seemingly spurred by some unseen motivation, had been leaping around in a star system approximately 100 light-years away. Their only encounter had been during a celebratory banquet after the coronation, after which he had taken off in a carefree manner. "Understood. I shall retrieve him," Bardock replied, albeit with a hint of confusion. Yet as a warrior, he understood the duty of obedience. Raditz, keep your eyes wide open." Bardock began to gather energy, his muscles contracting and becoming increasingly well-defined. With a flash of golden light, "Raditz, how many times did I strike you?" Bardock asked as he resumed his position. "Father, I. Raditz struggled to respond, his injuries making speech laborious. "With a power level of 3 million, I still cannot break through," he lamented, feeling inadequate. Observing Raditz's state, Bardock approached him, grasped the collar of his shirt with his left hand, and roughly shoved a senza bean into his mouth with his right. "Now answer me. How many times did I attack?" As he spoke, Bardock's physique began to transform, his muscles rapidly swelling as immense power surged forth, even crackling with arcs of electricity across his skin. Raditz gulped, taken aback by Bardock's appearance. 1843? No. Wait, 1939? Father, please give me some time to think, Raditz pleaded, panic rising in his voice. With his left hand gripping Raditz, he extended his right index finger, poised slowly towards Raditz's chest. Raditz, my bloodline heir. You ought not to behave this way. Reflect upon it carefully. If this persists, I shall no longer concern myself with you. You may continue to live under my protection for eternity, for you are my son. Yet, that finger never descended. He released Raditz, allowing him to fall. Feeling the indelible mark left by the world outside, he turned away from Raditz and instantaneously vanished. With a sigh, he reverted to his normal Super Saiyan form, retrieving a Senzu bean to replenish his exhausted stamina. He had no desire to treat Raditz in such a manner. But the scars of childhood had left Raditz resistant to training. The underlying issue was his ascent from a low-class warrior to the foremost among the elite, bearing the weight of glory. Raditz, on the other hand, born a high-class warrior yet stemming from a low-class family, found himself shunned by his peers. In his exclusion, he had unknowingly succumbed to laziness, shunning training. In the past, Bardock had been indifferent to such matters, but now he was acutely aware. He still wished for his sons to grow up happy and healthy. Through the relentless training under King Vegeta III, Raditz had amassed a combat power exceeding 3 million. Yet he reached his limit, unable to break through. Although formidable, he risked obsolescence if this continued. The reason for his stagnation lay in Raditz's unwillingness to change. Shaking his head, Bardock put aside his thoughts. This would be his final attempt. If it failed, he would cast Raditz to Earth for a carefree existence, while also safeguarding Kakarot. Closing his eyes, he cleared his mind and began to sense Vegeta's energy. Chapter 54. Vegeta. Why does your transformation not lead to the loss of reason? In the Alpha Star system, King Vegeta III stood atop the highest peak of planet Alpha, meticulously assessing the situation within the system. It was difficult to articulate his feelings at that moment. He had anticipated a swift hunt for a star beast. Yet after traversing several systems, there was no sign of one. He had previously seen reports from the Frisia Force indicating the presence of star beasts in this vicinity. Damn it, he thought. I intended to capture a large one before the banquet concluded to compete with Bardock. However, his search had been in vain, and he was acutely aware that the banquet had already ended. Yet, he could not return empty-handed. Without concealing his energy, his movements would not escape notice, and Bardock would undoubtedly discern his intentions. How could he face them empty-handed? Should he claim he ventured out merely to enjoy the scenery? Enjoying the scenery? Bardock's sudden appearance interrupted his thoughts. Humph! King Vegeta III's heart raced. What was Bardock doing here? The scenery is indeed pleasant. Just a few days ago, I hunted a star beast right here, Bardock replied nonchalantly. Are you doing this on purpose? King Vegeta III exclaimed in disbelief. The irate Vegeta III bellowed. Seeing through yet choosing silence, still good friends. Once spoken, it's over. And you, the one who did the killing, stand here now? What is wrong with me? After all, as partners, Bardock truly cares. Nevertheless, the scenery here is quite splendid. What brings you here? Vegeta III crossed his arms and surveyed the surroundings. Ah, so you appreciate the view below? I, too, find the starlit sky from this perspective appealing, Bardock mused, reluctant to elaborate on his partner's preferences. Yet he was certain there were no issues. The view from below had indeed been magnificent, towering peaks shrouded in snow, a breathtaking sight, but that was in the past. Just days ago, he had vanquished a star beast here. In a bid for a decisive strike, he had unleashed his full power in a fury. The snow had long since vanished. The once lofty peak had been reduced, now not only shorter but also barren, the ground littered with large rocks and cracks. Truly befitting the king of the once warlike Saiyan race, who favored this post-battle aesthetic. The king instructed me to summon you, Bardock, Vegeta III intoned. What is your opinion of the king? He regarded Bardock with a serious gaze. The king? Still quite immature in temperament, easily unaware of his own peril. He possesses considerable knowledge, yet often overlooks much. He is cautious yet arrogant, lacking in purity. Bardock articulated his thoughts. Indeed, lacking in purity, at times. He hardly resembles a Saiyan. Not to mention, he is unworthy even as a warrior, Vegeta III reflected. Oh, are you still contemplating the reclamation of the throne? Bardock turned to Vegeta III. Ha ha ha, do not look at me like that. While I am somewhat accustomed to it, the gaze of a Super Saiyan is truly irksome. Even after training to suppress the fury that accompanies transformation, that impulsive feeling remains. Yet, that stare is infuriating. As for the throne, I shall pass. Compared to the king, I am far from adequate. Take Broly, for instance. Had I been in his place, even without killing him, he would have been exiled to a remote planet to perish alone, never allowed to flourish. Yet the king accomplished what I could not. Not only did he allow Broly to thrive, but he also aided in his growth. Such magnanimity is beyond me, and should I attempt to confront the king now, Broly would eliminate me in an instant. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, exists in a realm entirely separate from ours. Moreover, the king is the one who brings about change. I am not ungrateful. As for the king's shortcomings, that is of no consequence. Do we not exist to support him? Whatever the king wishes to pursue, we shall follow. We are the warrior race of the Saiyans, and we are no longer the weaklings we once were. We possess the capability to realize the king's will. Thus, let us indulge the king for a while. At the very least, it is far more exhilarating now than it was before, Vegeta 3 remarked softly. Heh. You came here to ponder such matters? Is that all you wish to express? How dreadfully dull, Bardock scoffed, gazing at the sky. And what of you? What are your thoughts? If I were to seize the throne? Vegeta 3 gazed intently into Bardock's eyes. If you succeed, I will spare no effort to kill you. Even if it means our mutual destruction, Bardock replied with equal seriousness, returning Vegeta's gaze. Ha ha ha, you are quite the character. Vegeta 3 suddenly found Bardock intriguing. He had always considered Bardock amusing, yet now he understood the reasons behind Bardock's formidable strength. In the past, there had been instances of lower-class warriors rising against the odds, but none had progressed as remarkably as Bardock. Perhaps, even without a king, Bardock would surpass him and become a Super Saiyan. This was because Bardock was not like the typical Saiyans, devoid of humanity. Through his interactions with Bardock's family, he recognized that it was Jine who influenced Bardock. Both Jine and Bardock possessed considerable strength, though Vegeta was not entirely convinced regarding their emotional aspects. Then, Bardock, I am curious to hear why you wish to kill me. Is it for the throne? Vegeta inquired with genuine interest. No, among the Saiyans, the victor claims the throne. I simply cannot abide by your rule, Bardock retorted, turning to leave. Well, that was rather disingenuous of you. Given our camaraderie, I felt inclined to share my thoughts, Vegeta mused, but Bardock, ever obstinate, shook his head and departed. As a former king, now devoid of companions or anyone to converse with, Vegeta found that such exchanges were rather pleasant, though regrettably. Bardock was not forthcoming. As for the others, he held them in disdain. King, Vitalis observed as two individuals suddenly knelt before him. Yes, I am indeed the king. Rise. I have matters to discuss. Vitalis stood and approached the edge of the platform. For certain reasons, I have come to know much about future events. As for the specifics, I cannot divulge them, but I have altered many destinies. In due time, you will witness the changes I have wrought. So I shall refrain from elaborating further. While traversing time cannot be spoken of, foreseeing the future is not uncommon in the Dragon Ball universe. Some races possess the ability to glimpse certain futures. Moreover, we will inevitably encounter other dimensions and timelines. It is better to be proactive than to conceal information and risk future calamities. Therefore, I shall lay everything bare now to provide a foundation for future precautions. Well, just listen to me. If you have questions, hold them in. You will seek the answers on your own. Vitalis preemptively interrupted the two eager to inquire. Recognizing that fabricating stories could lead to complications, turning his attention to Broly, who remained steadfast and attentive despite his surprise, Vitalis continued. I have witnessed Super Saiyan transformations and their subsequent forms, including Super Saiyan God. Indeed, they have appeared in future timelines. The purpose of your summons today is to initiate experiments concerning Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4? Bardock and Vegeta appeared utterly perplexed. Wasn't the transformation supposed to be a progression to the third level? Yet, they had bypassed the second entirely and leapt straight to the fourth? Indeed, Super Saiyan 4, as it is designated, seems to diverge significantly from the traditional Super Saiyan lineage, though the official nomenclature remains unchanged. This transformation embarks on a distinctly different path from that of the Super Saiyan God. Perhaps the tier may differ, but its magnitude does not pale in comparison to the Super Saiyan God. However, I remain uncertain whether Super Saiyan 4 can manifest in this realm. Hence the necessity for experimentation. And you, Vegeta, are the prime candidate. Before we proceed, I must inquire, King Vegeta, why does your transformation into a great ape not result in the loss of rationality? Chapter 55, I am unsure of the reason. Why do I not lose my sanity? Royal bloodline. Regardless, my grandfather, my father, and I have never succumbed to the mindless frenzy that afflicts other warriors during the transformation. As for any deeper explanations, I am at a loss. Vegeta 3 appeared bewildered. The notion that royal bloodlines maintain their wits is common knowledge. Yet upon further scrutiny, no one could articulate a definitive explanation. Is there any documentation or historical records pertaining to the Saiyans? Vitalis inquired, though he harbored little hope, still yearning for some hidden truths within the royal lineage. Historical records? Documentation? What use have we Saiyans for such time-wasting endeavors? Even the legend of the Super Saiyan is merely passed down through generations, relying solely on oral tradition, Vegeta 3 scoffed. Only in recent times, with advancements in technology, have we begun to acquire knowledge through machine learning. My father and grandfather belonged to a time when they were mere brutes, incapable of harnessing any high technology they might have obtained. Very well, the Saiyan education system is indeed a concern. While we need not pursue a technological path, there should at least be a capacity to preserve civilization. We ought not to suffer a cultural rupture due to calamities. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that Saiyans are perpetually engaged in battle or training for it. Is there any lore regarding the events prior to the Saiyans arriving on this planet? Vitalis was intrigued, considering that after their homeworld was annihilated, the Saiyans wandered until they occupied this planet, ruthlessly exterminating the indigenous inhabitants. How did their homeworld meet its demise? Did all Saiyans migrate here afterward? Might there be other branches of Saiyans still extant? I do not know. It remains unclear. I was not even born at that time. My grandfather was born during the exile, and he too is unaware of many matters. Upon reflecting on this, Vegeta 3 realized the necessity of foundational education, while the emergence of a Super Saiyan might occur by chance. The crucial rites required for the Super Saiyan God, a matter of such significance, have seemingly failed to endure through time. Otherwise, the universe would be rife with tales of Super Saiyans, and they would not have been subjugated by Frieza and his progeny. Very well. Let us proceed with the experiment of Super Saiyan 4 and discern whether it can indeed be realized, Vitalis proposed. Super Saiyan 4? How to approach the matter of Vegeta 3's subtle conjectures, perhaps linked to the king's inquiries. Yet, why is there no correlation between the transformation into a great ape and the loss of reason? Is the Super Saiyan 4 contingent upon royal bloodlines? Bardock cast a glance at Vegeta 3, discerning that the king had chosen him as the candidate for the Super Saiyan 4 experiment. There are no restrictions in this regard. It merely presents a theoretical advantage. We shall ascertain the results through experimentation soon enough. Bardock, prepare yourself. Once we unravel the completion of the Super Saiyan 4 trials in the coming days, it shall be your turn, Vitalis elucidated. By the way, it is prudent to inform Bardock about the Super Saiyan God, for while the likelihood of complications is minimal, it is unnecessary to let him ruminate over it. However, as a fellow commander, Bardock may feel a twinge of discontent seeing Vegeta engaged in the Super Saiyan 4 experiment while he stands idle. Thus, it is better to address this in advance. As for surprises, they are a warrior race, not a romantic one. Such embellishments are superfluous. To clarify, the Super Saiyan 4 is birthed from the foundation of the great ape's power, augmented by that of the Super Saiyan. However, this is merely a prerequisite. One must also harness the feral strength during the transformation into a great ape to elevate further into the Super Saiyan 4. Mastery over this uncontrollable power necessitates maintaining rationality, and presently, only Vegeta among us possesses the capability to retain his wits in the great ape state, Vitalis articulated, revealing the challenges surrounding the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Is it feasible to transform into a Super Saiyan after becoming a great ape? To be candid, I pondered this some time ago, but the inability to maintain reason deterred me. I feared I might inadvertently harm Raditz, Bardock remarked, arms crossed, his right hand stroking his chin. Vitalis empathized with Raditz for a brief moment, yet this realization propelled him to commit to initiating the Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God transformations. First, as king, he has felt the weight of his responsibilities and concluded that secrecy is unwarranted. It is imperative for a king to lead his people forward. Secondly, with the proliferation of Super Saiyans, it is inevitable that some may entertain the notion of augmenting the already significant 50-fold power increase of Super Saiyan with an additional 10-fold boost from the Great Ape transformation. After all, they are a warrior race, and with tails to boot, experimentation is bound to occur. Although maintaining rationality while transforming into Super Saiyan 4 seems unattainable, what if, while the Saiyans currently exhibit unwavering loyalty, What if someone were to master the Super Saiyan 4 and develop malicious intentions? What would happen if, in a state of rage, they inadvertently controlled that power and transformed into a rampaging Super Saiyan 4? Rather than adopting a passive stance, it is wiser to proactively usher in the era of Super Saiyan 4. Upon Vegeta 3's success, a path will be laid for future generations, significantly bolstering the strength of the clan. Even if a few malevolent Super Saiyan 4s were to emerge, there would be no cause for alarm. Moreover, the potential emergence of evil Super Saiyan gods could be effectively suppressed. While the multiplier effect of Super Saiyan 4 remains uncertain, it is plausible that its power, in a neutral state, rivals that of the Super Saiyan god. Bardock, you rascal! Vegeta 3 harbored a deep admiration for Bardock, whose flamboyant combat techniques were truly remarkable. Presently, he mused that he would likely not stand a chance against Bardock. Unlike Bardock, Vegeta 3 had little fondness for the Oozuru transformation. He would not outright refuse it when no alternatives were available, but now, with the advent of Super Saiyan, he had completely forsaken the power of the Oozuru. The Super Saiyan form was the pinnacle of his aspirations. Upon hearing Vitalis mention Super Saiyan 2 and Super Saiyan 3, he eagerly sought to follow in Vitalis' footsteps. Conversely, Bardock had not pursued the path of full Super Saiyan power, nor entertained thoughts of achieving Super Saiyan 2. He remained devoted to mastering his various forms. Currently, Bardock might best him, yet Vegeta 3 held confidence that he would ascend to Super Saiyan 2 and decisively overwhelm Bardock's form-switching prowess. However, it was alarming that Bardock's intentions aligned with the Super Saiyan 4 route spoken of by the king. Had the king not mentioned it beforehand, would he have faced a Super Saiyan 4 Bardock when attempting to challenge him as a Super Saiyan 2? What a terrifying individual. Nevertheless, he believed himself to be the best candidate, destined to be the first to attain Super Saiyan 4. Disregarding the fervent Vegeta below, Vitalis continued. The Super Saiyan God ritual necessitates 5 Saiyans with righteous hearts to channel their energy to the ritualist, thereby birthing the savior of the Saiyans, the legendary Super Saiyan God. He allowed the 3 a brief respite to better absorb the information. I cannot ascertain whether a righteous heart is imperative. Yet the 2 Super Saiyan gods I am aware of indeed emerged from 5 righteous Saiyans' energy. I ponder whether an evil individual would yield a being contrary to a god, perhaps a demon or an evil god, which is why I have hesitated to initiate the Super Saiyan God experiment. And now? Bardock inquired, sensing that the king intended for him to undertake the Super Saiyan God experiment. Did the king perceive him as benevolent or malevolent? I believe I possess the strength to suppress, he asserted, alongside Broly, whose incredible power was undeniable. He did not provide a direct response to Bardock but indicated that, with Broly present, he cared little for the Super Saiyan God or demons alike. However, for improved observation, at least 3 groups would need to be prepared, one group consisting of those confined deep within the hyperbolic time chamber, another of ordinary Saiyans, and a third led by Bardock, comprising benevolent Saiyans. Vitalis addressed Bardock, outlining his arrangements. Me? Benevolent? What a disgrace, Bardock muttered under his breath, yet he refrained from arguing, as he indeed recognized his own propensity for mercy compared to other Saiyans. Vegeta 3 likewise regarded Bardock with astonishment. This fellow was benevolent? To his astonishment, there existed a side of him that he remained oblivious to. However, upon observing Bardock's expression, he refrained from speaking. It was not out of cowardice, but rather an acknowledgement of the current reality. He was indeed no match for Bardock at this stage. As one had previously mentioned, Bardock's maximum power amplification might rival that of a Super Saiyan Grade 2, and his speed transformation was equally formidable. This individual was truly extraordinary, having attained the level of Super Saiyan through such unconventional means. Fortunately, in just a few days, he would ascend to Super Saiyan 4. There was no need to seek confrontation now. The prospect of decisively defeating Bardock in the near future was undeniably enticing. At that moment, a fierce and formidable aura suddenly emerged in the sky. A few individuals looked up. Chapter 59. Father, prepare to witness my power. Father, I am not useless. Watching Bardock depart, tears flowed slowly down Radit's face. From the moment of his birth, he was designated as a superior warrior, a rarity in the history of the Saiyans. Not because no superior warriors were born outside the royal family, but because he hailed from a low-class warrior family. Historically, aside from the royalty, only prestigious families and elite warriors could give rise to superior warriors, all of whom were exceptional among mid-class warriors, infinitely close to superiority. Upon understanding the significance of being a superior warrior, he felt joy, Yet in the eyes of outsiders, he was merely a fortunate boy basking in his father's glory. The son of the strongest low-class warrior. His father's renown was immense. In comparison, the notion of being a superior warrior seemed trivial, for Bardock had transcended the so-called elite and prestigious lineages. His parents cared for him because he was a superior warrior, compared to other low-class warrior families. His circumstances were far more favorable. He was not exiled, allowed to remain on planet Vegeta to train and grow, nurtured by his parents' presence. Yet, the more fortunate he was, the more discontent he felt. After his birth, he saw little of his father, who constantly spoke of superior warriors with a melancholic expression. He believed his father viewed him with disdain. His mother, too, initially proud to boast of her son, gradually found fewer people willing to engage in conversation about him, leading her to refrain from mentioning him altogether. Those around him gathered because of his status as a superior warrior, filled with envy and jealousy. And there was no shortage of ridicule. He paid little heed to this, but some foolish individuals even told him that as a superior warrior, he was destined to surpass everyone, standing beneath the king, including his own father, a low-class warrior. He harbored hatred for his father, resenting him for being merely a low-class warrior. He despised himself for being a superior warrior. He harbored an inexplicable resentment towards the past, however. Upon the arrival of the king, he came to comprehend the source of his animosity. He loathed the system that dictated fate, which condemned his formidable father to a lifetime as a mere subordinate warrior. Raditz confessed that his previous laziness stemmed from a reluctance to surpass his father. Initially, he sought to avoid outshining him, and though he later found pleasure in his idleness, descending into apathy, his original intentions were noble, for he was a dutiful son. The arrival of the king transformed everything. His father ascended to the rank of marshal, becoming a legendary Super Saiyan, not in the manner of Broly's tales. He felt elated because the shadow of his father's unfulfilled aspirations, the title of a lower-class warrior, had vanished. No one dared to call him a lower-class warrior anymore, nor did they compare his status to that of his father. Training alongside his father brought him joy, despite the arduous nature of the process. Witnessing his father's progress and knowing he played a part in it filled him with satisfaction. His father was genuinely happy now, and most importantly, he had never mentioned the title of lower-class warrior since then. As he reminisced, tears blurred his vision. No, I am not worthless. Why? Raditz yearned for answers. I am not a coward either. The words of Bardock echoed in his mind, along with the transformation of his companions, who had shifted from fear and flattery to secretly labeling him a coward. Although he no longer cared, boasting a battle power exceeding 3 million, he could not forget the disdainful faces of those who once scorned him. Am I weak now? No. I am powerful. I am neither worthless nor a coward. Watch me, father. I am Raditz, the upper-class warrior. I am the strongest. Gradually, he rose to his feet. An overwhelming energy surged within him, distorting the magnetic field. Debris from the battle began to levitate, shattering once more under the immense force. Tears at the corners of his eyes floated upward, dissipating into the air. I, Raditz, am the strongest. Whether it be Uncle Vegeta, my father, or Broly, I shall surpass you all, showing you who the true warrior is. Unable to fathom why his father was so enraged and disappointed, Raditz resolved to abandon contemplation. Whether in anger or disappointment, he would address it in the Saiyan way. Let them wail beneath my might, tremble before my power, and take pride in my strength. Resolving to forsake thought, Raditz chose to let his power speak for him. Surely, his formidable strength would leave his father no time for anger or disappointment. The white aura began to shift into a golden hue. With a flash of electricity, a rich golden light emanated. His eyes transformed to a pale green. His brows morphed into gold, and his flowing hair stood upright, gleaming golden. Is this what it means to be a Super Saiyan? Unable to believe my own strength, I clenched my fist, and Raditz felt a surge of excitement. A slight tremor dispersed the golden light and diminished the aura. A subtle smile curved my lips, exuding an air of mischief. Father, I am coming. Raditz soared towards the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, although he had left a mark outside, allowing for instantaneous travel based on coordinates, and could also use magic to perceive the outside world and exit directly. He yearned to fly out. With a pace neither hurried nor slow, he intended to announce his arrival. He, Raditz, the son of Commander Bardock, was the 5th Super Saiyan, undeniably among the top 5 warriors of the Saiyan race. Simultaneously, he sensed his father's situation. The king, Broly, and Uncle Vegeta were present, likely convening a meeting. If he were to approach directly, he would likely incur Broly's wrath. Despite his elevated spirits, Raditz maintained a measure of rationality. After all, no one wishes to endure an unwarranted beating. Soaring above the region where his mother resided, Raditz reveled in the chorus of astonished gasps rising from below. Just wait, father. Prepare to witness my true power. Exuding a formidable battle intent, Raditz began to gather his strength. His father's usual combat prowess was currently slightly inferior to his own. Transformed into a Super Saiyan, Raditz was certain he surpassed his father, who remained unaware that Raditz had secretly mastered his power form. Although he might not prevail in their regular forms, he too was now a Super Saiyan. However, he had yet to fully comprehend the nuances of speed transformation. In terms of velocity, he was at a disadvantage. Thus, he needed to launch a surprise attack to prevent his father from showcasing his speed. Instantaneous movement might compensate for some mobility, yet it lacked the pure swiftness he required. His father could also teleport, making it essential to not only be wary of his speed, but to also inhibit his teleportation. Raditz needed to devise countermeasures against speed-oriented opponents. But time was of the essence, and he would first attempt to secure victory through unconventional means, by delivering a sound beating to his father before developing appropriate strategies. Now, contemplating tactics, he shifted his posture, turning his back to the ground. Crossing his left arm over his chest while propping his chin on his right hand in a thoughtful pose. Gradually closing his eyes, Raditz began to strategize. Chapter 57, Marshal Bardock. I, Raditz, challenge you. Goodness. At the entrance of the Room of Spirit and Time, Vitalis couldn't help but exclaim as he beheld the almost otherworldly figure of Raditz. At first glance, he mistook Raditz for Goku, perhaps even Super Saiyan 3 Goku. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed the distinct eyebrows and differing hairstyle. Raditz's golden locks were even more unruly than those of Super Saiyan 3 Goku. And while his smile bore a hint of mischief reminiscent of Goku's, the aura radiating from Raditz confirmed his identity. Raditz had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan. Although prepared for this moment, witnessing Raditz's current appearance left Vitalis with a peculiar sensation. Yet, he thought about shaving his eyebrows to cosplay as Super Saiyan 3 Goku. After all, they were brothers, and in certain angles, it could be convincingly realistic. How amusing, Bardock, here comes your son. Vegeta, however, did not contemplate the matter as deeply as Vitalis. He had not anticipated that Raditz would transform into a Super Saiyan at this moment. Observing Raditz's overwhelming battle spirit, everyone present could sense the intensity of his resolve aimed directly at Bardock. Regardless of the outcome of the night, Bardock being challenged by his son would become a remarkable tale. The mere thought brought joy to Vegeta, who resolved to capture this splendid moment, hoping to record Bardock being bested by Raditz. Foolish father, do you see this? This is the power of Raditz. Raditz's voice thundered as he unleashed his full strength. A resplendent golden aura blazing fiercely, illuminating half of planet Vegeta. What? Bardock questioned, wondering if he had misheard. Was it truly his timid and lazy son Raditz who dared to utter such words? Indeed, you are my father. I shall refrain from enumerating your foolishness, Raditz lamented. One hand pressed against his forehead, eyes closed. However, Commander Bardock, I, Raditz, challenge you. On the battlefield, there exists no bond of fatherhood. So do not expect me to show mercy. So, Commander, do you dare accept my challenge? With his left hand firmly on his hip and a manic grin upon his lips, he gazed upon his father's contorted visage, reveling in his amusement. Ah, Raditz, I should have informed you that upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, one experiences an exhilarating rush. While it may bolster morale, it is imperative to temper such emotions to harness one's true power. Exhaling deeply, he reminded himself to remain calm, for a son requires guidance. Indeed, father. You have spoken thus before, and I have taken your words to heart. But tell me, which of your eyes perceived my lack of control? I feel splendid, Raditz declared, extending his pinky finger to dig at his ear, asserting that his hearing was perfectly intact. Is that so? You remember? Bardock queried, casting a glance at the surrounding Saiyans who had gathered to witness Raditz's spectacle. He resolved to reinforce Raditz's memory, deeming it essential as a father to impart wisdom to his son. Well then, Commander Bardock, why the superfluous chatter? Are you afraid of me? Fear not. Even should I choose not to show mercy, it is merely a customary challenge. After all, you are my father, and I shall not deliver a fatal blow, only engage in a fierce contest. Raditz scratched the back of his head, seemingly distressed by Bardock's hesitance to fight, eagerly providing clarification. Do not fret. With the Senzabeans and the King's restorative magic, you shall recover. How about I limit myself to 80% of my power for this bout? Perhaps even 90? Any lower and I cannot guarantee victory. Observing Bardak's twisted expression and tightly clenched fists, Raditz found himself in high spirits, adding fuel to the fire. Haha. Bardock erupted into laughter. How amusing, Raditz. Has your transformation into a Super Saiyan bestowed upon your newfound courage? Do you believe that this alone grants you the right to challenge me? His anger morphed into a sardonic smile. Ah, father, as a fellow Super Saiyan, you must understand our power. I stand above you, a mere ordinary Saiyan. Behold, I am Super Raditz. He hastily continued, enough of the idle chatter. Will you fight or not? As a Saiyan, you should not fear battle. Otherwise, I, your son, would be engulfed in shame. He pressed Bardock once more. Curse be it. As expected of a father, it is no easy task to provoke him. I must commence the battle before he regains his composure, Raditz thought. His heart racing at the sight of Bardock's fluctuating expression. Idle talk? Fear? Bardock slowly advanced. Step by step, he ascended towards the heavens, with each stride amplifying his formidable presence. The Super Saiyan transformation, triggered by prolonged training, lay dormant during moments of peace, yet as Bardock advanced, his golden locks danced in the wind, flames of energy igniting fiercely around him. His once emotionless gaze grew even colder. Raditz, he recalled imparting wisdom. Anger can awaken a being's latent power, and for Saiyans, this is particularly true. A Super Saiyan may well be regarded as a warrior fueled by wrath. The angrier one becomes, the stronger one grows. Raditz scratched his head, seemingly recalling his father's words, acknowledging that even he had harnessed the power of a Super Saiyan through pent-up rage. However, in his fervor, he had momentarily overlooked this truth. No worries. My plan is flawless, and everything is progressing smoothly. I only need to secure one victory. Just one is sufficient, even if it requires cunning. I shall demonstrate my strength to my father, he declared. Father, are you truly angry? Could it be that I have discerned your fear of my Super Saiyan prowess? With renewed confidence, Raditz continued, shall I announce the rules before we commence? Although perplexed by Raditz's sudden enthusiasm, Vitalis eagerly anticipated the father-son clash. Rules? After mulling it over, Raditz felt assured that any regulations would not hinder him. Rather, they might serve to his advantage. Bardock also turned his gaze towards Vitalis. There are no intricate rules. We are not pedants. Just ensure that the battle occurs solely in the skies and control your power so as not to obliterate planet Vegeta. There is no time limit. The fight concludes when one side concedes or is incapacitated, Vitalis stated, reclining upon his throne. The overwhelming might of the two could effortlessly devastate planet Vegeta. While they might exercise restraint, he deemed it necessary to clarify the stipulations to prevent any regrettable outcomes. Understood. After all, it is our home, and I will manage my power with utmost care. There is no need for father to worry about me accidentally inflicting harm upon you. I, Super Raditz, am quite confident in this regard. By the way, father, how much power would you prefer me to wield? With a flourish of his flowing hair, Raditz proudly gestured to himself with his left thumb, making his proclamation. I will hold back, Bardock replied solemnly. Chapter 58, The Commencement of the Father-Son Battle. Broly. Procure some food and beverages. I anticipate this battle will be quite the feast, and I find myself a tad hungry, Vitalis instructed Broly, emphasizing the need for sustenance while enjoying the spectacle. Saiyan digestion was notably robust, and indeed, he felt an appetite stirring. Very well, Vitalis. Please hold on for a moment. Broly responded before instantaneously vanishing, his gaze momentarily shifting from Raditz. Will you not partake in any beverages? What a delightful occasion this is. It would be a pity not to indulge in some wine, inquired Vegeta 3. I am but a child. A good child should refrain from alcohol until reaching adulthood. Vitalis retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Vegeta 3. Primarily, he simply preferred to abstain from drinking. Very well, I shall retrieve the scouter and procure some wine. Vegeta thought to himself, yearning to proclaim their identity as a warrior race of Saiyans, yet he wisely refrained from voicing it. Observing the impending clash between the two, he swiftly teleported away to prepare. The air crackled with energy as the two titans unleashed their formidable auras, arcs of electricity occasionally slicing through the sky, while tiny energy spheres materialized and detonated. As the two Super Saiyans were on the verge of colliding, the spectators, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, descended to the ground, for they observed several unfortunate souls nearby succumbing to the overwhelming pressure of the fighters' energy, crashing down and creating craters. Well then, everyone, either remain where you are or distance yourselves from the battlefield. I shall relay the ensuing battle through my magic. Merely closing your eyes will allow you to witness the unfolding events. Vitalis communicated telepathically to all the Saiyans. After all, this was a battle of Super Saiyans. Legendary warriors whose prowess had long been spoken of in hushed tones, and many were filled with curiosity. Though Vitalis and his companions had maintained their Super Saiyan states to adapt to their immense power and train at full capacity, many had only ever gazed in awe without engaging in combat. During the confrontation with Frieza, a significant number had not been present, and those who were had barely witnessed the event before being dispatched to the afterlife. Now, as two Super Saiyans were set to engage, news had spread, and throngs of spectators began to assemble. However, not everyone was granted the privilege to observe. Battles among the powerful required a ticket of sorts, the assurance of being on the battlefield without the risk of collateral damage. To prevent accidental casualties, Vitalis promptly intervened and initiated a live broadcast. Just moments prior, only a few had the means to withstand the pressure of the two fighters' energy. Otherwise, it would not have been surprising if they were overwhelmed and rendered unconscious. He teleported those who had fainted and anyone with combat power below 2 million to nearby life-bearing planets. Those rushing from the hyperbolic time chamber were granted access to spatial portals, allowing them to reach other planets directly. As for why the fighters were not relocated to another planet, it was due to the devastation wrought by Frieza and his father, which had yet to fully heal. Allowing the two to battle, there would not be a loss, as the dragon would ultimately restore it. Wait, I must ensure that the restorative magic is disseminated afterward. We can manage our own recovery. Wishing on the Dragon Balls would be a great waste. There are numerous enhancement spells as well. I shall also elevate the status of Planet Vegeta, Vitalis mused, recalling that he had only imparted knowledge of meditation, various teleportation methods, and telepathy, which facilitated real-time communication and rapid deployment. Other forms of magic had yet to be taught, which felt like a tremendous squander. A tempest of thoughts swirled in his mind. Though only a few seconds passed in reality, Vitalis refocused his attention upon the two combatants. Boom. Raditz, I shall reiterate, this battle is not child's play, he declared, channeling his energy to its zenith. In an instant, Bardock teleported above Raditz and delivered a powerful kick to his chin, sending him flying. With that kick, the impact was substantial. Vitalis witnessed the moment the energy wave dispersed upon contact between the foot and chin. How exhilarating, he exclaimed, savoring the spectacle of Bardock confronting Raditz. I must bring Bardock to witness their inevitable demise together. At that moment, Broly returned, eager to display his contributions. As Vitalis beheld the mountain Broly effortlessly lifted, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Ah, that's sufficient. You may set it down. Join me, let us feast while we watch. Vitalis descended from his throne and, utilizing his mental prowess, severed a few trees from miles away. He teleported them back to fashion a bonfire and sat cross-legged nearby, skewering some meat to roast. He handed several pieces of fruit to Broly, who then settled beside him. Is this also magic? Broly inquired, gazing at the flames. Indeed, merely a simple projection spell. Vitalis replied, taking a bite of a fruit plucked from an unknown planet. Within the flames, the fierce battle between Bardock and Raditz unfolded vividly. Ah, it has begun. Raditz is rather pathetic, remarked Vegeta 3 upon his return, casually observing Bardock transform into a streak of light, playfully tossing Raditz around like a ball. Come, sit and eat with us, Vitalis invited as he noticed Vegeta 3's arrival. No, I must document the events of this evening. Perhaps Raditz will surprise me, Vegeta 3 said. Placing down several crates of wine, retrieving a bottle, and strolling to the edge of the platform. With a beep, he activated the recorder, capturing the unfolding battle. This device has been transformed from its original form, retaining its fundamental functionality while incorporating a video recording feature. This enhancement serves two primary purposes. Firstly, to prevent the obsolescence of the detector, especially in an era where the perception of gas is widely mastered. Secondly, the recording capability allows for documentation of intriguing racial abilities, which can then be transmitted for analysis by the central brain. Knowledge that can be acquired will be learned, while that which cannot be understood will be archived, enabling the discovery of solutions for future encounters with similar skills, thus preventing confusion and disarray. Father, have you not dined yet? Perhaps you should join me for a meal? It would be wise to eat well before returning, Raditz remarked with a hint of sarcasm, wiping the corner of his mouth. He had just been kicked around without the slightest chance to retaliate. As always, his father maintained his composure, sending him flying before immediately activating his speed mode. leaving Raditz unable to respond or keep pace with his father's velocity. TSK, it is quite a challenge to provoke father into a fit of rage. I was careless. However, all I require is a fleeting moment of opportunity. Raditz, since your transformation into a Super Saiyan, you have become exceedingly verbose, and aside from enhanced durability, you have shown little progress. Bardock completely disregarded Raditz's words. Huh? Verbose? Father, should I choose to, I could end this battle in an instant. I merely hope you will provide more amusement. Durable? You have yet to grasp the reality. Observe, I am unscathed. Are you merely toying with me? Raditz said. Trembling as he endured the pain, his ribs nearly shattered from the blow. Were it not for his transformation, he would likely have been incapacitated. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Bardock began to gather energy. I shall teleport, delivering a kick towards the increasingly enraged Bardock. Oh, seizing the opportunity to attack, commendable, yet insufficient. I intentionally exposed a vulnerability, Bardock grinned, effortlessly grasping Raditz's leg with one hand. Raditz concentrated energy into a projectile with his right hand, bending his knee and pressing it against Bardock's chest. Father, no one understands you better than I do. I merely played along with your scheme, he declared, teleporting away to stand at a distance. Oh, is that a mark you intend to leave on me? Ordinary teleportation cannot match my speed. But do you believe that relying on a marked location will enable you to catch up to me? Not V. Bardock observed the seemingly feeble strike, and with a slight sense, he comprehended the intent behind Raditz's assault. I am well aware that regardless of the method of instant transmission, the moment one appears, it is ample time to react, evade, or even counterattack. Raising his right hand, Raditz began to gather energy, and in a mere instant, a sphere of energy, 100 meters in diameter, materialized above him. Therefore, what I intend to move is my attack. Father, with this strike, your speed cannot completely evade the explosion's radius. Moreover, if you are not careful, you may sustain injuries. Allow yourself a moment to prepare, Raditz said, holding the energy orb with a sense of satisfaction. And do not think of erasing my mark, Father. This is a meticulously prepared plan, and in a short span, even you cannot eliminate it. Raditz remarked, gazing at Bardock. Come now, Father, let me see your choice. It is too difficult to provoke your anger, so I must initiate Plan B. When I reveal my strategy, your pride will compel you to abandon all defenses and confront me head-on, and at that moment, the opportunity will arise. Raditz, if you wish to come, then do so. Spare me the superfluous chatter. I recall telling you that when facing an enemy, one must strike with the force of thunder, not toy with the opponent. For that is a fool's game with one's life. Bardock, arms crossed, stood his ground, awaiting Raditz's assault. Chapter 59. Raditz begins to showcase his skills. Raditz speaks too much. Had it been me, he would already be dead, Broly remarked, observing the cackling Raditz. Raditz must have his reasons. His scheming demeanor is quite apparent. And Bardock likely perceives it as well, merely playing along with the act. Vegeta 3 offered his thoughts. Is Raditz feigning this behavior, anticipating Bardock's cooperation? Gnawing on his snack, Vitaly shared his perspective. Telepathic communication is remarkably convenient, swift enough to keep pace with the rhythm of battle, and it saves time otherwise spent speaking. What a splendid advantage. Does Raditz possess such intellect? Even so, Bardock should be able to discern that Raditz is still somewhat inexperienced. It is unfortunate that Raditz seemed intent on provoking Bardock, who, regrettably, did not play along, as capturing Bardock's clumsy performance would have been amusing. Vegeta 3 considered Raditz to be rather dim-witted. I sense that Bardock is indeed quite furious, albeit suppressing it. Earlier, when you were not present, Bardock's expression changed several times, but he managed to restrain himself, likely fearing that anger would cloud his judgment and lead to a mishap at the hands of his son. As a father, the pressure is considerable. Vitalis resumed nibbling on his snack. Is that so? It is rather unfortunate that I did not capture the moment. Had I known, I would have retrieved the recording device sooner. I completed the modifications just a couple of days ago, yet I did not anticipate the need to utilize it so swiftly. Vegeta expressed his disappointment at not having recorded it. However, I managed to document it through magic, and I shall show you the playback shortly. At that time, capturing it will be a mere formality. Vegeta will certainly use these videos to provoke Bardock. Vitalis offered his assistance, asserting that there would undoubtedly be much excitement to behold. And one might as well watch while they can. Why modify the scouter when magic can record? Is it not more convenient? Vegeta found this perplexing. Do you not think wearing a scouter is rather stylish? Moreover, magic consumes energy, And sometimes relying on technology is still advantageous, Vitalis articulated his thoughts. Indeed. Although I often find myself quibbling, that little energy is hardly consequential. Furthermore, with the Senza replenishing one's energy instantly, there is little need to be concerned about it. Nonetheless, he could not deny that he also found wearing a scouter quite appealing. Broly observed the two with a bemused expression, feeling at a loss for words. So, father, are you prepared? Here I come. After striking a pose for a few seconds, Raditz finally sprang into action. Cough. Vitalis spewed out the fruit he had yet to swallow. Raditz had indeed moved. It was not merely a transmission of energy blasts, but rather he teleported directly in front of Bardock, seizing the tail that was coiled around Bardock's waist. The scene unfolded with a smug Raditz gazing at the bewildered Bardock, who remained with his arms crossed, awaiting Raditz's attack. Damn fool. I should not have held any expectations for Raditz. Can I claim I have never guided him? The time I spent training Raditz feels like a disgrace to me. Vegeta 3 lamented, tapping his forehead in exasperation. Ahem, I find Raditz quite surprising, albeit he is rather dim-witted. Yet, none of us anticipated Raditz would act in such a manner. He successfully accepted the drink Broly offered and took a sip. Huh, are you jesting with me? Is this truly your objective? Bardock inhaled deeply, his voice trembling. Uh-huh. Did you not foresee this, father? Though you have trained your tail, my strength is now sufficient to diminish your power significantly, Raditz replied with a grin. Golden light flickered, and electric sparks erupted. In the blink of an eye, Bardock entered a state of heightened power. With a resounding crack, his now more robust tail struck Raditz away, transitioning to a speed mode. He arrived before Raditz in an instant, switching back to power mode and delivering a powerful kick. Is your mind clouded? Knowing I have trained, you dare to approach? In this power mode, my tail remains my mightiest weapon. There is some force behind it, yet it still lacks a touch. I must exert more effort. Delivering a strike to the waist. Recently, I have felt a twinge in my back, but in this state of being unable to speak. Raditz established a mental connection with Bardock, taunting him. Still attempting to provoke me? If this is your strategy, it can come to an end. Compared to your previous self, your current performance is indeed a remarkable leap, transforming into the mighty Bardock, who effortlessly grips Raditz's small head with one hand. Are you weary, father? After all, age takes its toll, diminishing endurance. The interplay between speed and strength compensates for one another, yet it consumes a considerable amount of energy, does it not? Raditz grinned. Behold, this is my transformation. A powerful force emerges as Raditz's muscles begin to swell, electricity coursing between them. With a deft motion, he seizes Bardock's hand. At present, I possess ample energy. Now, the stage is mine. The time for the Super Raditz performance has arrived, he remarked with a playful smirk. Is that so? This is your reliance? Ultimately, you are but a child, merely mimicking others clumsily, following a path that isn't your own. Moreover, relying on passive defense to exhaust your opponent when the gap isn't vast. Are you in your right mind? Bardock scoffed. There's no other way, father. Your tactical shifts are too cunning. Only by becoming a Super Saiyan can one truly grasp your strength. In your presence, an ordinary Super Saiyan stands no chance. Raditz lamented with a wry smile. Bang! Their fists collided, unleashing a colossal wave of energy centered around them, transforming into a tempest that ravaged the planet Vegeta. Even with restraint, the residual force was capable of apocalyptic destruction. The continuous strikes sent tremors through the celestial body. This moment is far more captivating. Moments ago, Raditz seemed to be lost in thought as he endured the blows. Though it was entertaining, it lacked excitement. Vitalis flipped the meat and took out a biscuit to munch on. Indeed, Raditz had drained Bardock of considerable energy, combined with his form. He now had a chance to contend with Bardock. However, Raditz had undoubtedly sustained injuries. It remained uncertain how much longer he could endure. Vegeta 3 wished for Raditz's victory. Yet Raditz's inexperience was glaringly apparent. It appears that Raditz will falter first. The disparity is too great. If Bardock were serious, the battle would have concluded long ago. Boom. A single punch forced Raditz back. This is where it ends. I truly have no desire to continue battling you. Your antics have left me profoundly disappointed. If we must settle this, let us wait until you have regained your strength and improved your abilities. Bardock turned away, glancing at Raditz. Cough. How dare you still look down on me? Then come. This shall be my final assault. Raditz roared in fury, indignant at being dismissed as mere trifles. Crackling flashes of lightning illuminated the scene as Raditz began to gather energy in his right hand. This move encapsulates my unwillingness and rage. Now, father, prepare yourself. The energy sphere, compressed to its utmost limits, radiated a blinding brilliance. Chapter 90. Defeat Witness My Power. Raditz shouted as he propelled the energy sphere toward Bardock. Is that so? Let me witness the moment as Bardock raises his right hand, gathering energy. Observing the colossal sphere of energy approaching, Bardock gradually presses the small energy orb in his hand against it. Boom. The energy sphere in Bardock's grasp transforms into a beam of light, piercing through Raditz's gigantic energy blast, dissipating into twinkling starlight. Raditz stares blankly at the scene, suddenly exhausted, his Super Saiyan form fading, unable to sustain flight. He begins to plummet towards the ground. Noticing this, Bardock reverts to his ordinary state, preparing to catch Raditz. Father, be careful. Raditz strains to look at Bardock. And upon realizing his father's intention, he shouts with all his strength. Hearing Raditz's cry, Bardock recalls something and turns to see the massive energy sphere, now positioned behind him. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupts. What a deep-seated grudge. As spectators, Vitalis and others observe keenly, after Bardock relaxed. Raditz had transported the energy sphere he had just condensed beside Bardock. Without Raditz's warning, Bardock would have met his demise. Exhausted from expending so much energy, Bardock would have been unable to withstand the blow in his relaxed state. It is regrettable that Raditz ultimately showed mercy, otherwise, Bardock's death might have served a purpose. Vegeta 3, however, found it quite unfortunate. Cough, cough, Vegeta, this is serious. It was merely a contest. Even though we Saiyans are often ruthless, fratricide and patricide should not occur amongst us, Vitalis remarked, observing Vegeta 3. I merely lament the situation, although we Saiyans once disregarded emotions. We would never resort to personally killing our kin. Exile was the utmost we would impose, Vegeta 3 explained, adding a final note. Shaking his head, he continued, previously, the Saiyans were indifferent, but they would never directly slay their unfit offspring. However, to exile a newborn infant is perceived as exceedingly cold-hearted by many. Furthermore, Vitalis learned that as Saiyans aged and their physical capabilities declined, they chose to fight to the death, pouring everything into battle in the former Saiyan society. One would hardly encounter the elderly, weak, or ill. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind dispersed the smoke. Retrieve Bardock. His pride has left him defenseless against this blow, and he has now lost consciousness. If he continues to fall, he will perish. Vitalis instructed Vegeta. TCH. Irritated, Vegeta soared towards the descending Bardock. What about Raditz? Broly inquired with curiosity. Do not concern yourself with him. He is merely exhausted. He won't perish from falling. It is of no great consequence. The youth must endure trials. Vitalis continued to prepare the meat. However, Raditz proved to be unexpectedly cunning. Even as he played a part in the scheme, many assumed he aimed to drive Bardock to madness with his clumsy theatrics and arrogant demeanor, which revealed his lack of experience. From the comical moment he seized Bardock's tail, both Bardock and the onlookers lowered their guard, failing to ponder the whereabouts of that energy sphere, dismissing it as merely a diversion by Raditz. Let this serve as a lesson. One must never underestimate any adversary. Until every enemy has drawn their last breath, the Saiyans must remain vigilant, despite their perceived weaknesses. Even the most rudimentary weapon capable of breaching their defenses can easily eliminate a Saiyan. Even Goku, who ascended to the status of a Saiyan deity, could falter. Vitalis understood this well, maintaining constant vigilance, even preparing magical wards for slumber. Yet, the other Saiyans lacked this awareness. Even the battle-hardened Saiyans occasionally succumbed to complacency. Raditz's unexpected actions, nearly eliminating Bardock with magic, serve as an excellent cautionary tale. As for how Bardock would address Raditz upon learning of this, that was beyond his concern. He believed Raditz would only grow stronger. I am satiated. Night is fast approaching on Earth. Let us proceed. Broly, first traversing 25 million kilometers, swimming 25 million kilometers, and then resting on Earth. Vitalis clapped his hands, rising to his feet and transporting the refuse to a distant star in an unknown galaxy. With a glint in his eye, he augmented the weight upon himself and Broly before leaping from the platform. Glimpsing Raditz embedded in the pit, Vitalis dashed towards the rising sun. Bardock, upon slowly opening his eyes, rushed to embrace him joyfully. I am unharmed. After a moment of confusion, Bardock recollected the events preceding his unconsciousness. The efficacy of the Senza beans had fully restored him. And Raditz, where is that rascal? Bardock observed that he was alone at home and inquired about Jine. Who knows? That heartless little rascal has run off somewhere. Jine replied with exasperation. Well, It's fine. Raditz has become quite formidable in his own right. As long as he doesn't encounter someone of Frisia's caliber, he should be fine. Shaking his head, Bardock chose not to dwell further on Raditz. However, the fact that I was actually defeated by that boy indicates that I still have room for improvement, Bardock murmured solemnly. There's nothing to worry about, Bardock. You weren't fully focused, and that mischievous Raditz was employing tricks, Jine quickly reassured him, noticing his despondence. It was my negligence. Had it been an actual enemy, I might have perished. If Raditz hadn't alerted me, I would have been utterly defeated. As dawn broke, Bardock glanced outside and decided it was time to commence his training. Next time, with absolute power, I will make Raditz understand who the true father is. Shouldn't you eat something first? Jine interjected, grasping Bardock's arm. No, I had a Sinza bean, so I'm not particularly hungry, Bardock replied, patting his belly. Fair enough. I'll join you in training. It's been a while since I last gave that Raditz a good thrashing, Jine said, her frustration evident. At your current level, you are not a match for Raditz, Bardock remarked, observing his wife with her hands on her hips. Huh? That boy dares to retaliate? Jine retorted indignantly. Even if he doesn't fight back, your attacks would still be ineffective against him, Bardock replied languidly. That is precisely why I want to train with you, Jine insisted. And if I can't handle him, we can team up. Didn't he mention that King sealed Kakarot's power? You should learn that technique too, when the time comes. You can handle the sealing while I take on Raditz. That boy is becoming increasingly intolerable, she thought, recalling the sealed Kakarot. Well, since you're so eager to train, let us go, Bardock said, not wishing to ponder further, and he instantly transported himself and Jine to the room of spirit and time. Chapter 91, Commencement 7th Universe. North of the Galactic Center, in a secluded corner. Solar System, Earth, Western Hemisphere. Above an unknown small island in the ocean, several figures sat cross-legged together, rods in hand. Engaged in fishing. Isn't Majin Buu just a legend? King Vegeta 3 remarked, observing the ever-changing scenery on the water's surface. Not at all. Majin Buu does indeed exist. In the future I am aware of, he will break free from his seal. Though ultimately defeated, it required a series of fortunate coincidences to achieve that victory. As it stands, I'm uncertain if we can defeat him again, so it's best to address this matter proactively, Vitalis stated. In recent days, an experiment concerning the Super Saiyan transformation is set to commence. Vitalis, accompanied by a few individuals capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, has arrived on Earth to partake in activities such as fishing, hoping to discern whether these endeavors may serve to cultivate their spirits. Simultaneously, he employs magic to observe all planets frequented by the demon race. The vastness of the universe renders the task daunting. Babidi is elusive. And although he is aware that Babidi has enlisted the aid of a demon king from the demon realm, he lacks knowledge of how to access this realm and must search diligently. Meanwhile, a legion of Saiyans, having vanquished the Frisia force, has dispatched all but the personnel stationed on planet life to various star systems where demons are known to appear, in search of the entrance to the demon realm. Their mission also includes pursuing Babidi and gathering various legends, such as those concerning the Kai and others. In the event of a significant catastrophe in the galaxy, they plan to mobilize forces to suppress the threat, eliminating those they can and sealing away those they cannot. Vitalis believes it prudent to identify and eliminate or isolate any potential dangers before they can wreak havoc. Furthermore, Vitalis has communicated the characteristics of powerful beings from his memories, such as the Kaioshin and the God of Destruction, to his entire race, urging them to remain vigilant during their search for Majin Buu to avoid troubles that could jeopardize the entire clan. Majin Buu has left God of Destruction Vegeta 3 in a state of bewilderment. He once believed that Frisia and his progeny represented the pinnacle of strength and had even fantasized about usurping them. Yet now, with his growing power and broadened perspective, he realizes how insignificant his former self was. By the way, what of the Zeta organization? They were once allies of Frisia and claimed to possess wealth and intelligence, seeking to collaborate with the Saiyans. Perhaps they hold valuable information? Vegeta inquired. The Zeta organization? I have not heard of them. What is their purpose? Vitalis questioned. Aware that the world is vast, and both the comics and anime focus primarily on the protagonist's journey, they engage in various activities, including information trafficking and bounty mediation. It is said they are audacious and unscrupulous, daring to profit from the discrepancies within Frisia's forces. Vegeta 3 pondered regarding the organization. Indeed, let us inquire with Majin Buu regarding the circumstances of the demon realm and the issues surrounding the god seals. As for compensation, Frisia owes me a considerable debt that remains unsettled. Let them repay it. Should they refuse, I shall send them to Frisia to confess. I trust Frisia will be grateful to me. He may not care about the profits, but I imagine he would be quite irate if someone dared to play tricks in his presence, Vitalis remarked, believing that Frisia's associates are unlikely to be virtuous individuals. Very well, I shall dispatch someone to inquire, Vegeta stated, closing his eyes to initiate a telepathic connection with his subordinates. As for whether they possess the knowledge, Vitalis is merely testing the waters. He recalls an odd character who appeared to possess omniscience. Intriguingly, one must kiss him to pose a question. Men are permitted only one inquiry, while women may ask as many as their charm allows. Vitalis was not inclined to engage with such a character. Who knows if the revelation of the traveler's identity would lead to being taken by the gods for dissection. Moreover, Vitalis had no intention of kissing that thing. However, he could send someone. It couldn't be a woman, as that would be too lenient for that fellow. Instead, he could dispatch a group of formidable men, each with a question to pose. There were plenty of Saiyans available. What a pity that Frisia's subordinates, who should not have been eliminated, would be most suitable for this task, Vitalis maliciously mused. Yet, it was merely a fleeting thought. He had no idea whether they would agree to such a plan, and in any case, he did not intend to seek that individual himself. The king. The Zeta organization mentioned they had encountered someone resembling Babidi, who seemed to be evading pursuers and vanished swiftly. However, that individual wielded potent dark magic and was likely Babidi himself, as Vegeta 3 noted. Evading pursuers? The Supreme Kai? Vitalis pondered. Oh, is that so? Let us send someone to the location they specified to see if we can trace Babidi's whereabouts, he declared. Furthermore, all organizations collaborating with Frisia should be alerted to keep an eye on Babidi's trail. The intelligence from the Zeta organization, regardless of its veracity, was worth investigating. After all, aligning with Frisia indicated a certain level of capability. Regardless, there was ample time before the emergence of Bu in the original narrative, allowing for inquiries to be made. Whether to individuals or through the Dragon Balls, though it was unwise to squander wishes in such a manner. Moreover, in terms of energy collection, Planet Vegeta was currently the prime location in this universe, both in quantity and quality, boasting first-rate combat prowess. It all hinged on whether Babidi possessed the audacity to act. By the way, Bardock, mobilize 2 legions, Vitalis instructed Bardock. 2 legions? What other forces necessitate the deployment of 2 legions? Have we found the fabled demon realm? Bardock was perplexed. In recent days, countless realms of the demon world had been obliterated by the Saiyans. He had encountered various demon clans numbering in the tens of thousands to millions, yet these were merely dimensions tainted by the essence of the demon realm, varying in size, and mistakenly referred to as the demon world by the ignorant demon clans. Initially, the first demon realm, Vitalis, enthusiastically assembled 50 legions, intending to launch an assault on the demon world. He painstakingly marked each individual, preparing for a hasty retreat should they falter. However, upon entry, they found themselves in a minuscule underground world, scarcely large enough to accommodate even a single legion, housing merely a few thousand demons. With the so-called Demon King Pushio proving to be nothing more than a weakling with a combat power barely exceeding 1,000. Embarrassed, Vitalis unleashed a devastating wave that obliterated the underground realm, suppressing his humiliation enough to refrain from annihilating the entire planet. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, he contemplated destruction as a means of venting his frustration. Subsequently, messengers were dispatched to ascertain the situation before making further decisions. In hindsight, it became apparent that most known life-bearing planets harbored, to varying extents, their own so-called demon realms, with some possessing dozens. Enraged, Vitalis issued a decree for the extermination of demons, systematically destroying each demon realm, for the demon clans were madmen, notoriously difficult to communicate with, thus posing a lingering threat. I intend to visit the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, Vitalis explained, as these 2 legions will be stationed at the Galactic Prison, which holds some exceedingly dangerous individuals. Among them was Moro, the latest boss from Vitalis's most recent chapter prior to his crossing, regrettably unfinished, leaving him unaware of how the adversary was ultimately defeated. Meanwhile, Mels, a candidate angel, was gaining experience in the mortal realm while working within the Galactic Patrol. Vitalis deemed it essential to cultivate connections, to familiarize himself, and perhaps gain early access to the ultimate mastery of the universe. Then there was Moro, whom he was determined not to allow an escape. Knowing only that he was sealed by the Grand Kaishin, oblivious to the manner of his defeat. Otherwise, he would have sought to release him prematurely. for such a terrifying entity would render the Saiyan race merely an appetizing dish. Thus, Vitalis resolved to deploy 2 legions for mutual defense. Is that so? Bardock promptly contacted the most elite legion under his command. Vitalis had mentioned trouble, and indeed it was significant trouble, especially considering Frisia and that enigmatic Bu. However, Vitalis had not labeled them as dangerous. And what of that Saiyan? Which civilization crafted those bioengineered warriors? Vitalis fell into contemplation, meticulously recalling the troubles at hand, aspiring to resolve them at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 92, Galactic Patrol, Galactic King in the Boundless Universe. There existed a colossal space structure resembling a steering wheel, akin to a bicycle wheel. The structure resembled a lollipop, a colossal sphere extending 4 pillars that supported a ring adorned with the imposing emblem of the Galactic Patrol. Vitalis instantly recognized this as the headquarters he had been seeking. Accompanied by Broly, Bardock, and Vegeta, he teleported to the side of a person with whom he was well acquainted, the Galactic Patrol elite and head of the Earth sector, Gak. Ah, it truly resembles Ultraman. Gak remarked. Greetings, Vitalis, he continued, acknowledging the arrival. Wow, Saiyans, what brings you here? The powerful vision of Gak allowed him to immediately notice the sudden presence of the newcomers. Recognizing their familiar appearances and the tails at their waists, he quickly deduced their identities. Leading the group was none other than Vitalis, whom he had been monitoring for some time. When he initially received intel about a Saiyan child accompanied by a fleet entering his jurisdiction, he was taken aback and called upon several colleagues for assistance, intending to eliminate the threat. However, an unforeseen incident delayed their plans. It wasn't until Vitalis entered the temple of the Earth deity and subsequently vanished that Gak decided to suspend the operation. Yet, upon Vitalis's reemergence, he had grown significantly stronger, and Gak had intended to capture him alongside fellow elite member Mels, but the latter's whereabouts remained unknown. Reluctantly, the matter was set aside once more. The subsequent news regarding Vitalis reached the ears of many, as the unusual actions of Frisia and his offspring drew attention from various cosmic forces converging on planet Vegeta. However, given that it was the territory of the Saiyans and Frisia, the reasons behind these events remained shrouded in mystery. Days later, the news broke that Frisia and his progeny had engaged in a fierce battle with the Saiyans over an unequal distribution of spoils, culminating in their demise and leaving the universe in shock. The Saiyan army launched a series of offensives, annihilating Frisia's forces and seizing his domain and wealth, while simultaneously provoking the vigilance of the Galactic Patrol. The Saiyans' rapid rise to power and their staggering individual strength rendered the Galactic Patrol hesitant to engage in direct confrontation, resulting in their continued inaction. Furthermore, rumors circulated about the legendary Super Saiyan warrior's emergence, prompting the Galactic Patrol to mobilize as they prepared to intervene should the Saiyans initiate their quest for dominance over the cosmos. However, word soon reached them that the Saiyan King had established a cosmic peacekeeping force, declaring 2 immutable edicts. As long as they did not violate these rules, the Saiyans would maintain absolute neutrality. The Galactic King, along with Mels and a few elite members, deliberated and decided to postpone any enforcement actions, opting to observe the situation unfold. If the peacekeeping force was genuine, it would be a cause for celebration. If it were a ruse, the Galactic King would reach out to the gods for assistance. According to intelligence reports, the Saiyan King was none other than Vitalis, who had recently appeared on Earth. In an effort to uphold the stability of his jurisdiction, Jack had remained at headquarters, avoiding Earth during his routine inspections. To safeguard the relationship between the Galactic Patrol and the Saiyans, he begrudgingly postponed his mission to prevent unnecessary conflict. Little did he anticipate that trouble would come knocking at his door. Suppressing his instincts and resisting the urge to draw his weapon, he understood that against these non-human entities, his firearms would be ineffective. He had to wait for their guard to drop to deliver a decisive blow. Ah, is that not the illustrious Saiyan King, Lord Vitalis? I was unaware of your esteemed presence. Someone, summon Mels to prepare tea for our respected guests. Come, take a seat. Mels is our elite tea brewer. Renowned for his exceptional brews, Jack hurriedly interjected. Vitalis twitched at the corner of his mouth, observing this unprincipled Ultraman-like creature before him. Nonetheless, he had to admit that this individual did not shy away from crises, which was commendable. As for the tea-brewing elite Mels, Vitalis could not help but marvel at the speed of his thoughts. In his servile demeanor, few would doubt his words. An unfamiliar observer might indeed perceive Mels merely as a talented tea maker. However, given that they posed no threat to the universe at present, It was unnecessary for Mel's to risk his safety by taking action. With Mel's arrival, there was no cause for fear. Even if things escalated to a confrontation, would he not seize the opportunity to incapacitate them with a tranquilizer gun, just as depicted in the original tale? Vitalis was prepared, while Raditz observed the situation through several recording devices, ready to teleport anyone if the circumstances turned awry. Should the teleportation fail, the Saiyan fusion army would unleash indiscriminate attacks on this star region. At that point, even with advanced technological weaponry, not even Mel's could exert any influence. As for invoking angelic powers, that would be tantamount to courting death. No, take me to the Galactic King. Rest assured, I am not here to cause trouble. I merely seek collaboration, Vitalis elucidated, aware that if he did not clarify, this amusing fellow might incite unforeseen chaos. Collaboration? Gak pondered, stroking his chin. Indeed, collaboration. Are you not reassured? No race possesses more compassion than a Saiyans, who, despite our love for peace, have vanquished the malevolent cosmic tyrant, Frisia, Vitalis subtly hinted. They had indeed eradicated Frisia, yet their galactic patrol lacked the strength to confront Frisia's legion directly, especially in comparison to the current Saiyans. Gak, the Galactic King has requested you to escort a few guests to the conference room. Mel's and others are already waiting there. An unidentified galactic patrol officer approached Gak. Is that so? Then follow me. Gak replied promptly upon hearing that Mel's was already in attendance. He had to concede that Mel's presence indeed brought a sense of reassurance, albeit just slightly. Together with Mel's, he felt emboldened against any adversity. As Gak entered a spacious room, the Galactic King, resembling an octopus crowned in majesty, was present. Along with Mel's, an angel with short hair, exuding a streamlined and efficient aura. Observing Mel's complexion, Vitalis fell into contemplation. This complexion is not unpalatable. I wonder how Bados perceives it in reality. Do you know me? Or have I perhaps offended you in some way? Mel's inquired, feeling the intensity of Vitalis' gaze. It's nothing. Merely the impression of your formidable strength. Perhaps we could exchange insights and spar sometime, Vitalis replied, recovering from his thoughts, as he certainly could not admit to his curiosity about what Mel's sister might look like. Cough cough, this is the illustrious Galactic King, Gak hastily clarified, noticing the disappointment on the Galactic King's face. Greetings, Galactic King. I am Vitalis, a warrior of the Saiyan race, renowned as the strongest fighting ethnic group in the universe. With a flourish, Vitalis introduced himself, deliberately donning his combat attire beneath a regal cloak. Gasp! Gak inhaled sharply. This self-introduction seemed to eclipse his own charm. Vegeta 3 and Raditz appeared to awaken to something profound. Meanwhile, Bardock and Broly fixated on Mel's, who was being praised for his strength, leaving Mel's nearly blushing with embarrassment. Vitalis, however, remained curious about the distinctions between the Galactic King's limbs and other attributes. Fortunately, he does not possess the social prowess of Wukong, nor does he intend to engage in a handshake with the King of the Galaxy. However, Wukong's ability to accurately clasp hands on several occasions is indeed a remarkable skill. King of the Galaxy, I have come here with the intention of collaborating with the Galactic Patrol. The Galactic Prison houses numerous monstrosities, should they escape. Chaos and potential annihilation of the cosmos would surely ensue. Therefore, I propose dispatching personnel to assist the Galactic Patrol in safeguarding the Galactic Prison, Vitalis stated candidly. Chapter 93. You do not possess the right to refuse impossible. No way. Absolutely not. The individuals present immediately rejected Vitalis' proposition. It was preposterous. While most of the inmates at the Galactic Prison were not deserving of death, some were indeed sentenced to capital punishment, yet could not be executed, resulting in their confinement. Should these criminals pose a threat, the repercussions would be dire, especially given the notorious Saiyans collaborating with them and overseeing the prison. Despite the establishment of a galactic security force, the prevailing sentiment remained that this was merely a ruse by the Saiyans to assert dominion over the universe. The populace felt powerless to resist and resigned themselves to acceptance. Entrusting the Saiyans with prison oversight was a source of unease. Moreover, given their warrior nature, what if their bloodlust surged and they released the inmates for combat? The fates of ordinary criminals versus Saiyans mattered little to them. However, the release of certain entities would render them nearly impossible to recapture. Those present were well aware of the cosmic secrets. They understood that 4 out of the 5 Supreme Kai had perished, with the remaining one having not been seen for several million years. The disparity between the Kai and the Supreme Kai was vast, existing on entirely different planes, leaving them incapable of resolving certain issues. Oh, is that so? Apologies for the interruption. Vitalis turned to leave. Ah, by the way, I must inform you that the galaxy housing the prison will soon be sealed off, restricting all entry and exit, including yours. To avoid unnecessary complications, you may consider establishing a new prison elsewhere. Vitalis had anticipated potential issues prior to his arrival and devised countermeasures accordingly. Observing the reactions of a few individuals, he understood that the Saiyans remained unchanged in their perception of him. However, he was indifferent to their opinions. After all, it was only a matter of time before they recognized their inherent goodness, which was entirely normal. Furthermore, their views were inconsequential. He intended to adhere to his established rules. The main concern lay with the Mara, who were notoriously unreasonable. Otherwise, there would have been no need for such measures. Regardless, he was obliged to oversee the galactic prison. And since they refused to cooperate in defense, a simple notification of the impending lockdown sufficed. There was no need for excessive dialogue or subservient negotiations. The initiative was firmly in Vitalis' grasp. With the existence of the time chamber and the current population of millions of Saiyans, each capable of obliterating stars, even pairs working in tandem with instantaneous movement could ignite the flames of war across millions of galaxies in an instant. Should Vitalis desire it, he could annihilate all life-bearing planets in this universe in a short time, as no being, save for the angels and the gods of destruction, could eliminate all Saiyans swiftly. The angels maintained absolute neutrality and would not intervene. The consequences of a god of destruction taking action would likely be more dire than allowing all Saiyans to run rampant. Should a higher power be stirred, the repercussions would be even greater. Thus, Vitalis remained unperturbed, emboldened by the knowledge that he could overturn the table at will, rendering him fearless before any being beneath a god of destruction. This is the essence of power, even though, at present, apart from Broly, the singular might of others pales in comparison to that of Cell. The existence of millions capable of obliterating stars lends him the confidence to stand tall and assertively declare his defiance to the likes of the Kai and Supreme Kai. Alas, when confronted by formidable foes, the universe itself serves merely as a basic unit of measurement, easily extinguished with a mere wave. Thus further efforts are imperative. May I inquire, my lord, why you are so invested in the galactic prison? Myers called out to Vitalis, who was on the verge of stepping through the door. Upon hearing Myers' voice, Vitalis turned and replied, within the galactic prison resides entities that pose a threat to the current peace of the universe. I harbor reservations about your galactic patrol. A figure cloaked and reminiscent of a GAC race member pointed at Vitalis, but after a moment's contemplation, struggled to articulate a suitable retort. My lord, while the galactic prison indeed houses many fearsome beings, some of those have been contained for millions of years without incident. Why do you believe that the Saiyans would manage oversight more effectively? Myers voiced his skepticism. Moreover, certain individuals within are not ones that the current Saiyans could hope to vanquish. No matter how numerous the Saiyans may be, it would be futile. Even Frieza and his progeny would stand powerless against them. After a brief reflection, Myers expressed his doubts regarding the present capabilities of the Saiyans. I understand, which is precisely why I require oversight. Currently, there exist numerous factions within the universe that dare to challenge the Galactic Patrol. Yet they do not possess the audacity to confront the Saiyans, Vitalis stated slowly. Myers, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for a counterargument. Indeed, the Saiyans had vanquished Frieza and his lineage, ascending to the ranks of the universe's elite powers. Judging by their relentless pursuit of the remnants of Frieza's forces, the Saiyans proved to be a formidable presence, more fearsome than the combined might of the Cooler and Gula brigades alongside Frieza's army. With an average combat prowess in the tens of millions, coupled with the rumored existence of Super Saiyans who had dispatched Frieza and his progeny, none dared to provoke the Saiyans' ire. Those of advanced age and long-established powers were well aware of the Saiyans' terrifying legacy from a millennium ago in the ancient times. In stark contrast, the Galactic Patrol could only tend to their own meager territories. Beyond their sphere of influence, they were largely disregarded. Even on their own turf, there were those who would brazenly act without regard for their authority. Compared to the current Saiyans, the Galactic Patrol fell woefully short, even should they breach regulations. They could not guarantee the eradication of all Saiyans before their own demise. Could you grant us a moment to ponder this matter? After a moment of contemplation, Mel's remarked, Very well, I shall grant you a month's time. During this period, I will remain on Earth. When you have made your decision, you may come to find me. A month hence, regardless of your response, I shall initiate the lockdown of the galactic prison. With that, Vitalis led the group out of the room. Since they were already present, they might as well tour the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol, allowing King Vegeta to observe how their operations functioned, hoping to glean whatever knowledge they could. It is a pity, Vitalis sighed, that Mels, having spent so long within the Galactic Patrol, is inclined towards the so-called justice, and likely looks down upon the current Saiyans. Although he wished to establish diplomatic relations with Mels, the Saiyans were presently regarded by the Galactic Patrol as an even greater threat than Frisia. Through their brief exchange, Vitalis discerned that while Mels did not exhibit a profound hatred for evil, he certainly would not ally with it or allow it to escape justice. However, if establishing relations proved impossible, so be it. He would not alter his strategic plans. Subsequently, there were Beerus and Kampa, both gods of destruction with a penchant for culinary delights, while Whis and the angelic siblings, Batos, maintained an utterly neutral stance, their perspectives differing greatly from Mel's. Establishing ties with them was feasible. As for Mels, he would come to understand in due time. For now, there was no need to press the issue. Are we simply departing, my king? Inquired Vegeta 3. Indeed, replied Vitalis. Long-standing mindsets are difficult to change. Our reputation as Saiyans is undeniably poor, rendering it unnecessary to reason with them. We are not suited for such endeavors. I have no confidence in my ability to sway their opinions. Vitalis possessed the self-awareness to recognize that mere words would not alter their perceptions of the Saiyans. Bardock, prepare yourself. If they consent to cooperate, we shall station 2 legions. Should they refuse, we will deploy 30 legions for permanent presence. Vegeta, you are responsible for the necessary equipment. Space stations, patrol ships, and various detection devices must all be thoroughly prepared, Vitalis instructed. He was acutely aware that there were likely devices nearby capable of overhearing their conversation, and this served as his final ultimatum. 30 legions? To blockade a star system? Vegeta 3 inquired with curiosity. Indeed, a star system can be obliterated with just a few warriors. The destruction of one planet after another merely requires time. If they join forces, annihilating a star system could transpire in the blink of an eye. Ah, yes, I recognize that this may seem somewhat insufficient, but securing our current territories requires personnel, and pursuing Babidi necessitates manpower as well. Currently, we are lacking. Otherwise, I would desire to deploy at least 100 legions to ensure that not even a meteorite escapes. Vitalis acknowledged. He understood Vegeta's implication, but at this juncture, displaying their military might was paramount. Vegeta 3 was momentarily speechless. He had meant something different. However, he quickly grasped the essence of Vitalis' intent. Was the galactic prison truly as fearsome as it was purported to be? Vegeta 3 is now genuinely curious about who has caused the king and those feeble galactic patrol officers to be so concerned. It is quite terrifying, and I shall refrain from elaborating further. If the galactic patrol is amenable to collaboration, you may request a dossier on the prisoners, which should contain pertinent records. Should they refuse cooperation, I will take you to witness the situation in a month. In addressing this dilemma, Vitalis has opted to temporarily set it aside. He is only aware of a certain Magro, and many details remain obscure due to the passage of time, rendering his memories hazy and unnecessary to flaunt. Chapter 94. The Saiyans' Love for Peace. Melis, what do you intend to do? Gak inquired, observing the silhouette of Vitalis. The Galactic King, he pondered. It matters little whether the Saiyans have changed. What is significant is their intent. Why have they suddenly turned their attention towards the galactic prison? Melis shook his head. However, I lean towards collaboration with them. Our combat strength pales in comparison to that of the Saiyans, both in terms of sheer numbers and elite power. At the very least, partnering with the Saiyans would prevent us from being at a disadvantage and allow us to closely monitor their movements, enabling us to strategize accordingly. If, as the Saiyan King claims, they intend to seal off the prison star system, we would have no recourse unless we engage in battle. But the prospect of victory is bleak. Melis regarded the Galactic King, articulating his analysis. But they are Saiyans, notorious for their relentless pursuit of battle. A being resembling Ultraman remarked, cloaked in a cape. Indeed, I too am intrigued as to why these battle-maddened individuals would establish a cosmic police force, forbidding the annihilation of life-bearing planets and the extermination of races. Presently, they even plan to station themselves at the galactic prison, Melis pondered, arms crossed. Could it be that there is some hidden agenda? Perhaps to control the prisoners within and use them as their pawns to conquer the universe? Or are they planning to release those formidable entities to engage in combat? The unknown Ultraman-like creature speculated. The Saiyans lack for combat strength, currently. It is no challenge for them to dominate this universe with the might of their race. What can hinder them is either being sealed away or in slumber. As for unleashing them to fight, that is highly probable, for they are a race that thrives on battle. Madmen, indeed, Melis affirmed. However, this is a decision for you. Galactic King, he said, casting a glance at the Galactic King. Galactic King, do they not find me surprising? The Galactic King queried. Melis and Gak exchanged glances. Oh, I see. Let us collaborate with them. I shall reach out to Lord Kaioshin shortly to discuss matters, the Galactic King resolved. Currently, the Saiyans are more formidable than Frisia and are nearing a critical threshold. At that juncture, Lord Kaioshin will take action, the Galactic King concluded. Kaioshin? I suspect that may not suffice. He lacks the decisive power to obliterate the Saiyan race, and that individual would likely be overwhelmed by the Saiyans, was the response. Mels. However, harbors doubts regarding the Supreme Kai. If the Grand Supreme Kai and his 4 disciples from the cardinal directions were present, there might be a chance. But given the current circumstances, he has utilized his abilities to observe, and the potential possessed by the Saiyans is remarkably formidable. They grow stronger with each passing moment, their numbers and quality advancing in tandem. Presently, under the rule of the Omni King, this universe has risen to at least the top 5, thanks to the Saiyan race. If the peak combatants ascend, entering the top 3 is not beyond the realm of possibility. Gak, why have you remained silent this time? Noticing the unusual quietness among his kin, a fellow Saiyan inquired curiously. Recently, a notorious thief has emerged in my territory, and I am pondering how to apprehend him. Gak replied hastily upon being called out. What misfortune! Why do these Saiyans have such an affinity for Earth, constantly flocking there? Gak inwardly lamented, though he could not admit to fearing the Saiyans, for he was an elite member. Indeed, it is no wonder you are an elite, Gak. Do you require my assistance? Observing his kin's dedication to their duties brought him a sense of satisfaction. No need. Your jurisdiction is far larger than mine, so I shall not trouble you, ha. Gak wished to seek assistance, but apart from shifting defenses, no one could aid him. At that moment, a galactic patrol officer hurriedly approached. Titan, what troubles you? Gak inquired, his voice tinged with urgency. Report. Those Saiyans are loitering around headquarters, and they have been uttering some rather unsavory remarks, Titan replied with a bow. Unsavory remarks? What exactly did they say? Gak's eyes narrowed, a piercing gaze fixed upon Titan. Extracting a device, he fiddled with it, and the voices of Vitalis and his companions echoed forth. If you agree to cooperate, we will station 2 legions. If not, we will mobilize 30 legions. 30 legions? To blockade a star system? Currently, we lack sufficient personnel, otherwise, I would wish to deploy at least 100 legions to ensure not a single ship escapes. How infuriating. They dare to show such disdain for us. We are the Galactic Patrol. As the words of Vitalis resonated, the others felt a sense of helplessness. Once formidable Saiyans, they now found themselves reduced to capturing and annihilating isolated foes, requiring elite teams equipped with the most advanced technological weaponry to stand a chance of victory. Yet against the current Saiyans, their standing was diminished to mere destruction alongside the planets. Only Mels had a glimmer of negotiation potential. The others were left to be mere fodder. Let us acquiesce to their demands. Allow the Saiyans to take charge of our defenses, retaining only the essential personnel for prison operations. Let them wreak their havoc. Recall all elite personnel stationed at the prison to participate in maintaining order within the galaxy. Commanded the Galactic King. Fear not, the Saiyans are part of this universe as well. They surely do not desire its destruction. The establishment of the Cosmic Guard has indeed mitigated the annihilation of life-bearing planets and species. Let us attempt to trust them this once. After all, the outcome cannot be worse than our current predicament, and we still have the Supreme Kai on our side, the Galactic King resolved, interrupting the discourse. Mels, you shall lead the negotiations with the Saiyans regarding prison defenses. I will reach out to the Supreme Kai, he stated before turning away. The members of Mels's team looked towards him. Since joining, he had proven himself exceptionally capable in both interpersonal relations and work ethic, earning their deep respect. Gak, accompany me. You have observed that King for the longest time, Titan instructed. You and Klo, organize the prisoners' files meticulously, Mels directed. I never expected to be forced to make such decisions in such a short span of time. The Saiyans. I wonder how the future of the universe will unfold. Does my brother know? Lord Beerus should be nearing his waking moment. Alas, we are in tumultuous times. Understanding, acknowledging and agreeing. They wish to cooperate with us. Mel's mused, perplexed by the swift turn of events as he grasped the situation relayed by Vitalis. He indeed granted a month's time. I had envisioned a potential agreement, yet I did not anticipate it to materialize so swiftly. Indeed, however, I implore you to treat this matter with the utmost seriousness. Many inmates within the prison are exceedingly perilous, capable of obliterating this galaxy, and some pose a threat to the very fabric of the universe. Shortly, I shall have all the information regarding the inmates transferred. I hope that upon reviewing it, you will grasp the gravity of the situation, Miles remarked. Is that so? Vegeta, you will be responsible for receiving the information. Bardock, you shall join him, and the defense of the galactic prison will rest upon your shoulders. Miles, I trust you will guide Vegeta on a tour of the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As you are aware, Vegeta now oversees the Cosmic Defense Force and possesses little experience. It would be beneficial for him to learn, Vitalis suggested. Currently, the Cosmic Defense Force, under Vitalis' direction, is merely a framework. It resembles a homework assignment half-copied and half-incorrect, with numerous details still requiring refinement. Although Vegeta once held the title of king, that was as the king of the Saiyans, and it is indeed a challenge to assign such responsibilities to him. Therefore, he intends for Vegeta to emulate the work of the Galactic Patrol. After all, the Galactic Patrol has existed for an extensive period and has connections to the deities. Who knows what secrets they may harbor? It would be prudent for Vegeta to explore this as well. Let us not jest. This universe is vast, and we, the Galactic Patrol, occupy merely a corner of it. Miles chuckled. By the way, Miles, are you familiar with the Demon Realm? How does one traverse to the Demon Realm? Vitalis inquired suddenly. The Demon Realm? I have heard of it. The ancient Demon Realm stands in stark contrast to the King Kai's realm. It is a world of considerable magnitude, rivaling the mortal realm. The specifics elude me, but the essence of the Demon Realm has influenced many other dimensional spaces, giving rise to numerous demonic entities that have caused us much trouble. It is unclear how this began, yet many mortals have mastered the art of summoning these creatures, leading to countless calamities. Why do you ask? Miles articulated what he knew. His curiosity piqued by Vitalis' inquiry. You see, we Saiyans cherish peace, and the existence of these demonic entities threatens that peace, thus necessitating a resolution. Vitalis asserted with an air of inevitability. Miles, Gak, Vegeta 3, Bardock, Saiyans cherish peace? Chapter 95, Preparations. Saiyans cherish peace? Raditz, balancing upside down on the rooftop, glanced at his brother Gohan, who was bathing Goku. Not cool at all. The warrior race of Saiyans has little to do with peace. However, it does seem rather amusing. He mused, observing the magical imagery unfolding, as the notion of Saiyans cherishing peace elicited contorted expressions. Raditz pondered the emotions, suppressed laughter, indignation, disbelief, and others he could not quite decipher. Yet, their desperate attempts to restrain themselves were truly remarkable. Was it merely coincidence? Leitais also noticed that the leading figure seemed to cast a few glances in his direction. The multiple encounters of their gazes left Leitais feeling quite uneasy. It must be a mere coincidence. Such a feeble individual, utilizing magic, would not be able to perceive me. As for my father and the others, they only possess a vague awareness of my presence. Only that monstrous Broly could detect and counter this individual. How could he possibly be stronger than me? I need not transform. This insignificant being could be easily dispatched with a single hand by the esteemed Leitais. Adjusting the angle of his magic, Leitais resolved to disregard this peculiar character. However, he pondered, which path should I choose? Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God? The king stated that while both options were viable, Saiyans possessed the potential for two paths. Yet, it is wise to master one, as each individual's talent varies, and the extent of one's journey ultimately depends on oneself. Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God diverge significantly from the ordinary Super Saiyan, offering a shortcut. As a pioneer, my father is responsible for the Super Saiyan God path, while Uncle Vegeta is tasked with Super Saiyan 4. Should they succeed, the gap between my father and me will only widen. Following the same Super Saiyan God path as my father would mean I would forever trail behind him. As for the Super Saiyan 4 route, I still lack the ability to maintain my rationality during transformation. I have only just achieved Super Saiyan 1, and Super Saiyan 2 feels distant. Moreover, according to the king, the disparity between Super Saiyan 2 and 3 against Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 is insurmountable. How infuriating. The Saiyan bloodline is utterly unreasonable, I stand no chance of defeating my father. Leitai lamented, recalling the last time he was left to languish in unconsciousness without anyone to tend to him. He had awakened, choking on the rainwater that had filled the pit. Although his previous attempt had not gone as expected and ended in failure, this time he yearned to confront his father head-on. Alas, a single misstep leads to a cascade of misfortunes. On the path of Super Saiyan, my father is ahead of me, and soon he will also surpass me on the Super Saiyan God route. How exasperating. With a mere flick of his finger, Leitai continued to observe the scene, all the while deep in thought. Meanwhile, at the Galaxy Patrol headquarters, then it is entrusted to you, Bardock. Vegeta, you shall oversee the handover here. While learning, Broly and I will take our leave. Melis, the team is now in your hands, Vitalis remarked. Everything proceeded smoothly, exceeding expectations. Although he could discern the reluctance in the faces of those before him, they were merely acquiescing to the overwhelming might of the Saiyans. However, it mattered not, for time would inevitably alter their perspectives. Once they acclimated, all would be well. Resistance was futile. Submission to the natural order would lead solely to assimilation, both in body and mind. Eventually, they would grow accustomed to it. Regrettably, there had been no advancement in his relationship with Melis, and it could even be said that it left a rather unfavorable impression. Yet, there was little to be done. The conflicting powers and objectives of both sides were an undeniable barrier. The state of was not exclusively reliant on him, nor was it essential at this juncture. Moreover, Jiren, when faced with Goku's, was not entirely defenseless. Despite his apparent struggles, Goku had only just begun to master it, while Jiren lacked the divine abilities or the destructive godly power that Toppo possessed. He relied solely on his innate strength, capable of rivaling the mightiest deity of the universe, the god of destruction. Vitalis did not perceive himself as inferior to Jiren. The absence of divine techniques was inconsequential, for he could forge his own unique skills. Let us proceed, Broly mused, as Vitalis ceased to dwell on Melis and abandoned the blind pursuit of divine techniques. Raditz sensed an unusual disturbance in the air, as someone materialized beside him instantaneously. Startled, his body reacted instinctively. His fingers tightened slightly, propelling him upward. He raised his leg to strike at the target. Broly stepped forward to shield Vitalis, seizing Raditz's foot with one hand and hurling him into the air. Just as Raditz attempted to retaliate with an energy blast, Vitalis grasped his hand. Enough. It was merely an instinctive reaction. In truth, such a response is commendable. It is far better than being caught off guard and struck down. I should have informed him before teleporting behind him, Broly said, shaking his head at Vitalis, who had not anticipated Raditz's reaction, nor Broly's exaggerated response. Although neither had transformed, Broly's strength was formidable. A single blow could waste a wish. Nevertheless, Broly's display was indeed extraordinary, effortlessly dispatching Raditz, who possessed a battle power exceeding 3 million. While Raditz had not exerted his full strength, few in this universe could withstand such a kick. That king. Apologies, just a reflex, Raditz chuckled nervously, casting a wary glance at Broly. Is this what they call a Super Saiyan? Truly terrifying. To be born in the same era as him is a tragedy. My father and his generation also faced their own hardships, but ultimately, the pressure has landed upon me. Kakarot, hurry and grow up. Inherit my will. For the burden of contending with Broly shall fall upon you. As for matters concerning my father, leave those to me, Raditz said, glancing at the playful young Goku. Raditz, have you truly decided to reside on Earth permanently? Vitalis inquired, as Raditz had applied to reside on Earth, intending to protect his younger brother. Indeed, considering my current prowess, coupled with instant transmission, my place of residence is inconsequential. I can swiftly respond to any mission. However, Raditz feels neglected at home, as their father often trains with their mother, leaving him aside. Occasionally, he is summoned merely for his resilience, only to be cast aside once new techniques are tested. Well then, remember not to harm the Earth's environment, nor to endanger innocent lives. Other than that, feel free to act as you wish. Don't forget to report to the station team at the Temple of the Gods and relay your intentions. With that, Vitalis returned to the small island with Broly. He harbors no objections to the Saiyans coming to Earth. In fact, he encourages it, looking forward to the arrival of Saiyans on this planet. The offspring of Saiyans and Earthlings possess boundless potential as well. The crucial aspect is the absence of reproductive isolation. Although Saiyans can currently suppress an entire galaxy single-handedly, the number of galaxies within a river system is immense, and the universe is replete with countless galaxies like the Milky Way. Relying solely on the existing Saiyan population makes it challenging to manage all areas. It is impractical to respond to crises as they arise, as such an approach is inefficient. Even if patrol teams were established, it would be impossible to cover every region. For the powerful, the annihilation of a planet can be accomplished in an instant. Thus, the optimal solution is for Saiyans to be dispersed throughout the universe, with each galaxy and every habitable planet under their guardianship. In due course, the seventh universe's ranking will no longer languish at the bottom. Perhaps the tournament of power may not necessitate participation. Instead, they could observe from the audience as those lower-ranked universes engage in a struggle for survival slots. However, with these changes, will Kakarot come to know the Omni King? If everything transforms, might the Omni King decide against hosting the tournament of power, directly eradicating underperforming universes? It seems imperative to devise a means of contacting the Omni King to ensure the tournament proceeds. A close call in rankings could lead to dire consequences. Continuing to fish on the small island with Broly, Vitalis contemplated the future once more. He awaited the cooling of the Dragon Balls on Earth, at which point he would address the final shortcomings of the Saiyans. With no concerns weighing him down, he could indulge in his whims freely. The mere thought fills me with exhilaration. Chapter 99. The Hope to Surpass Father. Raditz implores, I wish to surpass my father. Please, enlighten me on the paths or methods to rival or even exceed Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4. With utmost sincerity, Raditz. Having confirmed that his father and Uncle Vegeta would not return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters in the near future, resolved to seek out Vitalis. He sensed that the Saiyan frenzy ignited by Paragus had influenced his father, who had high expectations for him. Regrettably, the chasm between him and Broly was insurmountable. He felt he had disappointed his father, who seemed to have shifted his focus towards Kakarot. Although Kakarot was not the legendary Super Saiyan like Broly, his birth power level of 200,000 far surpassed Broly's original strength. He was the only member of the new generation to be born with such formidable power. And while it was true that Saiyans generally exhibited high birth power levels, none had surpassed 100,000 except for Kakarot. Thus, Kakarot had become a focal point of interest within the Saiyan community. Upon learning that he had been sent to the planet of delicacies and raised by a weakling, many had diverted their attention, yet a few, including his father, remained observant. To prevent Kakarot from enduring the same fate he had, and to spare his father from further disappointment should Kakarot falter against Broly, Raditz resolved to draw his father's gaze towards himself. After all, Broly was indeed a monstrous anomaly. Raditz did not believe anyone could surpass him. Thus, he acted for Kakarot, and for the relationship between Kakarot and his father, entirely devoid of any selfish motives. Oh, do you look down upon Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4? How long have you been a Super Saiyan? Vitalis chuckled, observing Raditz with amusement. Here you are, just learning to walk, and already dreaming of flight. No, I harbor no disdain for Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan 4, Raditz replied. It is simply that my father has always been ahead of me. Relying solely on the enhancement of base power, it is challenging to surpass him. Uncle Vegeta once informed me that due to my father's unique traits, he is best suited to follow the path of Super Saiyan God, whereas Uncle Vegeta, owing to his innate conditions, is most compatible with the path of Super Saiyan 4. Henceforth, regardless of which path I choose, I am destined to struggle to keep pace with them. Raditz articulated his thoughts, and Vitalis, surprised by the ambition of this seemingly inconspicuous character from the original tale, beyond a single famous quote, remarked, well, who would have thought? You not only aspire to surpass Bardock, but also Vegeta? Vitalis resolved to take Raditz to explore other dimensions, allowing him to witness the Raditzes of those realms. Indeed, Uncle Vegeta serves as my life mentor. It is he who rectified my missteps and imparted the true essence of combat. I aspire to make Uncle Vegeta proud of my strength, ensuring he does not regret mentoring a seemingly unworthy disciple. It was Uncle Vegeta who first unveiled to me the exhilarating thrill of battle, the sheer joy of the strong overwhelming the weak. Although I found myself on the receiving end of such domination, I could perceive Uncle Vegeta's exhilaration, which compelled me to repay his kindness. As we are all Saiyans, a race of warriors shunning the mundane, I must repay him in a manner befitting our heritage. However, what led you to seek my assistance in discovering methods to transcend Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4? It is well known that merely being a Super Saiyan instills despair in countless cosmic races. Why do you believe I possess capabilities surpassing those of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4? Vitalis inquired. I understand that it was you, my king, who provided the sins of beings and the hyperbolic time chamber, thus granting us access to the power of Super Saiyans. Similarly, you were the one who introduced the concepts of Super Saiyan 2 and 3, as well as Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God. I firmly believe you can achieve even greater heights. Casting a glance at Vitalis, Raditz lowered his head once more. After stroking his chin, it became evident that divine techniques, combined with the Saiyan's aptitude for evolving transformation states, could indeed yield even more formidable forms. However, at present, the only divine techniques known to Vitalis are Ultra Instinct and Destruction. While he comprehends the principles of Ultra Instinct, merely mentioning it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the gods, as evidenced by the gods present at the Tournament of Power, who would marvel at a mortal mastering Ultra Instinct. As for Destruction, that is a concept Vitalis dares not even entertain, for provoking a god of destruction could lead to his obliteration, leaving not even a trace of his essence. He yearns to develop his own divine technique, yet alas, his current realm and strength remain insufficient. He greatly envies Hit. Once Hit attains the realm of divinity, the Flash series will undoubtedly transform into an extraordinarily potent divine technique. Observing the figure before him, Latais, Vitalis feels a surge of desire. This is a splendid specimen delivered right to our doorstep, not only willingly but with an admirable diligence. Rise, for as a Saiyan, this posture is indeed unsightly. Were it not for cultural constraints, I would desire to forego this kneeling tradition. As a commendable youth, although I find delight in witnessing others prostrate themselves, I still feel a twinge of embarrassment, a sense of discomfort within. However, Saiyans do not submit to kneeling lightly. It is reserved for occasions of utmost importance, and even then, it is merely a single knee that touches the ground. To uphold our traditions, it would be inappropriate to alter ancestral customs. Yes, I am aware that as a warrior race, we only kneel before our king. Raditz, standing with a hand upon the back of his head, spoke with a hint of bashfulness. Indeed, I possess a method that could surpass Bardock and Vegeta. But to transcend Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4, that depends solely on your own abilities. If you can master it, then in the future, your adversaries shall be limited to those above the divine, for none below the divine shall dare challenge you. Having once been fiercely competitive, I yearn to learn this divinity. Raditz, through fragments of conversation with Bardock and Vegeta, has come to understand that gods do indeed exist, and the king's commands are intertwined with the divine. Undoubtedly, the might of the gods is a force to be revered. Now, he is on the verge of harnessing divine power, while mere mortals, they may only aspire to gaze up at him. Ahem, do not become overly excited. Perhaps this power requires a lifetime of pursuit, and even death may not guarantee its mastery. Vitalis, observing Raditz's demeanor, felt a slight pang of guilt at the thought of deceiving him later. The Super Saiyan God merely grazes the realm of the divine, while Super Saiyan 4 only possesses the preliminary strength to challenge the gods. It primarily hinges on one's foundation. Otherwise, with your current prowess, whether Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan God, let alone gods, even a moderately strong individual could easily vanquish you. Indeed, Vitalis is acutely aware that the Dragon Ball universe harbors profound depths. Gods are merely beings of heightened strength. The greatness of a god lies in their divine duties and actions. The Supreme Kai may be weak, yet his role and responsibilities elevate him to unparalleled greatness. The god of destruction possesses formidable strength, as destruction is his divine mandate. Destruction is a cosmic principle, and with his immense power coupled with divine duty, none dare to look down upon him. However, it is not unheard of for mortals to slay such gods. Thus, Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4 are merely initial stages. Having traversed only a small distance, the ultimate destination remains far off. I understand now, my king. I shall embrace a resolve akin to that of certain death in my endeavors. I do not wish to disappoint my father or Uncle Vegeta. I also aspire to contribute my strength to the king's grand ambitions. With a deep breath, Raditz resolved that, come what may, he would become stronger. What thoughts might Bardock and Vegeta harbor upon learning of this child's intentions? To contribute to my ambitions? Surely, he wouldn't dare challenge me, would he? His desire merely stems from not wanting to disappoint his father and master, which is far removed from the notion of contribution. He is not a fool. He knows to avoid those too. At this moment, Vitalis comprehended why Raditz chose this particular time to seek him out. However, seizing the opportunity to obtain both a ready-made test subject and an entertaining spectacle was too enticing for Vitalis to forego. After all, What nefarious intentions could Raditz possibly possess? Chapter 97. A change of name and a layer of skin now. Listen closely. Rather than mere techniques, it is more apt to refer to them as realms. The realm of nothingness, indeed. Those deities, whether they be Kai or Kaioshin, possess the capability to observe the lower realms. When merged with Vegeta, one can vaguely sense the presence of prying eyes. Angels, too, possess means to watch and replay any historical moment across time and space. Thus, it is prudent to refrain from mentioning the name of the to avoid complications or leave openings. Hence, it is best to present a seemingly plausible concept, as long as the overarching direction is correct. After all, this is the duty of a test subject, to grasp the general direction before seeking the proper path. A realm? Nothingness. Cool. Though I struggle to comprehend, it exudes an aura of magnificence. Raditz feels this is tailor-made for him, Lord Raditz. The realm of nothingness can only be achieved through a mind unburdened, free of distractions, and rich in experience. Fortunately, my past life was filled with numerous anime and novels. Providing ample foundation, there is no need for me to labor over packaging. It is not a matter of deliberation before action, but rather an instinctive response based on physical experience, utilizing the techniques witnessed from other warriors. Only those who have transcended their own limits can attain this realm. Vitalis stated slowly. Though it may appear similar, there are indeed subtle differences. However, that is of little concern as long as the general direction is correct. Vitalis does not believe Raditz is capable of achieving this at his current stage, yet accumulating experience in advance would benefit everyone involved, be it Raditz or Vitalis. In the future, they may encounter other timelines where Goku has mastered, and with accumulated experience, Raditz might swiftly grasp it, prepared for any eventuality. A response without cerebral engagement? An instinctive counterattack? This is remarkable. It eliminates the fear of ambushes. Most importantly, it requires no mental effort. Raditz is exhilarated. His body would fight autonomously, which implies that his body could train and act on its own volition. Coupled with the ape transformation magic developed by the king, which separates consciousness from the body. Could he not indulge freely within the realm of consciousness? After all, his body would act of its own accord. Boom, a mere snap of the fingers sent Raditz flying. What does it mean to act without thought? While the essence is captured, it lacks elegance. Yet, does not suggesting action without contemplation elevate the discourse to a grander level? Moreover, upon observing Raditz's demeanor, he could discern his thoughts, for he too had entertained similar notions, albeit with greater profundity. The separation of consciousness from the corporeal form raises a profound question. Is this body still his? In an alternate reality, such a scenario could unfold as a harrowing cataclysm, potentially giving rise to a new consciousness. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that one should not indulge in fanciful aspirations without first acquiring the requisite knowledge. It would be prudent to refrain from lofty ambitions and instead dedicate time to learning, for even if one cannot escape the fate of being a brash warrior, one ought to embody a cultured Saiyan as they brace for the impending era of cosmic warfare. Although one could rely on sheer strength to withstand adversities. A comprehension of gravitational fields, the four fundamental forces, and the gravitational slingshot effect would undoubtedly transform both action and combat, conserving time and energy, perhaps allowing for the annihilation of a galaxy with less exertion. Let us not dwell too much on these thoughts. With a mere flick of his finger, he summoned Raditz back. This represents the state of selflessness. Do not overthink it. Instead, strive towards this realm of egolessness. Now, go forth and cultivate your skills. Ah, King. You have yet to elucidate how one should cultivate. Raditz inquired. By the way, King, have you mastered it? He had merely spoken of the state of selflessness. Yet it remains unclear how one is to cultivate it. It has been stated that it is a realm to be comprehended individually. Technically, I should not divulge its name, and I have already outlined its effects. To consider it from another perspective increases the challenge of your cultivation. Therefore, the onus is upon you now, at the very least. What I previously conveyed included the direction of your training, a jest, indeed. If he wishes to know how to cultivate, then there is no need for experimentation. Let us embark on universal cultivation of the state of ultimate freedom. Transformations such as Super Saiyan can be discarded. Even Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan is unnecessary. Upon successful cultivation of the state of ultimate freedom, divine power will manifest, and a legion of Saiyans mastering this state will fear no one beneath the Omni King. Well, I suppose I shall reveal one more thing. Since you are already aware of the state of selflessness, it will heighten the challenge of entering a state of undistracted focus. Emptying the mind. The state of selflessness I previously spoke of is merely a preliminary realm. Deeper within lie 3 grand doors representing 3 hidden techniques of selflessness. I shall refrain from elaborating on the other 2, as knowing them may not serve you well. The state of selflessness embodies the pinnacle of relentless refinement. Now, go forth and cultivate. Vitalis waved his hand, signaling for Raditz to depart. Wait? Just a name? Raditz found it preposterous. He had just resigned himself to the notion of lacking a cultivation method, accepting that a realm must be comprehended. And now what of this? Only a name. As the saying goes, the name speaks for itself. Through countless trials and tribulations, as long as one perseveres, one shall endure the rigorous training. Vitalis turned around and continued fishing. If he delved deeper, he would find himself at a loss for words. While he retained a vague recollection, the finer details eluded him. It would be unfortunate to stray too far from the truth. However, today a spark of inspiration struck him. By substituting the concept of selflessness for ultimate freedom, he discovered that the realm of selflessness appeared equally profound, especially in regard to the 3 grand gates, each more outrageous than the last. The seamless perfection of the ultimate effect was particularly astonishing. Was this truly tennis? What sort of tennis was this? Although combat and tennis diverge greatly, their realms are interconnected. Perhaps the selflessness that was transformed is not inferior to the ultimate freedom. At the very least, he understood 3 paths to selflessness, whereas ultimate freedom was merely an abstract concept to him. Well then, I shall take my leave. Having arrived at the seaside, I will catch some fish before returning. Raditz soared into the depths of the ocean. He dared not disturb the king while fishing, for Broly was still nearby, and to disturb the king would surely invite peril. This individual shows no mercy to those who offend the king. Just a few days ago, he came perilously close to death. The shadow of mortality still vividly etched in his memory. That was his first encounter with the specter of demise. Vitalis, the state of selflessness. Can I learn it too? Broly inquired, gazing at the departing Leitais. Of course, here, you may pursue any knowledge you desire. However, the state of selflessness is rather ethereal, and it may not be necessary to chase it excessively. Perhaps in the future, you will encounter something more suited to you. In Vitalis' perspective, Broly's character indeed aligns most harmoniously with the state of ultimate freedom. Simple, even more so than Kakarot, at least during the Super period. Goku could not match Broly in terms of spiritual depth. Apart from the state of ultimate freedom, Broly's innate strength and the characteristics of transcending also lend themselves to destruction. Thus, after meeting Beerus and Whis, he would devise a way to send Broly to train with them. Naturally, should the opportunity arise, he too would wish to join. But Broly's priority remains paramount. When it comes to talent, there is no dispute regarding Broly's superiority. Once he masters it, he could return and teach me, could he not? Chapter 98. A Wish revisited Broly. By the reckoning of the outside world, you are likely only about a year old, are you not? Vitalis asked, glancing at Broly beside him. Initially, he wished for Broly to grow swiftly, overlooking other aspects, such as Broly's childhood. Perhaps the once indifferent Saiyan race and himself did not care for such matters. However, upon reflection, Vitalis felt a pang of guilt. After all, through their extended companionship, he had come to realize that this was a genuine and tangible world, filled with living, breathing individuals. Moreover, Broly's attitude towards him further deepened Vitalis' sense of guilt. Broly regarded him as family, as a brother, unwaveringly loyal. Perhaps, if there were a conflict between him and Broly's father, Broly would choose him. After all, he had whisked Broly away shortly after his birth, hadn't he? What is the matter? Do you think I'm still too young? Should I spend some more time in the hyperbolic time chamber? Broly asked curiously. Indeed, Broly could sense that Vitalis harbored an excessive protective instinct towards children, abolishing the tradition of exiling lower-class Saiyan children to conquer planets, even prohibiting those under 18 from joining the military forces. Only those exceptional, powerful, and promising children were permitted to bear the responsibility of safeguarding the planet. Having spent some time on Earth, Broly began to comprehend Vitalis' intentions. Although his kin had their grievances, Broly felt no discontent, for he believed that everything Vitalis did was right. No, that is not my intention. It is simply that you have missed your childhood and should not forfeit your youth as well. Tomorrow, you will be able to make a wish once more. After your wish, you must depart. I have a special task to entrust to you, and I hope you can fulfill it, Vitalis stated. A task? Vitalis' task. I will certainly complete it. Broly exclaimed, rising with excitement, his fervor stirring the waves upon the sea. A glimmer flashed in Vitalis' eyes as he quelled the tempest and towering waves inadvertently conjured by Broly's exuberance. This is the essence of a formidable warrior. Even the slightest movement can inadvertently provoke a cataclysm. Broly, your mental fortitude remains insufficient. Further cultivation is required. I apologize for my enthusiasm. Is this my second official mission? You once mentioned that we should seize the opportunity to transport me to the Frisia Force headquarters to vanquish Frisia. Alas, Frisia arrived prematurely, and I was deprived of the chance to personally dispatch that wretch. This remains a profound disgrace in my life. Broly clenched his fists tightly. The mere mention of Frisia ignited his fury. Vitalis had previously indicated during his training that he would send Broly to annihilate Frisia when the moment was ripe. Yet, Frisia audaciously came forth to meet his demise, and due to this, Broly's inability to eliminate Frisia at the first opportunity indirectly resulted in considerable losses. Nevertheless, he harbored a plan. Once Vitalis fulfilled all his aspirations, he intended to request the use of the Dragon Balls to resurrect Frisia, thus redeeming his honor. And he would ensure to pummel him into oblivion, blow by blow. There's no need to dwell on it. It was merely a fleeting vision of the future. Plans often falter in the face of change, Vitalis remarked, sheepishly scratching his head. The so-called opportune moment was merely a matter of utilizing teleportation magic to deliver Frisia a swift demise during Broly's rampage. At that time, he regarded Broly merely as a tool, an unstable yet potent enforcer. However, this time, Broly's expectations were misplaced. He was not summoned to the battlefield. Moreover, while Frisia possessed immense potential, Broly, your innate talent is unparalleled. Your adversaries should not be mere mortals. As Vitalis gazed wistfully at the setting sun, he reflected on the notion of talent. Both Broly and Frisia possessed extraordinary gifts. Even without rigorous training, they surpassed the majority, and their cultivation prowess was astonishing, allowing them to transcend a lifetime of effort within mere moments. Not to mention, warriors such as Vegeta 3, Bardock, and Raditz also exhibited exceptional talents. Despite the previous misclassification of many gifted fighters, this oversight stemmed from the absence of miraculous items like the Senzu Beans. Thus, the classification of warriors could still delineate talent to a certain extent. Compared to these individuals, he was merely a low-tier warrior, temporarily ahead due to his foresight. Setting aside other considerations, Broly had already far exceeded him. In terms of combat power, Bardock was rapidly catching up, while Vegeta 3 and Raditz were experiencing rapid growth after shattering the Super Saiyan threshold. Is it necessary to rely on the Dragon Balls to alter one's lineage or physique? Shaking his head, Vitalis dispelled the alluring thoughts of the demon Majin Buu's corporeal form, the transmission of the Saiyan bloodline, and the prospect of exchanging bodies with the future Goku. Such feats could undoubtedly be accomplished by the Super Dragon. However, Vitalis was disinclined towards such notions. The Saiyan blood coursing through his veins resisted them. Having been granted a rare second chance at life in such a splendid world, it would be remiss not to strive for greatness. Even the Saiyan lineage was the result of generations of relentless effort and evolution through battle. Perhaps he could further elevate his own bloodline. He pondered whether he could unlock a unique form akin to those of Goku and others from different timelines, who had developed Super Saiyan forms, Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, and the enigmatic transformations such as Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, and Super Saiyan Blue, each more magnificent than the last. A fervor ignited within him. After all, Kakarot was merely a lower-class warrior, albeit the protagonist, in comparison. His own resolve in the pursuit of martial prowess seemed feeble, and his thoughts were less than pure. Yet, as a human, one must have aspirations, at worst. He could retire to paradise when the time came. Striving was not disgraceful, though it appeared the options were dwindling. As the sun set, he mused that perhaps he was overthinking things. If sleep eluded him, he might as well practice. What about you? Will you sleep, or join me? Observing the descending sun, Vitalis felt a thrill at the thought of soon making another wish. He had indeed contemplated too far ahead, the fervor still coursing through him. Naturally, let us train together, Vitalis suggested. Broly agreed without hesitation. Sleep? Was it even possible to rest at this hour? Two individuals raced towards the sun, without relying on the energy within their bodies. They sprinted across the ocean's surface, their incredible speed stirring up fierce winds and towering waves. How I long to cultivate my abilities. Ever since the king's arrival, I have had much to do, yet I always find myself tidying up their messes. Being a king must be delightful, allowing one to act with impunity like a warrior appearing upon the ocean, calming the disturbances caused by the two. After circling the Earth countless times, it finally completed its rotation. "Let us go," Broly exclaimed as dawn broke, and Vitalis beckoned him to soar towards the temple. Initially, he had intended to attempt using the Dragon Balls after midnight. But considering that the Supreme Kai and Bubbles were still resting, he deemed it impolite to disturb them, thus tempering his impatience and running throughout the night. Upon reaching the temple, he found Bubbles had already placed the Dragon Balls upon the ground. Among the station's Saiyan squad, only 2 remained at the temple, while the others were dispersed across the skies above Earth. Aware of the Dragon Ball significance and the king's intent to utilize them, they took it upon themselves to remain vigilant. Their strategic position enveloped the globe, enabling them to launch a counterattack against any threats to the Earth or space at a moment's notice. Witnessing this scene, Vitalis smiled faintly. This was the advantage of being a king, not a solitary endeavor, but rather a collective effort, quite commendable. "I implore you, great dragon, grant me my wish." Vitalis stepped forward, raising his hands and loudly reciting the incantation. The sky, which had just brightened, was once again shrouded in darkness. A radiant light cleaved through the heavens, and the colossal form of the dragon materialized in the sky, its immense head bowed, fixed upon Vitalis with its enormous eyes. "Have you fallen, dragon? You no longer utter your signature lines?" Vitalis mused. "Is it truly necessary? In the original timeline, those individuals frequently utilized your powers without you throwing a tantrum. Never mind. Dragon, please reveal to me the locations of all the Dragon Balls." Chapter 99, Dragon Balls. Dragon, please tell me the whereabouts of all the Dragon Balls. Vitalis felt his initial request had not been clearly articulated, so he repeated himself. "Supreme Kai, Mr. Bubbles, Broly." "As you wish," the dragon's gaze flickered. "Your wish has been granted. Please state your next desire." Interestingly, Vitalis had merely intended to test the waters. At present, he had no pressing desires. Initially, he sought to see if there were any other Dragon Balls beyond those from Earth, Namek, and the Super Dragon Balls. The Supreme Kai of Earth was a survivor of Namek's refugees, while the Grand Elder of Namek was a survivor of a cataclysmic crisis. The films had also introduced the concept of malevolent super Namekians. Thus, he pondered, might there be other survivors from Namek? Among them, could there be those capable of creating Dragon Balls? Vitalis pondered the vastness of the universe, contemplating the existence of the 9th universe, which undoubtedly housed Namekians possessing Dragon Balls. Should he fail to acquire them, securing the location of the Super Shenron within their universe would still afford him a strategic advantage. Although he remained uncertain regarding the timeline of Kampa, the god of destruction of the 9th universe, in gathering these orbs, he deemed it prudent to refrain from direct action for the time being. Instead, he could establish surveillance to monitor developments. Perhaps he could orchestrate a disturbance to rouse Beerus, thereby facilitating an early interaction with the deities. This endeavor might not only amuse Kampa but also present an opportunity to utilize the Super Dragon Balls. Ultimately, regardless of the outcome, this wish would be worthwhile. To his surprise, it seemed there truly were other Dragon Balls. The information provided by the Shenron, however, revealed no details regarding the Dragon Balls of other universes. Even the location of the Super Dragon Balls within their universe remained undisclosed. It appeared that the wishes granted by the Earth's Dragon Balls were confined to their own universe and of a lesser tier than the Super Dragon Balls, rendering them incapable of pinpointing specific locations. It was also plausible that, due to certain regulations, the Shenron had withheld this information from Vitalis. Nevertheless, Vitalis became aware that their universe contained 3 sets of Dragon Balls. The Earth Dragon Balls and the Namekian Dragon Balls were both located on Earth, a rather obvious fact. The 3rd set, however, resided on a planet named Cyril, indicating the likely presence of Namekians there. The Shenron, momentarily pausing with a grin, delighted Vitalis. For this particular set of Dragon Balls was remarkably unique, consisting of only 2 orbs. This is a brand new Dragon Ball that Vitalis has never encountered in the original work. He once believed that Dragon Balls were composed of 7 spheres. Whether they be the Earth Dragon Balls, the Namekian Dragon Balls, or the Super Dragon Balls. So, does the Cyril Star Dragon Ball possess any peculiarities? Is the dragon formed by 2 spheres powerful or weak? In a mere 2 minutes, Vitalis returned, having received precise instructions from the dragon, including space-time coordinates that would allow him to teleport with pinpoint accuracy. He effortlessly obtained the Dragon Balls, as he playfully handled the 2 small Dragon Balls in his hands. Vitalis found himself pondering whether this dragon might be underage and if it was legally permitted to fulfill wishes. "Come forth, dragon, and grant my wish," he proclaimed, casting the Dragon Balls to the ground with fervor. Ahem, Let's try the Namekian language. Takalaputeta trombo pilipate parlo. With a resonating hum, the two Dragon Balls emitted dazzling light, and a figure materialized from within the radiance. Yet, the appearance of this figure seemed somewhat peculiar. Compared to other dragons, it was slightly smaller and bore a resemblance to a loach. Gatherer of the two Dragon Balls, state your wish. Any wish that I can fulfill will be granted, declared the two-star dragon. Upon uttering this, it appeared to have noticed the Earth Dragon. Their gazes locked in silence. The Earth Dragon observed the Cyril Star Dragon with intrigue. How polite, Vitalis mused. Earth Dragon, take a note from this one. Regardless, it seemed that this new dragon was indeed courteous, as its introductory lines conveyed sincerity. Is this your second wish? The Earth Dragon inquired, leaning closer. No, please wait. Let us first assess the strength of your new colleague, Vitalis replied. Stepping back to regard the Cyril Star Dragon, it seemed the Earth Dragon was exhibiting some emotion. Please inform me of all methods that would allow Saiyans to survive in space, along with the drawbacks of these methods, Vitalis articulated in Namekian. Is this your wish? The dragon responded. Although it appears to be two wishes, they are interconnected, so I shall grant it. Moreover, wishing does not require the Namekian language. The universal tongue suffices. The two-star dragon added. Upon hearing the dragon's words, everyone present, except for Vitalis, turned their heads, likely comprehending the dragon's implication. They were surprised that the dragon would disdain Vitalis's clumsy Namekian. Oh, is that so? Thank you for the reminder. Look at the Earth Dragon. Learning to articulate more and feeling like it's making a wish. How eager you are to clock out, Vitalis complained, noting that the Earth Dragon's wish-granting was contingent upon the individual. Had beings like Beerus been present, the situation would have unfolded quite differently. Is this your second wish? The Earth Dragon reiterated. The Earth Dragon narrowed its eyes and inquired of Vitalis. No, wait a moment for this fellow. It seems prudent to wish beside Beerus in the future, to fully appreciate the dragon sphere and the manner in which it licks the dragon. As you desire. We shall meet again, the two-star dragon mused, casting a contemplative glance at the Earth Dragon before dissipating its form. The two Dragon Balls on the ground ascended in a radiant glow, swiftly scattering away. Understanding Vitalis's temperament, Broly hastily flew towards the Dragon Balls. However, just as he was about to grasp one, it unexpectedly veered off course, accelerating away into the horizon. It seems they haven't turned to stone, Vitalis observed. Noting that the radiant Dragon Balls retained their form and appeared to possess a semblance of sentience, even drifting slightly. In a fit of anger, Broly surged forward to chase the Dragon Balls. Moments later, he presented the two-star Dragon Ball to Vitalis. My apologies, Vitalis. I was careless. Next time, I shall not let it escape, Broly admitted sheepishly, acknowledging that despite his timely surge in power, he had only managed to capture one while the other eluded him. Fear not. On Earth, it cannot escape. Here, take this radar and bring it back, he said, retrieving the Dragon Ball radar from his magical storage space and handing it to Broly. In truth, the scattering of the Dragon Balls posed little concern. With the radar in their possession, they could easily gather them in no time with their strength. However, once transformed into stone, the radar would be unable to detect them. Thus intercepting them beforehand would save time. Yet, the Cyril Star Dragon Balls had not turned to stone. Did that imply they could wish immediately? Watching Broly depart with excitement, Vitalis shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it, and resolved to test it shortly. Closing his eyes, he began to search among the myriad methods for survival in space, seeking the most suitable approach for the Saiyans. Chapter 70, Dragon Balls 2, the methods that would enable Saiyans to survive in space were the wishes made by Vitalis. The mystical dragon has indeed accomplished much. There are numerous methods at its disposal, for instance, traveling aboard a spacecraft or donning a spacesuit equipped with an oxygen tank. It has also enumerated a plethora of species capable of surviving in the vastness of space. By altering the bloodlines or organs of these beings, one could potentially thrive in the cosmos. Furthermore, it has thoughtfully delineated the advantages and disadvantages of these bloodlines or organs. However, substituting bloodlines necessitates the relinquishment of Saiyan heritage. While bloodline fusion is feasible, the disparity between pure and mixed bloodlines is significant. Weaker bloodlines not only fail to enhance potential but also adversely affect Saiyan lineage. Although survival is assured, the decline in potential renders such sacrifices unworthy. Among the potent bloodlines, some rival Saiyan prowess, exhibiting remarkable survival capabilities and even surpassing Saiyans in potential. Yet, such transformations would negate one's identity as a Saiyan. In the face of alternative options, Vitalis is reluctant to abandon his heritage. After all, The Super Saiyan form embodies his childhood aspirations and nostalgia. Moreover, the formidable bloodlines he contemplates are not human. He has not yet reached a point in his pursuit of power where he would forsake his humanity. Organ replacement presents another avenue, despite the likelihood of rejection, which could be remedied by the dragon's powers. Among the intriguing options is a creature known as the Ether Dragon, whose energy organ captivates Vitalis. This organ requires only a minimal amount of matter to facilitate fusion, generating immense energy. Should he adopt this energy organ, he might ascend to the pinnacle of the universe in a short span. Regrettably, it necessitates a bodily enhancement. Otherwise, the Saiyan physique would be incapable of withstanding the energy produced. Even the Ether Dragon species has not unlocked the full potential of this organ, as its limits remain unknown, with no being capable of enduring such energy without succumbing to destruction. While the prospect of self-detonation is intriguing, the subsequent methods to enhance physical resilience are numerous, enticing Vitalis. Yet, for now, he cannot accept the notion of foreign organs growing within his body, thus he opts against it. Upon reviewing all available methods, Vitalis realized the existence of many wondrous species within the universe, their bloodlines and peculiar organs astonishing him. The allure of these powerful bloodlines and organs nearly compelled him to make a change, had he not faced his own reservations. There exists yet another method, the attainment of divinity, true godhood, rather than the mere transformation into a Super Saiyan god, characterized by divine essence. Perhaps through the study of divine power, a Super Saiyan god could also survive in space. However, this path seems exceedingly distant. The ordinary Saiyans, lacking the aptitude to transform into Super Saiyan gods, find their combat potential squandered, as their ability to annihilate stars is rendered futile when they cannot engage in battle beyond their planet, a situation both ironic and absurd. Fortunately, the methods elucidate a secret technique known as Abalu, which, once activated, enables beings to exist without reliance on respiration. It harnesses internal energy to replace the functions of the respiratory system, transcending the mere act of breath-holding. Respiration is vital to sustaining life, comprising both external and internal processes. External respiration involves inhaling fresh oxygen and expelling carbon dioxide, primarily occurring in the lungs. Internal respiration, on the other hand, transports inhaled oxygen through the bloodstream to various tissues and organs, where it is utilized by cells for metabolic processes. Subsequently, carbon dioxide produced by cellular metabolism is returned to the pulmonary capillaries via the bloodstream, where it is expelled through external respiration. The Abalu technique, however, substitutes respiration by utilizing internal energy. As long as this energy remains intact, survival in an anoxic environment is achievable. This is precisely what the Saiyans require. While they may survive for a limited duration in water, magma, the vacuum of space, or alternate dimensions by holding their breath, engaging in combat while doing so would be tantamount to courting death. The Saiyan physique and their energy shielding enable them to endure and fight in various harsh environments. The sole limitation lies in their need to breathe. However, the Iberium method provides an excellent solution to this dilemma, although it increases energy expenditure. The existence of the Senza renders this concern negligible. At that moment, Broly had also discovered another Dragon Ball and returned just in time. He handed over the radar and the Dragon Ball to Vitalis. Indeed, he had not turned to stone while gazing at the Dragon Ball in his hand. Had he not just made a wish, Vitalis would scarcely believe the scene before him. "Heavenly God, what do you know?" Vitalis inquired, turning to the celestial being. "I have encountered mention of this in the legacy knowledge I received from the Grand Elder. The number and size of Dragon Balls vary according to the abilities of their creator, so this Dragon Ball's maker must be immensely powerful," the heavenly god replied slowly. Equally astonished, it was his first encounter with a Dragon Ball that had not cooled down. "Is that so? Whatever, as long as it is useful," he dismissed. Shaking his head, contemplating the matter no further, there was no need to overthink it. Takara Putotaru Dragon Ball Pippi Litpero. With a hum, the two resonating Dragon Balls emitted a brilliant light, and a familiar figure reappeared. "Gatherer of the two Dragon Balls, state your wish." "Any wish within my power I shall fulfill," declared the two-star dragon, who also surveyed the surroundings and noted that Vitalis had just made a wish. With a resounding crash, a powerful aura erupted, drawing everyone's gaze to Broly, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan. The golden flames surrounding him flickered with hints of green light. His emotionless eyes fixated intently on the two-star dragon. "Cough, cough, dragon." My wish is for the Iberian method to become the innate ability of all living Saiyans in this universe. Is that feasible? Or do you require an explanation of what innate skills entail? Vitaly spoke with a hint of embarrassment. Is this truly your wish, Earth Dragon? Is this truly your wish? Cyril Star Dragon? Earth Dragon, please hold on a moment. Yes, Cyril Star Dragon, my wish is indeed this. Vitaly's addressed the two dragons in turn. Realizing that with multiple dragons present in the future, he would need to prefix them accordingly. As you wish, the Cyril Star Dragon affirmed, its eyes flashing with divine light. Your wish has been granted. However, while I have no cooldown period, my energy is not limitless. This time, augmenting the innate abilities of a vast race will incur significant expenditure. Thus, I will be unable to fulfill wishes requiring substantial energy for a short duration. I trust you comprehend my meaning? This time, the dragon did not depart immediately, but instead took a moment to elucidate its circumstances. So that is the case. If it could be utilized perpetually, it would be truly remarkable. I understand now. Thank you, dragon. Vitalis expressed his gratitude. For this creature demonstrated considerable politeness and granted his wish, making it only fitting to convey thanks. As the earth dragon dissipated into light, it transformed into a Dragon Ball and gently floated back to its original position. It seemed aware of the strength of those present and the existence of the dragon radar. And given its severe depletion of energy, it chose not to exert itself in vain. Broly, noticing that the Dragon Ball had not flown away, paused momentarily but said nothing further, returning to his usual demeanor. The luster of the Dragon Ball had indeed diminished somewhat. Should I summon it once more to test its limits? Vitalis gestured, and the Dragon Ball soared into his hand. Looking at the Dragon Ball, he inquired, "How long do you plan to keep me waiting? If there are no wishes, I shall take my leave," the Earth Dragon responded. Chapter 71. Dragon Ball 3. While wishing upon the Dragon Balls carries inherent risks. Even with the understanding that this universe is under the dominion of a god of destruction along Broly's path, it is possible that entities such as the Dark Star Dragon Balls and evil dragons do not exist. However, the old Kaioshin has also remarked that the Dragon Balls can influence the natural laws of the universe. Overuse may lead to unforeseen crises. Yet, it is simply impossible to refrain from using the Dragon Balls. Who could resist such a convenient object? Certainly, Vitalis cannot. The accompanying benefits are enough for him to never relinquish the Dragon Balls. The Saiyans, known for their fearlessness and relentless spirit, generally fight until death. However, a small number still falter in the face of mortality. Following the resurrection of the deceased Saiyans, everyone became aware of the existence of the Dragon Balls. Now, no one in the entire clan fears death, for they possess Senzu beans to heal wounds and the Dragon Balls to restore life. Furthermore, those who have returned from the afterlife speak of a judgment after death, determining one's fate, be it ascension to heaven, descent to hell, or reincarnation. Consequently, the fear of death has vanished. Death merely represents another beginning. Whether it leads to heaven or hell is inconsequential, and reincarnation offers no loss. Thus, the Saiyans engage in sparring without restraint, intent on not killing each other. Yet, in external battles, they fight with all their might, whether against foes or kin, embodying the spirit of a warrior race. Given these myriad advantages, there is no possibility of relinquishing the Dragon Balls. Which wish? Have you decided? As Vitalis pondered, the dragon Shinron lowered its head and urged him, could you bring me the Dragon Balls from Earth a year from now? Vitalis mused, considering it a possibility. For after all, if the Omni King can exist in two forms, perhaps the Dragon Balls can too. That is impossible. It violates the laws of the gods and the rules of the universe. I am powerless to fulfill that wish, Shinron replied with a hint of exasperation. You seek to gain without effort. Who has indulged you in such troublesome desires? Please, choose another wish. Very well, then. Please wait a moment while I contemplate, he replied, finding the situation unsurprising. He merely wished to test the waters. After all, failure would not cost him a wish. However, should he succeed, he was curious to see whether a Dragon Ball would vanish a year later or if a parallel universe devoid of Dragon Balls would arise. If it were the former, he could traverse directly, rather than enter a parallel dimension, necessitating a reassessment of the god's powers. The distinction between traveling through different timelines in parallel universes and directly jumping within the same timeline is vast. Even the Kaioshin, utilizing time rings to observe time and space, cannot alter history, otherwise it would result in the creation of new parallel universes. They are also unable to interfere with the historical course of the current timeline. The outcomes of failure are manageable, Yet he must devise a means to validate the gods' control over time and space, as well as their capabilities within that realm. Well, I shall save that wish for later. If I recall correctly, saving one wish reduces the cooldown period by half. Until next time, Shinron contemplated, noting that there were currently no pressing wishes to fulfill. Really? Do you truly have no wishes? The divine dragon inquired with a hint of astonishment. Indeed. Today, as harvest exceeds all expectations, disrupting my train of thought. I must take a moment to collect my thoughts. My apologies, O divine dragon, for keeping you waiting. Vitalis said with a touch of embarrassment. Your wishes have all been granted, the divine dragon replied, its gaze shimmering. It uttered its farewell lines, dissipating in a burst of light, leaving behind 7 Dragon Balls transformed into stone upon the ground. It had become unclear when the Dragon Balls ceased their attempts to depart. One wish remained, reserved to be made alongside the Namekian dragon. For the time being, it would be prudent to test the limits of the Cyrillic dragon. This would facilitate the arrangement of the 3 divine dragons. As it stands, the Namekian dragon excels in the realm of resurrection, albeit capable of reviving only one individual at a time. Next in line is the Earth Dragon, whose upgraded abilities are exceedingly formidable. The Cyrillic Dragon Balls, devoid of cooldown periods, seem to possess a drawback related to energy depletion, a concern also present in the Earth Dragon Balls, though they require a commitment of wishes, with cooldown times remaining unchanged. The Dragon Balls of Namek have yet to reach their limits. Thus, Vitalis intends to explore the boundaries of the Cyril Star Dragon. Once the Cyril Star Dragon Balls are restored, he will conduct his tests. The outcomes of these examinations will determine the future applications of the 3 subordinate Dragon Balls. Should the Cyril Star Dragon Balls prove to be devoid of distinctive features beyond the absence of cooldown time, the Cyril Star Dragon will primarily handle intelligence, answering queries with minimal energy expenditure. However, it is best to refrain from overthinking such matters, as an abundance of Dragon Balls can also be a source of vexation. Vitalis reached out to the nearest legion by Cyril Star, instructing them to prioritize their arrival to ensure the protection of both the star and its inhabitants, the Namekians. This way, the Supreme Kai and the Namekians can once again joyfully reconnect with their kin. Once familiarity is established, Vitalis will inquire about the specifics of the Cyril Star Dragon. Broly, I have a long-term task for you, Vitalis stated, approaching Broly and patting him on the shoulder. Rest assured, Vitalis, I shall fulfill any directive you assign to me, Broly replied eagerly, relishing the prospect of having a task once more. As for the resurrection of Frisia, that can wait. He is bound to return eventually. Perhaps it would be even more exhilarating to revive him along with his father, allowing them to confront one another together. Ah, you must understand. While we Saiyans can unleash greater power through rage, such extremes can be perilous, especially for you, as you are prone to losing control, Vitalis remarked, observing Broly's excited demeanor with a hint of embarrassment. Yes, I comprehend. I still struggle to master that power, even as a regular Super Saiyan. There exists the risk of losing control, Broly acknowledged, aware that his strength could easily lead to catastrophic consequences if unchecked. Even if Vitalis and the others cannot fuse, the strongest among the Saiyans could easily overpower him with a single punch, although he has intentionally refrained from training. His previous encounters with Frisia and Vegeta have provided him with ample experience. Currently, having acclimated to his power, it is likely that Vitalis and the others would struggle to defeat him in a short span of time. However, over time, the fused warriors may ultimately prevail. Thus, you must seek the power of love. Love has the capacity to transform worlds and foster your growth, Vitalis emphasized earnestly. You may occasionally seek out your father and me, but for the most part, you must embark on your journey alone, pursuing the path of love. Indeed, Vitalis intends for Broly to experience the nuances of romance. Indeed, this is truly for Broly's benefit. Love possesses the remarkable ability to empower individuals. Setting aside all else, the fierce emergence of Vegeta, driven solely by his desire to protect Bulma, vividly illustrates the strength and allure of a Saiyan when their beloved is threatened. Moreover, he was merely slapped. Had he faced a fate akin to Krillin's, we might have witnessed the birth of an entirely new transformation. While it may not suffice against a god of destruction, what mere mortals could withstand such force? This is also a small thought from Vitalis. Currently, only 2 individuals have the power to unleash Broly's fury, the one who raised him and his father. Not wishing to make a sacrifice to the heavens, Vitalis has entertained the notion of finding Broly a wife. Of course, the idea of sacrifice is merely a jest. There exists no creature beneath the divine that necessitates Broly's rampage through such means. and likely, such a method would prove futile even above the gods. The primary concern is that any offspring, even if they do not inherit the legendary Super Saiyan bloodline, would undoubtedly possess immense strength, at least not inferior to that of future timelines Gohan. Thus, marrying early and bearing many children to maximize Broly's lineage is the most prudent course of action. Vitalis is more than willing to assume the role of caretaker for the Broly household. Broly, you may return to planet Vegeta to seek out a girl you fancy, or perhaps explore Earth to pursue someone who catches your eye. Once you have a target, feel free to consult me for advice on courting. Perhaps I have never been in love, yet my theoretical knowledge surpasses that of all Saiyans. And if none appeal to you, you might wander the cosmos. As long as procreation remains feasible, I am open to possibilities. Vitalis suddenly recalled the woman who accompanied Broly in the original narrative. Though he found her somewhat attractive, the idea of marriage and progeny was still beyond his acceptance. But what if Broly is fond of such a figure? Regrettably, the original work did not provide detailed information about her age, the time she joined Frisia's army, or which division she belonged to remain unknown. Is she even born yet? How old is she? Has she joined Frisia's ranks? If she has not yet been born or has not enlisted, that would be preferable. Otherwise, she may have already met her demise. Those associated with Frisia's army, aside from scientists and technical personnel, have been eradicated. Thus, it is best to allow Broly to seek true love on his own. Chapter 72. What is love? With a swift kick, Broly was sent tumbling from the Divine Hall. Despite his desire to refuse, as a warrior of the Saiyan race and still a child, he was reluctant to pursue a bride and wished to decline the task, preferring instead to remain by Vitalis' side to fulfill his duties as the captain of the guard. Consequently, Vitalis took it upon himself to give him a push towards the journey of love. Broly, should you return without a wife and fail the mission, I shall be quite disappointed. The punishment for failure is something that Vitalis would find intolerable, and he is at a loss as to how to reprimand Broly. It is not just him. The current Saiyans are equally perplexed about how to administer punishment. They are not afraid of physical retribution, nor do they fear confinement in a small room. Having battled alone in the vastness of space for so long, they are indifferent to material concerns. The only thing they truly value is the honor of being a Saiyan warrior, something Vitalis would not dare to strip away lightly. For to do so would be more severe than taking their lives. Moreover, without sufficient justification, such a deprivation cannot be imposed arbitrarily. Thus, Vitalis engaged in a clever wordplay, merely suggesting that Broly would find it unbearable, prompting Broly to reflect on what could possibly evoke such feelings, naturally leading him to confront his innermost fears. Being the simple soul that he is, Broly would undoubtedly be filled with motivation. Bardock and King Vegeta III have already taken spouses. The next to be nudged toward matrimony is Raditz, conveniently residing on Earth. At this juncture, the union of Raditz with a human would surely yield offspring capable of effortlessly transforming into Super Saiyans, much like Goten and Trunks. The era of universal Super Saiyans is not a mere fantasy. However, despite his grand proclamations, Vitalis' understanding of love is rather superficial, gleaned solely from television dramas, films, anime, and novels. He has never encountered the unwavering love depicted in literary works. What is love? He has met many beautiful women, and while he may admire them, that surely cannot be classified as love, or perhaps it is merely an affection for beauty. Bidding farewell to the deities, Vitalis ascended to the atmosphere, gazing into the boundless cosmos. A little further ahead lies the vastness of space, fraught with cosmic rays and unknown perils. Most critically, there is an absence of oxygen, an uncharted domain for the Saiyans. Previous battles took place on planets where there were considerations to protect the worlds. Even if they could withstand a planet's explosion, they could not endure the harsh conditions of space. Now, having resolved the issue of respiration, their combat capabilities have been liberatingly unleashed, allowing them to engage in unrestrained battles. If a planet is obliterated, summoning the dragon is but a trivial matter. Taking a deep breath, Vitalis ceased his inhalation, not merely holding his breath, but instead converting his internal energy to replace the need for external respiration. Before the depletion of energy, the supply of oxygen is no longer necessary. By harnessing the inner energy, a protective membrane forms upon the surface of the skin. Vitalis gradually ascends from the earth. The protective membrane created by the energy isolates everything, shielding against both beneficial and harmful rays, while the enhanced body, fortified by energy, can withstand most radiation and rays. Precautionary measures must still be taken. Space is a realm of wonder, where a mere exertion of force can yield effortless propulsion. However, when encountering celestial bodies, one must contend with the gravitational pull, necessitating resistance to avoid being ensnared by various astral entities. Traversing the fields between celestial bodies demands substantial energy for resistance. Fortunately, Vitalis possesses formidable combat prowess, rendering such concerns somewhat trivial. Legendary threats like black holes, stars, neutron stars, and white dwarfs loom, yet Vitalis dares not venture near them, lest misfortune strike. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, he revels in playful exploration. Vitalis discovers that while he can continuously accelerate during flight, halting or changing direction requires significantly greater strength, a lesson learned after fracturing his legs multiple times. Utilizing gravitational slingshot effects can conserve both energy and time. However, for those adept in methods such as teleportation, these tactics are largely unnecessary and impractical in combat. Nevertheless, the amusement remains. With merely the energy to maintain his protective shield, he can obliterate a small asteroid after expending minimal strength. Regrettably, no audience bears witness to Vitalis' proclamation that speed equates to power, met with neither admiration nor applause. Alas, in the face of equally matched adversaries or superior foes, such feats appear mere flamboyance, devoid of practical application. After days of playful exploits, he finally returns to the planet Vegeta. The station personnel approach to greet him. After a nod of acknowledgement, Vitalis arrives at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. With a stern expression, he steps into the chamber. The moment he crosses the threshold, a radiant golden light envelopes him, and he enters a state of Super Saiyan at full power. His combat strength, soaring to an astonishing 900 million, radiates wildly, overwhelming all within the chamber, pinning them to the ground. He is consumed by a blend of anger and exhilaration. These individuals, whether they are the valiant warriors on the front lines or the diligent personnel managing logistics, dedicate their time to rigorous training within this realm, with some even residing here. Upon witnessing this scene, Vitalis felt a sense of satisfaction, as this space was originally designed to enhance the Saiyans' capabilities. However, most individuals, after exhausting their allotted sessions, rely on teleportation magic for entry and exit, leading to an unrestrained usage among those without limits. Some have remained here for decades, even centuries, with others passing away within these confines. The Saiyans are not a long-lived race. They too pay a price for their power. Recognizing this, Vitalis resolved to implement restrictions on the hyperbolic time chamber, for the elderly must not perish just yet, as their fate significantly impacts Vitalis' broader strategy. Moreover, there is a pressing demographic issue at hand. Numerous children are being born and growing up within the time chamber. Although the internal time remains adequately proportioned, the stark contrast between internal and external time poses a looming threat of a population crisis for the Saiyans. Despite the recent surge in their numbers, totaling over 3 million, a significant portion consists of the elderly, a figure that continues to rise, while the birth rate of infants steadily declines. When the lifespans of these elders reach their inevitable conclusion, the Saiyan population is poised for a sharp decline, potentially affecting the overall rating of this universe. Vitalis is certain that if the current overall strength of this universe is rated at 10, the Saiyans account for at least 4 points. The future of Universe 7 boasts formidable forces such as Golden Frieza, Son Goku, and Android 17, all capable of obliterating the universe. However, it has been demonstrated that top-tier power does not significantly contribute to the universe's rating. Rather, it is the average strength that holds greater weight. Thus, it can be said that while Goku and his peers elevate the score, it is the ordinary populace that diminishes their contributions. Therefore, it would be a great loss for these Saiyans to simply grow old. The lifespan of a Saiyan is comparable to that of a human, extending slightly beyond 200 years, with those possessing exceptional combat prowess and proper care living even longer. Historically, Saiyans had an average life expectancy of merely 4 to 5 decades, often meeting their end in battle or on the brink of death. Presently, despite the absence of external pressures, their relentless pursuit of unparalleled strength has led them to neglect all else, immersing themselves in the time chamber. Even those engaged in external missions flock to the time chamber at the first opportunity. They have fallen into a blind spot. In fact, training outside is akin to their endeavors within. Previously, the urgency to grow stronger was dictated by the threat of Frieza, necessitating reliance on the time chamber. Thus, Vitalis aims to rectify this misjudgment. For Saiyans, a good fight suffices. He intends to sweep through the time chamber in an invincible Super Saiyan form, hoping to inspire a few transformations among the warriors. Currently, apart from the newly born, it is challenging to find anyone with a power level below 500,000. By the age of 10, none possess a power level beneath 1 million. Bardock has demonstrated that a power level of 1 million can indeed transform into a Super Saiyan. What is merely lacking is the right opportunity. Now, Vitalis seeks to seize this moment to offer these warriors the chance they require, contributing to the universal rise of Super Saiyans. Chapter 73. Is there not a single fighter among them? Greetings, everyone. I have an important announcement to make. However, before that, let us engage in a contest. Empowered with fervor, my voice resonates throughout the realm of spiritual time and space. There exists but a singular rule. Only one of us shall emerge victorious. Furthermore, the consumption of Senzu beans is strictly prohibited, with approximately 300,000 Saiyans present. If they were to partake in Senzu beans, this battle could extend indefinitely, lasting until every last bean is consumed. Undoubtedly, this is an egregious waste. Just give me 3 seconds to prepare, and as I speak, Vitalis suddenly appears beside a stunned Saiyan, delivering a forceful kick that sends him flying. He then swiftly brings down another Saiyan, who has yet to react, slamming his hard head into the ground, creating a deep crater. His eyes rolling back as he loses consciousness. I shall not hold back. It is best to approach this battle with the resolve to kill me, for otherwise, such a feeble sensation can scarcely be deemed a fight. Have you not yet discerned your shortcomings after all this time spent on fusion? Truly, it is a pitiable sight. With a swift kick, Vitalis sends 2 nearby warriors, who were preparing to fuse, sprawling. Are you still the fighting race of Saiyans? Can you not even perceive the basic dynamics of the battlefield? In the future, conceal your tales. Do not carelessly expose your Saiyan identity, for I cannot afford such disgrace. As Vitalis mocks them, he plunges into the fray, unleashing his formidable prowess, each strike claiming multiple Saiyan foes. Indeed, the thrill of overwhelming the weak is undeniably exhilarating. An unending delight. Though I must restrain myself from delivering fatal blows, incapacitating them is still permissible, as long as they do not lose limbs. The combat within the Dragon Ball universe is rather straightforward. Close quarters brawling dominates, while energy blasts serve as the ultimate finishing moves, occasionally accompanied by peculiar abilities and magic for support. There is little room for flamboyance. Yet, the raw physicality of such battles is immensely gratifying. Why not cultivate the Ultra Instinct? With Vitalis unleashing his full power, no one present can breach his defenses. Practicing the Ultra Instinct becomes trivial. For even if one cannot evade attacks, sustaining damage holds little consequence. It is not that Vitalis wishes to go easy, facing hundreds of thousands of Saiyans. Armed with fusion capabilities and the ability to transform into great apes at will, one must fight with utmost seriousness, for failure to do so could lead to death. This is also the reason why Vitalis transforms into a Super Saiyan ahead of time upon entering the arena. Otherwise, he would inevitably suffer a severe beating if caught in the vulnerable moment of transformation. Although the Saiyans are inherently combative, they find greater pleasure in the thrill of battle, risking their lives on the battlefield, unlike Kamba and his companions, who allow their enemies to grow stronger. The Saiyans, possessing the ability to transform, are acutely aware of the consequences and will not grant other races the opportunity to undergo transformations. However, the spirit of recklessness is deeply ingrained in Saiyan nature, and when they hold the upper hand, some may still choose to toy with their adversaries. This aspect is difficult to alter. All Vitalis can do is to enhance the essence of the Saiyans. While one individual may falter, there are countless others awaiting in the wings, ensuring that the lineage does not succumb to failure. In a mere thought, Vitalis has already dispatched thousands. Presently, apart from those on the periphery, the majority have completed their fusion and undergone the transformation into a more primal state. It must be said, a gorilla clad in a small tunic and sporting a Mohican hairstyle exudes an undeniable aura of intimidation. However, these individuals are incapable of achieving the separation of body and spirit as Vitalis does. Their loss of reason renders them ineffective in training. How perfect to test the latest ultimate technique, the most powerful cutting skill, Vitalis sneered, extending his right hand. A golden aura gradually took shape, forming a circular serrated wheel of energy, distinct from Klein's energy circular slash. This is a creation by Vitalis, inspired by a renowned skill from a previous tokusatsu work. It is called the Eightfold Light Wheel. Wielding this radiant wheel, Vitalis charges into the fray like a fierce tiger entering a sheepfold, plunging into a horde of gorillas, swiftly severing their tails with each decisive swing. In the ensuing battle, the transformation into a primal state is forbidden, Otherwise, your irrational self shall forever remain stagnant. Incapable of evolving into 5 distinct avatars, each possessing a staggering combat power of 100 million. This is to preserve the dignity of the king. With less than 100 million, there is a risk of being overwhelmed. Each avatar wields a luminous halo, relentlessly harvesting the remnants. What do you think? What are your thoughts? Hundreds of thousands stand before me, yet they are powerless, standing atop the giant ape. Vitalis addressed those who still retain their sanity. Is there no one willing to speak? Are you not also proud to be hailed as the warrior race of Saiyans? Such feeble attacks. Amidst a barrage of energy blasts, randomly selected one, and in full view of everyone, I crushed it effortlessly. At that moment, a giant ape instinctively seized the opportunity, swinging its fist towards Vitalis from behind. This time, Vitalis did not evade or defend himself. He merely turned, lifted his gaze, and watched as the colossal fist descended upon his face. The immense impact generated a shockwave, sweeping away those nearby and sending the giant ape flying. The power of this punch is at least 20 million. Is that soft and flabby fist a result of not having eaten? Are we merely engaging in some form of scraping therapy? At the very moment the giant ape retracted its fist, Vitalis unleashed a blow that shattered the ape's arm. In response to the giant's furious roar, he severed its tail. How utterly humiliating! Is this truly the extent of your prowess? Do you dare still call yourselves a warrior race? Are you truly Saiyans? Let me count. Habejita is one capable fighter. Bardock is formidable. And that little Raditz is also noteworthy. Yet you do not even measure up to that child. Oh, and let us not forget Broly. But surely you cannot compare yourselves to him. Curious as to why I have not mentioned myself. It is because I am here single-handedly thrashing your countless ranks. Vitalis stood aloft, cackling with delight. His figure flickered, moving with an uncatchable speed, and within 3 minutes, he had dispatched thousands of fused giant apes. Have you lost your strength to dance? With a single hand gripping a throat, Vitalis regarded the individual in his grasp. The high ponytail danced in the wind. Bright clear eyes sparkled, delicate willow-like brows arched, and long eyelashes quivered softly. Her fair, unblemished skin radiated a faint blush, and her thin lips resembled the tender petals of a rose. Tall and statuesque, with a slender waist and long legs, her traditional attire post-fusion accentuated her allure. Unlike their male counterparts, the female warriors sported a chest wrap beneath their coats. After a moment's appreciation, Vitalis tossed her aside with a dismissive remark. Weakness is ugly. He delivered a kick to a most exquisite spot, sending her flying perhaps a dozen kilometers, colliding with several others en route, engaging in a series of rapid jumps. He casually wiped his nose, relieved to find no blood. It seemed his training on Earth had not been in vain. Yet, as a king, his conscience stirred uneasily at the dishonesty of his words. Not only were they not ugly, but indeed beautiful, the Saiyan women, honed by years of training and battles, possessed remarkable physiques, and due to their resilient constitution, their appearances were striking. The one he had just dispatched was truly a beauty among beauties. Ah, the weak me wishes to weep. At this rate, the Saiyans will inevitably meet their doom. He mimicked the gesture of wiping away tears with his right hand while grasping the ankle of a short-haired maiden with his left, twirling her in the air before casting her aside. He turned and smacked away a diminutive child standing at just 1 meter tall. With a swift teleportation, he sent 2 elderly men flying with a pair of resounding punches. Ah, such is the fate of a king. Must a king always be cast as a villain? Will I ever find a bride like this? He lamented inwardly. His movements quickened, having only dealt with a fraction of his foes, with many more awaiting their turn to face his wrath. Chapter 74. Surely, this will not end in disaster? Somewhat intriguing, yet still lacking. Vitalis remarked with a hint of awkwardness, having inadvertently received dozens of energy blasts with his face due to a miscalculation. In an attempt to practice the art of effortless mastery, he instinctively sought to evade the incoming attack the moment he perceived it, only to be struck by the thought that he ought to allow his body to react without the interference of conscious thought. Consequently, this mental deliberation stifled his physical response, interrupting his natural instinct just as the attack arrived. The result was a face full of energy blasts. He brushed his hair aside, relieved that the disparity in combat prowess was so vast that he remained unscathed. Otherwise, his splendid hair would have been ruined. To Vitalis, the speed of these energy blasts appeared sluggish, easily avoidable with a mere breath or a flick of his fingers. Yet, with the intention of mastering the effortless way, he deliberately refrained from evasion. However, it has become evident that sometimes possessing too much knowledge is not advantageous, especially with a technique like effortless mastery. The likelihood of success when attempting to practice with such understanding is virtually non-existent. Well, perhaps striving for it only makes it more elusive. With a thunderous roar of frustration, Vitalis delivered a kick to a robust man, sending him crashing to the ground and creating a deep, dark crater, one that did not require probing to ascertain its depth. Very well, it seems you still possess some spirit, despite his own inability to locate the gateway to effortless mastery. The one-sided domination and deliberate mockery incited the anger of the remaining Saiyans. Though their rage was merely a manifestation of their impotence compared to Vitalis' strength, it nonetheless empowered these warriors to surpass their usual limits. Indeed, it appears that a universal transformation into Super Saiyan is not merely a dream. Hopefully, there won't be any mishaps. Glimpsing at the several avatars engaged in fierce combat, Vitalis was quite pleased. Occasionally, Saiyans would erupt with power, causing the unwitting avatars to slow their harvesting pace. It's somewhat perilous. Most have already merged. If a few Super Saiyans were to emerge, we might indeed face a reversal. Despite the considerable disparity in base power, these were all fusion warriors. Individually, their strength was grounded at 1 million, and upon merging, most possessed combat power hovering around 10 million, with the exceptional reaching 2 or 3 million. Fortunately, he had timely halted the transformation into an ape. Otherwise, the situation might have turned disastrous, given that the ape form yielded tenfold power. Had it been Frieza, he would likely have been vanquished by now. Vitalis withdrew his avatars, sensing that several individuals were nearing their critical point. Perhaps the ensuing battles would take place among the Super Saiyans. Just then, an uproarious roar interrupted his thoughts. Following the sound, he beheld the striking warrior woman he had previously sent flying. A colossal aura surged with her furious cry, crackling with lightning. Her overwhelming presence forcefully pushed those around her aside. Her ponytail, swaying in the wind, glimmered with a faint golden light, and her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Vitalis. Her irises flickered, alternating between gold and black, before suddenly, with a flash of electricity, her eyes turned light green, and her hair and brows transformed into gold. Standing erect save for a few strands framing her face, Vitalis exhaled in relief, still curious about how her ponytail would appear in its upright state. If it resembled Trunks' spiky hair, how would this beauty look? While he believed she could pull off any hairstyle, the thought of a punk aesthetic was somewhat difficult to accept. Whoosh, once her transformation was complete, the beauty instantly appeared before Vitalis. How swift. He swallowed hard. A gaze intent on another could hardly be concealed. Observing her emotionless eyes sent a shiver down his spine. Oh no, I've certainly been disliked. What should I do? The prospect of being scorned by such a beauty troubled Vitalis deeply. Constantly facing disdain from women made finding a partner elusive. Was being weak synonymous with being ugly? If so, did that render him unattractive now? With a voice unique to fusion warriors, marked by a distinctive tonal quality devoid of fluctuations, she posed her question. What did it mean to be devoid of fluctuation? It was akin to reading a text in a monotone, entirely lacking emotional resonance. Vitalis internally lamented, though she was beautiful. Her demeanor was far too frigid. Indeed, regardless of race, women are deeply concerned with their appearance. Even Saiyans would bristle at being called unattractive. From my perspective, is this truly all you have to say? Having merely just transformed into a Super Saiyan, your journey remains extensive, and you have yet to reach your destination. The persona of a king must not be forsaken. It is rather difficult to extol someone after having recently delivered such a harsh reprimand. After all, as a king, altering one's statements mere moments after uttering them is quite undignified. Henceforth, I have resolved to seek a partner either on Earth or within other realms. If the women of my clan are to be disliked, then so be it. We are still amidst the battlefield, and you have just squandered an opportunity to strike me. As he spoke, Vitalis unleashed a powerful punch, sending the woman before him flying. The sheer force not only propelled her away, but also generated a shockwave and sonic boom that eliminated another group of combatants. Vitalis proceeded to teleport the severely injured individuals away, allowing those outside to administer the Senzu beans. Although Vitalis had restrained his power with that punch, it was merely enough to avoid fatality. The woman who had just transformed exhibited a combat prowess surpassing that of Vitalis, conservatively estimated to be around 1 billion. This is also the reason why she dared to confront Vitalis with her questions. The disparity in combat power is vast, akin to an insurmountable chasm, yet it is not entirely uncrossable. When the difference exceeds several hundred, one can only await their demise without a hidden card. When the disparity surpasses thousands, any form of resistance becomes utterly futile. should the numbers exceed 10,000. Unless one possesses the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, survival becomes nearly impossible. Of course, if the opponent decides to toy with their adversary, allowing for leniency, one might endure a little longer. Absent any special enhancements, the gap in combat power is disheartening. Generally speaking, a difference of merely several dozens could lead to instant annihilation. In a bid to save face, Vitalis has just resorted to his transformation into an ape. This transformation, known as ape form, was the most extravagant technique Vitalis employed prior to becoming a Super Saiyan. By meditating on the moon, he can suppress his body's transformation into a colossal ape through magic, enabling him to wield the power of the ape while maintaining his humanoid form. It is, without a doubt, a lower-tier version of the Super Saiyan transformation. Moreover, through version optimization, Vitalis can transform into an ape in the instant of attack and revert back post-strike, allowing for a clever manipulation of this power. When compounded with the strength of Super Saiyan, Vitalis' current power reaches a staggering 90 billion. Regrettably, he cannot fully control this might. If he were to unleash it without restraint, succumbing to sheer irrationality, no soul would survive this unleashing. However, the momentary transformation into an ape is far too brief to harness the full extent of his potential. Take, for instance, the punch that woman just endured. Vitalis deliberately refrained from exerting excessive force, merely striking out casually. Yet, in that fleeting instant, infused with the power of the ape transformation, it became a fatal blow. Lying in a deep pit over 1,000 kilometers away, my eyes rolled back as I fainted, forcibly exiting the Super Saiyan state. Alas, in an unfortunate turn of events, it is rather disheartening to witness your sorry state. Your appearances are truly suffocating. The frantic breaths and impotent cries are utterly repugnant. Shall we wait for a while to stage another encounter? Perhaps I could summon some allies? At that time, I shall demonstrate how I can contend against millions all by myself. An awkward yet forced attempt to shift focus ensued. Vitalis, too, did not anticipate the overwhelming power of the Super Saiyan transformation. A single punch was enough to incapacitate. Fortunately, it did not result in death. The earlier actions were merely to preserve the dignity of the king, though primarily for my own pride. I acted directly. Once the battle concludes, I shall seek to apologize. For the sake of my own honor, I must admit I have gone too far. Having just transformed, I yearned for a vigorous fight to solidify my prowess. Yet in my selfishness, I eliminated her. Such a grave misdeed. Chapter 75. Super Saiyan. Perhaps it was the words of Vitalis that had an impact. Or perhaps the successful transformation of that warrior woman triggered a chain reaction. The roars rose and fell in succession. The fusion warriors embodied not merely an enhancement of strength, but a heightened concentration of both body and spirit. Their physical prowess and mental acuity were significantly amplified, with innate talents and potential vastly strengthened. In truth, most warriors had already grazed the threshold of Super Saiyan during their individual forms. However, this sudden assault by Vitalis, with its overwhelming display of might and merciless attacks, along with the torment inflicted both physically and mentally, enabled these fusion warriors to shatter their limits. They successfully transformed into Super Saiyans. Even those on the cusp of transformation were swept along by the aura, achieving their own metamorphosis. 1, 2, 10, 100, 1,000, thousands of Super Saiyans emerged, bathing the space in a golden hue. The colossal force even distorted the magnetic field, altering the very fabric of gravity itself. The Earth, along with the cosmos, quivered in response. At long last, the era of the Super Saiyan has dawned. Although presently, only a handful of fusion warriors have transformed. The prerequisites for this metamorphosis have already been met. With this newfound experience and further practice, even individual warriors will swiftly master the transformation into Super Saiyans. Thus, while it may appear that only a few thousand have transformed, the actual number should be doubled. The current Saiyans rightfully deserve the title of the most formidable warrior race in the universe, indeed, even across other realms. It is unlikely to find a race more powerful than the present Saiyans, excluding the angelic lineage, of course. Upon a rough count, 342 individuals have successfully transformed. As these warriors unleashed their full power during the transformation, ordinary beings were sent flying or pinned to the ground. Vitalis teleported these individuals away. For the ensuing battles would be fought among the Super Saiyans. The lesser beings could merely bear witness to the overwhelming strength of the Super Saiyans. Remaining any longer would subject them to a mere clash of auras among the strong, which could easily reduce them to mere pulp, stealthily consuming a Senzu bean. Although the recent overwhelming battle had not drained much energy, the multiple cross-dimensional transports had incurred significant expenditure. This illustrates the disparity in strength. Vitalis has likely engaged over 190,000 individuals, yet the energy expended in dispatching them surpasses the consumption of his resources. Thus, consuming a single magical bean seems prudent. The individuals before him, who have successfully surpassed their limits, possess average combat powers ranging from 4 to 500 million, with a dozen or so boasting between 8 and 10 billion. Memorizing these few, Vitalis intends to eliminate them swiftly to avoid any potential setbacks or loss of face. As for the others, a thrilling battle awaits. The pressure from thousands of Super Saiyans, each with combat powers of 4 to 500 million, remains significant. Without the aid of magical beans, they could easily be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. This can be regarded as a flaw of the Saiyans, as they must rely on copious amounts of sustenance to sustain their vigor, which entails significant consumption. According to Vitalis, the androids possess boundless energy. The fully realized cell is powered by 2 androids, and the original Majin Buu also boasts infinite stamina. These entities cannot be resolved through sheer numbers. Moreover, when it comes to beings of divine caliber, their quantity is utterly insignificant. Thus, the path for Vitalis remains long. Taking a deep breath, the spirit of combat within Vitalis ignited in response to the scene before him, every Saiyan cell within him trembling, not from fear, but from the exhilaration of finally being able to fight with all his might. Dispelling unnecessary thoughts, Vitalis began to gather his energy. Guided by the overwhelming aura of numerous Super Saiyans, he momentarily forgot his grand designs. Reputation? It mattered little. Being defeated by a fused warrior was hardly a disgrace. If he were to merge with Broly, victory would be assured. In this moment, all he desired was an exhilarating battle, as a warrior of his lineage. He had grown weary of plotting merely for survival, even to the extent of preemptively eliminating formidable foes. The blood coursing through his veins and every cell in his body pulsed with excitement at the prospect of encountering strong adversaries, though his soul quaked in fear of death. When not engaged in battle, his rational mind prevailed, allowing him to foresee and resolve issues with clarity. Yet now, fueled by the fire of combat, Vitalis craved a glorious fight. After all, we are of the same kind. I should not fear death. Should I fall, Broly will surely revive me. Just this once. I shall indulge myself. Closing his eyes, Vitalis relinquished the thought of using his transformation to swiftly eliminate those stronger than him. As he opened his eyes, the energy enveloping his body dissipated, and in that moment, his full power surged forth, immense strength coiling within him, poised for a magnificent eruption. Extending his right hand, he flicked his finger playfully. Having just transformed into a Super Saiyan, his emotions were aflame, and he could hardly withstand the provocations, charging at Vitalis en masse. Bang! A solid punch landed squarely on his face, sending him backward. Thunderous echoes resounded as Vitalis, momentarily staggered, regained his footing and, with greater speed and strength, rammed his head into the fist that had struck him. "Ha! This is the exhilarating battle I yearn for," Vitalis exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, what draws one to Dragon Ball? Is it not the visceral thrill of combat? Yet, after traversing to this world, preoccupied with thoughts of future enemies and shortcuts, he had forgotten the sheer excitement he once felt watching Dragon Ball on television. Once, he too longed for such battles. But having truly become a Saiyan, he now found himself gripped by fear. Laughing heartily, he charged into the fray, casting aside all defense. For every punch they threw at him, he would return it tenfold with a kick. At this moment, Vitalis relinquished the superiority of a traveler and the burdens of a king. He embraced the pain inflicted upon him by the onslaught, a genuine ache that, paradoxically, was accompanied by an indescribable ecstasy. What a liberating sensation it was. Akin to a wild monkey throwing a tantrum. Lacking any semblance of technique, he utilized every part of his body, head, hands, feet, tail, and every movable limb, to engage in battle. Energized by Vitalis's fervor, none of the warriors present resorted to energy attacks. They too found primal satisfaction in close combat. Even those whose power surpassed that of Vitalis refrained from unleashing their full might, instead tempering their strength to join in this raw, untamed skirmish. Amidst the fray, Vitalis in the throes of battle, discovered that someone had grasped his foot and hurled him forcefully to the ground. Rising from the crater, his pale green eyes surveyed the chaotic assembly of Super Saiyans. What an exhilarating experience! Tightening his belt and tearing away his tattered shirt, Vitalis charged once more into the throng. Yet, before he could utter a challenge, he was sent flying again by a swift kick. Ultimately, physical limits prevailed. Despite refraining from energy attacks or powerful techniques, nearly 10 minutes of intense combat had drained his stamina. Thud, bang, crash. It was infuriating to be tossed about like a ball amidst the crowd. Is this truly my limit? He pondered, having bested less than 20 opponents. The sheer number of adversaries left him without the opportunity to focus his wrath on a single foe, and those he had defeated were merely the weakest, dispatched in a single blow. How humiliating. TSK, why am I dwelling on such trivialities? What is dignity? The sensation of shamelessness is exhilarating. This fight cannot end here. As the frequency and intensity of the blows upon him diminished, Vitalis bellowed in frustration. The warriors surrounding him, seasoned veterans of countless battles, recognized his waning state and collectively deemed that the skirmish should reach its conclusion. After all, he was a king. Chapter 79, Super Saiyan. As the crowd's attacks ceased, Vitalis slowly levitated into the air, exiting the Super Saiyan state. His remaining strength was insufficient to sustain that form. What are you all doing? Are you Saiyans? A race of warriors? Do you understand what it means to be a fighting nation? I am Vitalis, a warrior of the battle-hardened Saiyan race, and your king. We find ourselves amidst a fierce confrontation, yet I have not lost my fighting spirit. Do you regard me with disdain? With a piercing gaze directed towards the halted Saiyans, Vitalis exclaimed in fury. Nay, my king, we merely observe your inability to counter. Indeed, it is evident that you are at your limits, and that is why they have ceased their assault. In times past, even the Saiyan monarchs possessed the audacity to engage in battle, and thus were not a match for King Vegeta. Otherwise, they would have certainly challenged him. However, Vitalis is different. He has brought forth the sacred Senzu beans and the time chamber. In his fierce battle against Frieza and his progeny, alongside Vegeta and Broly, he transformed into a Super Saiyan and vanquished the tyrants, dismantling Frieza's long-standing reign of terror. Moreover, it was Vitalis who reformed the Saiyan way of life, once indifferent. They now train alongside their family and friends, embarking on missions together. They have come to appreciate the bonds of kinship, all thanks to Vitalis. Some among them had perished at the hands of Frieza's lineage, yet were resurrected by Vitalis using the mystical Dragon Balls. Truth be told, had they been in his position, they would not have squandered such wishes on trivial matters. For the Saiyan race, the deceased are deemed weak, the vanquished, it is their frailty that leads to demise, and the weak garner no attention. Yet, Vitalis chose to resurrect these fallen warriors, bearing the heroic mantle of one who fights valiantly for his home and comrades. They may lack intellectual pursuits, but that does not render them foolish. If he can bring back so many from the brink, what of other wishes? Can they not also be effortlessly fulfilled? Why waste precious wishes on such useless beings? Now, life has improved, and the training environment is more conducive than ever. With Vitalis' aid, they have successfully transformed into Super Saiyans, embodying the legendary warriors of the Saiyan lineage. Thus, Vitalis' significance to them is unparalleled. The king stated that we were mistaken. If that is the case, then we are indeed wrong. What follows? Shall we continue? Let us proceed. There is no need for further words. I have proclaimed that in this battle, only one among us shall remain standing. Vitalis perceived the sentiments of the crowd, feeling a sense of solace. At least his efforts were not in vain, and they were not a band of ingrates. However, the atmosphere has reached this juncture, and Vitalis found exhilaration in it. Thus, he must fight until the end. Exhausted and depleted of energy, yet still alive, is it not? A final effort shall surely yield results. Let loose, he roared, summoning the remnants of his strength. A brilliant white aura surged skyward, flickering with a faint golden luminescence. His hair shimmered, but alas, he lacked the power to attain the Super Saiyan form. Is this where my journey concludes? Is this the extent of my abilities? Must I perpetually rely on fusion to confront formidable adversaries? Must I perpetually hide behind Broly? No, I am a traveler through realms, a Saiyan, and I am boundless. Ah! Vitalis emitted a roar of defiance. The exhilaration of battle is unparalleled, and the prospect of clashing with the mighty fills him with anticipation. Vitalis yearns for more than mere sparring with his kin. He craves the thrill of combat against those of immense power. He seeks an even greater strength. The white aura gradually transformed into a resplendent gold, His black hair shifted to a brilliant hue, and his fierce eyes once again glimmered in a pale green. Yet, this was not the end. The flame-like aura ceased its flickering, surging skyward in a jet-like fashion, enveloping Vitalis in a rapidly expanding sphere. The intense golden light rendering him nearly invisible. A tempest of frenzied energy swirled around, casting aside those of lesser combat power, while only a select few, boasting combat abilities in the billions, could maintain their stance amidst the storm. After a brief moment, the roars subsided, and the surrounding energy dissipated, revealing a radiance of lightning that crackled violently, entwining around Vitalis. While his appearance showed no marked change, his aura shifted dramatically. A chilling presence dominated the atmosphere, re-establishing Vitalis as the focal point of this realm. King, king, king. The chants of adoration for Vitalis echoed continuously, though the specifics were unclear. Those who had recently transformed into Super Saiyans could feel it. At this moment, the king transcended the Super Saiyan state. It was not merely a matter of enhanced energy, but a profound, holistic transformation. This is what it means to surpass the Super Saiyan 2. Raising his right hand in a fist, he silenced the cheers, explaining to those present. He had not anticipated entering the Super Saiyan 2 state at this moment. Having fully mastered Super Saiyan 1 and having maintained full power for an extended period, he had expected to achieve Super Saiyan 2 after 2 more years of training. However, this battle, fueled by his discontent and anger, unexpectedly propelled him into the realm of Super Saiyan 2. Is this the duality of fortune and misfortune? While not entirely accurate, I aspire to become the catalyst for their breakthroughs, which in turn will facilitate my own growth. They too serve as the impetus for my advancement. Standing still, I savored the overwhelming power of the moment. It was formidable, unbelievably so, despite not being in peak condition prior to my transformation. The defeat of the remaining foes posed no challenge. Thus, the final round commenced. I would not show leniency simply because you had spared me earlier. Manifesting a gold coin through magic, I tossed it into the air. As it fell, the figure of Vitalis vanished from the spot. Ah-oh-ha, clack, clack, clack. The chorus of pained cries erupted once more. Vitalis suppressed his combat power and engaged once again with the remaining adversaries. The fervent battle reignited. After a considerable duration, the confrontation concluded, with Vitalis standing alone in the sky, surveying those on the ground, some reclining, others seated. Without a doubt, the gulf in power was once again evident. The disparity was greater than that between the Super Saiyan form and their regular state. Even while restraining his combat prowess, Vitalis wrestled with thousands until the fusion time expired. Finally, it's over, he sighed inwardly, recognizing that he too was approaching his limits. In this battle, the uninhibited Vitalis adopted an offensive strategy, neglecting all forms of defense. Not only did he refrain from guarding himself, but he also absorbed every attack with unwavering resolve, pushing his body to the brink of its limits. Had it not been for his robust foundation, he could have succumbed to the strain. Although he transformed into a Super Saiyan, this metamorphosis did not rejuvenate his physical state. Rather, the overwhelming power intensified the burden on his body. This signifies a comprehensive enhancement to Super Saiyan 2, significantly improving physical capabilities, thus averting a catastrophic explosion. Stealthily consuming a mystical being, injuries are instantly healed, energy replenished, and stamina restored. Furthermore, due to the breaking of limits, foundational combat strength has risen once more. Next, it is time for full power training in Super Saiyan 2. Indeed, Saiyans possess no limits. The pursuit of strength is relentless, with no apex but only greater heights to attain. With a mere wave, thousands of spatial wormholes are opened, facilitating the exit of all from the hyperbolic time chamber. Spatial magic has also become second nature. Although Vitalis previously wielded large-scale teleportation, it was merely through teleportation magic. Now, effortlessly opening thousands of wormholes is a trivial feat. Previously, he could open a few, but handling several small wormholes was beyond his capability. Instantaneous movement, teleportation magic, and spatial wormholes differ greatly in magnitude. The knowledge acquired from the Dragon Shinran is unparalleled in complexity. However, the energy consumption varies significantly. Once opened, spatial wormholes can exist at the cost of energy, bearing greater strategic significance compared to instantaneous movement and teleportation magic. Indeed, it exudes higher prestige. Upon opening a wormhole, Vitalis strides toward his throne. Chapter 77. In development and summary, we Saiyans must continue to survive and thrive in this universe. It is not worthwhile to expend a considerable lifespan within the hyperbolic time chamber. Henceforth, it shall only be activated during extraordinary circumstances. Initially, Vitalis was so focused on gaining advantages that he overlooked the matter of lifespan. Coupled with the terrifying time dilation, a misstep could lead to a decline, rendering Saiyans a minority. Such a fate would render Vitalis' efforts futile. He firmly believes that the existence of the Saiyan race can elevate the cosmic rating by at least 30%. Participate in the power tournament? No. Isn't it preferable to observe the struggles of other universes from the arena? Well then, having understood this, one should proceed with their endeavors. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vitalis waved his hand, dispersing the crowd, leaving only those warriors capable of transforming into Super Saiyans post-fusion. Henceforth, your task is to train diligently, striving to independently attain the Super Saiyan transformation and to master spatial magic. As he spoke, Vitalis imprinted the principles of spatial magic onto the minds of the assembled. Spatial magic is energy-intensive, requiring at least a combat power of 100 million to wield flawlessly. Among the spells taught by Vitalis is one known as Dimensional Anchor, which can seal off dimensions and time. It serves as a nemesis to instantaneous movement and teleportation techniques. Vitalis, possessing these skills, understands that such abilities are formidable, allowing for both offensive and evasive maneuvers. There exist other spatial skills that are equally unpleasant, such as the spatial techniques associated with malevolent thoughts. Therefore, it is essential to prepare in advance. Very well, you two shall remain, while the others may disperse. Vitalis indicated the two individuals, who were indeed the beautiful ones possessing the fusion materials. Wang stepped forward to stand beneath the throne, ready to absorb the king's teachings. Retaining these two was a recognition that previous actions had indeed exceeded acceptable limits. Women place great importance on their appearance. Even Saiyans are not exempt from this norm. It is ironic that one would proclaim the prohibition of transformation into a monkey while secretly harnessing the power of that very transformation to eliminate her in an instant. In this battle, both Vitalis and those who subsequently transformed into Super Saiyans reaped substantial rewards. Yet, there was one who, after merely a few seconds of transformation, met with swift defeat, gaining nothing. What are your names? The elder sister inquired. I am Naya, and this is my younger sister, the black-haired girl on my left. She introduced herself. Following her lead, Klena, the girl with a ponytail on the right, continued, I'm Klena. The elder sister, with her cascading long hair and gentle features, possessed a soft voice that belied her Saiyan heritage, radiating a nurturing aura. The younger sister was equally beautiful. However, her demeanor revealed her to be a classic tsundere character, a fact that Vitalis discerned instantly. My apologies for my earlier harsh words. I may have been a bit too forceful, Vitalis admitted. It's quite all right, King. We understand it was for our own good, and indeed, we are rather weak, the elder sister replied with a smile, her eyes narrowing playfully. Oh, is that so? That's splendid. Just knowing you comprehend my concerns brings me joy. Let us take a moment to rest, and later, we shall see if we can still transform into Super Saiyans after merging, Vitalis expressed with delight, appreciating the empathy of the sisters. Naya and Klena, Vitalis held a deep regard for his subjects. The one who transformed into a Super Saiyan had barely lasted a minute before being forcibly exited. The prospect of being unable to transform again would indeed be troubling. After all, the status of a Super Saiyan among the Saiyans is unparalleled, and the inability to revert would be a significant blow for the two. Well then, rest well. I shall return shortly, he announced before instantaneously teleporting near the star of his home galaxy. Channeling his energy to its fullest, a crackling sound enveloped him. The manifestation of Super Saiyan 2 brought forth lightning that danced around his form, an impressive display. With his hands raised, a vast reservoir of energy began to coalesce above Vitalis. Having consumed 9 senza beans, an object resembling a golden anchor, comparable in size to the neighboring star, gradually took shape, a dimensional anchor. Vitalis intended to test the limits of his power in this transformed state, eager to discover how expansive a space he could seal. The dimensional anchor has consumed an astonishing amount of energy, roughly 9 times that of the peak power of the hyperdimensional Talis, to take shape. Using the adjacent star as a reference, it is capable of sealing a radius of approximately 0.8 light-years. This means that within a sphere of 0.8 light-years centered around the star, spatial abilities are rendered ineffective, unless an individual surpassing the current Vitalis in strength forcibly tears through the spatial blockade. One must rely solely on flight. After consuming another celestial being, Vitalis sent the dimensional anchor into an alternate dimension. Otherwise, the target would be too conspicuous and likely to attract concentrated attacks. Casting a glance at the nearby Saiyans who had come to witness the commotion, Vitalis waved his hand and returned to his throne. He controlled the dimensional anchor and opened several nodes. Henceforth, only these nodes would permit instantaneous travel. One node was situated on the throne platform, while the others were located at the centers of various tribes and cities. Should an invasion occur through these nodes, the intruders would soon learn the true meaning of cruelty and violence. Once again, Vitalis condensed a small dimensional anchor and transmitted it to the Earth Temple, where 2 Dragon Balls lay. Although a squad of Saiyans was present, precautions were necessary. If one lacks the capability, it is understandable, but if one is capable, then absolute certainty must be achieved. The primary concern is to safeguard against individuals of his kind. During the battle on Namek, the dragon summoned everyone to Earth, and at that time, Super Saiyan Goku possessed the power to resist the dragon's divine might. To transport him back, then required his explicit consent. Thus, Vitalis aimed to prevent anyone from exploiting the dragon or similar entities to relocate his Dragon Balls. At this moment, he possesses far greater strength than Goku did during the era of Namek. Gazing upon Earth, Broly wanders aimlessly, devoid of direction and yet to discover his purpose, lost in a haze of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Raditz trails behind Gohan, burdened with heavy and light packs as Gohan carries his son ahead, seemingly resolved to reach the location of Master Roshi. Bardock and Vegeta 3 are concluding their affairs at the Galactic Patrol headquarters. As the Saiyan Legion has fully established its presence in the Galactic Prison, the operations at the headquarters of the Cosmic Police are running smoothly, with various legions advancing steadily. Currently, the explored territory has surpassed that of Frieza and his 2 sons. The Guardian of Earth and several elders from Namek, aided by the Saiyan squad, are presently visiting Cyril Star. Everything is under control. Observing the Red Ribbon Army on Earth, a group of ineffectual individuals, Dr. Gero and several other scientists are merely beginning their endeavors in their respective fields. The android project has yet to receive due attention. Several spatial wormholes have been opened, through which energy blasts have been transmitted. Tragically, all personnel involved in the android project, including Dr. Gero, have perished. Given the current trajectory of development in this universe, the androids that may emerge in the future are destined to be even more terrifying, rendering their elimination imperative. Unlike in the original story, Dr. Brief has received technological assistance from the Saiyans, resulting in the creation of anti-gravity vehicles and the development of various spacecraft. They are gradually venturing into the cosmos, stepping into the interstellar age. The universe is home to numerous extraordinary races, including the Saiyans. Some may be weak, yet their unique traits are formidable. Should their cells be harvested for the creation of Cell, this being might indeed merit the title of God of Destruction. Therefore, Vitalis prohibits the emergence of such formidable entities. Perhaps when he possesses commensurate strength, Vitalis may actively facilitate the appearance of such beings, but for now, it is best to refrain, as they are too formidable to provoke. Furthermore, there are the artificial life forms introduced in the Moro arc, which he regrettably has not fully observed, leaving him unaware of their creators and unable to preemptively strike. Nonetheless, Vitalis has instructed his subordinates to monitor similar civilizations. Upon discovery, immediate reports and observations are mandated. Should they merely brush against the capabilities of their adversaries, Vitalis would not hesitate to grant this civilization a chance to exist. However, if they prove uncontrollable, annihilation is the only recourse. While Vitalis finds the idea of eliminating Dr. Gero regrettable, the man is exceedingly difficult to control. Attempting to do so would only create enemies, so it is better to eliminate him in advance. Killing these individuals may delay technological advancement in this universe, but the Saiyans pursue the path of cultivation, with technology serving merely as an auxiliary. Have you both rested well? Once rested, they prepared to attempt the fusion, as the time seemed right. Vitalis called upon the two and commenced their training. Chapter 78, Saiyan Fusion. Observing their fusion, Vitalis could not help but marvel. This was the true essence of the fusion dance. Indeed, when different individuals performed, the result was imbued with distinct hues. The beauty of the dance was truly captivating. As the brilliance faded, the aloof goddess re-emerged. This fusion formula is rather peculiar. One appears gentle as water, while the other exudes a hint of arrogance, resulting in a goddess of aloofness. Whether being effortlessly lifted by Vitalis or transforming into a Super Saiyan, there is a conspicuous lack of expressive change. Only when questioning Vitalis does she exhibit a semblance of femininity. Perhaps this is influenced by the Saiyan heritage of the fusion material, or perhaps it is related to her posture during the fusion. In the theatrical versions, both Super Saiyan Gogeta and Super Saiyan Blue Gogeta are characterized by their fierce demeanor and few words. In GT, Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta is undeniably the epitome of swagger. "May I inquire your name?" Vitalis asked, for the name of the fused warrior is of utmost importance. I am neither Nine nor Klena. What should I be called?" She pondered seriously with her chin resting on her hand. "How about Yake?" Upon realizing the name was not yet decided, Vitalis instinctively blurted out a combination of their names. "Yake? That feels somewhat peculiar," she chuckled. "Ah, it was merely a suggestion. Please continue to contemplate without concern." I, too, subconsciously uttered a name that was merely a homophone. The name indeed seems ill-suited for a girl. "Let us simply call her Yake," she said, casting a glance at Vitalis. "Well, that settles the name. Let us begin. First, let us see if we can once again attain the form of a Super Saiyan." She quickly shifted the topic. For the pressure of being gazed upon by the beautiful woman was quite formidable, especially since she had struck her twice. Glancing at the scoundrel before her, Yake began to gather her energy. It was still a bit lacking. Evidently, she had not stabilized it in time, which had some impact. However, it took our group numerous training sessions to transform at will. Vitalis rose and approached Yake, channeling his energy and fully unleashing the might of Super Saiyan 2. He used his own aura to guide Yake. During their previous collective transformations into Super Saiyans and the breakthroughs to Super Saiyan 2, Vitalis had indeed sensed an inexplicable shift in energy. This force might well be termed Saiyan energy during the group transformation. The mutual attraction of Saiyan energy resulted in the spectacular sight of so many achieving breakthroughs together. After surpassing Super Saiyan 2, Vitalis perceived this power with even greater clarity. Was this force akin to the heart's power utilized in the Super Saiyan God ritual? What distinctions might exist? Did it resemble the Saiyan energy absorbed by Goku in his Super Saiyan 4 form in GT, which included Gohan and Xiaofeng? Vitalis pondered many thoughts. For instance, if the heart's power of the Super Saiyan God was merely that, could not other races also utilize this ritual to attain divinity? Would it not be exclusive to Saiyans? If it were indeed the Saiyan power from GT, could it not be absorbed and employed for breakthroughs? The transformation into Super Saiyan 4 illustrates the ability to forcibly absorb the powers of others. However, such energy is merely utilized for one's own benefit. In absorbing the Saiyan powers of Gohan, Goten, Pan, and Trunks, Super Saiyan 4 Goku has indeed transcended his limits. The radiant golden light flickers once more as Yake re-enters the Super Saiyan state. "Come, attack me. Adapt to this power without overthinking. It is time to experiment." At this moment, there are pressing matters to attend to. With a swift motion, he catches a kick aimed at his face with one hand. Maintaining composure is essential. Transforming into a Super Saiyan can easily provoke excitement, yet mastering this power necessitates a strong mental fortitude. Although facing a fused warrior, the advantage still lies with Super Saiyan 2 over Super Saiyan 1. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, one enters a phase of power inflation. If one so desires, their battle strength can easily escalate. In times of peace, combat prowess is of little significance, hence the importance of spiritual cultivation. Do not be deceived by power. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, one indeed enters a stage of power inflation. It is as if the limitations have been shattered. With progress following regular training measured in thousands or millions, while transformations yield increases in the billions. Thus, under the leadership of Vitalis, those who have transformed into Super Saiyans are not blindly pursuing power, but are instead honing their abilities to harness their full potential. The stronger the power, the more challenging it becomes to control. The difficulty of training significantly intensifies. By enhancing one's mental capabilities, one can manage the sudden surges of power. Increases within the range of dozens or hundreds remain manageable, yet escalations into the millions or billions pose a significant risk of catastrophic events. Observe the disparity between us. The innate talent of a fused warrior surpasses that of an individual. Within a short span of battle, Yake can nearly wield this power. However, Vitalis, who has been diligently training at full power as a Super Saiyan, excels even further. Super Saiyan 2 is twice as powerful as Super Saiyan 1, and Vitalis can perfectly master this strength, nearing the full capabilities of Super Saiyan 2 through advanced mental training. The Super Saiyan transformation amplifies normal strength by 50 times. Yet without consistent training, Entering this state becomes questionable, akin to a certain period of Goku. Even if one attains the Super Saiyan state, the amplified power does not necessarily reach 50 times, as seen in that same period of Goku. With diligent practice, this multiplication factor can indeed increase. At full power, Super Saiyan 1 can surpass 80 times normal strength. Vitalis can achieve approximately 88 times, very close to Super Saiyan 2, which offers a 100-fold increase. Vitalis enters Super Saiyan 2 at full power. Due to the nature of power levels, this does not equate to 88 times 2. But he achieves a battle strength increase of over 120 times normal. Vitalis is capable of controlling this power, countering Yake's attacks with equivalent strength during battle. Aside from the initial burst of energy creating a storm, the subsequent combat has not harmed the surrounding environment. Continue to exert your full strength. Where do you think this will lead? Is this all you can muster? Observing the increasingly breathless Yake, Vitalis couldn't help but indulge in his habitual mockery. What? No response. Allow me to inquire whether you prefer a more stringent or a gentler approach to our training, Vitalis inquired. Stricter? Yake ventured tentatively. Very well. With that, Vitalis amplified the power in his right hand. Swift and precise, he delivered a punch squarely to Yake's face. The sound resonated. Thud, thud, thud. Fortunately, Vitalis had fortified the platform beforehand. Yake struck it several times without causing any damage. In a flash of light, Yake was cleaved in two. The force of that punch severing the sisters apart. Not bad, Vitalis mused. He had been retaliating with equivalent force, which posed no challenge. However, Yake had been exerting herself to the fullest. Although she remained unscathed, the intensity of her efforts over the past 10 minutes had pushed her to her limits. On the verge of energy depletion and disintegration, Vitalis recognized this and intervened to induce her forced disintegration. There is a significant difference between voluntary disintegration and coerced disintegration. This punch would undoubtedly yield considerable benefits for Yake. With a satisfied smile, Vitalis turned and made his way toward the throne. He opened a wormhole and captured several rare creatures known as Omagong from a distant planet 3 light-years away. Having sampled their exquisite taste once before, he found them delectable. Next, he opened another wormhole to a planet 30 light-years away, where he felled a few trees. As he kindled a fire to roast meat, it was clear that Vitalis was not merely flaunting his power. Rather, he was engaged in training. There are opportunities for growth in every facet of daily life, contingent upon one's ability to discern the subtleties within. Again, he opened a wormhole to gather one of the last coconuts from Kame House. Sipping coconut juice while roasting meat, Vitalis began to seek a suitable planet for his endeavors. Planet Saladra, the Saiyan homeworld, had been obliterated. Planet Vegeta was established by Vegeta and his kin, hence its name. Although there had been proposals to rename it Vitalis' planet, he decided to leave it as Planet Vegeta for Vegeta to rule. The geographical location here is rather unfavorable. Being excessively remote, Vitalis intends to seek a celestial body at the center of the universe to serve as his governing star. He has even conceived a name, tentatively dubbing it the King's Star. Ahem, just a jest. He simply has not settled on a name yet. Concurrently, the headquarters of the Cosmic Patrol will also relocate to the universe's core. High-ranking officials such as Vegeta and Bardock are also set to make the journey. The 4 major galaxies will each establish their branches. The universe is vast. The term 4 major galaxies merely serves as a representation, not implying that this universe contains only a single galaxy. It is simply a delineation of the domains governed by the King of the Worlds. Beneath each of the 4 major galaxies lies an innumerable array of galaxies, all bearing the title of galaxy, such as the Galaxy of Heaven, the Galaxy of Origin, the Galaxy of Armor, and so forth. This is the present world, also referred to as the realm of the living. The other world, known as the Nether Realm, serves as the sanctuary for souls. Between these 2 realms lies the domain of the Realm King. In even higher dimensions exist the divine realm of the Realm King, the Destruction Realm, and the mysteriously anomalous Dark Magic Realm. In order to orchestrate a more effective strategy, the universe of the present world must be under the dominion of Vitalis. Currently, the Saiyan Legion has nearly seized control of both the northern and southern galaxies and is advancing toward the remaining 2 galaxies. Thus, it is time to take command of the center of the universe. Chapter 79. Arrangements. Here are the recipes from various cuisines of Earth. With Broly absent, I temporarily appoint you, sisters, as my guardians. This is the Earth coordinate. Procure the necessary materials from Earth and exchange Earth's currency with Dr. Brief. Upon noticing the sisters awaken, Vitalis promptly assigns them their tasks. Primarily, these sisters possess remarkable talents and are quite pleasing to the eye. Both are first-rate beauties, and their fusion renders them even more enchanting. It is indeed pleasant to have such companions. Broly has been with him for quite some time, and his absence feels rather unusual. However, being men, they will eventually establish families, and it is inappropriate to remain together incessantly. Enough dawdling. The meat is grilled to perfection. Come and eat. It has been decided that you will be responsible for food from now on. After dining, continue your training. It is essential that you at least achieve the capability to transform individually. It is Naya. Understood, Klena. As they dined and conversed, the intimacy between them deepened. The disparity in class among the Saiyans was quite evident, particularly the majesty of the king, which seemed distant and daunting to those who seldom interacted with royalty. The king's commands must be followed to the letter, even at the cost of life. Although the Saiyans are inherently combative and tempestuous, their loyalty to the king is unequivocal. Of course, this presupposes that the king would not be foolish enough to incite rebellion among his subordinates. You two continue your training. I have a matter to attend to outside. Vegeta has conveyed news regarding the Galactic Patrol, stating that matters are nearly resolved and inquiring if there are any other concerns. If there are none, he and Bardock will return. Vitalis had just recalled something and instructed them to wait. Do we not accompany you as your guardians? Naya inquired. Well, it is not a significant matter. I shall return shortly. Training remains paramount. Vitalis declined the suggestion. While it is indeed pleasant to conduct affairs in the company of beautiful women, there is no need to delay or interrupt the training. Humph, sister, we are so weak. In the event of combat, who knows who would protect whom? The king must think us feeble. Let us continue our training, Klena urged, pulling Naya down from the platform. Ah, indeed, let us proceed. Opening a spatial wormhole, Vitalis arrived at the headquarters of the Galactic Patrol. Your Majesty, he acknowledged. Thank you for your efforts. Let us go. The Galactic King awaits, does he not? Vitalis gently patted the shoulders of the two individuals, acknowledging that, despite his age, it was imperative for a king to maintain a regal demeanor, while the Saiyans themselves might not concern themselves with such formalities. The presence of outsiders necessitated that every action and utterance of their king represented the entire Saiyan race. Indeed, I have already informed King Vegeta of the situation, he remarked. By the way, have we obtained the detailed roster of the prison inmates? Vitalis inquired, referencing Moro, the formidable antagonist from the latest chapter of Dragon Ball prior to their traversal. Moro was akin to a thorn lodged in one's throat. It is well known that outdated Dragon Ball villains are often dismissed, unable to keep pace with the evolving narrative. However, the latest antagonist is bound to overwhelm the protagonists in the early stages. The Moro arc unfolds after the Tournament of Power and the Broly Saga. Goku and his companion have successfully harnessed the power of Ultra Instinct, stepping into a new realm, and though the events following their arrival remain unseen, it is reasonable to assume that Vegeta will similarly discover a path that rivals Goku's mastery of Ultra Instinct. One can only imagine the significance of Moro's character. Furthermore, Moro is notably one of the bosses most prone to sudden and explosive power surges, and no preemptive measures have yet been devised to counter him. This elucidates the imperative behind Vitalis' insistence on the Saiyan Legion's collaborative defense. Subsequently, those elite warriors who have mastered the transformation into Super Saiyans will be given precedence in entering the Galactic Prison. The Galactic Prison houses individuals of notable infamy, including the formidable Moro, who was sentenced to life imprisonment eons ago. His abilities pose a significant threat. Should he escape, we would lack any means of resistance. Upon perusing the roster of inmates, King Vegeta III found it unfathomable that such terrifying figures still exist in this world. Compared to them, Frieza seems inconsequential. Moreover, there is also the notorious Obian, who instigated a massacre in the galaxy a million years ago, representing another formidable adversary. Should he break free, we would currently stand no chance. King Vegeta III has meticulously singled out those adversaries that the Saiyans are ill-equipped to confront. These individuals were either vanquished by the god of destruction or defeated by renowned heroes of the cosmos. Among them, some succumbed to the forces of elemental affinity and sheer chance. In this contemporary era, it is likely that these conditions are no longer met. Recent intelligence gathered by Vegeta III indicates that even the supreme deities of the universe, such as the Kaioshin, have recorded instances of being vanquished. It is now clear to him why the king has taken such drastic measures, entrusting the current group of inadequate Galactic Patrol officers with the task of oversight. He finds it difficult to sleep at night. The casualties from those battles are merely a string of numbers, suffocatingly extensive, with countless star systems laid to waste. In comparison to those entities, Frisia appears relatively benevolent, merely indulging in the occasional display of fireworks. Can these beings be relocated? Vitalis inquired, emphasizing that Moro must certainly be confined in isolation. Yes, I inquired beforehand. Moro's current confinement is quite precarious. Should he escape, his fellow inmates would become a delightful feast. Or so it is said. The Galactic Patrol also wishes to relocate, yet they are too feeble to dare such a move. Vegeta 3 could not help but lament the stark contrast to the once mighty Saiyan ancestors. The former Galactic Patrol was immensely powerful, teeming with formidable warriors who had successfully captured the most heinous criminals through their own strength, and had even engaged in dialogue with the gods. Now, it is evident that even the pre-emergent Saiyans could easily bully the Galactic Patrol. That is acceptable. Moro must be confined in isolation. We shall find a remote star domain for his imprisonment. Ensuring his escape is impossible. Even if he were to flee, he would be unable to procure sustenance for a considerable time. If all goes according to plan, it would be best if Moro were to perish of old age. Esteemed King of the Saiyans, greetings. Please, come in. The Galactic King has arrived, and they are now in the reception area, under the guidance of the attendants. Vitalis once again meets the Galactic King and Mels. On this occasion, there are no other attendees. Regrettably, Jace, the one who excels at enlivening the atmosphere, is absent. Furthermore, the Galactic Patrol's reception lacks tables and chairs, which makes standing and conversing rather uncomfortable, perhaps a reflection of cultural differences. I opened a wormhole and retrieved the pre-prepared tables and chairs, inviting everyone to take a seat. Discreetly, I also produced a treasured collection from Master Rashi. A selection of fine tea, indeed, a most respectable brew. The old spirit has lived for an extensive time, accumulating many exquisite items. After brewing a pot of tea, I addressed His Galactic Majesty. I have two purposes for my visit. I stated my intentions directly, refraining from elaborating on the tea. As my primary aim was to display strength, excessive chatter would only serve to diminish the host's dignity. Oh, is that so? He chuckled, evidently pleased by Vitalis' solemn approach. Firstly, upon learning of the capabilities of Moro, I was unable to sleep at night. His power is exceedingly terrifying. Therefore, I intend to confine him in isolation. As Vitalis spoke, a projection of a starry sky materialized on the table. Here lies the Lugus supercluster, a vast expanse where, due to a war long ago, all life-bearing planets perished, approximately 230 million light-years away. Subsequently, I shall dispatch individuals to cleanse all celestial bodies, including stars, ensuring that no large entities remain, devoid of any supplies. I will then take time to saturate the area with dimensional anchors, sealing time and space. Given Moro's current condition, it is improbable that he could ever escape this place. This is the optimal solution devised by Vitalis. Initially, I had thought more simplistically, whether 2 legions or 30, no matter the numbers, once Moro breaks free, it would be tantamount to delivering a feast. Thus, it is paramount to eradicate any possibility of his escape. The Lugus supercluster is vast. As long as we restrict access to any spacecraft, with Moro sealed away, he could not escape even if he tried. Especially considering his current state of flight is already a challenge. However, despite claiming I would send others, Vitalis actually intended to take action himself, alongside Vegeta 3 and Bardock. The reality is that others could at most obliterate ordinary planets, and even then, it would require over a month for their entire race to mobilize. Such an endeavor would be an extravagant waste of human resources. While a few individuals may be able to destroy stars, the likes of white dwarfs and neutron stars pose a significant risk. One could question whether they would even return after approaching them. Even Vitalis, at this moment, cannot guarantee his own ability to annihilate them. Therefore, following this meeting, I shall enter the hyperbolic time chamber with Bardock and Vegeta 3, aiming to surpass a combat power of 100 billion. At that time, I shall ensure a thorough cleansing. With a crash, the Galactic King's cup fell from his grasp. Is that truly achievable? Evidently, Vitalis' audacious actions have instilled fear, yet the claims made are so astonishing that they border on disbelief. As one can observe in Chapter 80, Vitalis has established a diminutive dimensional anchor. Verification can be arranged, for the surrounding space has been sealed. Neither the spacecraft's jump devices nor teleportation abilities are operational. Unless one possesses superior strength, the inherent stability of space, combined with the dimensional anchor, necessitates an even greater force to disrupt it. Vitalis is confident. With the dimensional anchor in place, Neither Gotenks nor Bu can penetrate the fabric of space. As for Gohan and Bu, lacking experience with the enigmatic power of Gohan, it is difficult to ascertain their capabilities. Thus, the currently sealed and powerless Moro is expected to remain imprisoned until his demise. The Galactic King summoned several individuals, and moments later, a report was presented. Your proposal is exceedingly rational and highly credible. In comparison to the current circumstances, it offers enhanced safety. However, the construction of the prison requires the involvement of our personnel, stated the Galactic King, expressing a lack of trust in entrusting the task entirely to the Saiyans. What if these Saiyans, in a moment of madness, release Moro for a duel? These belligerent individuals are fully capable of such actions. Indeed, the technology of the Galactic Patrol is remarkably reliable, he acknowledged. The capabilities of MELs, combined with the technological constructs, would likely overpower even the combined might of the Saiyan elite without resorting to the power of angels. However, this advantage is limited to MELs alone. Next, he addressed the matter of planetary development. Transforming barren planets is a simple task for the Saiyans, as altering terrain and weather is well within their capabilities, especially with technological assistance. Transforming a planet would not require an inordinate amount of time. Therefore, I intend to engage those non-threatening prisoners from the galactic prison in reclamation efforts, such as farming and livestock rearing. After all, they are idly sitting, and maintaining them in prison must be a considerable burden for you, right? Vitalis articulated his thoughts. In the galactic prison, all offenders are incarcerated without any notion of labor reform. In this world, personal combat prowess is exaggerated. An inmate brought out may not necessarily return. I shall contemplate this, the Galactic King responded, visibly intrigued. The military requires wage distribution, equipment maintenance incurs costs, and research is a significant expenditure. Not to mention the need to mitigate the consequences of certain members' actions. The pressure on the Galactic Patrol is considerable. How about a profit-sharing arrangement of 2-to-8? Upon witnessing the Galactic King's reaction, Vitalis chuckled. Profit? Initially, the Galactic King presumed that Vitalis aimed to exploit these prisoners for territorial development, provided their basic needs were met to prevent further offenses, thus alleviating the burden on the Galactic Patrol. Little did he expect any financial gain. Of course, with regards to food cultivation and the breeding of rare species, we shall retain a portion for our own use and sell the remainder for profit. After all, certain resources necessitate monetary expenditure. As members of the Cosmic Police, we cannot resort to thievery, can we? There is no need for competition, currently. Within the dominion of the Saiyans, any desires expressed by Vitalis will be eagerly fulfilled by eager hands, with individuals even beseeching him to graciously accept their offerings. It is no exaggeration to say that our King Frisia, at the slightest displeasure, could annihilate entire planets. In the past, the Saiyans would seize what they desired by exterminating all in their path. Therefore, as long as no action is taken, negotiations are feasible. However, since Vitalis has resolved to establish a cosmic peacekeeping force, serving as a benchmark for the advancement of all civilizations in this universe, it is imperative to refrain from adopting such a brigand-like stance. Thus, it is essential to develop industries, especially considering that Saiyans possess voracious appetites. With their augmented powers, their consumption has increased significantly, and their population has multiplied several times over. The numbers of certain rare creatures pale in comparison to what a single Saiyan consumes in one meal. Consequently, it is necessary to cultivate planets and engage in agriculture and livestock rearing. Vitalis harbored deep regrets regarding his earlier, impetuous decree to exterminate the Frisia army. Had he foreseen the consequences, he would have preferred to capture them and send them for labor reform instead. Although robbery is indeed a crime, I believe that allowing them to cultivate barren planets and nurture rare species would serve as a commendable means of atonement, contributing to the advancement of the universe, far more beneficial than languishing in prison. However, is the division of spoils at 80-20 truly equitable for you? While we provide the prisoners, you are undoubtedly the primary force in terraforming these planets. Perhaps a compromise of 50-50 would be more appropriate? The Galactic King extended his tentacles, supporting his head earnestly as he spoke. Mels. Vegeta 3. Even Bardock couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. How curious. Was he genuinely oblivious? Or merely feigning ignorance? A master of negotiation, indeed. Well, 50-50 it shall be. However, you shall be responsible for technological assistance and initial seats. My people will only oversee the planetary cleansing and the management of the prisoners. Rubbing his eyes, Vitalis chose not to dwell on this matter. Even 50% sufficed. Though the galactic patrol was weak, their spirit was admirable. They fearlessly faced danger and adversity, undeterred by perilous circumstances. It was only fitting to grant these heroes some share of the profits. Moreover, there are plenty of nefarious villains in the universe. Capturing them later would yield all the benefits for him. As for which prisoners may be released, I leave that to your discretion, for you are far more familiar with their capabilities than we are. Vitalis had just contacted a warrior, asking him to demonstrate for the Galactic King. On a desolate planet, a Saiyan warrior stood against the sky. He extended his palm, unleashing an energy blast that struck a massive mountain range. Moments later, a tremendous explosion erupted. And with a mere wave of his hand, a powerful storm arose, dispersing the dust and smoke. See, a vast ocean has emerged, Vitalis remarked, observing the immense crater that had formed in place of the mountains, with water gushing forth from below. He urgently contacted the warrior, relaying a few instructions. The warrior turned, once more extending his palm toward another mountain range. With a subtle movement of his fingers, a radiant light flickered as he clenched his fist. Dozens of mountains levitated, maneuvered above the crater, and with an outstretched hand, they shattered into dust, filling the chasm within moments. Shifting mountains and filling seas to expand arable land was possible. Improving soil fertility would allow for large-scale cultivation. With proper planning based on the planet's location, we could reap daily harvests in due time. Technological creations could assist, and magic could alter the climate with ease. By mastering the natural laws, reshaping the environment was not a formidable challenge. The Saiyan warrior spent several minutes transforming the planet's landscape, as if he were molding clay at will. What do you think? Although technology has the capability to achieve remarkable feats, the resources consumed are disproportionate to the benefits obtained. Indeed, if we were to take action, transforming dozens of planets would be a trivial endeavor. Numerous civilizations possess the technology for planetary modification. However, the imbalance between investment and return dissuades any civilization from engaging in such a detrimental enterprise. Ultimately, one witnesses a warrior soaring into the cosmos, gazing upon the planet below, extending a finger and swiftly coalescing an orb of energy comparable in size to the adjacent celestial body. This energy sphere is then gently cast toward the planet. Unlike Frisia, who relishes in obliterating planets by first shattering their cores for an explosive internal detonation. This method allows for a more refined approach to controlling the planet's destruction based on the energy sphere's potency. This is the most exquisite firework in the cosmos, bursting forth from within and illuminating the universe in a breathtaking display. However, due to its immense power, remnants will inevitably remain. These remnants, influenced by gravity, may once again coalesce to form new celestial bodies. Presently, the warrior's energy projectile hurtles towards this planet with unparalleled ferocity. With the might of this energy blast, everything on this planet shall be reduced to cosmic dust. Observing the unfolding scene, the Galactic King cast a solemn glance at the pensive Myers, lost in contemplation. This formidable power indeed instills fear. They possess weapons capable of annihilating stars. Not to mention the casualties, the mere activation time of such weapons poses a lethal dilemma. Confronted by such warriors, conventional tactics prove ineffective. Moreover, it seems these individuals might not be outmatched by the main cannon. They could potentially redirect the beams from the battleship's primary weapon. With our military strength, I firmly believe that no prisoner can evade capture. Vitalis, observing the contemplative duo, stoked the flames of resolve. While he regarded these individuals favorably, they ultimately do not share a common path. It is imperative to display strength. Thus, let it be. The specifics of our collaboration shall be managed by Mels, commencing with a trial involving select prisoners, and after gathering insights, we shall broaden the initiative. The Galactic King resolved that since change was unattainable, it would be wiser to derive benefits from the situation. The sentiment remains, should Vitalis overstep, there will be consequences. However, the Galactic King pondered the implications for the future of this universe with a sense of foreboding. With that, I shall not intrude further. Bidding farewell to the Galactic King, Vitalis returned to planet Vegeta with Vegeta 3 and Bardock. Mels, what are your thoughts? The Galactic King inquired, gazing at the tea before him. Presently, this monarch exuded no malevolent aura. His actions appeared beneficial. The sole concern lies in the unpredictable nature of his power and that of the Saiyans. If he can indeed reform the Saiyans, it would be ideal. However, should they revert to their primal instincts, the ramifications could be dire. Mels rose and approached the window. gazing into the starry expanse. Indeed, the Saiyans have undergone some transformation. It remains to be seen how far Mr. Vitalis will take this. Nevertheless, you must also keep abreast of the prisoner's agricultural endeavors. I have contemplated such initiatives in the past, but aside from confinement, we lack the capacity to pursue other actions. This presents a unique opportunity, mused the Galactic King, lifting his teacup and idly toying with it. Acknowledging the directive, Melz bid farewell to the Galactic King and proceeded towards the Galactic Prison. Meanwhile, on the throne platform of planet Vegeta, Vegeta 3 urgently questioned, "My king, why should we split 50-50? Would it not be better to manage it ourselves? It may seem somewhat disadvantageous, yet I find the Galactic Patrol quite agreeable. Conceding some benefits is not a burden. A 50% share is still substantial," replied Vitalis. The prisoners held in the Galactic Prison possess considerable strength. A handful could cultivate farmland effectively across a single planet. With a small team of 10 or so, one could efficiently manage an entire celestial body. For aquaculture, those skilled individuals need only a suitable environment to thrive, requiring merely 1 or 2 supervisors to oversee their natural growth. As the countless agricultural and breeding planets commence operations, the profits will be astronomical. Even if we cannot sell them, as long as there is enough for us Saiyans to consume, that suffices. The Saiyans have immense appetites. A single planet Vegeta cannot sustain such a large population without external resources. Most importantly, neither I nor you are adept in the realm of commerce. There are many peculiar talents among the Galactic Patrol, and it would be prudent to entrust such matters to them, allowing us to focus on our strengths. As Vitalis remarked with a smile, the Saiyans are tasked with providing military support. Intellectual endeavors should be left to professionals. Thus, let us gather personnel and initiate the experimental ritual of the Super Saiyan God. Chapter 81. Super Saiyan God Bardock. Upon returning to the Room of Spirit and Time, Vitalis cast the nearly maddened small four-eyed creature onto a wild planet. Fortunately, there was some leftover food, allowing survival after all the Saiyans had departed. Vitalis nearly forgot about this creature. Alas, even if it could transform into a Super Saiyan 2 and touch upon the fabric of space, time remained a formidable challenge. Venturing deeper, he adjusted the gravity to match that of Earth. While Goku ascended to divinity on Earth, replicating other aspects proved impossible. However, gravity could indeed be mimicked. Externally, excessive commotion might attract the attention of certain entities prematurely, but within the confines of the Room of Spirit and Time, aside from those of angelic caliber, detection should be unlikely. The first group would center around Bardock. In the previous Saiyan environment, Bardock maintained a calm demeanor and displayed compassion towards the weak, earning the title of a true benevolent soul among the Saiyans. Moreover, Goku's genetics stem from him, thus increasing the likelihood of Bardock's success. The gentle influence on Bardock comes from Jine, the woman who shaped his kindness. Following her are a few of Jine's friends, compared to others. These individuals working in logistics are exceptionally kind-hearted. Notably, there is a plump woman whose waist is as ample as her compassion, once a beauty in her youth. Now matured with a serene countenance, having seen much of the world. These individuals, having spent years in logistics, have dulled the air of slaughter around them, fostering a peaceful mindset, in contrast to others, showcasing their inherent kindness. The probability of Bardock's success appears promising. Now, for the first attempt. Wait. Something seems to be missing. Vitalis sensed an absence and conjured a piece of red satin, intending for Bardock to wear it. However, after a moment's contemplation, he discarded the idea. While Bardock would look striking adorned with a blood-stained sash, it bore the blood of his comrades and should not be taken lightly. Ignoring the puzzled expressions of those around, he pressed on. Let us proceed. The first Super Saiyan God experiment begins. Vitalis stepped back, ceding the stage to Bardock. With Vitalis leading, Vegeta, Raditz, and Broly were present, prepared to intervene should any changes arise. Meanwhile, thousands of warriors capable of transforming into Super Saiyans awaited outside. Ready for action. Here we go. Bardock inhaled deeply and stepped forward. Jine hesitated, wanting to speak. It's all right. Trust Bardock. Trust the king. Friends of Janae surrounded her, offering words of comfort and encouragement. The 5 of them joined hands, with Janae and the plump Aunt Xiangxai placing their hands upon Bardock's back. 9 closed their eyes, attempting to sense the so-called spiritual energy. The 5 were unaware of what this energy truly entailed and could only silently pray for Bardock, wishing for him to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Prior to the beginning, Vitalis shared all the information he possessed with the group, thus refraining from directly transmitting energy. Is it necessary to become a Super Saiyan? In Goku's ritual, aside from the unborn Xiaofang, the other four can transform into Super Saiyans. Vitalis pondered as he observed the stillness of the others. Yet, that cannot be right. The first Super Saiyan god perished from exhaustion. And if his 5 companions were all Super Saiyans, their fate would not be so dire, unless their enemies were all Super Saiyans as well. How could the Saiyans have once been so illustrious? He shook his head in self-deprecation, contemplating how it was impossible. If the Saiyans of the past were indeed so formidable, how could Beerus remain oblivious to the existence of Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan gods? Look, something is changing, Raditz suddenly exclaimed, only to be swiftly kicked away by Vegeta 3, who was concerned about disturbing Bardock. Casting a glance at Vegeta 3, Vitalis thought to remark that Goku's ritual environment was hardly ideal, and with a designated commentator, a little noise wouldn't be detrimental. However, seeing that Raditz was the one kicked, he chose to remain silent. Raditz was a promising talent, but he needed constant honing. After signaling Broly to deliver a couple more kicks, Vitalis turned his attention back to Bardock. At that moment, the group was enveloped in a layer of blue light, as mysterious energy surged toward Bardock, lifting him gradually into the air. The enigmatic blue aura enveloped Bardock completely. Suddenly, a beam of blue light shot up into the heavens. Logically, the hyperbolic time chamber contained none of these phenomena, yet that beam pierced through the dimensions, revealing an unknown cosmic vista. Vitalis exerted all his strength to sense this starry expanse, but to no avail. He endeavored to imprint the essence of the atmosphere in his memory, yet felt not a trace of energy. It appeared vibrant and alive, unlike the other desolate starry realms, yet the absence of any discernible energy sent chills down his spine, a cold shiver creeping up from his tailbone. Could it be a deity? The exalted deities exist in a realm beyond that of mortals, making it entirely normal for them to be imperceptible to the essence of energy. Realizing this, Vitalis promptly withdrew his perception. Should there truly be a god within, it would be a force not to be trifled with. At that moment, Broly returned, benevolently carrying the incapacitated Raditz, allowing him to witness the moment of his father's ascendance to divinity. A resplendent golden cloud enveloped the space, exuding an overwhelming presence, defying all logic. At this juncture, Bardock's aura had completely dissipated, the blue energy that surrounded him fading away, replaced by a pure radiance that began to illuminate the entire expanse. The enigmatic blue energy blazed fiercely, gradually dispersing after a surge of intensity. Bardock materialized, shaking off the energy that had entwined him, his hair a vivid red. As a striking crimson, yet unlike the Super Saiyan form, his pupils remained black. In this state, Bardock appeared slightly diminished compared to before, as if he had regained 20 years of youth. Is this truly Bardock? The third Prince Vegeta stared intently at him. Bardock had attained godhood. Though he had anticipated this moment, the third prince still felt an unsettling sense of inadequacy. Once, merely 2 years prior, he had been the proud king of the Saiyans. Broly undeniably stood as the foremost powerhouse, and not long ago, Vegeta had hoped to contend for the second position. However, Bardock's unorthodox combat style far surpassed both him and Vitalis, and recently, Vitalis had broken through to Super Saiyan 2, eclipsing both himself and Bardock. Now, he found himself only marginally stronger than Raditz. I can attain the status of Super Saiyan God as well. Although the king suggested he was more suited to the Super Saiyan 4 path, it was never stated that he was confined to it. He too desired to reach the divine form, for understanding both oneself and the opponent was essential to overcoming Bardock. How does Bardock feel? Vitalis approached Bardock's side. Compared to my former self, I am indeed strong, yet it is utterly frustrating. This is a realm I cannot reach alone. Bardock clenched his fists, expressing his discontent. It seems familiar, yet it matters not. Indeed, it is a realm unattainable by one alone, yet one can harness it for oneself. Achieving the transformation into a Super Saiyan God through one's own efforts is what constitutes true competence, and moreover, the Super Saiyan God is not the ultimate pinnacle. If one cannot achieve this, not every adversary will bestow upon you the opportunity to undergo a ceremonial transformation. Henceforth, it shall depend on Bardock's innate talent. Raditz? Never mind. He was weak to begin with and now with broken legs. Shall we train, my king? Bardock gazed at Raditz with a mix of disappointment and determination. Of course. I too wish to witness the splendor of the Super Saiyan God. It will serve to solidify my own realm, he declared. With that, Vitalis opened a wormhole to the universe of the Lugia Super Galaxy. Chapter 82. A fierce battle with the Super Saiyan God. He instructed Broly and the others to wait outside. Otherwise, by the time he and Bardock finished their duel, a significant amount of time would have elapsed within the hyperbolic time chamber. Standing amidst the cosmos, Vitalis fixed his eyes intently on Bardock, who radiated a soft, crimson glow. In the face of an adversary from the realm of the divine, one could either perceive their silhouette with the naked eye or ascend to an equal tier of power to sense their presence once more. This was the first encounter with such an opponent, and only his eyes were at his disposal. The battle was broadcast live to all Saiyans. A historic clash between the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 2, a spectacle worthy of attention. It is also vital to note that while sound cannot be transmitted in a vacuum, communication through energy, intent, magic, or divine power remains unhindered, even transcending the bounds of physical laws. After consuming a Sensabine to restore his energy, though the expenditure had been minimal, Bardock understood that he must face this challenge in his prime form. With a stance reminiscent of the Kamehameha, he positioned his hands at his waist, forming a blossom-like shape as he began to gather energy. This visage, this posture, heralds the commencement of battle with the unmistakable signature of the Kamehameha. In an instant, I teleport beneath Bardock. With a swift motion, Vitalis strikes first, executing one of Goku's most dazzling combos, the close-range Kamehameha. In the face of an unknown adversary, offense is always the prudent course of action, regardless of whether one is matched against them. If one can overpower, unleash a full assault. If not, even succumbing with grace is preferable to a disgraceful retreat, only to be mocked until the end. The warrior race of Saiyans thrives in combat. Confronted with Vitalis' assault, Bardock seems momentarily bewildered, fixated on his own hand, lost in thought. As Vitalis' energy wave approaches, a faint crimson barrier emerges, forcibly diverting the golden energy blast. Bardock remains steadfast, unyielding. In contrast, Vitalis finds himself pushed back by the recoil. Though the aura remains undetectable, this defense undeniably exists on a different plane. However, I have not unleashed my full strength, as this initial display was merely a whimsical choice. To employ all my might would be unwise, both to witness the Super Saiyan God and to ensure Bardock solidifies his realm. It was during Goku's confrontation with Beerus that he absorbed the essence of the Super Saiyan God, for in the eyes of a Saiyan, combat reigns supreme. Resolutely abandoning the offensive, I retract my hand and leap before Bardock, golden light radiating. Dense currents of lightning entwining my left hand as I deliver a powerful strike to Bardock's visage. Such speed, could it be that of the Super Saiyan God? Yet, something felt amiss. Vitalis sensed it. As he struck towards Bardock, Bardock remained stationary, his fist perceiving the warmth of Bardock's body. However, in that fleeting moment of contact, Bardock vanished without a trace. Swiftly, yet not imperceptibly, the challenge lay in maintaining visual contact. It was imperative to keep Bardock within sight, catching even a glimpse of his figure. Yet, Bardock's speed allowed him to evade Vitalis' line of sight in the blink of an eye. Thus, Vitalis resolved to unleash a more ferocious assault to suppress Bardock's velocity. "I have witnessed your prowess. Now let us see the extent of your strength," he declared, directing his words towards Bardock, who stood 100 kilometers away. In the next instant, Vitalis transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging towards Bardock. Observing this, Bardock grinned awkwardly. He had intended to test his maximum speed, not anticipating he would overshoot. Nevertheless, this suited him well, as he too had come to understand his own velocity. Next, it was time to assess his strength. Pure speed manifested as a crimson line, racing towards Vitalis with even greater haste. Upon contact, an invisible wave radiated outward, obliterating everything touched by this bizarre force, regardless of its celestial nature. Even a star, upon contact, did not explode or react. It simply disintegrated into imperceptible molecules in a most peculiar fashion. Casting a glance, Vitalis was left bewildered by the origin of this energy. It seemed to emerge from the collision of his strength with Bardock's. However, it appeared significantly weaker than the energy generated during the battle between Beerus and Goku. The energy produced from the clash between him and Bardock diminished as it spread, dissipating after a certain range, lacking the trait of increasing potency with distance, a violation of physical laws. Perhaps this was the realm beyond divinity. Although Bardock was not as formidable as Goku in that moment, neither was Vitalis a destroyer god, a fact that was understandably acknowledged. No longer attempting to unravel the essence of this power, Vitalis concentrated his spirit and continued to engage Bardock in fervent conflict. The golden and crimson figures danced freely among the stars, each collision resulting in the annihilation of numerous celestial bodies. This was a region intended for cleansing, and neither would hold back. They could even guide their power towards destruction. The unrestrained battle was exhilarating. Such strength! I cannot even join this fray. Raditz lamented as he observed the scene, feeling utterly at a loss regarding the state of selflessness the king had spoken of. He had attempted to clear his mind, but the outcome had merely resulted in him being knocked down, searching for his scattered teeth. After inquiring about the meaning of forged through trials from Grandpa Gohan, he often sought out his companions, sealing his own power to serve as a punching bag for them. Yet, aside from becoming slightly more resilient, he made no real progress. Now, witnessing his father create distance once more, Raditz felt a pang of discontent. Although he could train once Bardock and the king deciphered the Super Saiyan God, it was clear he would always follow in his father's shadow, finding it difficult to surpass him. Only through the state of selflessness could he seize his opportunity to overtake. Hey, Broly, do you think you could contend with them now? Curiosity overtook Raditz as he inquired about Broly. Though Broly had once held the title of the strongest, the two individuals before him had transcended Raditz's comprehension. He pondered the level at which Broly now stood in comparison to them. It was challenging to assert that they had yet to unleash their full potential. However, at this juncture, under Vitaly's tutelage, Broly had transformed into an honest and earnest individual. Is it possible? Raditz exclaimed, taken aback by the revelation. Had he truly fallen so far behind the times? Was his training insufficient? Perhaps he should seek Broly's assistance in the future. Surely, he wouldn't be risking his life, would he? Glancing at his recently healed legs, Raditz's expression fluctuated between hope and uncertainty. In a clash of fists, accompanied by the obliteration of a lifeless planet, the two stood opposed. What about Bardock's power? Vitalis inquired. It's hard to believe that this is my strength. It feels like an entirely different dimension from before. There seems to be no limit. And I feel capable of achieving the most astonishing feats, Bardock replied with a smile. Though he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, he sensed that he would soon master this formidable power. Indeed, then let us conclude our warm-up and engage in earnest combat. The experiment is far from over, Vitalis declared, unleashing a surge of energy. This time, leaving no room for error, he unleashed his full power. A brilliant golden light illuminated the starry sky, while an intricate web of lightning enveloped the vicinity of Vitalis. Observing this, Bardock couldn't help but smile knowingly. A soft crimson glow shimmered once more. The muscles that had seemingly shrunk after his ascension to godhood appeared to have diminished even further. Vitalis, witnessing this spectacle, contemplated something profound. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, Bardock's assault had already commenced. Is that the speed form of Super Saiyan God stacked upon Super Saiyan? Are you cheating? He thought, barely managing to cross his arms defensively before the impact struck. Chapter 83. The Unreasonable Bardock with a Thunderous Crash. Vitalis was sent hurtling towards a distant planet by a single punch from Bardock, the immense force nearly splitting the celestial body in two. Though it remained intact, its demise was imminent. Lying at the bottom of the crater, Vitalis clicked his tongue, acknowledging Bardock's extraordinary prowess. Having recently transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he had managed to seamlessly blend the speed and strength forms into his godly state. With a sufficient understanding of Ki, anyone could attain a similar muscular expansion to enhance their power, as exemplified by Master Roshi, not solely a trait of the Super Saiyan lineage. Typically, such transformations entail a sacrifice of speed. Although fast relative to weaker opponents, this often results in an awkward dynamic when facing adversaries of equal or greater strength. Bardock, however, charted a different course, innovating a speed form that allowed for instantaneous transitions, harmonizing supreme velocity with unparalleled strength, thus enabling him to contend with Super Saiyan 2 despite minimal differences in their base combat abilities. Before Vitalis broke through to Super Saiyan 2, Bardock's combat prowess was the second strongest. Even after Vitalis' ascension, he only managed to outpace Bardock due to his superior base strength. Now, utilizing this strategy as a Super Saiyan God was a departure from martial decorum. The exact augmentation of the Super Saiyan God transformation remained uncertain, potentially influenced by the individual who attained it. However, the comprehensive enhancements in elevation and life force surpassed even that of Super Saiyan 3. Thus, the Super Saiyan God was effectively delivering a dimensional strike against Super Saiyan 2. Bardock, embodying the essence of the Super Saiyan God, represented a holistic growth. Yet, This very attribute rendered him lacking in distinctiveness when facing opponents of equal caliber, lacking the decisive force that could determine victory. Ascending above Vitalis, he began to elucidate his understanding of the Super Saiyan God transformation. Is this the protagonist's father? Despite the circumstances, the son was able to develop the Ultra Blue technique, leading to the creation of the red-blue switching combat style. And now, can I truly consider myself his rival? Vitalis chuckled bitterly. How Vitalis began to gather energy, his overwhelming aura shattering everything around him. From within the deep pit, he obliterated half of this planet. As his aura reached its zenith, Vitalis envisioned the moon and commenced his transformation into a great ape, opting not to separate his consciousness this time, for there were no other life forms nearby. And his opponent was the unfathomable Super Saiyan God Bardock, necessitating no restraint. To give his all was the only choice. Furthermore, the transformation into a great ape amplifies his combat power tenfold, while Super Saiyan 3 merely offers a fourfold increase. At this moment, Vitalis transcended Super Saiyan 3 as well. A violent release of energy erupted, the crackling lightning surrounding him intensified, and the planet beneath his feet began its descent into annihilation under Vitalis's unrestrained power. Everything gradually succumbed to collapse, regardless of the material, all shattered and transformed into smaller fragments under this force. Planet Vegeta. Is this the King's aura? How astonishing. Planet Vegeta trembled, its influence reaching such distances. Galactic Patrol Headquarters. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Gak quickly dove under the table while compiling data. It is not a battle of any Saiyan king. Rather, his aura has reached this far, Melz explained, gazing into the distance, seemingly witnessing Vitalis and Bardock. I knew it couldn't just be an earthquake in the space station, Gak remarked, springing out with arms crossed, maintaining a calm demeanor. However, if we do not take action soon, the station may indeed disintegrate, Melz thought, amused by Gak's reaction. Then what are we waiting for? What measures should we take? Gak hastily retrieved a notebook and rifled through the emergency manual. Should we just evacuate? Perhaps it's time to relocate the headquarters? Suddenly, Gak had a moment of clarity. Such terrifying power, most of the galaxy has been affected. Indeed, with that appearance and this aura, it truly is divine. How frightening. The four Supreme Kai gathered once more at North Kai's planet after witnessing the battle between the two. During this period, the Saiyan Legion launched a formidable offensive, and the presence of Saiyans could be felt within their territory. Now, an extraordinary battle has unfolded, leading them to sense that the situation is increasingly veering off course. Who among you believes they can rival these two? The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Do you hold disdain for the combatants engaged in battle? Or do you hold any others in higher regard? Though it pains them to admit it, the individual they had placed their hopes upon has clearly been surpassed. In the Lugia supercluster, within the Lui galaxy, the Looting constellation, and the Luan star system, has the transformation into a beast led to a loss of reason? Bardock gazed at Vitalis, whose physique had expanded considerably, and understood his intentions. He observed the golden beastly eyes, cold and filled with murderous intent. Bardock recognized that Vitalis had now succumbed to irrationality. The fundamental conflict between the beast transformation and the Super Saiyan God may allow for a hybridization of sorts. Yet it would result in discord and potential weakening. If not mastered properly, it could lead to peril, rendering it a futile endeavor. Having undergone the transformation himself, Bardock comprehended the disparity between the Super Saiyan God and the beastly form. With a roar, Bardock cautiously approached Vitalis. The transformed Vitalis detected Bardock's presence immediately, responding with a threatening growl. Was it merely the instinct of a beast? The reaction speed has significantly improved compared to before. Previously, Wongke could not keep pace with my speed, but Bardock has advanced further into the primal form of Vitalis. With a resounding thud, his muscles visibly expanded as Bardock entered a state of power. Perhaps due to divine energy, his musculature was not as exaggerated as during the Super Saiyan transformation. Despite the sheer strength, a single punch delivered without any buildup compelled me to expend nearly 80% of my power merely to block a kick that sent Vitalis flying, obliterating the planet beneath us in the process. The defense was absurdly remarkable. Bardock observed that even though this kick had propelled Vitalis away, the planet was utterly annihilated in the aftermath, yet Vitalis emerged unscathed. Emitting a silent roar, Vitalis charged at Bardock with even greater speed. Seemingly having ascertained the identity of his adversary, the two clashed rapidly, igniting a new round of combat. On one side stood the frenzied and irrational Vitalis, embodying the pinnacle of raw violence devoid of any technique. On the opposing side was Bardock, embodying an elevated dimension of combat with flawless transitions between speed and power, showcasing his battle prowess to the fullest extent. This state, however, posed a problem. It was uncertain how long it could be sustained. Although my lack of rationality allowed me to hold my ground, it was evident that both my power and speed were inferior. If Vitalis were to wield this strength with intelligence, I would not stand a chance. I needed to become faster and stronger. In confronting a transformed opponent, severing the tail would be the optimal strategy, yet such a victory would feel hollow. Moreover, this battle was intended to adapt to the divine power at play. Casting a glance at Vitalis' tail, Bardock relinquished the tempting thought of severing it. With this realization, Bardock resolved to maximize his potential. In a moment of concentration, he began to harness the power within him, referred to as the divine aura. This further development meant abandoning the speed mode entirely in the future. Not only would he match his opponents, but against those far weaker than himself, the strength in speed mode would pose no threat. Of course, the damage from light speed strikes remained considerable. Yet similarly, the power mode would fully relinquish speed in exchange for unparalleled strength. This power has become increasingly formidable and violent. Oh no, this is dire. The color has changed. Father has returned to his normal state. What is he doing? Has he not realized that he has exited the Super Saiyan state? Raditz, who was watching the live broadcast, exclaimed in urgency upon seeing Bardock revert to his original form. Bardock, Vegeta 3, Bardock. At the very least, transform into a Super Saiyan. This is catastrophic. He is about to be reduced to mere pulp by the frenzied king. Oh no, such a violent king. There may be nothing left of Father. I must go to save him. Raditz immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan and began to locate his father, intending to teleport. Broly restrained Raditz with one hand. Do not rush. Observe closely. It appears that Bardock is undergoing a remarkable transformation. Vegeta 3 clenched his fists tightly, fixated on Bardock. The man has astonishingly surpassed his limits once again. Chapter 84, Conclusion. Bardock closed his eyes, continuously flickering amidst Vitalis' furious onslaught, narrowly evading each of his strikes. He resembled a fragile skiff adrift on tumultuous waves during a storm, on the brink of capsizing beneath the relentless assault. Is this real? How can he still be alive after reverting to his normal state? Has Father truly transcended? Witnessing Bardock's incessant flickering form, Raditz exclaimed in disbelief. Wait until I deal with you properly. Giant retorted fiercely, retracting her hand. Raditz, clutching his head, secretly reveled in his misfortune. Having suffered a leg injury from a surprise attack by those two earlier, he had maintained his Super Saiyan state. That last strike had barely scratched his defenses. It was laughable. I found my rhythm. Indeed, in the face of life and death peril, breakthroughs come easily. Bardock gazed at the chaotic and uncoordinated attacks of Vitalis, a grin spreading across his face. In the next moment, he had already appeared at the edge of the galaxy. Observing